Chapter 1. The Enforced Match of the Female Slave. Master, please indulge yourself. Upon Gu Hong's return, he was immediately confronted with a scene that assaulted his senses. A tall, unfamiliar man knelt at the entrance, utterly unclothed, his muscular physique a striking display of raw masculinity, with his arms raised high, gripping a whip. His slim waist and straightened back revealed a tapestry of scars, both fresh and old, crisscrossing his exposed skin. Far from being unsightly, these marks imparted a cruel beauty, truly a temptation too great to resist. The man's profile showcased prominent brow bones and a jawline that appeared increasingly sharp due to its tautness. With his head slightly bowed, his expression remained concealed, yet an aura of profound desolation and coldness enveloped him. This palpable sense of hopelessness inexplicably unsettled Gu Hong. "Are you the female slave forcibly matched to me by the Male Insect Protection Association?" Gu Hong averted his gaze awkwardly, clenching his fists to mask his embarrassment. Though he had come to understand the pathological nature of the insect society during his time here, he was nonetheless taken aback, his eyes wandering in disbelief. The man before him was completely naked. Moreover, Gu Hong identified as a staunch gay man. At that moment, he could only think, "Man, you're playing with fire." The kneeling man remained oblivious to the turmoil within Gu Hong's heart, and upon hearing Gu Hong's words, his complexion suddenly drained of color. At that moment, Hermes could grasp the situation with clarity. This gentleman did not wish to be the female slave of the male insect before him. It was likely that he had been coerced into this role. In an instant, Hermes comprehended the motives behind this scheme. They merely sought to trample upon his dignity as a military female, to witness him struggle helplessly in the mire. Hermes never imagined he would one day be treated as an object devoid of autonomy, casually bestowed upon another. How laughable and how tragic! Despair washed over Hermes as he closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment that was to come. The brutal male insect would surely take pleasure in tormenting him. After all, the proud and capricious male insects found amusement only in the suffering of their female counterparts. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke calmly. "Please punish me, master." Gu Hong gazed at the man, who remained as immovable as a stone and voluntarily offered himself for punishment. No, aware man, he felt a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. "Please rise," Gu Hong said, pressing his forehead as a headache began to throb. He gestured down the corridor. "The last room is empty. You may stay there for now." Hermes paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the male insect above him. The tone of the male insect had been unexpectedly gentle and calm, a stark contrast to the domineering and sharp voice he had previously encountered, leading Hermes to briefly question his perception. When he finally discerned the male insect's features, Hermes found himself momentarily breathless. The male insect possessed rare black hair and dark eyes, his side profile exquisitely defined, with long, thick eyelashes and slightly pale lips. As a former general of the empire who had encountered many high-ranking male insects, Hermes was momentarily captivated by the striking visage before him. Yet, he soon felt disillusioned. No matter how handsome, all male insects were fundamentally the same, brutal and mindless. Hermes could not fathom the image of such an angelic face wielding a whip against a female insect. After a prolonged wait, the anticipated scene of cruelty did not unfold. However, Hermes was not naive enough to believe that the male insect would show him mercy. Thus, his movements became suspiciously hesitant. When no voice of reconsideration from the male insect reached his ears, Hermes proceeded toward the room. Halfway there, he heard the male insect's voice again. Hermes scoffed inwardly, thinking, how could a male insect change his nature? To his surprise, the next words were vastly different from what he had imagined. "You need not undress at home in the future." Hermes' back stiffened instantly. He found it difficult to decipher the meaning behind the male insect's statement. Gazing down at the scars adorning his body and his hardened muscles, he offered a self-mocking smile. The male insect must not wish to behold his unsightly form. As he entered the room and shut the door, Hermes finally felt his muscles relax. There was no bloody punishment. The entire situation left him feeling unsettled. Even if the master did not take pleasure in his physique, it mattered little. After all, military females have never garnered the affection of male insects. Hermes did not intend to harbor any unrealistic expectations. Simultaneously, Gu Heng returned to his room. The first thing he did was turn on his light brain. This was the cheapest light brain he had purchased for 200 star coins, offering only the most basic functions, but it was still capable of accessing the internet. For the financially strained Gu Heng, this was already a source of satisfaction. Gu Heng was originally an ordinary university lecturer, but a week ago, he had inexplicably found himself in the insect society. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a hospital. People respectfully addressed him as master, and he encountered advanced instruments that clearly did not belong to human society, leading Gu Heng to realize the strangeness of his situation. He feigned amnesia to avoid revealing his identity as an outsider to the insects. Over the course of the week, he had learned a great deal about the insect society, which significantly overturned his understanding accumulated over 20 years. Here, the insect race comprises 3 genders: male insects, military females, and subfemales. Males hold superiority over females. Male insects occupy the pinnacle of power, yet are delicate and frail, akin to flowers in a greenhouse, enjoying the highest level of resources and protective measures in the interstellar realm. Military females possess robust physiques and rapid recovery abilities, tasked with battlefield combat to safeguard the Empire's security. The high-intensity combat conditions make them prone to mental breakdowns, and under such circumstances, their destructive capacity and uncontrollability reach immeasurable extremes. The calming pheromones of male insects become crucial at this moment. However, most male insects are unwilling to expend effort to soothe a hardened military female. More often than not, the unsoothed military females resort to using suppressants for their mental energy, but this unnatural act can exacerbate the side effects during future mental breakdowns, rendering the experience even more agonizing. Should a military female fail to endure the mental breakdown, their body undergoes a transformation, ultimately becoming a mindless beast. Even if they have participated in countless battles and received numerous accolades, they ultimately meet their end at the hands of former comrades, forgotten in the annals of history, with no insect remembering them. In stark contrast, subfemales possess alluring features, sweet tongues, and greatly satisfy the twisted desire for control of male insects, making them more favored by the latter. Gu Heng still could not fathom how he, a human, had become a male insect. Yet, the unequivocal results of the tests left him with no room for doubt. Gu Heng scrolled through his light brain, searching for information about the female insect he had just encountered. He opened the identity information he had registered not long ago. Name: Gu Heng. Age: 24. Mental energy: none. Secondary differentiation: not yet. Female monarch: none. Female attendant: none. Female slave: Hermes. Gu Heng continued to explore Hermes' individual information. What caught his eye first was a handsome female insect clad in military attire, the uniform crisply ironed, devoid of any creases, perfectly accentuating his tall and upright figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. Most striking were his dark golden eyes, unmistakably bearing the fierce aura only forged through life and death experiences on a battlefield. His gaze, sharp as a blade, rendered others hesitant to meet his eyes. Confronted with such a defiant glare, Gu Heng couldn't deny that his breath halted for a fleeting moment. Chapter 2. The criminal general. How could such a remarkable man be matched with him? And merely a female slave at that. Gu Cheng found it hard to believe, akin to his disbelief that pies would fall from the sky. However, in the insect race, mental strength was equally paramount. The hierarchy ranged from S to F. S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Gu Cheng had not detected the existence of mental strength. Thus he was considered to be at the lowest echelon of male insects. No female insect would willingly marry a male insect with low mental strength, let alone one like Gu Cheng, who had none at all. This was utterly insufficient to reassure a female insect, much less guarantee that she could navigate the tumultuous period of mental strength upheaval. In the next moment, Gu Cheng beheld the mental strength level trailing behind the name of Hemi C, SS level. It was astonishingly rare. Gu Cheng's eyes widened, only to then see the physique, SS level. Damn, Gu Cheng gasped. even though he was not a native insect. He now comprehended the significance of possessing both mental and physical strength at the SS level. It was improbable that another individual with such terrifying talent could be found throughout the entire empire. How could such an exceptional female insect merely be a female slave? Gu Cheng struggled to suppress the surging admiration for the strong and his profound bewilderment as he scrolled down the holographic screen to uncover the countless victories and innumerable honors associated with Heng. Spanning at least 10 pages, as he continued reading, Gu Cheng's brow furrowed. General Heng, on the 14th of August, 311 in the interstellar calendar, severely injured an A-grade male insect, grossly violating the Imperial Male Insect Protection Law and the Imperial Military Female Conduct Code. Consequently, he has been stripped of his general title. Considering his potential danger to society, his mental strength has been sealed to level E. So, Heng was once a spirited general in the military. And now he had been reduced to a mere female slave with a mental strength level of E. He had injured a male insect. Gu Cheng's first instinct was that there must be some hidden truth behind this. Clicking into the Star Network, he found nothing but vitriolic slander directed at Heng, condemning him for daring to harm a noble male insect, declaring him unworthy of being a military insect. The Empire's generals do not require such a disgrace. What a precious A-grade male, such a fine Lord Andrew. What a pity, he will only be able to spend his next life in a wheelchair. What is he thinking? Does Heng even comprehend the importance of an A-grade male insect to dare lay a hand on him? Gu Cheng scanned the comments, his head throbbing as he pinched his temples at the chorus of insults. Morning. After rising, Gu Cheng discovered Heng in the kitchen, observing the female insect's busy silhouette. Gu Cheng's steps hesitated slightly. He nearly forgot that a new member had joined their household. Are you preparing breakfast? Heng paused momentarily, turning to face him. Yes, my lord. He lowered his head, adding, I apologize, my lord. Breakfast will take a little longer. Heng was astonished at that moment. In his recollection, male insects were always lazy and indulgent, rarely rising before noon. This male insect had woken up so early. He had only risen about half an hour later than Heng. Thinking of the food simmering in the pot, Heng cursed inwardly. Damn it. If the male insect was displeased, he would certainly devise ways to punish him. Heng would not allow himself to forget the male insect's vile nature. Despite yesterday's seemingly gentle actions, Gu Cheng looked at the submissive insect before him and quickly said, It's fine, let us wait a little longer, fearing that if he delayed even a second longer, the female insect would kneel again. The male insect's light remark surprised Heng once more. He gazed inquisitively at Gu Cheng, only to find the latter's clear, piercing gaze. Heng was making egg noodles. The ingredients were simple. It was not Heng's fault. It was merely that Gu Cheng lacked funds. There were no vegetables in the star realm. Mostly there was only star beast meat and nutrient solutions. The monthly living allowance Gu Cheng received was barely sufficient to purchase some inexpensive food. The allowance for male insects was directly linked to their mental strength levels. While some received hundreds of thousands, Gu Cheng had secured the historical minimum, 500 star coins. To other insects, Gu Cheng, lacking mental strength, was perceived as a useless insect. It was fortunate that he had not been sent to a barren planet. Gu Cheng sighed. Then he suddenly saw Heng kneel down with a thud. Watching Gu Cheng take a bite of the noodles, Heng immediately began to sigh. He assumed it was due to the food not suiting the male insect's taste. Please punish me, my lord. I will practice my culinary skills diligently in the future. In a flash, Gu Cheng grasped the situation. He had inadvertently caused Heng to misunderstand. The noodles you made are delicious. Gu Cheng quickly assisted him, fearing he would not believe it, and added, They are far tastier than what I could ever make. Truly. Heng's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Even the ordinary egg noodles were cooked to perfection. Gu Cheng had not forgotten that Heng had graduated with all As. Culinary skills were a compulsory subject for all female insects, a standard by which to serve male insects. Heng excelled in every regard. Gu Cheng pulled him to the table, indicating for him to sit and eat together, seeing Heng still hesitating. Gu Cheng looked at him earnestly. We don't have so many rules in our home. We will eat together from now on. Our home. The male insect's gentle words left Heng momentarily dazed. Did a female slave qualify as a family member? No. A female slave was dispensable, merely a tool for the male insect to vent his frustrations. Heng realized he had yet to refer to himself as a female slave before Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng frowned, uncertain why the insect before him suddenly adopted such a humble tone. There is no need to refer to yourself as a slave, and please, do not kneel at every turn. We don't have such rules at home. This was the second time Gu Cheng had expressed this sentiment. Heng met Gu Cheng's gaze, the male insect's eyes, as encompassing as obsidian, and nodded. After finishing their meal, Gu Cheng prepared to wash the dishes as usual, but Heng, upon witnessing something alarming, immediately took the bowl from Gu Cheng's hands and went to wash them. Gu Cheng watched the man return to his busy silhouette, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Was this the benefit of having a wife? Chapter 3. Planting ancient earth vegetables. Gu Cheng placed an order for a packet of vegetable seeds at the Star Network shopping center. During his time living here, he had come to realize that vegetables were not sold in the Star realm. This presented Gu Cheng with a business opportunity. There were no vegetables, but there were seeds. Just like having a chicken, one need not worry about eggs, right? The seeds were affordably priced, costing him only 20 star coins for a packet. These were reportedly remnants from ancient Earth. Yet no insect race had successfully cultivated them thus far. At this moment, Gu Cheng felt an immense sense of gratitude, thankful that no insect had yet discovered how to plant these seeds. If he were to grow vegetables, they would surely sell like hotcakes. He would make a fortune. As Gu Cheng contemplated this, his confidence surged. He had considered working outside before, but after searching an entire street, he found not a single establishment hiring male insects. Gu Cheng felt utterly disheartened. Were male insects truly regarded with such contempt? Where did they find the money to spend? Every establishment recoiled in fear upon discovering that a male insect was applying, as if Gu Cheng were playing a prank. Eventually, Gu Cheng learned from a female insect employee that male insects seldom worked outside. If their funds ran low, they would simply marry a female insect. After marriage, the female insect's assets would be handed over to the male. Thus, male insects had no need to worry about finances. If they ran short, they could simply marry another female insect. This societal norm of the insect race left Gu Cheng utterly astounded, internally rejecting it 1,000 times over. He had no intention of marrying multiple wives. He feared he wouldn't have enough resources for that. Gu Cheng saw him beginning to clean again and suddenly called out his name. The female insect halted his actions, silently gazing at Gu Cheng. The golden hue of his eyes clearly reflected one insect. Upon meeting his gaze, Gu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed, as though he were bullying Heng. Clearing his throat, Gu Cheng spoke, attempting to cover up his intentions. Ahem, I actually meant to say that once I have money, I'll buy a robotic insect for household chores, so I won't trouble you anymore. Upon hearing the male insect's words, Heng pressed his lips together. My lord, I do not find it troublesome. He was perplexed. Was the male insect assuring him? Heng's eyes flickered as he probed. If I had not injured an A-grade male, would you then possess endless wealth? While serving as a general, he had accumulated considerable wealth, sufficient for any male insect to squander. After Heng spoke, he fixed his gaze on Gu Cheng, keenly observing every expression on his face. Would the truth reveal itself? Greed or inquiry? Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Endless wealth? Had Heng once been so affluent? Gu Cheng felt a deep sense of inferiority. What to do? His wife was even more capable than he was. It didn't matter that he was broke now. He reassured himself that he would earn plenty in the future. Hermes observed the expression on Gu Cheng's face shift from confusion to rigidity, before ultimately blossoming into a smile once more. Yet, it was devoid of the emotions he had anticipated. Hermes lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumultuous feelings swirling within his eyes. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, unable to determine whether he felt regret or relief, without affording much time for contemplation. Gu Cheng hesitated before voicing the question that had long occupied his mind. I saw on Starnet that you seriously injured a male insect. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Hermes replied, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Cheng, betraying no hint of pretense. However, it was due to his attempt to sever the wings of my subordinate. Gu Cheng, taken aback by the final statement, abruptly lifted his head. You did injure that male insect. Hermes did not deny it, for that was the truth. He vividly remembered the loathsome male insect. Once arrogant and dismissive, reduced to a pitiful state on the ground, begging for mercy. It was a cruel irony. Yet, Hermes felt an undeniable satisfaction within. Why should male insects be permitted to brazenly humiliate female insects, even going so far as to remove their wing sacs, rendering them flightless forever? As a military female, how could one take to the battlefield and slay enemies without wings? Such an act would be catastrophic for every female insect. Were Hermes to endure such an ordeal, he would prefer to perish on the battlefield. I will not harm your wings, he declared, for I understand they are your means of self-defense. He acknowledged this. Hermes's gaze grew increasingly intricate as he pondered the rarity of male insects willing to extend such an assurance to female insects. Gu Cheng's eyes remained as clear as ever, a gaze that seemed unchanged from the very beginning. Slowly, the tension in Hermes's furrowed brow began to ease. This male insect appeared to be genuinely different. Something between the two insects was quietly shifting. Gu Cheng's thoughts leaped forward. He had not forgotten his intentions and moved closer to Hermes. Preparing to seek confirmation from the local insects. Hermes, has no insect ever cultivated vegetables before? Vegetables are crops from ancient Earth, with no documented records. The empire has invested substantial resources in attempting to cultivate vegetables. But all endeavors have undoubtedly failed, leaving this conundrum unresolved to this day. Hermes scrutinized Gu Cheng's expression, suspecting the male insect harbored a desire for vegetables. Hesitantly, he continued. Perhaps the male master could also sample the grass-flavored nutrient solution. Upon uttering this, Hermes immediately regretted it. No male insect would willingly consume a nutrient solution. This instinctive thought emerged, clearly overshadowing the possibility that the male insect before him might be different. Gu Cheng was taken aback by the notion of a grass-flavored nutrient solution, which suddenly reminded him of the grass cake eaten by the lazy sheep. He burst into an unexpected laugh, catching sight of Hermes's puzzled expression, and half-jokingly remarked, "Perhaps one day we can all enjoy vegetables." Hermes had not anticipated the male insect's fixation to be so profound. Yet, he refrained from dampening Gu Cheng's enthusiasm. The interstellar delivery service was swift, and soon Gu Cheng received the seeds he had ordered online. He prepared a patch of soil in the backyard, then planted the soaked seeds, watering them appropriately. After completing the task, Gu Cheng felt a twinge of uncertainty. His grandfather had been a farmer, and he had observed them planting vegetables in his youth. So he was familiar with the basic procedures. However, Gu Cheng had never engaged in such practices himself and was unaware whether the interstellar environment would be conducive to the seed's growth, leaving him uncertain of success. Gu Cheng frequently traversed in and out of the backyard, and Hermes naturally took note of this. He was perplexed by the male insect's sudden desire to cultivate vegetables. Yet, it was evident that failure was inevitable. The two insects shared an unspoken understanding. Neither inquired nor spoke of the other's thoughts. Chapter 4. The Male Insect Protection Association harasses the female insect. Is the male insect Gu Cheng at home? Upon opening the door, Hermes was confronted by three unfamiliar female insects. His expression darkened upon noticing the emblem of the Male Insect Protection Association adorning their garments. No female insect could possibly fail to recognize it. This could be deemed a nightmare for every female insect. The female insects outside wasted no time in reacting. The leading female, Ali, smirked by the gods. Surely no insect would fail to recognize the former general who was once regarded as the empire's pride. Yet, her tone dripped with derision. "You are the female slave, Hermes, correct?" Without waiting for Hermes's response, the female insects brusquely pushed past him, causing him to stumble. Ali, as if assuming ownership of the space, promptly seated herself on the sofa and cast a disdainful glance toward Hermes, commanding him to serve tea and water. Her demeanor was atrociously overbearing. Has an insect arrived? Gu Cheng, hearing the commotion, approached the living room only to find a strange female insect, with an extremely arrogant posture, toppling the water Hermes had poured. "Former general, is this how you serve your male master? Pour another cup." Gu Cheng observed Hermes's left hand clench into a fist, the veins bulging as he struggled to suppress his fury. Ali picked up a notebook, feigning to take notes. "Disobedience, I believe, poses a significant threat to the male insect's safety." Hermes gritted his teeth. "I will pour it." Ali smiled. From a respected general to a lowly female slave, such a drastic fall from grace certainly obligates me to instruct you on how to better adapt to your current role. Gu Cheng had already mentally categorized Hermes as his own insect, and witnessing a stranger stride into his home, flaunting authority while bullying him, incited a surge of anger within him. "You are overstepping your bounds." Gu Cheng's tone was icy. "Sir." Ali and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating between pale and flushed, eager to retort, yet interrupted by Gu Cheng's unfinished words. "First, Hermes is under no obligation to serve you tea and water. Second, I clearly observed that your intent was merely to make things difficult for him under the guise of serving tea. Finally, I believe you lack the qualifications to evaluate whether Hermes is obedient or not to his male master. I have yet to voice my opinion. So what right does the Male Insect Protection Association have to interfere?" Gu Cheng's resonant declaration struck Hermes's heart like a hammer. The male master had indeed noticed. Ali was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the male insect's unwavering defense of the female slave. "But he's merely a female slave. What could possibly warrant such affection from a male insect?" she countered, forcing a smile. "If your safety is not threatened, we are very pleased." Gu Cheng impatiently interjected. "Get to the point. The Male Insect Protection Association wouldn't come without reason. Clearly, there is something at hand." However, Gu Cheng was thoroughly vexed by the impoliteness of these insects and merely wished to expedite the process. Ali's smile nearly faltered, her mind racing with disdain. A male insect without mental strength, Yet so arrogant. We need to conduct a mental strength evaluation on your female slave. Gu Cheng nodded, signaling them to proceed swiftly. Hermes remained compliant throughout the entire process. What is this? Gu Cheng watched as they adorned Hermes's wrist with shackles resembling handcuffs, his brow furrowing in confusion. These are mental strength suppression rings. Your female slave's mental strength has been unstable. Although currently suppressed to E-level, the potential for unpredictability remains high. We are merely exercising caution. Ollie maintained an air of professionalism while addressing the matter. Gu Cheng finally understood, instinctively glancing at the silver ring encircling Hermes's neck. So it was a mental strength suppression ring. Gu Cheng had not considered it previously, mistakenly assuming it was merely a decorative piece. His thoughts drifted back to the first day he encountered Hermes. The perfectly proportioned female insect kneeling on the floor, clad in nothing but the silver ring around her neck, a signal of submission. Who could comprehend it? She truly resembled a large dog yearning for affection. She is exceptionally obedient, Gu Cheng mused, a smile unconsciously creeping upon his lips. 3 suppression rings hinted at the dazzling potential of Hermes's unrestrained mental strength. When will his mental strength suppression ring be removed? All eyes in the living room turned toward Gu Cheng. Momentarily caught off guard by the multitude of gazes, he instinctively touched his nose, wondering, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Hermes's emotions were complex. Tumultuous waves roiling within him. Did the male master truly grasp the implications of his words? Was there really a male insect willing to remove the mental strength suppressor for a female insect? Ollie immediately cried out, desperate to dissuade the male insect from such a perilous notion. This was a significant matter. The mental suppression devices worn by the female insects render their psychic energies unstable. This signifies that they are exceedingly perilous at this moment, should the devices be removed. It is highly likely that they would inflict harm upon the delicate and fragile male insects. It was then that Gu Cheng comprehended that the mental suppression device adorning Hermes not only curtailed his psychic level but also served to prevent any potential psychic upheaval from the female insects that could endanger those around them. Generally, if a male insect administers psychic guidance to a female insect, and her psychic energy returns to a normal range, the device may be removed. However, your esteemed female slave is a special case. With her psychic energy sealed at level E, unless granted permission by His Highness Andrew, the mental suppression device can never be lifted. Andrew, Gu Cheng recalled that he was the male insect who had severely injured Hermes. He noticed Hermes's hand tighten slightly, and his expression shifted. Gu Cheng was about to inquire about the situation between Andrew and Hermes, but considering Hermes was right beside him, he decided against it. It is hardly appropriate to question the parties involved directly. Chapter 5. The absence of S-class male insects. At this moment, Ollie had also completed his examination. His expression was grave as he handed the recorded data to Gu Cheng for review. The deterioration of Hermes' psychic energy was more severe than the last time. Did you not provide him with psychic guidance? As soon as the words left Ollie's mouth, he regretted them. Having forgotten that Gu Cheng possessed no psychic energy, let alone the ability to assist a female insect with psychic guidance. Given the current rate of deterioration in Hermes' psychic condition, it was likely he would perish in an upcoming psychic upheaval. Ollie sighed inwardly. He looked down upon the male insect before him, who, aside from his superior appearance, had nothing of merit to offer. The male insect devoid of psychic energy was akin to a useless being. Such males would find no female insect willing to pursue them. A male without psychic ability was perfectly matched with a lowly E-class female slave. Ollie's mind was mercilessly scornful. Hermes, unaware of Gu Cheng's lack of psychic energy, had less understanding of Gu Cheng than the information Ollie possessed. As for the prospect of a male insect providing him with psychic guidance, Hermes instinctively glanced at Gu Cheng. Previously, his aide had always attempted to discreetly arrange for male insects to provide guidance. However, Hermes had vehemently resisted, unable to accept the patronizing charity of superficial male insects. Yet, as the backlash from psychic upheavals grew increasingly overwhelming, there had been moments when Hermes felt powerless and had attempted to accept such guidance. All attempts had ended in failure. If the one providing guidance were Gu Cheng, Hermes mused, perhaps he would not be as resistant as he had initially thought. Gu Cheng, being a non-insectoid, did not take offense at Ollie's comment. Clearly, there were more pressing matters at hand. He gazed at Hermes, whose face betrayed no abnormality, his tone hesitant. If no psychic guidance is administered, does that mean? He spoke slowly, evidently aware that he was not an insect, and thus lacked any psychic ability. Wouldn't that mean I would be hindering Hermes? The unfinished thought hung in the air, and everyone evidently understood the eventual outcome. Ollie interjected, then he will surely perish in a future psychic upheaval. Remarkably, Hermes' expression did not waver even at the mention of death, yet Gucheng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. For a fleeting moment, he considered allowing Hermes to leave in search of a male insect capable of providing psychic guidance. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The male insects here were all prone to mistreating female insects, and Gucheng had no desire for such cruel antics to befall Hermes. Images flashed in his mind of the photos he had previously seen. Hermes clad in military attire, adorned with countless honors, his brows calm yet sharp with pride. Gucheng thought Hermes was most suited to wear a crisp military uniform. His rightful place was on the interstellar battlefield. Flowers and glory were what truly complimented him. Not as a broken-winged female slave fading into obscurity, forgotten by all. Gucheng hoped for an alternative solution. All he contemplated the purpose of this visit. Hermes had married a male without psychic energy, rendering him incapable of receiving guidance. His fate was already glaringly evident. As Ollie stepped outside Gucheng's residence, he gazed at the scorching sun above. Those in power could rest easy. Inside, only Gucheng and Hermes remained. Shall we seek other male insects for psychic guidance? Gucheng couldn't help but inquire, for this concerned the very lives of the insects. Unbeknownst to Gucheng, Hermes interpreted this differently, assuming it meant that the male insects had no intention of providing him with guidance and wished to pass him off to others. Hermes' smile was stiff and tinged with bitterness. No need. Only S-class male insects can provide me with psychic guidance. The highest level in the Empire is merely A-class, although Hermes' psychic energy was currently sealed at E-class. He was fundamentally an SS class. Male insects could only attempt to provide guidance if they were at most one level higher than the female. Earlier, his aide had been overly concerned for his safety, seeking male insects for him, including A-class males. However, upon learning that the one requiring guidance was Hermes, they all fled in terror, unwilling to gamble with their own lives. Hermes understood this well. After listening to Hermes' words, Gucheng felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, as if fate were mocking him. The Empire simply lacked S-class male insects. Was death the only fate that awaited Hermes? Gucheng's throat felt dry, and after a long pause, he hoarsely uttered, "There will surely be a way." Struggling to find comforting words for Hermes, especially upon seeing his expression remained as usual, calm and accepting, like a patient resigned to their impending demise gazing out the window. Hermes merely cast a deep glance at Gucheng, remaining silent. A voice within him whispered, "There will be no way. You have known this all along, have you not?" From that day forth, the atmosphere within the house became suffocatingly heavy, almost palpable. In his room, Gucheng scoured through the data on his light brain, eventually letting out a despairing cry, collapsing onto his bed. Was there truly no way? Over the past few days, Gucheng had reviewed all materials, confirming that what Hermes had said was indeed true. Instances of guidance spanning 2 levels had occurred in the cosmos, yet all had ended in failure. The male insects who had attempted such guidance suffered irreversible backlash. Their psychic energy shattered, resulting in dementia. Gucheng abruptly sat up in bed. He vowed to treat Hermes with utmost care henceforth, perhaps in the little time remaining. Chapter 6. Purchasing new attire for the female insect. Gucheng did not neglect the vegetables in the courtyard. Each morning, his first task was to check if they had sprouted. One day, as Gucheng strolled into the yard as usual, he was taken aback by the sight before him, unable to tear his gaze away. They had truly sprouted. The green shoots, symbolizing vitality, had broken through the soil. Gucheng joyfully called out to Hermes, "The vegetables I planted have really sprouted. Come and see." Hearing the anxious voice of his master, Hermes initially thought something was amiss. Following his master's lead, he beheld the scene. "What? These are the vegetable seeds that you toiled over a few days ago. They've sprouted." Hermes' expression was one of astonished disbelief. If the researchers at the Institute were to learn of this, it would surely incite a frenzy. It was at this moment that Hermes began to regard his master with a newfound respect. His gaze tinged with scrutiny. "You are quite remarkable. Have you ever grown vegetables before?" Hermes subtly probed. Gucheng shook his head, feigning nonchalance. "Perhaps I was simply fortunate. I succeeded on my first attempt." This revelation was evidently astonishing within insect society. Hermes inspired Gucheng with a sudden idea. A notion began to take shape in Gucheng's mind. With swift execution, he excitedly sought out a support frame, preparing for a live broadcast. Once the vegetables matured, he would market them. The live streaming sales model that had exploded in popularity on Earth would surely captivate the insect realm as well. Gucheng held a firm belief in human ingenuity. Without hesitation, he set to work, adjusting the equipment and selecting the optimal angle to showcase the freshest, most vibrant seedlings. He even crafted an eye-catching title for the live stream: Rebirth. "I have grown long-lost ancient earth vegetables in the insect realm. Having completed all preparations, Guqing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Though he noticed that the number of insects currently in the live stream was merely one, himself, nevertheless, it mattered not. Clenching his fists, Guqing struck a motivational pose. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Master, lunch is ready. Guqing acknowledged, promptly abandoning the live streaming equipment to eat. Hermes, noticing the device in Guqing's hands, silently handed him a bowl of food. Thank you. Guqing accepted the bowl, instinctively expressing gratitude. Ever since tasting a meal prepared by Hermes, Guqing had no qualms about his culinary skills. In fact, he wholeheartedly endorsed them. After all, his own cooking was merely edible. Hermes, being a veritable A-class female insect, could transform even the simplest ingredients into delectable dishes that left insects salivating. Your cooking is truly delicious. This marks yet another occasion for Guqing to express his admiration for Hermes. Initially taken aback by the notion that even a valiant insect like him could be praised, Hermes has now transformed into a figure of calm acceptance, graciously receiving compliments from his esteemed master. The two insects shared their meal in tranquil silence, the only sound being the gentle clinking of their utensils. As Hermes tidied the dishes, he caught a glimpse of Guqing's silhouette by the equipment. His evident excitement palpable. With his keen eyesight, he quickly noticed the video recording the young seedlings Guqing had planted. What is the master up to? Hermes pondered, suppressing his curiosity as he entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Guqing observed that the viewer count in the live stream had exceeded 200. The barrage of comments on the screen was relentless. So many viewers. It had only been the duration of a single meal. He glanced at the subtitles below. Is this live stream merely a ruse? How could these insects possibly cultivate vegetables from ancient earth? These must be seedlings of grass or trees. How could they be vegetable seedlings? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Ha ha ha, this is utterly ridiculous. The methods of vegetable cultivation have long been lost. It's absurd that anyone would attempt to exploit this ruse for attention. I'm out of here. Guqing quickly skimmed through the comments, a wry smile escaping him. Not a single insect believed him. They all accused him of being a fraud, seeking to gain notoriety. Yet, the viewer count in the live stream continued to rise. And Guqing noted a significant amount of shares. Although they weren't positive, the buzz around the topic was undeniable. He dismissed the negativity, for even notoriety is still recognition, is it not? Every day at noon, he would stream for an hour, inviting all to tune in. After pinning this announcement, he closed the live stream. Just then, the female insect Maite, who had been passionately commenting, paused her typing when the screen abruptly darkened. What? The broadcast ended. Maite murmured. Could it be that he felt guilty and stopped the stream? She scrolled through the comments and noticed one from the previous host, Vegetable Lord. Maite chuckled, thinking, bold move. With that thought, she set a reminder for herself. She scoffed, eager to see how many insects would fall for his trickery. After concluding the stream, Guqing opened a shopping app to purchase some necessities. It was the beginning of the month, and he had just received his allowance for the month, 500 star coins. He humorously referred to it as a social welfare benefit. Calculating, he realized he had a total of 514 star coins. Guqing primarily intended to buy a few clothing items for Hermes, having previously noticed how ill-fitting Hermes' clothes were. However, lacking funds, he had refrained from purchasing anything, but now that he had some money, he promptly ordered 2 outfits. Hermes had broad shoulders and a slender waist, his physique remarkably proportionate, making the description of him as a living clothes rack not an exaggeration. Whenever Guqing spotted attractive clothing, he envisioned them adorning Hermes, akin to dressing a beautiful doll. Yet, constrained by his limited budget, he had to restrain himself. He resolved that once he had more money, he would buy Hermes a plethora of clothing. Upon seeing the pile of delivery boxes outside the door, Hermes paused momentarily. Do male insects truly spend money so extravagantly? Hermes thought to himself as he brought the packages inside. Guqing happened to encounter him and rushed over joyfully. Has the delivery arrived so swiftly? Hermes silently carried in the remaining packages, only to have several thrust into his hands. Here, these are the clothes I bought for you. Guqing's cheerful voice effortlessly penetrated Hermes' ears. These were truly gifts from his master. Hermes' eyes widened slightly as he met Guqing's starry gaze. Go try them on. At Guqing's urging, Hermes cradled the pile of packages and retreated to his room. Once Guqing finished unpacking the remaining deliveries, Hermes emerged, slightly fidgeting as he tugged at the hem of his shirt. Guqing couldn't help but notice and smiled, sincerely complimenting, "You look splendid." In truth, it was merely a simple white t-shirt and black trousers. The best he could afford were these basic pieces, yet he had selected the most comfortable fabric within his means. Hermes looked delightful in them nonetheless. After all, when an insect stands there, it elevates even the humblest of garments. Gu Ching was always generous with his praise, and Hermes, gazing into his handsome features, felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. However, Gu Ching was acutely aware that Hermes had endured hardships. Once a general accustomed to fine garments, now he wore clothes worth merely dozens of star coins, likely feeling compelled to remain silent due to his status as a subordinate. I apologize for your discomfort. I promise to buy you even better clothes in the future. Hermes found himself bewildered by his master's sudden declaration. It seemed to be an explanation of sorts. Or perhaps a reassurance. Hermes racked his brain, questioning whether a male insect would truly express such sentiments. Had he not already shed the fear that once bound him, no longer the former SS-ranked general, but merely an E-ranked female subordinate? Hermes was perpetually puzzled by Gu Ching. He was a conundrum, occasionally revealing thoughts and words that were completely unexpected. Hermes shook his head, signaling that he did not feel wronged. It is I who have burdened my master. His funds have been frozen by the empire. What need did a male insect have to consider financial matters? It sufficed to spend the female insect's money. But what did Gu Ching think? Hermes instinctively glanced toward Gu Ching. Would he desire to take another female mate? Or perhaps several? After all, Hermes had never encountered another female insect at home besides Gu Ching. Ultimately, due to his hidden thoughts, Hermes refrained from voicing his queries. Chapter 7. Removing the female insect suppression ring. The next day, Gu Ching commenced his broadcast punctually. The vegetable seedlings were thriving, having developed several leaves. The growth rate was likely several times that of Earth's cultivation methods. When Gu Ching made this discovery, he was genuinely astounded. However, he welcomed the outcome. Gu Ching attributed this success to the more favorable environmental and climatic conditions in the interstellar realm for vegetable growth. Upon returning to check the status of the live stream after his meal, he was taken aback. The viewer count had skyrocketed to 20,000. It had multiplied several times since yesterday, when Maite received a notification from her light brain that the live stream she followed had begun. She instinctively clicked on it. Upon realizing the content of the broadcast, Maite sat up straight in shock that it was indeed the same vegetable lord from yesterday. Huh? Maite's eyes widened with astonishment as she fixated on the screen, where an unknown organism gently swayed its green leaves. Her gaze then fell upon the title of the live stream. In my rebirth, I cultivated long-lost vegetables from ancient Earth. Doubt began to creep into Maite's mind. Could this truly be a vegetable? Yet, it certainly did not resemble any green plant she had ever encountered. She was not alone in her skepticism. The comments section was awash with similar sentiments. 111111111. Does anyone recognize what this plant is? Someone above mentioned a friend who studied botany and said it resembled a vegetable he had seen in a book. That I have a friend too. Nonsense, you careless insects. I will not believe any of you without evidence. Stop speculating. The host has never shown their face, and I have serious doubts about the authenticity of this. Same here, with your level of intelligence. I genuinely worry for you. Vegetables have long been extinct. I swear. This is just some random grass seed that has sprouted. The clamor of debate grew louder. Gu Ching remained unfazed by the cacophony of voices. He simply sent a message to assure the insects that he was not a mechanical insect. Authenticity guaranteed. Live stream schedule remains unchanged. The screen of the live stream suddenly went dark, reminiscent of the previous time, causing Maite's lips to twitch as all she could see was a single line of comments. It was her first encounter with such a casual host, abruptly ending the stream at the designated time. Giving off an air of nonchalance, Gu Ching viewed the live stream merely as a prelude, a preparation for future developments. He possessed ample confidence in it, thus maintaining a positive mindset. Gu Ching purchased another batch of seeds. Given the current growth of the vegetables, it wouldn't be long before they matured. When Gu Ching returned to the living room, he found Hermes tidying up. He noted that every time he saw Hermes, the latter was perpetually busy. Take a break. You don't need to clean every day. Gu Ching directly held Hermes' hand, the unfamiliar warmth of his touch prompting Hermes to glance up at him. Just as Hermes was about to speak, Gu Ching's expression suddenly darkened as he fixated on the area around Hermes' waist, concealed beneath his clothing. There, he had just caught sight of the scars crisscrossing beneath. Strange, what happened to your wounds? Hermes had arrived with injuries on the day he came, but Gu Ching was perplexed as to why those wounds had yet to heal. Wasn't it said that female insects had remarkable recovery abilities? Just as he began to voice his concern, Gu Ching recalled the suppression ring around Hermes' neck and the 2 suppression rings recently affixed to his wrists by the Male Insect Protection Association. Could it be the suppression rings that were the cause? Gu Ching murmured. The voice of the male insect was faint, yet it fell distinctly upon the keenly attuned ears of Hermes. Half of Hermes' chiseled visage was shrouded in the shadows cast by the wall. and he could not discern the emotional undertone in his reply. Indeed, Gu Qing internally chastised himself, feeling a deep sense of guilt for having overlooked that Hermes's wounds had yet to heal. Hermes's gaze dimmed as he followed the silent, retreating figure of Gu Qing. He loathed himself for harboring expectations. Was he truly beguiled by the male insect's sugary exterior? After all, the male insect had turned to leave without a second thought. Would he genuinely unshackle him from the restraint rings? Gu Qing's indifferent demeanor was understandable to Hermes, for he was on the brink of a mental collapse at any moment. Which insect would toy with their own life, within the span of mere seconds? Hermes's mind raced with thoughts. Soon, he found himself frozen in place, his eyes widening as the male insect re-emerged from the room, a medical kit in hand. What was he up to? Gu Qing beckoned Hermes to take a seat on the sofa. As Hermes felt the warmth of another insect's body temperature enveloping his wrist when grasped by the male, it was a sensation both foreign and overwhelming. The area touched ignited a flurry of tingling sensations. The male insect deftly held the keys, swiftly removing the 2 restraint rings from Hermes's wrist without a hint of hesitation. Are you not afraid of me harming you? Hermes's mind momentarily faltered. Although the Male Insect Protection Association had entrusted the keys to Gu Qing, they had also cautioned him against attempting to remove the restraint rings. No insect could assure that a female in the throes of mental turmoil would not pose a danger to the precious male. I believe you won't. Gu Qing's voice was resolute, and in that moment, Hermes felt a flicker of realization. This should enhance your recovery. Gu Qing had initially intended to remove the restraint rings placed upon Hermes. But amidst tending to the vegetables and live streaming, he had completely forgotten. Gu Qing couldn't help but feel guilty. If he had removed Hermes's restraint rings sooner, perhaps his wounds would have already healed. The thought of scars left upon his body troubled Gu Qing. If given the choice to avoid scars, who would wish to bear the burden of indelible marks? Gu Qing's gaze fell upon the restraint ring around Hermes's neck. Unfortunately, he had no key for that. Hermes forced a bitter smile. It seemed he would never be able to remove the restraint ring from his neck. That male insect would rather see him perish than allow him to take it off. It's all right, my lord. I am already quite content this way. The female insect's desolate form and understanding words tugged at the heartstrings of the male. Gu Qing felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Silently vowing to find a way to resolve Hermes's mental turmoil and the restraint rings. Chapter 8, Applying Medicine. Let me apply some medicine for you. Gu Qing rummaged through the medical kit, retrieving the appropriate medication for Hermes, placing it on the coffee table before him. Hermes observed the male insect's earnest intent to personally administer the medication and promptly declined, saying, "No need, my lord. The restraint rings have been removed. I will heal in a few days." Hermes spoke the truth. His healing speed had been significantly hampered by the multiple layers of restraint rings. Now, it would improve considerably. Gu Qing frowned. Nonetheless, medication was still necessary. In his view, injuries warranted treatment. The male insect's melodious voice took on a tone of insistence that brooked no refusal. "Take off your shirt." A flush crept across Hermes's face. The male's intention was merely to apply medicine. Yet he felt a surge of embarrassment. "I can do it myself, my lord." Gu Qing ignored him. Hermes was unable to tend to the wound on his back. "Hurry." Hermes turned his back to Gu Qing and removed his shirt, exposing his honey-toned skin to the cool air, revealing myriad scars that starkly invaded Gu Qing's sight. A surge of irritation welled within him. With such injuries, how could he forego treatment? Gu Qing's lips pressed into a thin line, suppressing his emotions as he silently applied the medication to Hermes's back. The cold sensation of the ointment, whether gentle or firm, met Hermes's skin. In that moment, he cursed his heightened sensitivity. Every minute touch felt magnified. As Gu Qing applied the ointment to his shoulder, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the reddened tips of Hermes's ears, causing him to momentarily halt. In his eagerness to treat Hermes, he had not considered the implications. Now, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. Hermes noticed the male's pause, but it quickly reverted to normalcy. After applying the medicine to Hermes's back, Gu Qing moved to stand before him. Hermes's physique was undeniably impressive. On the first day, Gu Qing had been too shy to examine it closely, but now, standing so near, the powerful yet graceful contours of his chest captivated Gu Qing's gaze. Each muscle appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, perfectly balanced and harmoniously symmetrical, evoking a sense of aesthetic beauty. Gu Qing maintained an impassive expression, continuing to administer the medication, though his trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Hermes observed the male's gaze descend to his waist, and as Gu Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to suggest Hermes remove his pants for the application, Hermes preemptively spoke, "Thank you, my lord. I will handle the rest myself." Gu Qing handed the medication to Hermes, and they both exhaled in relief. Gu Qing stepped back, granting him space, saying, "If it becomes inconvenient, feel free to call me at any time." Very well, my lord. As Hermes watched Gu Cheng retreat, his muscles finally relaxed, his attention returning to the medication bottle, which now felt heavy in his grasp. After applying the medicine, a sound echoed from outside the door that he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Who could it be at this hour? It was not mere paranoia. After spending the past few days together, he had come to realize that the male's social circle was exceedingly limited. Hardly any insects visited his home, save for the occasional routine inspection from the Male Insect Protection Association. May I ask if Gu Cheng is at home? Upon opening the door, Hermes found a female insect before him, her attire meticulously arranged. Hermes tightened his grip on the doorknob, inquiring, "Is there something you need? May I have a word with the esteemed male insect? It is somewhat private, and I wish to speak to him personally." Vidor smiled, subtly shifting his hand behind his back, and Hermes clearly saw that he held flowers. Wait. Hermes did not press further, turning away and walking back into the room, his expression cooling without his own awareness. A female insect bearing flowers visiting a male insect's home conveyed a rather obvious implication. My lord? Hermes knocked on Gu Cheng's door. Come I in. Gu Cheng looked at him with a questioning gaze. Hermes' visits were few and far between. There is an insect at the door seeking your presence. Hermes was unaware that his expression appeared somewhat unnatural at that moment. Gu Cheng, recalling the incident with the Male Insect Protection Association, feared that Hermes had been bullied again. With this thought, he quickened his pace toward the door. The urgency of the male's silhouette struck Hermes with a different meaning. He pondered that Gu Cheng likely knew the female insect outside, and their relationship might be more than ordinary. Hermes' gaze dimmed. The male had yet to touch him. It seemed that Gu Cheng truly had no interest in him. Hence he had never employed the methods typically used on female servants. Hermes had initially harbored a flicker of hope, believing that Gu Cheng held a different sentiment towards him. Alas, it was but his own delusion. Remaining where he was, Hermes chose not to follow, for he was no blind insect. Upon reaching the door, Gu Cheng found only a single insect before him. You are... Gu Cheng racked his brain but could not recall having met the brown-haired insect before him, and he was about to ask if he had come to the wrong place. The brown-haired insect spoke, eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing the male, undeterred by the fact that the male did not recognize him. I am Vidor, esteemed one. We met previously at the hospital. As soon as the female mentioned this, Gu Cheng recalled. This was the doctor he had encountered when he first arrived in the insect realm. Gu Cheng looked at the bouquet extended towards him and politely declined, stating that he would not accept the flowers. The gesture of a female insect presenting flowers to a male carried implications that made Gu Cheng ponder deeply. Vidor insisted, stating that these flowers were to celebrate the esteemed male's successful discharge from the hospital. I had no opportunity to present them earlier, the female added, as if fearing the male might misunderstand. Gu Cheng could not find a way to refuse. His thoughts were straightforward. And upon seeing that the flowers were not the vivid red of roses but rather a nameless white bloom, he surmised that he was overthinking it. He was hardly a delectable hamburger. How could he possess such a lure? Please, come in, and it would be inappropriate to keep a guest waiting outside, so Gu Cheng invited the insect inside. Vidor was pleasantly surprised. He took a seat on the sofa, gazing at the male insect he had longed to see. After a prolonged absence, the male remained as elegant and handsome as ever. Vidor expressed his concern, saying, Both Li and I have been worried about your health. Have you regained any memories? Gu Cheng shook his head. How could he possibly regain his memories? This was merely a fabrication of his own making. It matters not. One should simply go with the flow. There will come a day when you shall gradually feel better. Gu Cheng politely acknowledged. Their previous conversation had been quite normal until Vidor's discourse turned towards his female attendant. Your Excellency, you are currently suffering from amnesia, and with only a female servant by your side, how can you be adequately cared for? Vidor noted as he felt the gaze of the male insect upon him. What I mean is, you might consider seeking another female attendant. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Gu Cheng, which had taken on a different tone, Vidor shyly lowered his head. What do you think of me? He quickly glanced at Gu Cheng before averting his eyes again. Please consider me, my lord, that I will take good care of you. Gu Cheng chuckled awkwardly. He had not even contemplated the idea of acquiring another female insect. He was still more accustomed to the monogamous customs of Earth. Gu Cheng searched his mind for reasons to decline. I lack the mental strength. Would that not be a concern for you? Not at all, my lord. What I cherish is your soul, Vidor replied with a gaze full of affection. He was not a military female. Military females disrupt the mental energy field while hunting exotic beasts, necessitating the presence of a male to guide their mental energy. Generally, The A-type females do not suffer from mental energy chaos. Ji Yucheng found this reasoning insufficient to deter him. I apologize, but I do not currently intend to take on a female attendant. Gu Cheng felt it best to clarify. For everyone's sake, it is of no matter, Vidor replied, disheartened, as he retrieved a business card from his pocket. My lord, please do accept this. Chapter 9. I am obedient. As Hermes descended the stairs, his eyes were immediately drawn to the flowers adorning the table in the living room. His gaze momentarily scorched, and he furrowed his brows, withdrawing his obscure expression. Hermes opened his mouth, poised to speak. But upon catching sight of the male insect's back, he swallowed his words. Ji Yucheng lounged in a chair, engrossed in strategizing how to sell the vegetables once harvested. Entirely oblivious to the complex and intertwined emotions of the female insect a short distance away. Suddenly, Hermes found it ludicrous. Was he, a mere female servant, to interrogate the male master about whether he intended to marry another female? He turned to leave, his lips set in a straight line, devoid of any curvature. That evening, as Hermes organized Gu Cheng's clothing, a scrap of paper slipped from his pocket. Bending down, Hermes picked it up. It was the business card from that morning's female insect. His expression dulled slightly as he expressionlessly returned the card to Gu Cheng's pocket. Hermes had no intention of destroying or concealing the card, nor of hiding it when questioned by the male. He possessed his own pride and scorned engaging in petty schemes. Ultimately, it was up to the male insect to decide. Was it not? No one could alter a male's thoughts, not even him. Ji Yucheng distinctly sensed that Hermes was not in the best of spirits today, even if it was not readily apparent. The female insect's features appeared detached, his countenance cold, creating an even greater distance between them. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Gu Cheng inquired, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am well." Hermes lowered his gaze, his tone humble and subdued. Ji Yucheng chuckled awkwardly. Something was indeed off with Hermes today. Despite this, Hermes continued to perform his duties flawlessly, refusing any assistance from Gu Cheng. Lying in bed, Gu Cheng stared at the ceiling, pondering the reasons behind Hermes' discontent. Their relationship had devolved into that of strangers sharing a roof, though their bond was forged under duress. Gu Cheng wished for it to be different. If only Hermes would trust him a little. Gu Cheng muttered to himself. Yet, from Hermes' perspective, he could understand Hermes' feelings. The male always held the advantage. After all, Ji Yucheng rolled over in bed, releasing a long sigh. A sudden noise outside halted Gu Cheng's movements. What was that sound? The soundproofing in the association-subsidized housing was subpar. The first image that flashed through Gu Cheng's mind was the silver-haired Hermes. Surely nothing had happened to him, after all. The female insect was still in a precarious state of mental energy. Lost in thought, Gu Cheng ultimately decided to rise from his bed. Perhaps it would be best to check on him. Slipping on his slippers, Gu Cheng quickly made his way to Hermes' room. He knocked on the door. "Hermes, are you asleep?" His voice was loud enough for the occupant within to hear. He pressed his ear against the door until he heard a muffled, suppressed groan from inside. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Gu Cheng pushed the door open, declaring, "If you don't speak, I shall enter." "Do not." The female insect's hoarse voice emerged, but it was already too late. Gu Cheng entered and took in the scene within the bedroom. His pupils constricted sharply. The female insect was huddled in a corner, one long leg bent forward, breathing slightly erratically, his head involuntarily tilting back, the pronounced and sensual Adam's apple visibly rolling. His moonlit silver hair was damp with sweat, the entire insect glistening, and the veins in his hands were prominent from exertion, indicating he was enduring unimaginable suffering. Hermes' lower lip was bitten, revealing a small portion of his pristine white teeth, which only served to intensify the horrifying redness of the blood seeping from the wound upon his lips. Do not harm yourself. Gu Cheng's brow furrowed tightly, stopping the self-destructive behavior. Hermes' consciousness was somewhat hazy. To him, the male insect's voice felt as though it were echoing from across a great chasm. Yet, he sensed a delightful scent emanating from the insect before him. It was faint, yet still perceptible to Hermes. In a moment of distraction, Gu Cheng was pulled to the ground by Hermes. He involuntarily gasped, one knee pressing against Hermes' thigh. Hermes leaned in closer, the distance between them shrinking further, allowing Gu Cheng to clearly discern the flawless texture of the female insect's skin and the delicate flutter of his eyelashes like raven feathers. Gu Cheng's body stiffened as Hermes boldly nestled against his neck, his warm breath brushing against him. "Hermes, are you all right?" Gu Cheng recalled that a female insect in a state of mental energy chaos was highly threatening. However, he had yet to observe any signs of Hermes intending to harm him. This was decidedly unusual. This is not good. At that moment, Hermes' demeanor was starkly different from usual, his gaze as dark as the deepest night. "Please, The female insect whispered close to Gu Cheng's ear. The words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon him, and he was jolted back to reality. Pheromones? Gu Cheng pulled away from the female insect. Only to realize what was amiss, he placed the back of his hand against Hermes's forehead, discovering that his skin was slightly warm. The blush blooming on Hermes's cheeks, coupled with the hurt look of disappointment from Gu Cheng's earlier withdrawal, only heightened his vulnerability. Gu Cheng was taken aback. If he did not comprehend the situation now, he would be remiss in his understanding of insect biology. The female insect was entering her heat cycle. As a native of Earth, this was Gu Cheng's first encounter with such a circumstance, and moreover, the female insect was not at all old. As Hermes inched closer, tilting his head and persistently repeating Gu Cheng's name in his ear. Gu Cheng felt a throbbing headache. Where was he to procure pheromones for the female insect? He leaned down, his tone gentle. A good insect will receive pheromones. The female insect blinked, just as Gu Cheng thought Hermes was unresponsive. The female insect spoke. I am obedient. Gazing into the female insect's innocent and untainted eyes, Gu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. He hurriedly went to retrieve the suppressants. Grateful that he had prepared for such unexpected events, upon returning, Gu Cheng found Hermes quietly watching him, his eyes unblinking. The pheromones. Gu Cheng could not deny that Hermes appeared utterly adorable in that moment. With the suppressants concealed behind his back, he maintained a composed "Fade. I assure you, I will not go back on my word," he coaxed, beckoning Hermes closer. The female insect obediently approached. Gu Cheng gently cradled him. Typically, the male insect's pheromone glands were located at the nape of the neck, but he did not possess such a feature. At present, it was evident that Hermes, despite his lack of clarity, still retained the instincts of his species. Gu Cheng guided him to sniff at his neck while swiftly administering the injection in a place where Hermes could not see. Only after holding the limp female insect did Gu Cheng finally relax. Chapter 10. Hermes' indifference. The following day, as Gu Cheng descended the stairs, he discovered Hermes already bustling about in the kitchen. Gu Cheng could not help but admire his remarkable resilience. He had expected Hermes to rise later due to his discomfort the previous day. As Gu Cheng approached, Hermes had already taken notice of him. His gaze flickered slightly. Although he had been somewhat disoriented the day prior, he had recalled everything upon waking that morning. Last night, he had implored the male master for pheromones. Yet the male had coldly administered suppressants instead. Even what seemed like a tender embrace was merely a deceptive trap, a refusal to provide him with pheromones, reflecting on the female insect who had knocked on his door yesterday. Hermes' expression darkened, as if he were enveloped in an aura of chill. Gu Cheng, sensing his unease, felt somewhat awkward and cleared his throat, asking, "How are you feeling today?" Hermes' expression remained calm. "Quite well, my lord." "Is that really true?" Gu Cheng's gaze was filled with skepticism. Although the insect displayed no signs of abnormal behavior, based on his understanding, the heat period for female insects typically lasted between 5 to 7 days. During this time, the female insect's heart was sensitive and vulnerable, requiring the male insect to release pheromones for comfort. Ideally, they would engage in the most intimate of relationships, as this method yielded the most significant results. Yet, the comments from interstellar netizens were largely dismissive, mocking the notion that female insects were so fragile. For male insects, merely providing a bit of mental comfort during the female's heat period was already a considerable favor. Most female insects spent their heat periods alone, while male insects were indifferent to their needs, pursuing their own desires without a second thought. Hermes cast a deep glance at Gu Cheng. It was common knowledge among normal insects regarding the female's heat period, and Gu Cheng's retort prompted him to respond with a noncommittal hum. Without intending to delve into self-pity, Gu Cheng had already discerned that Hermes was not being entirely truthful and chose not to press further. He resolved to pay closer attention to Hermes' condition in the coming days. As Gu Cheng strolled into the backyard, joy illuminated his features. The vegetables he had planted had ripened. He crouched down, eagerly stroking the vibrant green leaves, unable to contain his excitement as he initiated a live broadcast. The speed at which these vegetables matured was astonishing, even for a true earthling like him. But as long as there were results, he attributed the rapid growth to the interstellar environment being exceptionally conducive to vegetable cultivation. In mere moments, the live stream was bustling with numerous viewers, reaching a staggering 200,000 online, with the chat filled with fervent comments. "Help? Am I really not seeing things? Has this insect truly grown long-lost vegetables? Isn't it said that this insect is just engaging in theatrics to attract attention? No way, by the stars. I have actually witnessed living vegetables in my lifetime. If only I could have a taste." I say, do you insects really believe this so easily? Perhaps this is synthesized using high technology. I disagree with the comment above. My cousin is an expert in this field. He asserts that such a realistic live broadcast cannot be achieved with current technology. But how does the taste of these vegetables compare? After all, the current interstellar planting environment is vastly different from ancient Earth, and we have yet to sample them. Who can guarantee that the flavor is as delightful and crisp as recorded? Yes, unless the broadcaster sends me some to taste, I might provide a free review. Seriously, the comments above are just ridiculous. The vegetables appeared splendid, and Gu Chung had faith that their flavor would not disappoint. After some contemplation, he decided to host a shared tasting session, preparing a dish for everyone to try. Huh? The broadcaster spoke for the first time, and their voice was surprisingly pleasant. Is the broadcaster a female? Gu Chung remained silent, choosing not to reveal his identity as a male insect. The males here were rather inept. If he disclosed himself as a male, it would attract too much attention. Gu Chung promptly harvested some oilseed vegetables and headed to the kitchen. After some thought, he decided to enlist Hermes to prepare the dish. Given his culinary prowess, Gu Chung believed that with Hermes' culinary skills, he could undoubtedly captivate all the viewers in the live stream. When Hermes received the vegetables Gu Chung had picked, he hesitated for a few seconds before succumbing to profound shock. Unable to regain his composure, the male insect had genuinely grown vegetables. Hermes' gaze deepened, and without refusing the male insect's request, he followed the steps outlined by Gu Chung to stir-fry the vegetables. Meanwhile, Gu Chung recorded the entire process. Hermes observed Gu Chung's actions, unsure of what the male insect was up to, and silently continued cooking without uttering a word. On the other side of the galaxy, the female insect Maite opened her live stream as usual. And indeed, Vegetable Lord had begun broadcasting on time. However, upon realizing the content of the stream, Maite couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face pressing against the screen. This insect had grown vegetables so quickly? Surely, it couldn't be a scam. Soon, she heard the insect on screen mention a shared tasting session. With the insect's face hidden, Maite could only see a hand expertly stir-frying vegetables, the skin thin and taut, revealing prominent veins pulsating with vitality, exuding a sense of formidable strength, with faint calluses on the fingertips. Maite speculated that this vegetable lord was likely a female insect, and possibly a military female at that. As another military female herself, she felt a kinship with this yet-to-be-seen broadcaster. The hands of the insect appeared skilled in the kitchen, executing movements with grace and precision. The vegetables soon took on a golden sheen, and their fragrant aroma wafted up with the rising steam. Maite's nostrils flared, her appetite ignited for the first time, and her stomach, accustomed to monotonous nutrient solutions, growled in protest. Is this real? I can see it and smell it, but I can't taste it. This is pure torture. Moreover, if it doesn't taste good, I'll have to rewrite my name. Maite furiously typed on the keyboard. It smells divine. Broadcaster, quickly share the link with me. Below, a swarm of insects echoed, clamoring for Gu Chung to provide the link. Oh no, I can barely tolerate this nutrient solution anymore. I long for those fragrant vegetables. I'm going to faint from hunger. Why hasn't the broadcaster shared the link yet? I admit, I may have been too loud earlier. My male is newly married, and I've noticed something off about him lately. He often leaves at night. And when I followed him, I discovered he was keeping a young male on the side. Broadcaster, please share the link. I need to execute my revenge plan. Hermes completed the dish and plated it. Gu Chung observed the chat, his confidence soaring. Indeed, he had made the right move. No insect could resist the allure of vegetables. Chapter 11. Sudden wealth after the meal. Gu Chung pondered joining the link. Seriously, you expect us to watch you eat? The broadcaster's heart is so ruthless. Here I am, an insect at home, anxious and restless. Wow, only 50 portions available? Who can get any? Who managed to snag a portion? Please tell me, impossible to get any, right? Hold on. This insect isn't talented, yet I managed to snag 2 portions. The comments above are cheating. There are only 50 portions, and you got 2. How dare you? Broadcaster, don't engage in hunger marketing. Can you please share another link? There are no more portions. There's nothing I can do. That's all there is. Gu Chung replied. He promised, I'll see if I can find a partner to increase production. Gu Chung's statement in the live stream was also driven by personal motives. He had little network within the insect community. If someone in the stream was both capable and willing, a mutually beneficial partnership could be easily formed. As Gu Chung anticipated, numerous insects inquired about this matter. I have several hectares of land. Consider me. I have money. I have money. Broadcaster, choose me as your partner. I have no shortage of funds. Wait, are you serious? The broadcaster is now popular. If you have endless vegetables to sell, send them to me. and I'll gladly help you eat them for free. I have a friend with a planet. He lacks nothing. Broadcaster, come to us. That will select the best options. Those interested can send me a private message. But that's all for today. I will end the stream now. Gu Chung concluded the stream punctually, without any hesitation, his demeanor radiating contentment. He checked the revenue from the live stream. Combined with the tips received over the past few days, the income amounted to a staggering 100,000. Gu Ching blinked rapidly, unsure if he was seeing correctly. Before counting again, indeed, it was truly 100,000. Gu Ching's mouth formed an O, his heart racing to in such a short time. He had transformed from a male insect living on a meager allowance of 500 star coins to one with ample pocket money. Overcome with excitement, Gu Chung felt his breathing quicken. He believed he could now walk with his head held high, no longer burdened by discomfort. His lips curled into a radiant smile as he planted a kiss on the screen. He Hermes' gaze fixated on the rosy-cheeked male insect, mistakenly believing that his joy stemmed from successfully growing mature vegetables. The back end was flooded with private messages. Naturally, many were irrelevant, but several sought to exploit the situation for free. Gu Chung sifted through them, selecting one or two that appeared relatively credible. One user, named Lonely Fish, stated that there were no issues with space or funding and expressed willingness to discuss specifics. Another claimed to be a senior executive at a broadcasting software company, expressing keen interest in Gu Cheng's vegetables and hoping for a detailed discussion. Gu Cheng messaged both individuals, and soon, both replied. The first response came from the executive. Mr. Gu, you have pioneered a new era for vegetables in the interstellar realm. The prospects are exceedingly bright. If you are interested in collaboration, I can provide land for cultivation. Gu Cheng typed back, inquiring about his most pressing concern. How will the profits be divided? The reply was swift. 2. 8. You get 8. I get 2. This ratio exceeded Gu Cheng's expectations, indicating that the respondent was not a cunning insect. Immediately, Gu Cheng felt a sense of goodwill toward the individual on the other side of the screen. The methods of vegetable cultivation are actually not difficult. I might also be able to sell you the techniques. Gu Cheng assumed that the interstellar populace had not mastered the techniques for vegetable cultivation, which was why they had not succeeded. He thought it would be beneficial to sell the formula. Otherwise, if he monopolized the market, it could easily incite envy. Gu Cheng had no roots in the interstellar community, and encountering such situations could prove perilous. Of course, that poses no problem. Gu is far more generous than I had imagined. May I inquire, what is your intended funding amount? Gu Heng, uncertain, countered with a question. What is your bottom line? The other party took a considerable time to respond, undoubtedly weighing the pros and cons meticulously. If it is a buyout, we can offer around 100 million star coins. Gu Heng stared at the figure on the screen, gasping in astonishment. 100 million star coins. Surely, he wasn't mistaken at that moment. Gu Heng felt a surge of confidence. With 100 million star coins, he could live comfortably for half a lifetime. Another individual from the insect world sent him several messages. Gu Heng informed him that he had found a partner and politely declined further engagement. The other party expressed regret. Gu Heng discussed with the higher-ups about paying a deposit of 1/5 of the total amount up front. He would first proceed with vegetable cultivation as per Gu Heng's method. And if successful, the remaining balance would be transferred directly. If unsuccessful, they would continue discussions to identify any issues, and so forth. Gu Heng naturally had no objections. Then I will transfer the deposit to your account. One of the reasons Gu Heng valued this partner was his efficiency. Watching the 20 million arrive in his account, Gu Heng felt elated. Logging into the live streaming software required identity verification, which Gu Heng had completed, so the other party would not fear any deceit on his part. Gu Heng meticulously organized and sent detailed methods to the other party. After accomplishing all of this, Gu Heng's spirits remained high, unable to settle down. Who could understand? In less than an hour, his net worth had multiplied several times over. Gazing at the funds in his account, Gu Heng resolved to buy. He intended only to purchase some essential living supplies for now. The methods of vegetable cultivation were essentially the same. The main issue was that in this interstellar region, there were no records akin to those of ancient Earth. Leaving the insects unaware of hydroponics, however, Gu Heng believed there should be no problems, and he would simply await the transfer of the remaining balance. Primarily, considering there was another insect at home, Gu Heng decided to look for a better house later on. Otherwise, he felt it would be unfair to Hermes. Chapter 12. Do you like it? As Hermes was preparing to make dinner, he noticed Gu Heng fiddling with some items on the sofa, surrounded by a heap of delivery boxes. Just then, Gu Heng looked up and their eyes met. His expression brightened as he excitedly waved for the female insect to come over. Hermes, puzzled, approached and halted a meter away from Gu Heng. What do you think of this light brain? Following Gu Heng's finger, Hermes saw a silver-white light brain on the table. The male master bought a new light brain. With just one glance, Hermes recognized that this light brain was quite valuable. Even more advanced than the one he had previously used. Where did the male master acquire such wealth? Hermes recognized the light brain Gu Heng wore on his wrist was the most basic model in the empire, capable only of basic internet functions. Suddenly, fragments of memories flashed in Hermes' mind, and a shadow clouded his brow. He pursed his lips into a straight line and replied, "It's quite good. So you like it?" Hermes failed to notice the gleaming expectation in Gu Heng's eyes. He was confused as to why the male master was inquiring about his preferences. As long as the male master liked it, that sufficed. Gu Heng, realizing that Hermes had misunderstood, clarified, "But this is a gift for you. A gift for him." Hermes' expression gradually stiffened as he slowly raised his gaze. "For me? The male master actually bought it for him? Where did the male master find the money? He himself was using the cheapest model. In that moment, 1,000 questions surged in Hermes' throat. He wanted to ask, yet the words stuck in his throat. What if he inquired and didn't he receive the answer he sought? After a struggle, Hermes swallowed hard, fixing his gaze on Gu Heng. I asked the male master seeking new female attendants. Gu Heng. Why did this suddenly come up? He stared blankly, their eyes meeting Hermes' subtly cold, golden gaze. Gu Heng slowly typed a question mark. Had Hermes misunderstood something? That's not the case at all. Gu Heng immediately denied it. Then probed. Why would you ask that? The male master's firm response surprised Hermes and made him look up. Had he misinterpreted? The female insect from outside last time was presumably a suitor of the male master, right? Hermes lowered his gaze. I found a business card left by him in your coat, thinking you had accepted him. He added. I saw it by accident. Gu Heng realized. The female insect who brought flowers to the hospital had indeed caused significant misunderstanding. And it was no wonder Hermes thought as he did. He stated seriously, I have no such intentions towards him. Noticing the female insect's cautious tone, Gu Heng reassured, it's fine that you saw it. After all, it's not something to be ashamed of. Thus, Hermes, as if in a dream, returned to his room with the new light brain. He examined it for a while and discovered it was an entirely normal light brain, devoid of any surveillance or tracking systems. Hermes' gaze lingered on the light brain, his thoughts taking some time to return. The male master, is he truly so trusting? He logged into his account, a long list of former comrades appearing before his eyes. The boundaries of time seeming to blur, transporting him back to the days of camaraderie and fervor. Suddenly, the light brain flashed rapidly several times. It was a message from his former adjutant. Ret, General. You actually logged on. I've been waiting so long. Ret, how have you been? Is it convenient to talk now? Ret, General, you wouldn't believe it. During your absence, the 2nd Legion's emery has been rampant, often suppressing our 1st Legion. Messages poured in from the other side, as if eager to recount everything that had transpired during this time to Hermes. Hermes' fingers moved slightly, and after a long pause, he typed a brief reply. Hermes, Ret, I cannot return to the Legion. Hermes, you shouldn't be telling me these things. I am merely a female servant now. Hermes, keep working hard. You are a promising insect. When Ret saw the 2 messages from the general, he felt both joy and concern. The general was strict and rarely offered praise. This time, however, the general had commended him. Yet, Ret's mood was heavy. The term female servant pierced deeply into his heart. He knew the general had been forcibly matched to a civilian male insect devoid of any mental power, relegated to the status of a female servant. The once resplendent general, who wouldn't even spare a glance at the Empire's finest male insects, was now subjected to such humiliation. Unable to restrain himself, Ret asked, is he treating you well? Hermes understood that Ret was inquiring about his male master. He pondered. Well, the male master has not lashed out at me nor demanded I engage in any improper conduct. It has been quite different from what I had anticipated. Even the light brain I currently possess was given by the male master. Hermes hesitated, deleting and retyping his response, ultimately settling on 3 simple words, quite good. Hermes' vague response, in Ret's eyes, translated to not good. Indeed, the male insects of the Empire shared a common disposition. How could the general possibly be living well? What had he just asked? Surely, this must have struck a nerve in the already battered heart of the general. Ret's lips pressed together, turning pale. He could not bear to contemplate the hardships the general had faced in recent days, even fabricating such a lie to spare him worry. Hermes unilaterally ended the conversation. While he too missed the past, Hermes' gaze dimmed. He was acutely aware that he would never have the opportunity to fight alongside his former comrades again. Chapter 13. Andrew's invitation. Early in the morning, Gu Heng received a gilded invitation letter. Outside the door, An unfamiliar insect proclaimed, "Lord Andrew invites you to this month's noble male insect gathering." Andrew. Wasn't that the insect who had injured Hermes? Heng frowned. If it was a gathering for nobles, why invite a mere impoverished male insect? The insect across from him smiled. "This is a special privilege for you. You are the first insect invited to this gathering." Heng was further perplexed. If there were no ulterior motives, he found it hard to believe. Sure enough, the other insect continued, "Lord Andrew specifically emphasized that you should bring your female servant." Hermes. Heng's brows nearly knitted together. Their intentions were glaringly obvious, weren't they? Given Hermes' current state, it was clear they had played a part in it. Now they wanted him to bring Hermes along, likely to bully him again. "I will attend the banquet. However, my female servant is injured and cannot go." Heng glanced at the insect before him, knowing he must attend the gathering himself to meet the legendary Andrew. The insect, Teak, looked surprised. Is this male insect truly so cruel as to mistreat a resilient female insect to the point of being unable to attend a banquet? He suggested, "You'd best bring your female servant along. Otherwise, Lord Andrew will surely seek another opportunity to meet Hermes." Teak's words were tactful. Heng agreed, albeit reluctantly. Thinking nobles were so self-important and domineering. They merely sought to create trouble for Hermes, didn't they? Cheng turned to Hermes and inquired, "Do you wish to attend this banquet? If you do not, we can forego it." Hermes shook his head, affirming that he would go, for otherwise, the matter would not rest. He was all too aware of how vengeful that male insect could be. Although Cheng concurred with Hermes' assessment, he could not help but scorn himself internally. If only he possessed the capability, he would not be so passive. Alas, he was merely a commoner, while the other was a noble. The hierarchy within the insect race was starkly defined. This underscored the significance of being born into the right circumstances. Cheng furrowed his brow slightly and fetched a cup of hot water. In recent days, he had felt an unbearable heat within him, struggling to sleep at night on multiple occasions. Yet, it was still early spring, and the weather was rather cool. This condition had become particularly evident to Cheng upon waking that morning. Thus, he reasonably suspected that he might be coming down with a cold, likely accompanied by a fever. He had little fondness for visiting doctors, finding it bothersome. Returning to his room, Cheng simply took a few pills with warm water. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities of his condition. Today, Hermes noticed that the lights in the male lord's chamber had extinguished much earlier than usual, which puzzled him. "My lord, why have you retired so early today?" Hermes recalled the unusual flush on the male lord's face and lowered his eyelids in contemplation. After a moment's thought, Hermes ultimately decided to knock on Cheng's door. "My lord, are you asleep?" After a prolonged silence, there was no response from within. Could it be that the lord had indeed fallen asleep? Hermes took a few steps away, but then hesitated and returned. He finally pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, Hermes discovered Cheng in a deep slumber, his face adorned with an unusual flush. He reached out with the back of his hand to check Cheng's forehead and was taken aback by the alarming heat he felt. Suddenly, Hermes realized that the male lord had a fever. It dawned on him rather late. However, given the inherent fragility of male insects, a fever seemed almost a normal occurrence. Hermes utilized the new light brain that Cheng had purchased to call the hospital. "What? The male insect has a fever?" The voice on the other end escalated in volume, vehemently criticizing how the female insect was caring for the male. The medical team arrived swiftly. Indeed, male insects were accustomed to receiving the best medical care. Hermes was not surprised by this. Once aboard the medical aircraft, a medical insect gasped in astonishment. "Isn't this Lord Cheng?" Upon hearing the exclamation, several insects gathered closer, confirming his identity. Previously, Cheng had caused quite a stir during his stay at the central hospital. The reason was simple. This male insect was strikingly handsome. Moreover, he was single, with no female companion in sight. In this era, such a chaste male insect was a rarity. Watching the throng of female insects encircling his lord, Hermes felt a weight settle upon him. As the insects caught sight of Hermes' unfriendly gaze, they silently retreated. Little did they expect that within a month, his lord would have already attracted a female companion. Regrettably, it was not he. Hermes heard whispers among the insects, and as he furrowed his brow, he suddenly froze at the words of one female insect. What a pity, even if the male insect is exceptional. He is merely a male without psychic power. Good heavens, did that mean he could not provide psychic comfort to the females? Wasn't that akin to being a worthless insect? The female in red, realizing her words were ill-timed, stole a glance at Hermes and sheepishly rubbed her nose. Hermes, however, did not catch the ensuing remarks. Rather, the implications of what the female had just stated consumed his every thought. Are you suggesting that the male lord lacks psychic power? The female in red exclaimed in disbelief. You didn't know. Hermes nodded, acknowledging that his knowledge of Gu Chung likely paled in comparison to the hospital's records. At that moment, the female in red was engulfed in turmoil. A thought struck her. Could this female insect be a victim of a marriage scam? The physique and demeanor of this female suggested she was a military insect. If the male had concealed the truth, how could such a Navi military female choose to wed him? Everyone knew that marrying a male without psychic power was tantamount to wishing for a life of misery. The female in red glanced once more at the gentle and exquisite features of the male insect on the sickbed, pondering that he hardly seemed like the type to deceive others. She was torn within. Lord Gu Ching is quite unique. He is the first male without psychic power in nearly a century. Hermes's expression grew increasingly grave. Just days ago, during his feverish state, he had pleaded with the male insect for his pheromones. Later, he had inwardly criticized Gu Ching, believing him to be stingy. It turned out he had misjudged him. Observing the deteriorating expression of the female insect, Hermes attempted to console her, saying, however, this male insect has not yet undergone secondary differentiation. It is possible that he may develop psychic power afterward. Yet, even after these words, Hermes's countenance did not improve. Among the female insects present, who could deny that there had been no successful cases of secondary differentiation among the imperial males? The only one had occurred a millennium ago with the previous sovereign, who successfully transitioned from A grade to S grade. But Gu Chung possessed not even a trace of psychic power. Even if he were to experience a stroke of luck, he would likely emerge as merely a low-grade male. Chapter 14. Successful secondary differentiation. Not long after Gu Chung was wheeled into the examination room, a medical insect emerged with the announcement that the male insect had indeed reached secondary differentiation, which had triggered the fever. What? It is true. The female in red had not anticipated that her earlier speculation about Gu Ching's condition would be confirmed. Hermes fixed his gaze on the data displayed on the instruments. His brow still furrowed with concern. Would his lord safely navigate this secondary differentiation? The medical insect shook his head, indicating that it was uncertain. The male insect's secondary differentiation was subject to fate, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. If successful, he would be granted a new lease on life. Yet, many had also perished along the way. This reality further diminished the already scarce population of male insects, rendering them increasingly precious. Hermes gazed at Gu Cheng's closed eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within him. Although he yearned to sever the ties that should not exist between them, he also wished for the male insect's safety. Gu Cheng remained in slumber for an extended period, 2 days passing in the blink of an eye. The medical insects had come to check on him several times, which was indeed a rarity. The duration of a male insect's secondary differentiation typically did not exceed a day. Most required only a single night. Would his lord be all right? Hermes could not suppress his inquiries. The male insect's various physical indicators appear normal, yet he has remained unconscious for such an extended time. The medical insect responded, at present, we cannot ascertain the reason, we can only wait. The medical insect glanced at the stable data, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Even if the male insect awakens, it is likely that he will still lack psychic power. Suddenly, the instruments began to emit a series of beeping sounds. The insects in the room turned their attention almost in unison toward the male insect with black hair and eyes lying on the bed. To their dismay, however, the male insect did not awaken. Heavens, look at the instrument measuring psychic wave activity. The insects exclaimed in unison, their gazes fixated on the readings. The male insect's psychic power was indeed on the rise. To their astonishment, the readings indicated a steep, unrelenting ascent in the male insect's psychic power. How is this possible? At that moment, not a single insect was free from shock. Hermes, in his previous career as a general, had never witnessed such an occurrence. The medical insect even summoned the hospital's most esteemed director. The director's astonished expression nearly pressed against the instrument. Ultimately murmuring, "This will rewrite history," he then erupted into jubilant laughter, declaring, "The emergence of psychic power from nothing, regardless of how high the male insect's psychic power may rise, he will surely become renowned in battle. Our hospital will likewise be immortalized in history." The male insect's psychic power escalated from E grade to C grade, ultimately reaching A grade. What? A grade? The insects gasped in AWE.by the Emperor of Insects. This is utterly unprecedented. Another insect exclaimed, fear evident in their voice. The male insect's psychic power is still increasing. It hasn't reached its limit. All eyes were glued to the instruments, filled with disbelief. Hermes's hands, which hung at his sides, clenched tightly. The astonishment surging within him was no less than that of any other insect present. S grade. It is indeed S grade. This exclamation propelled the previously eerily silent atmosphere of the room into a crescendo of excitement. One insect clasped their head in disbelief, welcoming this monumental moment. The director, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "I will report this to His Majesty the Emperor. As the Empire's sole S-grade male insect, our shared treasure shall enjoy the highest honors." In the tumultuous heart of Hermes, joy was scarcely to be found. A complex melancholy had seized his emotions. The A-tier males were already the subject of much adoration. Hermes dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts. Once the news of the S-tier male was revealed, Gu Cheng would undoubtedly be thrust into an unprecedented position of esteem at that time. He would surely be besieged by countless admirers. Perhaps he would eventually consort with an unending number of female attendants, transforming into a figure akin to most males of the present day, indulgent, tyrannical, and brutal. Hermes recalled Gu Cheng's pair of dark, luminous eyes, struggling to fathom how they might one day be tarnished by impurities. A myriad of helplessness coalesced within Hermes, ultimately manifesting as a bitter smile. Why was he pondering so much? Was it not the case that the male sovereign's leniency had caused him to forget his current status? He was merely a female servant now. How could he presume to comment on the private affairs of the male sovereign? Gu Cheng's mental strength had stabilized, yet he remained in a state of slumber. The medical insects stated that the rapid growth of the male's mental power had outpaced the development of his physical components, requiring a period of adjustment. Awakening was merely a matter of time. Before Gu Cheng could open his eyes, Hermes found himself encircled by a group of females. "Are you Gu Cheng's female servant?" inquired a blue-haired female, blocking Hermes' path. Another female tugged at her sleeve, whispering a reminder. "Do you not recognize the former imperial general?" The blue-haired female scoffed. "How can a female who has harmed the precious A-tier male claim to be a general? Now, he is merely a lowly female servant." She was not unfamiliar with Hermes. On the contrary, her actions were deliberate. The female withdrew her hand, abashed. Throughout the encounter, Hermes' expression remained unchanged. Having fallen from grace, he had endured his share of mockery and derision. Being called a female servant was now inconsequential to him. It was, after all, the truth. The blue-haired female scrutinized Hermes with a haughty tilt of her chin, stating, "Gu Cheng, now a rare S-tier male, has only you as his female servant by his side. Perhaps I might become his female attendant in the future, should you be able to enlighten me on the male's preferences. If I become an attendant, I shall look after you more. It seemed her intent was to glean information about the male's likes and dislikes. Hermes smirked. "I am unable to assist you. If you seek him, you have come to the wrong insect. You would be better off consulting the archives." "What? You dare to withhold information that if the male were to discover his female servant's selfishness, you would be in for a world of trouble." Hermes, exasperated, turned to leave, but the blue-haired female obstructed his path. "If you do not tell me today, do not expect to leave." At that very moment, the most esteemed medical insects in the capital had gathered in Gu Cheng's hospital room. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Cheng was met with the gaze of numerous pairs of eyes of varying hues, all fixed intently upon him. His pupils dilated in alarm. Who could comprehend the situation? A cold sweat broke out as Gu Cheng realized, at last, "Your Majesty, you have awakened." Upon seeing the doctors clad in white coats, Gu Cheng felt a wave of relief, yet confusion soon followed. "Your Majesty?" Was he truly being addressed? Or had he misheard? "Yes, Your Majesty. You have successfully differentiated into the only S-tier male in the current empire." Gu Cheng, unable to contain his astonishment, gasped, "What? I opened my eyes and transformed from a male with zero mental power into the highest tier of males? This is absurd. Such a thing would not even be deemed believable in fiction." Gu Cheng found it hard to accept. Was it not said that there were no successful differentiation cases? He had come to terms with his mediocrity, yet now he was being told otherwise. "You are anything but ordinary now," came the affirmation. "Indeed, Your Majesty, you are nothing short of a miracle. You have overturned that conclusion." Gu Cheng was left in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. A senior medical insect stepped forward, stating, "As the only S-tier male in the empire, you are of great importance to His Majesty the Insect Emperor. We have prepared a new residence for you, and a celebratory banquet is to be held in your honor in 3 days." Gu Cheng was overwhelmed by a succession of surprises, taking a moment to respond with a simple, "All right." He mused to himself that this must be the pinnacle of insect life. Chapter 15. Deception. A series of events unfolded in quick succession, leaving Gu Cheng with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had yet to catch sight of Hermes. "Where is my female servant?" Hermes, now merely a female servant, occupied a lowly position within the insect hierarchy. Gu Cheng's concern grew in the absence of his companion. The medical insects surveyed the room, confirming Hermes' absence. Internally, one of them cursed, "Damn it! How could this female servant leave the male unattended?" Simultaneously, jealousy welled up within him. The male actually cared for him so deeply. "I know," a female exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement, as Gu Cheng turned to look at her. "He has been cornered by several of Ovis's insects in the corridor." Ji Yucheng furrowed his brow and threw off the covers to rise from the bed. The medical insects in the room, witnessing his movement, urgently protested, "Your Majesty, you still require rest." Ji Yucheng paid them no heed and continued toward the door, feeling no discomfort in his body. They were overly protective of the males. His mind was consumed with the earlier female's words, realizing Hermes might be in trouble. With his mental powers currently sealed, Hermes was vulnerable to bullying. With that thought, Gu Cheng quickened his pace. Hermes glared at the insects blocking his path. "Step aside." "No, not unless you tell me the male's preferences." The blue-haired female, Ovis, insisted obstinately. Hermes struggled to maintain his composure. "I do not know how to inform you. Instead of seeking me out, you would be better off investigating the males like yourself." Ovis, incensed, retorted, "Having spent so much time with the male, how could you possibly not know? You simply do not wish to share, fearing I might steal his affection." A chill spread through Hermes' gaze. "I would not stoop so low. Just wait until I become Gu Cheng's female attendant. Then you shall see." "Who do you think you will please?" A sudden voice interrupted the heated exchange, shattering the tension. Ji Yucheng's tone was laced with barely restrained anger. He had not expected to witness a strange female insect bullying Hermes, especially in relation to him. Both Ovis and Hermes turned their gazes toward the male. "Your Majesty," Ovis donned a smile, "I believe you may have misunderstood. We were merely engaging in jest." Ji Yucheng, incredulous, replied, "Am I to believe I misjudged you?" Ovis subtly nodded. "My exchange with your female servant was nothing more than a friendly conversation. You may ask him if you wish." Ovis shot Hermes a warning glance, confident he would not betray her. Hermes pressed his lips into a thin line, his expression cold. "Is that so, Hermes?" Gu Cheng asked, observing Hermes' countenance, which was far from favorable. He noticed the threatening glare directed at Hermes and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was it not painfully obvious? Gu Cheng's gaze lingered on Hermes' face, hoping he would trust him. After a prolonged silence, Hermes finally mustered the words, "I am sorry, Your Majesty." Ovis's eyes sparkled with triumph. Ji Yucheng felt disheartened. Did Hermes truly not believe he would stand by him, gazing at Hermes' subdued expression? Gu Cheng sighed. "Your Majesty, there was indeed a misunderstanding. I hope I have not left you with a poor impression." Ovis interjected, "It is only because I was so captivated by your remarkable presence that I seek an opportunity." Ovis performed a gentlemanly bow, extending his hand as if to kiss Gu Cheng's hand. Hermes' expression darkened as he watched the unfolding scene, just as their hands were a mere inch apart. Gu Cheng deftly evaded the gesture. Ovis awkwardly withdrew his hand. Ji Yucheng's lips were pale as he declared, "A deceitful female shall not be my choice in a partner." Ovis looked up, meeting Gu Cheng's gaze, and clearly saw his own reflection within. A chill ran down his spine. The male was aware of everything. "Please refrain from disturbing my life or that of my female servant in the future," Gu Cheng stated, turning away without a backward glance. Ovis watched the male's retreating figure, filled with regret. Hermes silently followed Gu Cheng, still resonating with the latter's words. The male sovereign's speech often led to misunderstandings. Gu Cheng sensed another insect behind him, and it was evident who it was. Yet, he felt an overwhelming anger. Ji Yucheng could not ascertain whether he was more upset with Hermes or with himself. Upon entering the room, he shut the door with a decisive motion. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hermes' garment. Behind the heavy door, Hermes bowed his head, slowly retracting his hand that had been poised to knock. As Gu Cheng peered through the peephole, he abruptly swung the door open. "What? Do you wish to leave?" Gu Cheng glared at the bewildered expression on the female's face. "Hurry and come inside." Ji Yucheng had finally managed to retrieve the insect. But was it possible that he would have to look for it again shortly? "Yes, my lord." Hermes obediently entered the room. Watching his submissive demeanor, Gu Cheng felt a breath of frustration building within him. "Why didn't you explain yourself just now? Is my image in your heart so poor? Did you never intend to grant me a chance to try and trust me, to trust the male insect?" The words of the male insect were almost blunt, causing Hermes to avert his gaze, his throat tightening as he replied, "I did not, my lord." "You did." Gu Cheng's tone softened. "Please, try to trust me moving forward. You were a general in the past. Surely you can perceive that I have never harbored any intention to harm you. I do not wish for us to be on guard against one another like enemies." Under the sincere gaze of the male lord, Hermes slowly nodded, his expression inscrutable. He had long since recognized it. The uniqueness of the male lord was difficult for the insects to ignore, and Hermes was no exception. He had merely been deceiving himself all along. Chapter 16. Comfort. Hermes maintained a commendable attitude, and Gucheng found it hard to harbor any anger. The door to the room was tightly shut, and the air was stagnant. Gradually, Hermes began to sense that something was amiss. My lord, has your pheromone leaked? Huh. Gucheng was taken aback. His pheromone? Oh, right. He was now an insect with mental energy. Gucheng strained to sniff the air but discerned nothing. He was utterly confused. In contrast, Hermes's complexion was becoming increasingly abnormal, tinged with a faint red. Gripping the edge of the table with his left hand, his knuckles turned white from the pressure, and his voice was strained. My lord, please contain your pheromone. Gucheng realized he might have unconsciously released pheromones, yet he had no idea how to retract them. He had started without any mental energy, so he had never learned about this aspect. I can't contain it. What should I do? Gucheng observed Hermes in evident distress, feeling guilty yet at a loss. Perhaps I should open the doors and windows to disperse the scent, just as he placed his hand on the doorknob. A warm body pressed against him from behind. Gucheng's right hand was enveloped, and Hermes's breath brushed past his ear. Don't open the door. The pheromone will escape. Gucheng belatedly realized that the S-class male insect's pheromone was akin to a potent aphrodisiac. If it were to leak, the consequences would be dire. With only the two of them in the room, and with the female insect pressed against him through mere clothing, Gucheng dared not think further. What should we do? Hermes remained silent. Behind him, there was a subtle movement accompanied by a soft click. Gucheng turned to see Hermes pressing a red button on his left side. Immediately, the body that had been pressed against him withdrew, and he noticed the air gradually thinning, replaced by a fresher aroma. Gucheng surmised it was akin to an air freshener. Are you feeling any better? He asked, checking on Hermes's condition. To his bewilderment, Hermes's state had not improved. The female insect's golden eyes were misty, and his face was flushed. How could this be? A thought crossed Gucheng's mind. Is your heat period not over yet? Hermes's lips were bitten pale as he nodded, in a way that Gucheng felt the pressure mounting. He desperately considered calling a medical insect to take a look, but then remembered that he still couldn't retract his pheromones, which could likely cause trouble. Just wait a moment. I'll look up how to provide comfort. Gucheng quickly opened his holographic computer, searching for how male insects comfort females during their heat periods. The information that appeared was urgent, and Gucheng scanned it rapidly. Male insects' pheromones could be categorized into two forms: inducement and soothing. This required the male insect to slowly attune himself, following his instincts. The official explanation was sparse, but the gist was that male insects inherently possess this ability. It was quite simple. Gucheng's expression twisted in confusion. He was not a native male insect, and suddenly being given such a powerful enhancement left him uncertain of his capabilities. Tom was not on his side. Observing Hermes's intolerable expression, he steeled himself and decided to give it a T or Y. Gucheng pulled the insect onto the sofa and, according to his recent findings, released his pheromones, transforming them into a gentle, soothing essence. Hermes's shirt buttons popped off as he became increasingly disoriented. His once clear golden eyes now clouded and his long eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. Gucheng pressed his hand against the female insect's forehead. Their skin touching, the pheromone seeping through Hermes's skin and into his body. Gucheng closely monitored the female insect's reactions, ready to halt at the first sign of discomfort. Hermes's silver hair had become damp with sweat, his expression a mix of pain and pleasure. It seemed that Gucheng was indeed on the right path. However, to be cautious, Gucheng inquired about Hermes's feelings. Is this effective? For the first time, Hermes experienced the soothing of a male insect, the overwhelming sensation sending shivers down his spine, every pore yearning for more. The female insect had already pressed against Gucheng, and it took him a while to realize what Gucheng had said. Hermes responded with a muffled sound from his throat. Receiving this affirmative reply, Gucheng finally felt relieved. The entire process of pheromone comfort flowed smoothly, significantly bolstering Gucheng's confidence that a female insect that had received a male insect's pheromone would develop a temporary attachment, even a desire to be in constant proximity to the male. Hermes could not escape this after effect. He endeavored to conceal this newfound sensation, not easily revealing it, merely observing the cold, distant figure of the male lord as he departed. Feeling a tinge of desolation. In reality, Hermes's thoughts were not as complex as he imagined, and Gucheng was not the heartless scoundrel he assumed. After Gucheng had retracted his pheromones, He sought out a doctor to examine Hermes and check on the situation regarding the mental energy disruption. Upon seeing Gu Cheng enter, Hermes' eyes brightened momentarily. Gu Cheng softened his expression upon seeing the female insect. The medical insect, Mi Lu, who had accompanied Gu Cheng, had gathered an overview of the female's condition during their journey. Now, as he stood before the disheveled female insect, clearly still recovering, his heart raced as he mentally conjured up a dramatic scenario. Hermes eyed the approaching male insect warily. Gu Cheng noticed and explained, "This is Dr. Mi Lu, here to conduct an examination." Mi Lu smiled, unperturbed, stating that such behavior was quite normal. A female insect that had just undergone pheromone soothing would exhibit hostility towards approaching male insects. Gu Cheng had not considered this aspect, yet upon hearing Mi Li's words, he felt uneasy. Female insects were independent beings. If that were the case, then wouldn't the male insect's pheromones influence their thoughts and actions? Gu Cheng found such a notion terrifying. Even more chilling was the thought of what would happen if they were not in love, or if they were merely strangers. Would the female insect not be unwittingly dominated by the pheromones? Betraying her inner will, Gu Cheng's gaze fell upon Hermes' tousled silver hair. He did not want Hermes' affections to be dictated by pheromones, forced to express an indispensable connection to him. Perhaps Gu Cheng's explanation had some effect, as Hermes no longer exhibited resistance towards Mi Lu. He obediently completed each examination. Mi Lu recorded all the data, and, after sealing his pen, turned to the male insect. "Your female's body appears to be in good condition. The heat period should conclude within a day or two." His tone elongated as he added, "However, the issue of mental energy is prominent. I recommend you arrange for a mental energy release for the female as soon as possible." Mila scanned Gu Cheng and Hermes, weighing his words carefully. Of course, the most intimate contact yields the best results. Although Gu Cheng had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he was still taken aback by Mi Li's bold statement. "What do you mean by most intimate contact?" The adult insects immediately grasped the implication. Hermes lowered his head, his neck flushing crimson, clearly having understood the remark. Chapter 17. The Luxurious Palace. On the same day, Gu Cheng completed the discharge procedures, with the hospital staff urging him to stay for further observation. Yet, Gu Cheng firmly insisted on leaving. He felt as robust as an ox, with no discomfort whatsoever. Their concern for the health of an S-class male insect was excessive. Upon his discharge, officials sent insects to escort Gu Cheng and Hermes to their new residence. The journey was conducted via an aircraft, allowing Gu Cheng to experience, for the first time, the advanced technology of the insect race that surpassed humanity. Only when the aircraft came to a halt did Gu Cheng's gaze shift from his surroundings to the outside. He beheld a magnificent, luxurious villa standing in the distance. Gu Cheng blinked, hesitant to ponder further. Such an opulent residence surely could not be something he obtained without effort. Upon disembarking the aircraft, the impact of the scene was even more profound. Rather than a villa, it would be more fitting to describe it as a palace. A uniformly dressed female insect respectfully handed Gu Cheng the keys, stating, "Your Highness, from now on, the dominion of this palace belongs to you." So this would be his from now on? Gu Cheng felt the weight of the moment in his hands as he gazed upon the expansive new home before him, his heart brimming with excitement. Behind him, Hermes displayed little change in expression, his gaze drifting beyond their new abode, deepening in hue. If his memory served him correctly, the palace of the second prince was also situated nearby. The actions of the insect emperor could not help but provoke contemplation. Once the obedient insect departed, Gu Cheng eagerly waved at the still-dazed female insect. "Hermes, come and behold our new home." Hermes followed suit, yet the recent words of the male ruler lingered in his ears. A new home. The male ruler had proclaimed this was to be their new residence. Hermes, a solitary insect, had never known a father or mother since he became aware of the world, having wandered alone until he was admitted to military school, where he found purpose. Gradually, he ascended from an ordinary female insect to a lieutenant general, and later to a general. His instructors had spoken of his limitless potential, suggesting he might even contend for the title of insect marshal. However, an unforeseen incident caused him to plummet from such heights, shattering his aspirations. He became the female slave, Hermes. Hermes returned his gaze to the male insect, curiously exploring the new residence, delighting in the tangible manifestation of his long-held dreams. Gu Cheng traversed the palace with uncontainable joy, his face alight with exuberance. He was utterly enamored. The palace was equipped with all the necessary amenities. Spotting the mechanical insect butler in the corner, he approached for a closer look. The intelligent device responded as soon as Gu Cheng drew near, its distinct, cold voice echoing, "Your Highness, welcome. I am the Interstellar Modern Insect Intelligence 12.0 Pro. You may name me as you wish. Gu Chang pondered for a moment before a smile graced his lips. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Ai, the butler. Understood, Your Highness, it replied that Ji Chung discovered the manual for Xiao Ai on the table and, upon reading half of it, turned to Hermes, saying, Xiao Ai can also cook. Just set the program, and you needn't worry about it anymore. In no more cleaning duties, Ji Chung specifically instructed him to avoid doing anything that could be handled by Xiao Ai. Hermes lowered his eyelids, replying, Yes, Your Highness, no cooking or cleaning, Hermes mused, would mean he had nothing to occupy his time at home. He would become utterly useless. Ji Chung organized the examination results he had received that morning and casually remarked, Come to my room tonight. Hermes stiffened slightly, his gaze drawn to the handsome profile of the male insect. Noticing Hermes's lack of response, Gu Chung looked up and observed the unease etched on the female insect's face. It dawned on him that his previous words might have been ambiguous. Slowly pushing the drawer closed, he clarified, For a mental energy session. Yes, Your Highness. Hermes furtively regarded the male insect. Earlier, the doctor had mentioned that the most intimate contact would yield the best results. He felt uncertain about how the male ruler intended to conduct this mental energy session, yet the invitation to his room lingered in his thoughts. Hermes tightened his arms, feeling somewhat uneasy. Ji Chung had chosen a room with optimal sunlight. Sinking into a soft chair, suddenly recalling that he seemed to have forgotten something important, upon reopening his holographic screen, he noticed a slew of unread messages. Ji Chung remembered that Andrew had invited him and Hermes to an event, which he had completely overlooked due to his hospitalization during his second metamorphosis. He had missed it entirely. Swiftly reviewing the messages, he also noted that executives from his previous live streams had reached out, inquiring about his absence. Upon logging into the streaming software, he was greeted by a cacophony of notifications. Countless private messages flooded his chat box. Boss, why haven't you streamed? It's already the 4th day. Vegetable Kuan, have you fled? You usually sign off right on time. Now you're completely off the grid. Oh, you know how hard I've been waiting for you. Hurry and stream, or at least drop a link. Gu Chang couldn't help but chuckle, posting the remaining vegetables on the link while tagging all the insects. Within 3 seconds, everything he had just posted sold out. Just as he was about to exit the software, he was taken aback. Clicking into the homepage, he was astonished to discover that during his absence, he had gained 1 million followers. The comment section was a flurry of activity. Wow, is this for real? I just received news. And when I clicked in, everything was gone. No way. Vegetable Kuan, you truly are elusive. I missed out. My speed isn't to be trifled with. 0.2 seconds, and I was gone. Which insects managed to snag them? I'm burning with jealousy. I never got any. I've never managed to grab a single one. Always beaten by 99 insects. 0.1111. 1111. You've made it to trending topics. Did you know? Watch out, Gu Chang. Trending, what on earth? Driven by curiosity, he quickly opened the trending list. Scanning through, his gaze gradually fixated on the screen. He had indeed made it onto the trending topics. Not just one, but several. Ancient earth vegetables make a comeback. This insect has overcome millennia of technological barriers. An S-class male insect emerges in the empire. 3 days later, the insect emperor hosts a banquet to celebrate. Vegetable Kuan returns after days of absence. Links sell out instantly. Gu Chang pressed his lips into a barely contained smile, realizing he had unexpectedly gained a bit of fame in 2 different identities. Fortunately, the empire had yet to disclose his identity information. He felt relieved, for otherwise, he would have been thrust into the limelight once more. Chapter 18. Mental energy session. Hermes wrestled with his thoughts for some time before ultimately deciding to take a shower. The warm water cascaded down his neck, enveloping his muscular physique. As he gazed at his now smooth and unblemished form in the mirror, his attention lingered on the restraint collar encircling his neck. After donning a bathrobe, still carrying the remnants of moisture, he paused before Gu Chang's door. Gently, he knocked on the male ruler's door. Ji Chung opened the door promptly, his gaze falling upon Hermes's attire with mild surprise. Had the female insect bathed so early? Not making Hermes wait long, Gu Chang invited him inside and quickly addressed the matter at hand. Observing the male insect fully dressed, Hermes realized he had misinterpreted the situation. His fingers absently fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. Ji Chung, believing it to be mere nervousness, reassured him, Do not worry. I will not impose anything upon you that we have not known each other long. And should you feel uncomfortable, I assure you, I will not force you. Ji Chung endeavored to present himself as a trustworthy insect, vowing, I am genuinely a good insect. Hermes had envisioned various opening lines for this evening. Yet he had not anticipated the male insect's proactive reassurance that it was evident that Gu Cheng was eager to prove himself as a good insect. Ji Yuqing shared his understanding with Hermes, explaining that mental energy sessions did not necessitate extreme intimacy. Merely a higher frequency of connection would suffice. The doctor had suggested the most effective method due to their marital relationship, though he likely did not foresee that a month had passed without any contact between the male and female insects. Gu Qing mused that if he conducted daily sessions with Hermes, the cumulative effect would still be significant. Hermes held no objections to the male ruler's proposal. Once Hermes indicated his readiness, Gu Qing summoned his mental energy, solidifying it into a translucent, finger-sized column. It was a novel experience for him to witness his mental energy take form, and he felt a sense of wonder. He drew closer to Hermes, instructing, "Do not resist my intrusion." The realm of mental energy is a deeply personal space, and Gu Qing needed to navigate this delicate territory to facilitate the cleansing session. Should Hermes resist the entry of his mental energy, the session would falter. Recalling the director's warning, Gu Qing remembered that the general's mental energy deterioration was among the most severe cases he had encountered, suggesting that Hermes's resistance could be more intense than that of an ordinary female insect. Should any alarming signs arise, Your Highness, you must prioritize your safety and immediately cease the mental energy session. However, Gu Qing also understood that abruptly terminating the session and retracting his mental energy could inflict irreversible damage on Hermes. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. The sudden intensity of the male insect's presence caused Hermes to furrow his brow in discomfort, his ears flushing with warmth at the implications of Gu Qing's words. Gu Cheng carefully penetrated Hermes's skin with his mental energy, seeking the location of the female insect's mental realm. That he paused at a distinctly different area, clearly sensing Hermes's entire body tense up the moment his mental energy reached it. "Relax, do not be tense," the male insect offered solace. For the first time, Hermes' spiritual sea was traversed by the insect, evoking an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity that instinctively compelled him to raise defenses. However, in the next moment, the melodious voice guided by the male insect gently penetrated his cochlea, prompting Hermes to exert effort in relaxing his body while providing himself with mental reassurance. The female insect was most cooperative. As Gu Qing tentatively extended his mental threads inward at this juncture, the mental threads functioned as his eyes, allowing Gu Cheng to witness the vast expanse of Hermes' spiritual realm. Contrary to his expectations, the female insect's spiritual sea resembled an endless desert, devoid of any visible end. Records indicated that the male insect's psychic energy could be transformed into any form within the female insect's spiritual domain. With a flicker of thought, Gu Cheng first transmuted his psychic energy into a cluster of saplings, subsequently conjuring dark clouds. Once the saplings were firmly planted, Gu Cheng summoned rain from the clouds to nourish them, introducing a small patch of verdant existence into the boundless desert. Only when he sensed a depletion of his psychic energy did he cease, withdrawing from the female insect's spiritual realm. Hermes had not anticipated such a seamless process. He genuinely felt a portion of his psychic energy restored, his fatigue dissipating. This kind of contactless solace had largely been unsuccessful in his prior experiences. The root of the issue lay in the female insect's reluctance to trust the male. It was akin to surrendering one's back to another insect on the battlefield. Contemplating this, Hermes felt a subtle shift within. Had he genuinely begun to trust the male insect? Perhaps, previously, the male had suggested that he try to believe in him a little. Hermes observed the pallor on the male's face from excessive use of psychic energy, his rose-like lips lacking their previous luster. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. "Are you all right, my lord?" Gu Cheng shook his head. It was merely his first attempt at psychic guidance, and he had inadvertently overexerted himself. "It's nothing serious. Just a moment's rest will suffice," Ji Yuqing inquired. "And you? Do you feel any better?" The male's concern stirred something within Hermes. He responded earnestly, "I have never felt such comfort. Since stepping onto the battlefield, with each beast I have slain, the burden on my psychic energy has only intensified. This day, I have lost count of how many beasts I have killed. Each time my psychic energy spiraled out of control, the pain was unbearable. My body has never felt as light as it does today. Then we shall engage in psychic guidance daily." The male's refreshing voice resonated, leaving Hermes momentarily stunned as he gazed into Gu Cheng's tranquil, night-like eyes. Could it be that the male was willing to dedicate time each day to provide him with psychic guidance? Typically, male insects would not invest such care. It might merely be a spontaneous gesture, They would seldom concern themselves with the well-being of a female insect, who in their eyes was often akin to mere clothing. One could easily be replaced. Gu Cheng's simple declaration struck Hermes' heart profoundly. The male's presence consistently left him in a flurry of emotions. Chapter 19. The banquet time swiftly brought forth the day of the banquet, and Gu Cheng donned an elegant formal attire. He eschewed the flamboyant style favored by most male insects, opting instead for a minimalist design more akin to what a female insect might choose. The moment Hermes emerged, clad in his garments, he was captivated by the male insect standing before the full-length mirror. He had always known of the male's unparalleled appearance, yet the refined attire further rendered him irresistible. The male wore a crisp white shirt, impeccably pressed and devoid of wrinkles, accentuating his long, slender legs encased in tailored trousers, a solitary metallic belt cinching his trim waist. His black hair and eyes, characteristic of males, evoked the vastness of the night sky, compelling one to unveil the mysteries hidden within. The mirror reflected the female insect's form clearly, and Gu Cheng turned, offering unreserved praise. That outfit suits you splendidly. Hermes felt his heart race at the male's sincere gaze, replying, "Thank you for your compliment, my lord. Your attire is also quite striking." Gu Cheng refrained from feigned modesty, instead revealing his genuine thoughts. The outfit was chosen by the female insect himself, and upon seeing it, Gu Cheng felt it fit Hermes as if tailored for him. A well-fitted suit, versatile and impeccably classic in black, adorned Hermes' near-perfect silhouette, the top button of his shirt fastened to enhance his alluring appearance. His shoulders boasted a sharp, defined line, embodying the quintessential wide-shouldered, narrow-waisted ideal, with a subtly luxurious silver brooch adorning his left breast. His features were strikingly exquisite, a face of ethereal beauty beneath silvery locks, and deep, captivating golden eyes that ensnared the attention of those who gazed upon him. Gu Cheng and Hermes exited in tandem. As they approached, the waiting female insect, Zyuska, straightened his posture upon the male's glance. "Your Highness, I am here on the Emperor's orders to escort you." "Very well, thank you," Gu Cheng replied with a polite nod, while Zyuska, taken aback, led the male onto the flying vessel, thoughtfully preparing fruits and snacks beside him. Hermes, trailing behind, paused at the entrance, sensing himself superfluous as he observed the female insect bustling about for the male's comfort. Gu Cheng's gaze drifted past Zyuska to catch sight of the female insect's dark attire, prompting him to shift slightly, aligning with the female's somewhat flustered eyes. "Come sit beside me, Hermes," Gu Cheng said softly, moving aside to indicate a place next to him. Zyuska, witnessing the male's gesture, instinctively took a step back. It was only then that he noticed the female insect, previously overshadowed by the male's presence, who, according to his research, was not merely a female slave forcibly matched to the male in times of diminished psychic energy. Why did the male seem to care for him so? Zyuska could not fathom this. Hermes gracefully settled beside the male, taking the window seat. Zyuska maintained his cheerful demeanor, adding, "Your Highness, feel free to call upon me should you require anything." He emphasized his name. "I am Chaste." Gu Cheng acknowledged with a simple indicating he understood. All right. The advanced technology of the Imperial flying vessel became evident as the scenery outside whirled by at an astonishing pace. Soon, the vessel came to a halt, and Gu Cheng, guided by Zyuska, arrived at the banquet venue. From the exterior, it resembled a resplendent palace, with soaring domes adorned by a magnificent chandelier that illuminated the banquet hall in opulent splendor. Gu Cheng presented the invitation to the female insect at the entrance. Upon receiving it, the female insect followed the customary procedure, and as he caught sight of the male behind Zyuska, a glimmer of realization dawned upon him regarding the identity of the male. The female insect performed a salute, extending his right arm in invitation. "Your Highness, please enter." Internally elated, he thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have accepted his colleague's request to swap shifts. Who could have known that this illustrious figure would be so strikingly handsome? The female insect mused, wishing he could become the male's female attendant. Oh, but even if that were not possible, being a mere female slave to the Highness would suffice. Gu Cheng nodded, following the female insect inside. Midway, he turned to glance back at Hermes, only to find him obstructed and seemingly being put to the test. Gu Cheng's brow furrowed as he called out, "Wait, my female slave has not yet caught up." The female insect in front, upon realizing the male's halted stride, felt a jolt of apprehension. A female slave was not permitted within the banquet. Zyuska hurried to catch up. Observing the situation not far ahead and scowling at the obstructing attendant, he muttered a curse under his breath. Truly inflexible, This is an S-rank highness. Even the emperor would show him some respect. What harm could there be in allowing a female slave to enter? Throughout the journey, Chaste had discerned the male's extraordinary regard for the female insect. As Gu Qing approached, the dialogue became increasingly distinct. A female insect crossed her arms, her gaze dripping with disdain. You are nothing but a mere female slave, daring to dream of attending this banquet. That I advise you to remember your place, and not to covet what does not belong to you. The male has already left, clearly forgetting about you. In truth, I have seen many like you. Female slave, do not delude yourself into thinking you could mingle with those of higher status at this gathering. Hermes remained silent, his lowered head conveying a visage of utter victimization in Gu Cheng's eyes. A surge of fury ignited within Gu Cheng, threatening to consume his reason. He approached, reprimanding, enough, the female insect, who had been relentlessly berating Hermes. Turned pale at the sight of the male. Your Highness, Hermes is indeed my female slave, but I implore you not to humiliate him. We are all equal, are we not? At this moment, the female insect was so frightened that she could not utter a word. Merely nodding vigorously in agreement. Since we are unwelcome here, Gu Cheng grasped Hermes' hand. Let us take our leave. Just then, Chaste arrived and swiftly blocked the departing male insect, glaring furiously at the now quivering female insect, who had turned into a quail. Upon meeting his predatory gaze, the female insect trembled even more. Chaste, anxious to retain them, exclaimed, Your Highness, this attendant has spoken disrespectfully. We shall dismiss him upon our return. Gu Qing shot him a cold glance. Is that all? Observing the slight softening in the male insect's expression, Chaste quickly added, What other demands do you have? We shall fulfill them all. Gu Cheng's gaze flitted over Hermes' indifferent brow before returning to the attendant. Apologize, he articulated, each word deliberate. Chaste had anticipated a more arduous request, only to be taken aback by this trivial apology. He immediately regained his composure, responding, Yes, of course, no problem at all. Chaste frowned as he looked at the still-dazed female insect. Exasperated, Why are you still standing there? Apologize to the male insect. Gu Cheng corrected him, Apologize to my female slave. Chaste nodded hastily. Yes, yes. The attendant cautiously approached Hermes, stating, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior just now. After speaking, he bowed deeply. As Hermes observed the male insect's expression, which was even more furious than his own, his heart was stirred. Chapter 20. The exoneration of Hermes. Gu Cheng held Hermes' hand firmly, not once letting go, even as they entered the inner chamber. When Hermes' gaze fell upon their interlaced fingers, his face flushed. He thought to himself that they might be the most conspicuous pair at this banquet. Male insects typically did not hold hands with females in public. For Hermes, holding hands was more blush-inducing than the most intimate union, as the coupling of male and female insects was merely a means for the former to satiate their desires. Gu Cheng believed that by keeping Hermes at his side, he was asserting his dominance, thereby deterring any disrespectful insects from approaching. However, he was mistaken. A male insect, accompanied by a group of female insects, called out to them, Hey, Hermes, thinking of leaving without acknowledging me? The male's voice was brazen, and Gu Cheng felt Hermes' fingers subtly curl in his palm, indicating that this was an acquaintance of Hermes. Though not a friendly one, it seemed likely that trouble was brewing. The male insect continued unabated. How are you faring now? I had the insects in the interrogation room take good care of you. How was that experience? His smile was sinister and malicious. Gu Cheng's brow furrowed deeper as he listened to the male insect's tirade. Who gave you the audacity to injure me, causing me to spend a month in the hospital? You got off easy. Suddenly, Gu Cheng's memory clicked, and he recognized him. Andrew, he was the male insect who had grievously wounded Hermes. After a long silence, Hermes finally spoke, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. You were the one who sought to sever Late's wings. Late had been his most trusted aide. This detestable male insect had harassed his aide on multiple occasions, culminating in that day when he was infuriated enough to attempt to sever the female insect's most prized wings. Andrew laughed bitterly. Yes, you are correct. But so what? It is an honor for him to have caught my fancy. He should willingly break off his wings and present them to me. You? Hermes' body tensed, his eyes burning with repressed fury. He had not anticipated that the male insect's shamelessness could reach such heights. Gu Cheng could no longer bear to witness Hermes' rage. It was the first time he had seen him so incensed. The female insect was typically obedient and restrained in Gu Cheng's presence. He did not wish to see this vibrant side of Hermes under such circumstances. Gu Cheng interrupted Andrew's attempt to continue speaking. his tone icy. If you enjoy breaking female insects' wings, I would be more than willing to indulge your proclivities by snapping your legs one by one. The chilling tone sent shivers through those present. Andrew sized up Gu Qing, his gaze shifting between him and Hermes, before scoffing dismissively. So, you must be the male sovereign whose mental capacity is zero, perfectly matched with Hermes. His irritating voice continued. Oh, don't ask me how I know this so clearly. Because I orchestrated it all. An insect who harms an A-grade male and incites the wrath of the entire empire, paired with a male insect devoid of any mental prowess, it is truly a match made in heaven. Hermes' eyes darkened, his expression clouded with disdain. Gu Chung cast a languid glance at the self-satisfied male insect. Smirking casually, your information is rather outdated. As Andrew prepared to retort, Gu Chung continued, his tone condescending. I am now an S-grade male insect. You are but an A-grade insect, yet you dare to challenge me. Perhaps I should inform His Majesty the Insect Emperor that at the banquet he meticulously arranged for me, there exists an insect so brazen as to insult my sovereign status. Andrew was left dumbfounded. What? An S-grade male insect is you? His face contorted in disbelief, a mixture of green and red, as Gu Chung reveled in his discomfort. The female insects behind Andrew looked anxious, and one tugged at his arm, whispering, Your Majesty, the Insect Emperor values this S-grade sovereign highly. You must not provoke him, lest you incite the wrath of your family head. The family was still under the authority of Andrew's male father, who maintained strict expectations of him. If Andrew's father learned that he had offended the rising star of the empire, he would surely face severe reprimand. Upon hearing this, Andrew cast a glance at Gu Chung, his expression growing even darker. What a coincidence that the S-grade male insect he had chosen for Hermes turned out to be Gu Chung. Gu Chung leisurely remarked, It seems I must have a serious discussion with His Majesty the Insect Emperor. Andrew's eyes widened further. Gu Chung was overtly threatening him. He swallowed his pride, conceding, Fine. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Gu Cheng's smile was devoid of warmth. Though he uttered the word apology, the discontent in Andrew's tone was unmistakable. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. I find this apology unsatisfactory. Perhaps, instead of merely apologizing, you could perform a trivial task to atone for your offense against me. Andrew's eyes lit up with hope. What task? If the male insect fancied some new model of flying apparatus, he would readily purchase it for him. Andrew had no shortage of money. However, he was soon disappointed as the request was not so simple. The male insect's deep voice resounded again. Withdraw the slander against my female slave from the Male Insect Protection Association. Hermes abruptly lifted his head to stare at Gu Chung in astonishment. His sovereign was actually asking for that. Andrew bellowed. What? That is absolutely impossible. He shook his head vehemently, as if stepping in dog excrement. Why not? Gu Cheng's gaze remained fixed. Hermes is right. You sought to harm his aide. And he is merely giving you a lesson. He calmly questioned. Is there a problem with that? You are harming a male insect. I am but an A-grade male. Gu Chung was on the verge of laughter, his eyes glinting coldly. Even if a male insect erred, he must face consequences, let alone your underhanded dealings to trouble my female slave. He threatened ominously. If you are wise, you will inform the Male Insect Protection Association now. And I shall let this matter rest. The female insects beside Andrew appeared more anxious than he was, tugging at his sleeve. Andrew angrily shook off the nearby female insect, bellowing in frustration. I said, It's not happening. The male insect promptly dialed the Male Insect Protection Association. The response was swift. After hearing the male insect's demands, the representative repeated in confusion. What? You wish to revoke the charges against the female insect? Hermes? The representative was puzzled, recalling that Andrew had previously instructed them not to let the female insect off lightly, and to teach him a harsh lesson. Why was Lord Andrew now seeking to absolve the female insect? Andrew impatiently affirmed. Yes. The representative quickly acquiesced. All right, I shall handle it immediately. After hanging up, Andrew shot a furious glare at Gu Chung. Is this satisfactory? Gu Cheng's expression softened slightly. Though he remained non-committal, Hermes listened intently. His gaze towards Gu Chung filled with complex emotions. His sovereign seemed unconcerned with the male insect's apology, merely wishing to absolve him of his charges. Why was his sovereign always so kind to him? Chapter 21. The second prince. Susua. Many single female insects present had come in search of an S-grade male insect. The commotion between Gu Ching and Andrew had attracted considerable attention. Numerous insects had caught wind of the developments. It turned out that this unfamiliar, handsome male insect was indeed the legendary S-grade sovereign. Here, Gu Chung has rejected flirtations no fewer than 7 times and endured 5 clumsy attempts at seduction. The expression on his face was nearly on the verge of cracking. Ji Yucheng felt as though he were akin to the Tang Sung who had fallen into the realm of women. With everyone eager to take a bite, Hermes once again thwarted a female insect attempting to trip and fall onto the male. His tone was cold and unfeeling. Please watch where you're going. After her plan was foiled, the female insect shot an angry glare at Hermes, but refrained from cursing him, mindful of the male's presence nearby. Her gaze swept around before boldly landing on Gu Cheng. Your Highness, are you still in need of female attendants? The atmosphere among the insect tribe was refreshingly candid, leaving Gu Cheng feeling quite troubled at times. He replied tactfully, I am not yet prepared to take on additional female attendants. Upon hearing this, the female insect's head drooped in disappointment, and she walked away dejectedly to join her companions. Under the watchful eye of Hermes, the protagonist had arrived, and the banquet commenced. Ji Yucheng encountered the Emperor of Insects, whose features were well-defined and symmetrical, exuding a sense of fortitude and grace. Adorned in lavish attire, his gaze was warm and inviting. The Emperor began by offering polite compliments, praising Gu Cheng's handsome appearance and rare S-class mental prowess, foretelling a promising future for him. With a grand gesture, he bestowed upon Gu Cheng a plethora of valuable gifts, rare ores, exotic fruits, the latest flying machines, and coordinates to a planet 1,000 light-years away. Countless treasures. That a smile involuntarily crept into Gu Cheng's eyes. He felt fortunate to be at this banquet, wondering whose kind-hearted benefactor was so generous. However, the Emperor's next words quelled his smile somewhat. I have heard that you possess only one female servant? Gu Cheng nodded, realizing he could not escape this topic. Following the customs of the insect tribe, where one male often has multiple female attendants, he anticipated being urged to acquire more. His anticipation proved correct. The Emperor, with a tone of concern, inquired, one female servant? Surely that is insufficient. Many exceptional females present today could be chosen. If you find someone appealing, just let me know, and I will arrange for your registration. I believe they would be eager for the opportunity. Indeed, the value of an S-class male was well understood, and the mere sight of him sent pulses racing among the assembled females, many of whom had come with this very intention. The Emperor's words instantly ignited a fervor among the females in attendance. While they were all well-mannered nobility, their eager excitement was palpable, even if they refrained from shouting out loud. As the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Gu Cheng promptly declined, expressing gratitude for the Emperor's goodwill but asserting, I currently have no plans to remarry. The Emperor appeared somewhat taken aback by Gu Cheng's resolute refusal. After all, what male would not want to have more females to cater to him? Many males even exceeded their quotas, casting aside previous females to bring new ones home. The Emperor, not pressing the matter, nodded. There is no rush. After all, insects do not run away. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. My second prince, Seshuo, lives next door to you. He is warm-hearted and possesses excellent S-class mental prowess. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek his assistance. Ji Yucheng felt a flush of embarrassment. Was the Emperor attempting to promote his son to him? Following the Emperor's gaze, he spotted a graceful and handsome female insect. Her deep, bright eyes complemented her high nose and sharp eyebrows, and the gentle smile on her lips radiated a comforting kindness. The female insect gave Gu Cheng a slight nod. In turn, Gu Cheng offered a polite smile. This harmonious scene was, to Hermes, an undeniable display of flirtation between the male and female, which was rather disheartening for him. Did the male find this female attractive? The Emperor observed Gu Cheng's interest in his second prince with satisfaction, feeling no urgency. His second son received considerable favor from many males, his excellence beyond doubt in both appearance and ability. He privately believed it was only a matter of time before this precious S-class prince caught the attention of Seshuo. After concluding his conversation with the Emperor, Gu Cheng moved to the beverage area to refresh his throat. Turning around, he found Hermes had vanished. Ji Yucheng searched his gaze and ultimately spotted Hermes in a corner, conversing with a female insect. This female, clad in military attire, was likely one of Hermes's previous comrades in the military. Indeed, this female was Hermes's former deputy, Rhett. At this moment, Rhett was still in a state of disbelief, wondering how the general's male partner had suddenly transformed into the much-coveted S-class male of the moment. The imperial information had been kept confidential to an exceptional degree. His voice trembled with excitement. That S-class male is truly your partner? Hermes nodded. Rhett's face flushed with exhilaration. General, those who spoke disparagingly behind your back should see that your current partner is the male everyone desires to marry, not some worthless individual with no mental prowess. Hearing Rhett's latter comments, Hermes frowned. Casually commenting on males was not a good habit. Under Hermes's icy gaze, Rhett felt his eyes grow warm, sensing the return of the former general's presence. He quickly corrected himself. I apologize for my previous disrespect towards your partner. Hermes's expression softened slightly. Rhett cheerfully continued. I heard that your partner just had that male withdraw his allegations against you. Perhaps you will soon return to the military. Hermes's expression momentarily faltered, then turned serious. This is not a matter for us to discuss. And, Rhett, I am merely a female servant now. You should not address me as general. Rhett reluctantly acquiesced. Yes, the title of general was all well and good, but it was rather too rigid. Chapter 22. Removing the restraint ring from the female insect upon seeing Hermes conversing with his former comrade. Gu Chung made his way to the resting area and sat down. Just as he settled in, a voice echoed above him. Your Highness, good afternoon. I am Se. Gu Chung looked up to find the second prince. Introduced by the emperor earlier, the female insect's eyes sparkled with a smile, light and inviting. Gu Chung found it difficult to remain indifferent in the face of such warmth, returning the smile, hello. The female insect regretfully shook his wine glass. I should have visited you sooner, but I've been rather busy lately. I promise I will come by soon. Seshuo assured him. In fact, it was the emperor's directive that arranged for Gu Cheng's residence to be next to Seshuo. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. The offspring of an S-class male would undoubtedly be exceptional. The emperor indeed held this notion. Initially, Seshuo had been resistant. While S-class males were rare, he was unwilling to associate with a male of questionable character, one who was arrogant and capricious. However, upon seeing Gu Chung for the first time, he changed his mind. The male's ink-black eyes sparkled more brilliantly than the most exquisite gems he had ever seen, clear and translucent, seeming to resonate with the moonlight, allowing one to gaze deep within. Seshuo had yet to witness any emotions in the eyes of other males beyond mere desire. The clear and gentle gaze of this S-class male captured his attention. The proposition of a visit from the female insect left Gu Chung unsure of how to decline. If it were merely a casual neighborly visit, he would not have been so conflicted. However, given the emperor's earlier insinuation, Gu Chung felt that this female's intentions were unlikely to be simply a friendly call. He could only offer a vague refusal. The female insect seemed unaware of the male's hesitation, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. When the time comes, I will bring you the most beautiful gem in the galaxy as a visiting gift. According to Seshuo, no male could refuse a sparkling gem. Gu Chung regarded the female insect with confusion, noting that she had already decided on a gift for her visit, an expensive gem, no less. Just as Gu Chung was about to reject the offer, a familiar voice interjected. My lord. Hermes approached Gu Cheng's side without a word. Having just concluded his conversation with Red, he turned to see the male and the second prince, whom the emperor was eager to pair with Gu Cheng, engaged in a lively discussion. A wave of discontent washed over him as he drew closer, overhearing the female insect proclaim her intention to gift his lord the most beautiful gem in the galaxy. Hermes felt a surge of frustration. Gu Cheng, surprised by Hermes' sudden appearance, inquired, Have you finished your conversation with your friend? Hermes nodded sullenly. Wishing he had left for just a moment, he would have avoided this predicament. Seshuo regarded the female insect, musing on the unpredictability of fate. Once, this insect had to address him as general with utmost respect. Now, she had been reduced to the status of a lowly female servant. He took the initiative to greet them. Long time no see. Your Highness, good afternoon. With Hermes' arrival, the atmosphere shifted momentarily. Seshuo, evidently adept at socializing, prevented any awkwardness among the insects. He smiled at Gu Cheng. Your Highness, I look forward to our next meeting. Until next time, Gu Cheng replied. Hermes' lips were pressed tightly together, a thin line of displeasure forming. Had they really arranged a time for their next meeting? Hermes' gaze swept over the slender silhouette of the female insect. Although reluctant to admit it, the second prince was indeed an exceptionally talented female. Hermes spoke in a muffled tone. My lord, did I interrupt you just now? Gu Cheng looked at the female insect in surprise. Not at all. He wished to express his gratitude to the female for her timely appearance that had saved him from peril. How could the female think otherwise? Even upon hearing the answer he longed for, Hermes' mood did not improve. Instead, it deepened his frustration. When Gu Cheng arranged for Andrew to lift the female insect's registered offenses, the matter he had been contemplating was already half accomplished. On the journey back, it was still Shuska who accompanied him. Your Highness, shall we head directly to your residence? No. Gu Cheng shook his head. Let us first go to the Male Protection Association. The Male Protection Association? What does a male need to do there? Chaste queried. Though he refrained from pressing further, he remained steadfast in his duties, committed to performing his responsibilities. Hermes also raised his head to glance at Gu Qing, puzzled. As soon as Gu Qing alighted from the vehicle, he was recognized by an insect. The banquet hosted by the Insect Emperor was broadcast live across the entire star system. In the days leading up to the banquet, they had done an excellent job of keeping things under wraps. When the news of the S-class male's emergence was released, it stirred a wave of excitement. Yet they were left wanting for any information regarding the male. This morning, following the live broadcast, the male's striking, flawless photographs had already surged to the top of trending searches. Just moments ago, when Urs, who had been idly browsing, gazed dreamily at the handsome male on the holographic screen, only to be taken aback when he lifted his head and saw a familiar insect. It was the very one he had just viewed. Wait a moment. When Urs incredulously looked down again, then suddenly raised his head to confirm closely, he realized they were indeed the same insect. His face flushed with excitement. In a way, could someone tell him how the male, who had just been attending the banquet, had suddenly appeared here, contemplating a possibility, when Urs' expression shifted to one of seriousness. He approached the male and inquired, "Your Highness, have you encountered any difficulties? I am here to remove the inhibitor from my female slave." Gu Qing's fair fingers pointed directly at the inhibitor ring around Hermes' neck. The emotions in Hermes' eyes trembled violently. The cold inhibitor on his neck now felt as if it had turned scalding hot, the intense warmth seeping through his skin and into his bloodstream. The male had come here specifically to remove the inhibitor for him. Hermes wondered how the male had persuaded Andrew to rescind the charges against him, when Urs gazed in astonishment at the inhibitor encircling the female's neck. The male had come specifically for this? He had thought the male was facing some trouble. How peculiar. When Urs withdrew his gaze, feeling troubled, the inhibitor on your female slave's neck is designed to suppress mental power fluctuations. Removing it could jeopardize your insect's life. Such an inhibitor could not be removed lightly. Gu Qing understood his adherence to protocol. He presented the recent assessment report, demonstrating that his mental power had returned to a safe level. Over the past few days, he had been providing mental guidance to the female. Furthermore, he could distinctly feel his control over his mental power had improved, and he could maintain it for a longer duration. When Urs scrutinized the report, nodding, then there should be no issue. He leaned in, just about to remove it when he noticed something amiss. Doesn't this also possess a function for suppressing mental power? When Urs' hand, which had extended halfway, retracted hesitantly as he looked at the male. Gu Qing recounted the events of the morning briefly, when Urs glanced at Hermes and marveled at how kind the male was being towards him. Not only had he specifically instructed Lord Andrew to call and clear the female's charges, but he was also requesting the removal of the inhibitor, since the female was no longer restricted. Logically, the suppression could be lifted. He confirmed. Are you certain you wish to lift the suppression on the mental power? Your female slave's mental power will revert to double S-class, and the associated risks must be carefully considered. Hermes turned to look at the male. He had previously injured a male. Did the male truly not harbor any regrets or fears? Gu Qing showed no hesitation, his voice resolute and resonant. Remove it. Chapter 23. Restoration of SS-class mental power. Hermes remained in a state of turmoil until the inhibitor was removed. He felt a long-absent surge of power coursing through him. That was the essence of double S mental power. Stepping outside the Male Protection Association, Hermes inhaled the fresh air, tinged with a hint of chill, and his muddled mind gradually began to clear. The bright sunlight streamed down upon the female insect. He stood tall and upright, like a young sapling, his handsome profile illuminated, the contours sharp and distinct. Gu Qing's gaze involuntarily lingered on Hermes. He thought to himself that females should bask in sunlight, shedding the grime from their beings, radiating their unique brilliance and charm like stars in the cosmos, just as dazzling as they were at this moment. Upon returning home, Gu Qing stored away the items bestowed by the Insect Emperor. And with the assistance of his butler, Xiao Ai, precious treasures filled nearly half of the storage room. Simultaneously, the military received news of Hermes' mental power being unbound. How could this be possible? Am I seeing things? As the former General Hermes' aide-de-camp, Li was the first insect to receive the news. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was hallucinating, until he continued to gaze at the unchanging screen that read, "The mental power restriction on the female insect Hermes has been lifted. Current mental power level is SS class." That he cursed under his breath. Damn it. This was indeed true. He dashed to Minister Ibo's office. His hasty figure along the way attracted the attention of numerous females. The reason was simple. No matter how serious the matter at the military, running in a panic was strictly forbidden. A female whispered, What urgent matter could make the usually composed Leet so flustered? If the prosecutor caught sight of him, he would surely be required to write a self-reflection, but Leet could not afford to care about that. In his eyes, the general's matters were of utmost importance. He knocked urgently on Minister Ebo's office door. As soon as he heard a response from within, he burst into the office like a flash. Ebo frowned as he looked over, recognizing the familiar figure. He was displeased. What the hell? Leet, knock so loudly. You better have something more significant than a beast appearing at center square. Leet's heart was still racing. Breath slightly hurried. It's about General Hermes. Hermes was known for his integrity and strength, and Ebo, who admired power, had a good relationship with him. Hearing Leet mention Hermes, Ebo's expression turned serious. What? Speak clearly. This insect was rushing to speak half-heartedly. Truly impatient, Leet steadied his breath and articulated clearly. The general's mental power restriction has been lifted. Andrew has rescinded the charges against the general. Leet's expression shifted to one of regret. Damn it. It's all my fault. If it weren't for the general suffering for me, he wouldn't have endured such hardships. Hope ignited in his eyes. If this were the case, could it mean that the general's rank could be restored? Ebo leaned slightly forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, a double S-class talent is not something the military would easily overlook. On the other side, after Gu Qing emerged from the storage room, he strolled through the garden, where the flowers and plants flourished abundantly. Observing the vibrant green shoots of grass and trees, Gu Qing suddenly recalled the collaboration from a while back. He opened his holographic device and, as expected, found a message from the high-level management regarding the live broadcast. Due to Gu Qing receiving an overwhelming amount of information lately, he had set his device to do not disturb, which was why he had not replied promptly. Gu Qing. Apologies, I've been a bit busy and missed the messages. After sending that message, he reviewed the previous communications. Gradually, Gu Qing's brow furrowed. The message stated that following his instructions, all the vegetable seedlings had perished within 3 days, leaving them baffled. How could this be? Gu Qing was puzzled. His instructions were identical to what he had practiced himself. What on earth had gone wrong? Before he could ponder further, his device chimed that a new message arrived. Do you have time to meet? We need to discuss this in detail. Gu Qing quickly replied with a yes, having already received the deposit. He had no reason to decline cooperating to identify the issue. They scheduled a meeting for the following noon at a well-reviewed CAF. The clock on the wall indicated 6:30 p.m. As Gu Qing made his way to the dining room, the table was already set with 3 dishes and a soup, prepared by his butler, Xiao Ai. He thought to himself that there was no greater invention in the star system. All one needed to do was set the program, and it would fulfill your needs the next time. It was truly a boon for every reluctant worker. After Gu Qing took his seat, Hermes followed closely behind. It must be said that the dishes prepared by Advanced Interstellar Products are indeed impeccable. Hermes suddenly realized that since meeting the Alpha, he had not consumed any nutritional supplements. He now found the taste of plain nutritional supplements utterly insipid. While Gu Qing focused intently on his meal, Hermes's gaze inadvertently drifted to the glossy, smooth black hair atop the Alpha's head. He mechanically chewed his food, lost in thought. His mental strength had stabilized, which perhaps indicated that the Alpha would no longer provide him with mental guidance. Hermes should have anticipated this. He should have recognized it when the Alpha had taken him for a mental assessment yesterday. Previously, he had never dared to imagine a day when his mental strength would return to a safe level. But now that it had come to pass, Hermes felt no joy. He even secretly wished that the recovery would slow down a bit. This meal ended in Hermes's absent-mindedness. Devoid of taste, the Alpha did not mention the matter at all. After changing into a fresh robe, Hermes, as usual, found himself hesitating at the bathroom door after his shower. He lingered in the steaming bathroom, the mist swirling around, blurring his beautiful golden eyes. Hermes struggled with the decision of whether to seek out the Alpha. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly flung open the door. His gaze landing on the Alpha's tightly shut door. He paused for a moment before turning back to his own room. Damn, he had no legitimate reason to approach the Alpha now. If he were to knock on the Alpha's bedroom door, the Alpha would surely look at him in surprise. Hermes buried his face in the soft pillow, reflecting on the moments when the Alpha had tenderly guided him. The communicator on his wrist beeped several times, illuminating the screen. Hermes wondered who could be messaging him. Could it be Rhett? He couldn't think of anyone else at the moment. He raised his arm to read the message and widened his eyes in surprise. It was a message from the military. He carefully scanned each word, fearful of missing any crucial information. Suddenly, Hermes sat up straight, his back rigid. This was a document from the military regarding the restoration of his rank. However, They had attached a requirement for the Alpha's personal consent to the signature. The Alpha signature? Hermes' lips curled into a wry smile. Indeed, under this inequitable insect society, females are not permitted to work outside after marriage unless granted permission by the Alpha. Most Alphas allow their females to work only because they lack sufficient funds to indulge themselves, thus permitting their females to earn more money for their extravagance. In the deep, tranquil night, the female gazed at the message for a long time. Chapter 24. The Alpha's signature. The next morning, Gu Chang rubbed his bleary eyes, preparing to see what breakfast the butler Xiao Ai had made today, only to be surprised by an unexpected figure. Hermes was busily working in the kitchen, emerging with a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Ji Chang's eyes met those of the female, and he was taken aback by how the female was suddenly making breakfast instead of leaving it to the butler. His intuition told him that the female was behaving unusually today. Ji Chang brushed past Hermes' shoulder and went to the kitchen to bring out the remaining breakfast items. He originally intended to ask the female if today was a special occasion. However, he keenly sensed Hermes' frequent glances in his direction. He suppressed his curiosity, trusting his instinct that the female would eventually speak up. Sure enough, on the 11th glance, the female hesitantly opened his mouth. Alpha. Gu Chang looked up. The female's conflicted expression assured Gu Chang that he had been deliberating for quite some time before deciding to speak with him. The military sent me the document for the restoration of my position last night, Hermes said softly. Listening to the female's slow words, Gu Chang paused with the chopsticks in his hand that he felt puzzled. Wasn't this a good thing? When he had previously found a photo online of the female in military uniform, adorned with shimmering medals that complemented his gaze, it was evident that the female had been filled with pride and ambition. Surely, the opportunity to return to the military should make him happy. Gu Chang scrutinized the female's expression. Are you not happy? Hermes was momentarily taken aback by the Alpha's question. Of course, he was delighted. Returning to the military was something he had longed for. Hermes poured out the words that had troubled him throughout the night. The appointment document requires your signature. Ji Chang raised an eyebrow. My signature. So, it requires my consent. Now he understood why the female had been so conflicted. It was because he feared his disapproval. Ji Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Extending his right hand, handed over. Hermes studied Gu Chang's expression. Ji Chang found it amusing. Did the female truly fear that he would tear it up? He urged, hurry. Hermes produced the document he had prepared in advance and carefully placed it in the Alpha's palm. Gu Chang realized just how much the female cared about this matter. He was not so heartless as to act in a despicable manner. Flipping to the last page, he found the signature area. Noticing the female standing there in a daze, pen, Gu Chang said irritably. Hermes, as if awakening from a dream, handed over the pen he had been gripping as soon as Gu Chang took hold of it. He felt the dampness on its surface. He sighed in exasperation. Just how afraid was the female of him refusing to sign? Hermes stared blankly as the Alpha's signature was elegantly inscribed. And only when he received the signed document did he momentarily clear his chaotic thoughts. Thank you. Alpha. A thousand words ultimately condensed into a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Ji Chang sighed. I am not a feudal lord, nor will I impede your ambitions. He had considered this matter when he decided to lift the restrictions on the female's mental strength. The female was born to soar freely like an eagle in the sky, not to be confined to a mere patch of land. Otherwise, what difference would it make to clip the female's wings? Hermes gazed at the Alpha in a daze, and as he lowered his eyes, his slightly curled fingers left clear creases on the pristine paper. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Gu Chang broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere. When will you return to the military? 7:30 tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Gu Chang thought. It truly suited the female's no-nonsense demeanor. After breakfast, Hermes sent a message to Rhett. The response came almost instantly, bombarding him with a flurry of messages. Even through the screen, Hermes could feel the exuberance radiating from the other side. A smile began to play at the corners of his lips. Has your Alpha consented? This is simply wonderful. I swear, your Alpha is the most understanding Alpha I have ever met. Indeed, the Alpha was quite exceptional. Hermes' brow twitched, and the smile on his lips deepened as he consciously ignored the earlier complaints he had voiced to the female about the Alpha's shortcomings. I will share this good news with Minister Ebo right away. The entire First Legion is looking forward to your return, General. Each word was absorbed into Hermes' consciousness. He was momentarily transported back to the time when he had served in the military. Remembering the numerous insects he had personally guided, familiar faces replayed in his mind, stirring waves of emotion within him. At that moment, his distant thoughts were interrupted by a clear voice. Hermes, can you pilot a spacecraft? It was Gu Chang. having found the female leaning against a tree, posing the question. Obviously, the question seemed absurd. As a former general of the Empire and a top graduate from military academy, Hermes could undoubtedly pilot a spacecraft. And he excelled beyond most females. Hermes nodded in response to Gu Cheng's expectant gaze. Yes, Alpha. Gu Cheng, filled with satisfaction, led the female insect towards the landing pad of the spacecraft. Today, he intended to travel in the vessel graciously bestowed upon him by the insect emperor during their last encounter. With a ready-made vehicle at home, it seemed a waste not to utilize it. Moreover, Gu Cheng found the design of the spacecraft exceptionally appealing. It was said to be a limited edition, standing before the towering vessel, which was significantly taller than him. His admiration only grew. The spacecraft was entirely silver-white, its surface smooth and lustrous, appearing to be crafted from high-quality metal. Its minimalist design boasted no superfluous embellishments, and under the sun's rays, it radiated a dazzling and enchanting sheen. Clearly, the insect emperor possessed an astute mind, choosing not to present Gu Cheng with one of those gaudy, multicolored spacecraft that were currently favored by male insects, but rather something versatile and unobjectionable. In summary, Gu Cheng was thoroughly pleased. Chapter 25. The teachings of Hermes. The interior of the spacecraft was intricately designed, with a myriad of buttons on the control panel that momentarily dazzled Gu Cheng. He shifted slightly to the side, allowing Hermes to draw closer. The sight of the male insect's enthusiastic demeanor struck Hermes as somewhat novel. In a society where males were often regarded with great delicacy, they typically shunned the act of piloting the spacecraft themselves. The notion of a male insect taking the controls seemed utterly fantastical. Generally, it was the female attendants who piloted, with very few males inclined to take the helm themselves. Throughout the process, Hermes provided meticulous explanations. He detailed the function of each button and control stick, ensuring that Gu Cheng was well-informed. Gu Cheng listened attentively. Were he in school, he would undoubtedly be a favored student. To Hermes' surprise, Gu Cheng's reflexes, memory, and ability to learn quickly exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but think that had Gu Cheng been a female insect, his performance on the battlefield would surely have been exceptional, perhaps even rivaling his own. Alas, males were not permitted to participate in combat, especially precious S-rank males. I've noted everything, Gu Cheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness. Why don't we give it a try now? If Gu Cheng were alone in this situation, he would likely hesitate to take such a bold step. However, with Hermes by his side, the dynamic shifted. Even if he made a mistake, the female insect could rectify it. The more he pondered, the more he yearned to attempt it. He reasoned that no man could resist the allure of piloting and the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. The bold words of the male insect reached Hermes' ears, causing him to frown instinctively. It was merely a practice session, and if the male were to pilot the spacecraft now, numerous uncontrollable factors could arise. Yet, gazing into Gu Cheng's expectant and gleeful eyes, Hermes' resolve softened, and he acquiesced to the male's request. Gu Cheng's spirits soared visibly. Ultimately, Gu Cheng took his place in the pilot's seat, while Hermes stood beside him. Gu Cheng pressed the ignition button, followed closely by two buttons in different locations, recalling the instructions. Finally, he pulled the control stick, and the spacecraft slowly powered up, gliding forward. His fingers danced over the controls with lightning speed. The moment the spacecraft lifted off, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, eliciting an involuntary gasp. The safety belt he fastened alleviated much of the jolt, yet he remained focused on the controls, his hands a flurry of motion. As the spacecraft soared steadily through the air, Gu Cheng was overcome with immense satisfaction and pride. Hermes, I did it. He eagerly shared his exhilaration with the individual beside him. I see it, my lord, Hermes responded, providing the necessary emotional validation. You are quite impressive. He offered a restrained yet sincere compliment. Even so, Gu Cheng felt a deep sense of fulfillment. In a flash, Hermes suddenly commanded, reduce speed. It turned out that Gu Cheng, in his exuberance, had failed to notice an eye-catching spacecraft approaching. Time seemed to freeze as Gu Cheng was caught off guard. Just as the two vessels were on the verge of colliding, Hermes seized control of the cockpit, in a blur of motion. His fingers flew across the controls at a speed several times faster than Gu Cheng's, leaving only a trail of afterimages. With a narrow escape, the spacecraft brushed past the other vehicle at a precarious angle. At a designated stop, Hermes expertly brought the spacecraft to a stable landing. The harrowing moment left Gu Cheng momentarily dazed, as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Indeed, had Hermes not been there, he may have committed an irreparable mistake. Thank you, Hermes. Gu Cheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without a hint of complaint or criticism, Hermes absorbed the male's anxious demeanor. My lord, you performed admirably, he reassured Gu Cheng, who interpreted this as mere consolation from the female insect. The spacecraft was equipped with an autopilot feature, but Hermes, out of personal inclination, chose not to disclose this to the male upon hearing about such advanced technology. Gu Cheng's eyes lit up. So, I won't have to pilot it myself when I head out later. Hermes then realized that Gu Cheng intended to go out, which explained the sudden urgency to learn how to operate the spacecraft. Suddenly, Hermes spoke, "My lord, I can escort you." Gu Cheng, taken aback, instinctively considered declining the offer. After all, utilizing the autopilot would be much more convenient than piloting himself. However, the female's demeanor was resolute. In the end, Gu Cheng found himself aboard the spacecraft operated personally by Hermes. Initially, Gu Cheng admired the fluidity and grace with which Hermes maneuvered the controls. Gradually, his gaze fell upon the silhouette of Hermes, who stood with his back to him. Hermes's physique was undoubtedly striking. He stood tall and straight like a pine, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs that seemed to defy gravity, perfectly accentuating the simplest of short-sleeved shirts and trousers. The slanting rays of the sun illuminated his features, casting sharp shadows that emphasized the contours of his face, while his long, muscular neck and well-defined shoulders stood out prominently, bathed in a golden glow. Only when the spacecraft's speed noticeably decreased and it prepared to land did Gu Cheng leisurely shift his gaze to the window. "We've arrived." Outside, the elegantly decorated CAF and its prominent signage immediately caught Gu Cheng's attention. Hermes mentioned he would wait outside, and Gu Cheng nodded before stepping off the spacecraft and heading directly into the CAF. Glancing down at his wrist, Gu Cheng noted the time, exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Perfectly timed, neither too early nor too late. He sent a message to his acquaintance, informing them of his arrival. Perhaps due to his prominent position in the center of the CAF, a female insect dressed as a server approached him and inquired, "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" Having worked at the CAF for 2 years, the server was accustomed to the influx of female insects, but upon spotting such a striking male insect, he instinctively approached to ask. Just as Gu Cheng was about to respond, his communicator chimed with a message from the other party. Scanning the room, he quickly located a solitary figure in the corner that matched the description he had just received. Gu Cheng smiled politely at the server. No need. I found him. As a smile blossomed on Gu Cheng's face. The server momentarily felt as though they had witnessed the resurrection of spring as recorded in ancient Earth lore. Once he regained his composure, all that remained was the sight of Gu Cheng's retreating figure. Chapter 26. The affinity of psychic plants. Yona was finishing a communication when he looked up to see an attractive male insect approaching him. Initially indifferent, he took notice when the male stopped at his table. "Do you need something?" Yona blurted out. "Hello, I am Vegetable Coin." The two voices resonated almost simultaneously. For a brief moment, the air fell silent for 2 seconds. Both parties were taken aback. Yona's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively, he dismissed the notion of this small certainty. He had not anticipated that the male insect standing before him was the very one he was meant to meet. Yona quickly composed himself and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Yona. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Gu Cheng." Yona observed the visible shyness in his demeanor. "Please, this is a distinguished male insect before me." As Yona gestured for Gu Cheng to take a seat, he also ordered a cup of coffee for him. "Sir, do you have any preferences?" Gu Cheng shook his head, expressing his disinterest in bitter coffee. "Anything is fine." "Very well, sir." Yuanaga slightly turned to inquire with the attendant about the most highly praised coffee, subsequently ordering a popular beverage for Gu Cheng. After accomplishing this task, Yuanaga's gaze returned to the male insect before him. Wait. Something felt familiar about this male insect. Yuanaga's eyes lingered on Gu Cheng for an unusually prolonged moment, until Gu Cheng's discomfort manifested as a frown, prompting Yuanaga to suddenly regain his senses. "I apologize, my lord." Yuanaga's pupils constricted in surprise as he fixated on the male insect's alabaster visage, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and complexity. "May I ask, are you the esteemed S-class lord rumored online?" The face that flashed urgently through Yuanaga's mind seemed to seamlessly align with the male insect before him. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the female insect's unblinking stare was a result of recognition. He had no intention of concealing this. Nodding in affirmation, "Oh my goodness." The exhilaration on Yuanaga's face was anything but feigned. His complexion flushed, words bubbled forth as if seeking an outlet. "I cannot believe I am witnessing the S-class lord in person. It is truly an honor, esteemed lord." With his right hand placed over his heart, Yuanaga bowed slightly, as if performing an ancient and sacred rite. Were it not for his occupation as a live streamer, where he diligently kept abreast of trending topics online, and his keen interest in the male insect's continued popularity, he might not have recognized him so swiftly. In truth, the male insect's appearance was strikingly distinctive. However, had they encountered one another on the street, most insects would not have dared to entertain such a fortunate notion. Yet, here Yuanaga was, basking in that very fortune, his heart still pounding like a drum. "Your coffee is ready." The attendant placed the coffee securely before Gu Qing. This brief interlude reminded Yuanaga that their visit was not merely for coffee. And with that thought, he endeavored to quell his excitement and return to the matter at hand. My lord, we have followed your instructions meticulously at every step. Yet, inexplicably, not a single vegetable seedling has survived. Gu Qing had pondered the issue prior to his arrival but found himself at a loss, expressing his regret. "I too am unsure where the problem lies." The concern etched on the male insect's face appeared genuine. For a fleeting moment, Yuanaga even considered reaching out to smooth the furrowed brow of the male insect. In the blink of an eye, an idea emerged in the female insect's mind. Clenching his fist tightly, his voice barely concealing his excitement, he posited, "Centuries ago, an insect in the Empire had discovered that his psychic energy could solidify into vines. However, when tested at the institution, no results were found. Yet, some speculated it might be an evolution of psychic energy, suggesting that the male insect's psychic energy could possess plant affinity attributes. He boldly concluded, "Perhaps your psychic energy carries this trait. Thus, the vegetable seedlings thrived under your cultivation, while our attempts to replicate your methods yielded no results." The fervent expression of the female insect contrasted sharply with the bewilderment reflected in Gu Qing's eyes. "What? Plant affinity attributes? Does my psychic energy truly possess such a quality? My psychic energy cannot transform into vines," Yuanaga suggested. "You likely have not yet attempted it, though I am uncertain how that previous lord discovered his ability to transform his psychic energy into vines. However, perhaps you could give it a try." Yuanaga genuinely believed in the potential of this possibility. Were it any other male insect, he might not have been so confident, but the one seated before him was none other than the esteemed S-class lord. A once-in-500 years figure. The female insect's words ignited Gu Qing's curiosity, and he extended his right hand, concentrating as he gathered his psychic energy, manifesting it in a pale white form that gradually solidified into a column. Yuanaga's eyes widened in astonishment, watching the male insect's actions. Truly, as an S-class lord, his psychic energy manifested in a form far more robust than that of other male insects. "No, this won't do." Gu Qing, disheartened, retracted his psychic energy, shaking his head. Despite his earnest efforts to envision it as a plant vine, he still could not succeed. "No matter, my lord." Yuanaga, unable to bear the sight of such a handsome and courteous male insect appearing despondent, offered words of comfort. "It could simply be due to other influencing factors. We will conduct a thorough investigation and surely find the answer." Gu Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. He had held considerable hope just moments ago. Quietly, he concealed his hands beneath the table and made another attempt. His eyes widened slowly as he suddenly lifted his gaze from his hands. "Look." Gu Qing gestured frantically for Yuanaga to observe his hand. Following the direction of Gu Qing's indication, Yuanaga was momentarily frozen in shock, utterly astounded. What did he just see? By the gods, he truly witnessed the male insect's psychic energy condensing into vines. It was not a trick of the light. A smile blossomed on Gu Qing's lips. He had indeed succeeded. The psychic energy in his hand transformed into a soft green hue, with the vine at the center of his palm swaying, exuding boundless vitality. Yuanaga marveled. "It is evident now that your psychic energy possesses a rare plant affinity attribute." He felt proud, for he was the first insect to witness this moment. Yuanaga remarked, "Your psychic energy emanates warmth, a sensation that envelopes the insects around you. Perhaps this is the unique advantage of psychic energy with plant affinity. Merely being in proximity made Yuanaga feel a soothing warmth throughout his body. I believe your psychic energy guidance must yield exceptional results, incomparable to that of other insects." Chapter 27. The Psychic Energy Shield. Gu Qing reflected on the process of providing psychic energy guidance to Hermes. Aside from the initial challenges, the remainder unfolded smoothly. Perhaps, as Yuanaga suggested, this was indeed influenced by the previously unrecognized plant affinity attribute. Yuanaga proactively stated, "Now that we understand the cause, I believe our collaboration can continue." Certainly, Gu Qing had no doubts, wholeheartedly agreeing. Collaboration equates to revenue. He would not turn his back on financial gain. "Oh, you have time later?" "Yes." Yuanaga beamed. "Splendid. Allow me to make a few arrangements. Let us head to the experimental field together." I have a brilliant idea, and it won't require you to make the trip every time. Yuanaga operated his light brain, contacting several seed suppliers to deliver seeds, all of whom also provided sowing services. He had previously instructed others to dispose of the dead seeds in the experimental field, ensuring no hindrance to their upcoming work. Setting aside his light brain, Yuanaga rose. "My lord, we may now depart." Gu Cheng responded affirmatively, following closely behind. Upon exiting the CAF, Yuanaga turned to the male insect. "Did you arrive in a flying vehicle?" He smiled invitingly. "If not, you are welcome to ride in mine. No need." Gu Cheng declined the offer, intending to mention that someone would be picking him up. A low voice from behind interrupted his half-finished sentence. "Lord." Gu Cheng turned to find Hermes, having alighted from the flying vehicle. Standing directly behind him. "Is this your female companion?" Yuanaga also noticed the tall female insect, his brow furrowing, features sharp and striking. The aura surrounding her led Yuanaga to initially assume she was Gu Cheng's female companion. Regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth, fragmented memories pieced together, revealing that this sudden appearance, calling Gu Cheng Lord, was none other than the former general of the Empire, Hermes, once a dazzling double S-class genius. Now merely a female servant, Yuanaga's smile abruptly turned awkward, feeling an intense dislike for his own impulsiveness. He still harbored a fondness for the general, who had contributed significantly to the Empire, even though news had reported Hermes' mad assault on an A-class lord. He instinctively felt she was not a violent insect and would not harm the Empire's citizens without reason. There must be some other explanation. Returning to the previous matter, Yuanaga genuinely wished for time to rewind. Wanting to retract his ill-timed words, he had not intended it, nor sought to humiliate anyone. In his heart, Yuanaga could only hope Hermes would not take offense. Gu Cheng, however, did not feel the need for an elaborate explanation. Glancing at the female insect, he smiled at Yuanaga, saying, "Look, someone is here to escort me. You may lead the way ahead." Yuanaga nodded in relief, eager to leave the awkward situation behind, promptly making his way toward his flying vehicle. Gu Cheng took a slight step, approaching Hermes. "Let us proceed." Hermes followed closely behind. Having noticed the moment the esteemed lord exited the CAF, he had not anticipated that the individual conversing with the esteemed lord was a female insect. Hermes had assumed Gu Cheng was merely seeking the company of his male friends. That moment, he could not comprehend why he disembarked from the spacecraft, and as he interrupted the dialogue between the esteemed lord and the other insect, he shut the hatch of the vessel, pondering why the esteemed lord had not clarified that he was not the esteemed lord's female consort, but merely a female servant. Was Gu Cheng unconcerned that the female insect might misconstrue their relationship? Hermes' heart became tumultuous once again. The spacecraft had landed in a desolate area, with sprawling fields visible in the distance, stretching for dozens of acres. Should they disembark together? Just as Gu Cheng stepped out of the spacecraft and prepared to set foot on the ground, he hesitated, retracting his foot for a moment. The considerable height of the spacecraft compelled Gu Cheng to gaze upward at the female insect. Their discussion was hardly confidential, and it was perfectly acceptable for Gu Cheng to bring a companion. Otherwise, Hermes would have been left in the spacecraft, which would be rather dull. The female insect remained silent for a full 3 seconds, and just when Gu Cheng thought she would decline, Hermes unexpectedly acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Esteemed lord, I hope not to intrude upon your conversation." Gu Cheng waved his hand dismissively, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Thus, the two insects proceeded, one leading and the other following, toward the location where Yuanaga awaited. This was indeed the place. The faint smile graced Yuanaga's lips, his gaze lingering on the female insect beside Gu Cheng for merely a second before shifting back to Gu Cheng. He led a group of insects forward, introducing the expanse of fields. These fields span over 100 acres, all passed down from my ancestors. Prior to this, they were left fallow. In the live streaming industry, we must study the trends, right? When I witnessed the explosive success of Vegetable Lord's livestream, I was astonished and, out of curiosity, clicked to watch, only to find you seeking a collaboration. Yuanaga expressed his gratitude. "I never expected to have the fortuitous opportunity to collaborate with your majesty. It is truly an honor." Gu Cheng smiled in return. "It is my honor as well, for I lack such a vast area of farmland. If I do not find a collaborator soon, my followers will surely come after me with harsh words." Previously, Gu Cheng had resided in a modest space, cultivating fewer than 100 vegetable plants in a small garden. The supply was far too limited, and the comment section was perpetually filled with lamentations. Over time, Gu Cheng felt a sense of embarrassment. It was time to transform his approach. actively seeking diversification and development to meet the needs of more insects. Yanaga had not anticipated the esteemed lord's wit. He bent down and chuckled, and for a moment, the atmosphere was harmonious. Through their exchange, Hermes finally comprehended the nature of the relationship between the unfamiliar female insect and the esteemed lord. The esteemed lord had not shied away from discussing vegetables in Hermes's presence before, and it was even more apparent now. Yanaga guided the two insects to the experimental fields, where in the distance, Guchang could see numerous insects diligently working, seemingly sowing seeds, gazing at the vast fields. Yanaga slowly articulated his thoughts. If you were to envelop the experimental fields with your mental energy, the vegetable seeds, nourished by your mental force, would surely germinate successfully. Gu Cheng's thoughts stirred. This was indeed an excellent idea. How had he not thought of it before? However, before he could respond, Yanaga continued cautiously, but as you can see, the area of the experimental fields is quite extensive, requiring a considerable amount of mental energy. Even with an S-class male insect's mental energy, one cannot guarantee to completely cover these 100 acres. Yanaga's concerns were evidently not unfounded. Jiu Qing pondered before replying, I will give it a try first. If it proves too difficult, I can do it in several attempts. The three exchanged glances, and no one opposed this plan. Chapter 28. Weakness in recent days. Guchang had been utilizing his mental energy frequently, and he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in both his application and proficiency with it. He was quite satisfied with this progress. Consequently, he approached any situation requiring mental energy with eagerness, viewing each usage as an opportunity to hone his abilities. This time, Guchang released his mental energy. Unlike before, he first diffused the still-forming mental energy before noticing that since transforming it into vines in the CAF, its color had turned green. Green was an uncommon hue. Guchang speculated that his actions in the CAF had perhaps activated a type of mental energy attuned to plants. The pale green mental energy spread like a light mist toward the edges of the experimental fields, causing many insects working in the fields to instinctively stretch their necks to observe. Initially, Guchang found the task manageable, covering nearly half of the fields, but as he continued, he began to feel increasingly fatigued. Nevertheless, he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he focused intently, drawing upon the remaining reserves of his mental energy. The mist continued to envelop more of the fields. Yanaga was astonished by the scene before him. He had assumed that despite the esteemed lord possessing extraordinary S-class mental energy, it would be a remarkable feat to cover even a few plots of land on the first attempt. In the starry realm, female insects were well aware that male insects seldom employed mental energy. They typically relied on pheromones of the same rank to entice female insects into a state of arousal. With this in mind, Yanaga's expression darkened. Nevertheless, overall, this S-class male insect surpassed his expectations. Hermes observed as the esteemed lord continued to release mental energy, his brows knitting together in concern. The esteemed lord bit his lip, his color paling slightly, clearly nearing his limit. Unable to restrain himself, Hermes spoke up, Esteemed lord, you needn't push yourself. Jiu Chung shook his head. It's fine. Let me try again. Even though it was becoming increasingly difficult. Guchang felt that he had not yet reached his ultimate limit. Hermes's lips pressed tightly together as he silently watched the esteemed lord's mental energy continue to spread. Jiu Chung held his breath, convinced he could succeed. As he neared the last acre, he felt victory was within reach and mentally encouraged himself. However, Hermes, observing the esteemed lord's unsteady form, felt an urge to intervene immediately, calling out, Stop. Esteemed lord. Yanaga also noticed the esteemed lord's distress and urged, Your Majesty, we can continue next time. It is of no consequence. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, and time seemed to stand still. Moments later, the esteemed lord released a sigh of relief. All right. Abruptly, just as the esteemed lord's words fell, he lost his balance, his body tipping forward. Hermes reacted swiftly, extending his long arm to catch Guchang as he fell. Jiu Cheng's vision blurred, and after a moment of disorientation, waves of dizziness washed over him. His thoughts became a chaotic tangle, instinctively seeking a point of support. Jiu Cheng grasped the fabric of Hermes's waist, their bodies drawn close together. The thin material transmitted the esteemed lord's warmth, causing Hermes to stiffen momentarily. Observing the esteemed lord's discomfort, he withdrew his hand from the esteemed lord's arm, pausing for a moment before finally resting it on the esteemed lord's waist. The intimate gesture, akin to an embrace, did not go unnoticed by Yanaga. Concern etched on his face, he asked Hermes, Is Guchang all right like this? Should we take him to a hospital? Hermes shook his head. Recovery of mental energy cannot rely on external forces. The implication was clear. A hospital would be of no use. Yanaga, being a female insect, understood this principle, yet he knew that if anything happened to the male insect, he could not escape culpability. Gu Cheng's weakened state from the depletion of mental energy genuinely alarmed the other insects. Fortunately, after resting for a while, he felt significantly better, no longer unsteady on his feet, though his complexion remained slightly pale. Once his awareness returned, Gu Cheng looked down to find he had wrinkled Hermes' shirt, and seeing the pronounced crease on the otherwise smooth fabric, he sheepishly withdrew his hand, mumbling an apology. Hermes silently retracted his hand. "It is of no concern, esteemed lord." Yanaga, noticing the esteemed lord's improved condition, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "You truly frightened us earlier. Thank the stars you are unharmed." Gu Cheng felt embarrassed. "I suppose I overestimated myself. It seems we all were quite startled." The S-class mental energy had completely enveloped the experimental fields, marking the conclusion of Gu Cheng's task. As Yanaga escorted Gu Cheng and the others away, he remarked, "The mental energy shield merely requires reinforcement at intervals. You need not visit here too frequently. This time, the vegetable cultivation should proceed without issue. Should there be no further complications, I will directly transfer the star coins to your account." Yanaga's arrangements were meticulous, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Gu Cheng had no objections and simply responded affirmatively. On the return journey, Hermes activated the autopilot mode. After settling into his seat by the window, Gu Cheng closed his eyes to rest. He had recently overexerted his mental faculties and still felt unwell, but he had suppressed his discomfort earlier to avoid worrying others. Hermes approached with a glass of water. His gaze slightly lowered as he called out, "Your Majesty." Gu Cheng lifted his eyes. Hermes presented the clear glass to him, explaining that it contained a soothing agent for his mental strain, which could alleviate his discomfort to some extent. While the agent would not fully restore the mental strength of the monarch, it would certainly provide some relief. "Thank you," Gu Cheng said, taking the glass and drinking it in one gulp. After Hermes returned the glass to its place, he quietly sat down at a respectful distance from the monarch. The effects of the remedy were not immediate, but they were certainly effective. By the time Gu Cheng disembarked from the aircraft, his discomfort had diminished significantly, and his lips had regained much of their color. "Welcome home," chimed the cheerful mechanical voice of the housekeeper. Xiao Ai. Always greeted them at the doorstep, instilling a sense of belonging in the monarch. A smile graced Gu Cheng's lips, and his eyes sparkled with twinkling lights. Chapter 29. The declaration of war by Imam Ali. The following day, sunlight gently streamed through the window as the monarch gradually awakened. Gu Cheng's half-asleep gaze was rather hazy. He tossed aside the covers, tousled his unruly hair, and opened the door. The vast house seemed even quieter than usual. A sense of unease washed over Gu Cheng. Hermes typically rose much earlier than he did. Throughout the journey, he had not seen Hermes at all. Normally, Gu Cheng would encounter the queen in various places after waking. However, today was different. The dining table. The automatic temperature-controlled breakfast emitted an enticing aroma, yet there were no signs of any insect having partaken of tea this moment. Gu Cheng's drowsy mind began to clear as he recalled that today marked Hermes' first day back at the military headquarters. A glance at the time revealed it was 8:16 by this hour. Hermes must have already begun his duties. With this conclusion, Gu Cheng took a seat at the table, pondering whether Hermes' first day back at the military would proceed smoothly. At the military gate, a guard, initially drowsy in the early morning, instinctively straightened up upon catching sight of a familiar figure approaching. As the figure drew nearer, he suddenly realized, isn't that the former general? He could not be mistaken. Khania prided himself on his memory, recalling every insect in the military. Yet wasn't Hermes dismissed previously? Despite the lingering reverence from muscle memory, Khania followed the necessary procedures. "Please present your identification." The scene remained unchanged, just as before. Hermes, filled with mixed emotions, handed over the reinstatement documents to the guard. Khania carefully scanned the papers, and his heart trembled violently. The general had been reinstated, suppressing his excitement. Khania waved a signal for the insect to enter. With a voice laced with respect and faith, he said, "General, please." Watching Hermes' departing figure, Khania suddenly slapped his forehead, quickly sharing the news in his friend group. "The general is back." Khania's explosive announcement instantly stirred the previously silent members of the group. Handsome and dashing insect? Free fish, handsome and dashing insect. Which general? Clarify yourself. Khania typed furiously. Which general could it possibly be? Of course, it's the double S Hermes. Ever since Hermes' dismissal, the position of general had remained vacant. The first name that flashed in the minds of the group members was this very name. Yet they were also aware of the tumultuous events that had transpired. The crime of harming a monarch was grave. Once established, no queen could ever redeem herself, even if the insect in question was the once-honored General Hermes. But who could explain how this had come to pass? Why had the general been reinstated? It was clear that this required the consent of the injured monarch. Yet would a vengeful monarch truly show mercy toward the queen so readily? Free fish. Surely the general didn't agree to some unequal treaty. Handsome and dashing insect. Oh no. Please, general, don't do anything rash. The group erupted into chaos, with the truth of the matter remaining elusive. Meanwhile, after taking a winding route, Hermes arrived at the office area. He paused before his office door, his gaze resting on the plaque that read General, before glancing at the name inscribed below it. Hermes. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the familiar furnishings, as if they had been arranged just yesterday. Hermes lightly brushed a leaf of a green potted plant on his desk, surveying the pristine surroundings, each corner impeccably tidy as if recently cleaned. General. An excited voice broke the moment, causing Hermes' heart to leap. And in a reflexive motion, he accidentally tore off a green leaf. Irritated, Hermes turned to see Rhett, his aide, standing in the doorway. The military prohibits loud noises. Rhett sheepishly rubbed his nose. He had just heard the news of the general's arrival and had rushed excitedly to Hermes' office without knocking, lost in his own exuberance. Yet he had forgotten that Hermes was someone who valued military discipline above all. Even after being reprimanded by the general, Rhett did not feel chastened. Instead, he was overjoyed to acknowledge the undeniable fact of the general's return. Standing tall, he saluted Hermes, promising not to repeat his mistake. Hermes discarded the leaf into the trash can, sparing Rhett the usual punishment of writing a lengthy apology. As Rhett exited the general's office, he suddenly felt a surge of elation. As meticulous as Hermes was, he could not forget the repercussions of violating such regulations. Today, however, he had chosen to show mercy to the queen. Not all insects in the military were eager for Hermes' return, as evidenced by a provocative message that appeared on Hermes' holographic screen. Upon reading it, his brow furrowed deeply. It was from Imoli of the 2nd Legion. He had issued a challenge to Hermes for a duel at the training square at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Yet Hermes had never participated in such trivial matters and chose to dismiss the arrogant challenge. In the 2nd Legion, Imoli walked his usual route, encountering groups of queens animatedly discussing something. Imoli frowned in displeasure, wondering what they were up to. The moment the gathered queens heard his voice, akin to a devil's, they scattered like startled birds. They stood to attention, simultaneously calling out, "General Imoli." With his fiery red hair, Imoli exuded an aura of confidence and curiosity, demanding, "What were you all whispering about?" The queens exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison, insisting, "Nothing." The entire military was aware of the discord between Imoli and the general. Albeit it was a one-sided antagonism. If Imoli were to learn of Hermes' return, he would undoubtedly be displeased. The queen's eyes betrayed their anxiety, their gazes evasive. Clearly, they were not being truthful, and Imoli's expression darkened. "You're not conspiring against me, are you?" The queens felt a chill run down their spines under Imoli's intimidating glare. "We swear, it's not true." Under the threat of Imoli's piercing gaze, the queens divulged the news of Hermes' reinstatement. Imoli's expression shifted, revealing a complex mix of emotions that was difficult to decipher. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice laced with menace. "I shall challenge Hermes." Only after Imoli's fiery figure had disappeared from sight did the queens erupt into animated chatter, as if a dam had burst. "What? Did I hear correctly? Imoli is going to challenge the general? I want to watch. I wonder if the general's skills have diminished after being away from the military for so long." A quiet voice emerged from the crowd. "Imoli has never won against the general in their previous duels." The queens awkwardly acknowledged this undeniable fact. A small voice piped up, "But the general's mental strength is no longer double S, is it? It's anyone's guess who will win this time." If that were the case, they speculated, Imoli might just emerge victorious. Very few were privy to the details of Hermes' recovery, thus leaving many in the dark. Chapter 30. Swift resolution. Imoli spent the entire morning in a state of barely contained excitement, eager to engage in a spar with Hermes. His exhilaration surged within him like an undercurrent, and he could hardly contain himself. Imoli is not one to hide in the shadows. His character is as vibrant and flamboyant as his crimson hair. In just a few hours, news of his challenge to Hermes had spread throughout the military. By afternoon, the arena was packed with eager spectators. A glance around revealed a sea of dark figures. As the clock struck 4, Imoli, clad in combat attire, stood ready in the arena. However, the other principal did not make an appearance. when the minute hand passed the hour mark, and Imoli gazed toward the entrance. Failing to see the expected figure, he realized he had been stood up, having frequently sparred with Hermes. Imoli knew his temperament well. If he intended to show up, he would undoubtedly be punctual. That Imoli's expression soured. How dare Hermes disregard him? Leaning against the railing, he vaulted down, determined to confront Hermes and demand an explanation for his abandonment. Imoli was resolute. Today he must face Hermes. The onlooking spectators, who had anticipated a thrilling match, understood that with Imoli leaving and the other combatant absent, their hopes of witnessing a clash were dashed. What a pity! I had heard that Imoli and the general had once engaged in a fierce bout. Leaving a 2-meter-deep crater in the solid ground of Training Ground 3. Was Imoli off to seek the general? It seemed likely, for Imoli was known for his relentless pursuit of his goals. The general would likely be troubled for some time. They were not mistaken. Imoli stormed into the First Legion in search of Hermes. Red encountered the fiery Imoli head on as he was en route to the document office. Red noticed the anger etched on Imoli's face and felt a wave of foreboding. Surely Imoli was not here to confront the general again? Previously, Imoli had frequently sent challenge letters to the general, and Red had assisted Hermes in rebuffing them many times. Thus, he knew Imoli well. Normally, Imoli had no pressing matters that would bring him to Hermes. For the sake of the general, Ret resolved to intervene. Stepping decisively in front of Imoli. General Imoli, are you seeking the general? Imoli frowned at the insect blocking his path, recognizing him before he suddenly burst into laughter at Hermes' aid. I remember you. Upon hearing that Imoli actually recalled him, Ret's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He was somewhat taken aback by Imoli's unexpected smile. However, in the next moment, Imoli's gaze turned ominous. The last time I came to see Hermes, you told me he had been urgently dispatched to Planet M. Yet, here he is in the First Legion headquarters, where I coincidentally encountered the general who was supposedly assigned to Planet M. A mocking smile curled Imoli's lips. Tell me, does Hermes possess the ability to teleport? Ret felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. No, General Imoli is aware. Are you trying to inform me again that Hermes is not present? Ret silently stepped aside. There was no need to impede Imoli further, as his intentions were already clear. After you. Ret gestured for him to pass. Imoli snorted disdainfully and rapped loudly on Hermes' office door. He was eager to see what excuses Hermes would muster to evade his challenge. Ret watched helplessly as Imoli pushed the door open, covering his eyes with his hand and silently lamenting. General, it's not that I'm unwilling to assist you this time. From today onward, Ret declared, Imoli would be the most formidable insect in the military. No exceptions. The commotion outside had long since reached Hermes' ears, and he was not surprised to see Imoli stride in. Imoli halted at Hermes' desk, gazing at the long-absent insect, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. General, it's been too long. Hermes' cold gaze swept over him. Imoli, you aren't here merely for a pleasant reunion, are you? Imoli's smile faded slightly. I waited for you at the training ground for quite some time. While you hid away here, Hermes frowned. I believe I did not consent to your declaration of war. Imoli raised an eyebrow, mischief glinting in his gaze. No, I believe you simply overlooked the message I sent earlier. Now, General, I trust you won't refuse my challenge. Hermes' voice grew heavier. Imoli remained unfazed and composed. General, I am right here. He lowered his gaze to the clock, reminding Hermes of the time. It was 4:30. If we hurry, we can conclude before the end of the workday. Hermes felt a headache coming on. At the mention of time, his frown deepened. The image of Heng's delicate face flashed in his mind. He wondered what the warrior was doing now. Hermes knew all too well that Imoli would not relent, else he would cling to him until the end of the day, potentially delaying his departure. Hermes, known for his brevity, opted for a quick resolution. Imoli, who had intended to speak further, was taken aback when Hermes agreed. The unexpected acquiescence made Imoli momentarily suspect that the insect before him had undergone a transformation. Chapter 31. Face slap. Imoli returned to the training ground, followed closely by the impassive Hermes. Many insects were still training. As the two central figures arrived simultaneously, discussion ceased, and the crowd parted to make way for Imoli and Hermes. As they walked, Imoli pushed the fabric of his sleeves up to his elbows, revealing his strong, elongated arms, exuding an aura of power. The military insects abandoned their training, murmuring about the impending confrontation. It seems Imoli is truly serious about facing the general this time. I wager Hermes will prevail. I'm not so sure. Even if the general is agile, can he truly compare to Imoli's formidable mental prowess? Look, they're taking the stage. Standing on the circular training ground, Imoli faced Hermes, his expression sharpening with intensity. Hermes made no adjustments, still donning the military uniform from the morning. Imoli's countenance darkened. He felt Hermes was dismissing his challenge, making him appear foolish. Yet, it was Hermes who should be concerned. Imoli was well aware that Hermes' mental prowess had been sealed at E rank, surpassing even most military insects. How could the military's elders have allowed such a waste of potential to resume duty? Imoli possessed S-rank mental strength, far exceeding Hermes' current capabilities. Hermes' continued disregard for him infuriated Imoli. With a feigned smile, Imoli declared, "General, shall we still compete in mental prowess today?" Previously, during their contests, Hermes had always suppressed himself by one rank, as he was one tier above Imoli. However, Imoli perceived this as Hermes' disdain for him, believing he refused to utilize his true strength in their matches. Little did Imoli know that while S rank and SS rank may seem a mere tier apart, the chasm between them was vast. Hermes, with his double S rank, was acutely aware of this distinction. At that moment, Hermes showed no objection to Imoli's proposal and nodded. Imoli, observing Hermes' calm demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. He doubted Hermes could maintain such composure for long. With a swift motion, Imoli summoned a mental force as thick as an arm, launching it fiercely toward Hermes like a wild beast unleashed. Hermes remained still, and just as the sharp mental projectile neared his face, he finally moved, his powerful mental energy brushing past him with a strong gust. Had it been a moment later, he might have lost a hair. Imoli's eyes blazed with fury as he watched Hermes' nonchalant demeanor, and a dark glint flickered at the corner of his eye. The previous strike had merely been an appetizer, a single manifestation of mental energy. Hermes had been fortunate to evade it, but what about a barrage of 10 or even dozens of mental strikes? Could Hermes, with inferior mental strength, still rely on his agility to evade? "General, watch out." As his words fell, Imoli unleashed a flurry of sharp, slender mental tendrils erupting from his spine, each one guided by his intent, sharp and relentless. The air thickened, heavy with an unspoken urgency and suffocation. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Hermes' golden barrier of mental energy absorbed Imoli's fierce assault, shattering it with a resounding crash. What? Imoli's expression suddenly darkened, and he lost his composure, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Was it not stated that the general's mental powers were sealed? How is it that he can still fend off my attacks? His strength is clearly on par with my own S-level capabilities." Below, a keen-eyed insect swiftly discerned this unsettling truth. Imoli squinted slightly. "Your mental powers have recovered?" Hechimus did not respond, opting instead for decisive action. He was singularly focused on bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. Mirroring Imoli's recent maneuvers, Hechimus unleashed a similar assault, prompting Imoli to conjure a protective barrier. However, to his utter dismay, the shield forged from his mental energy shattered before him. An unstoppable mental thrust surged toward him, and he could only watch in horror as it drew ever closer, one piercing directly toward his eye. Fear surged within Imoli's widened gaze, a primal instinct he could not resist. Good heavens! Someone gasped in shock. In an instant, the sharp mental strike aimed at his eye halted mid-air, mere millimeters from its target. At that moment, it seemed Imoli's eyes had lost the ability to blink. "Imoli, you have lost," Hechimus pronounced calmly, drawing back his mental force. Only after the threat had dissipated could Imoli take a deep breath, watching Hechimus's retreating figure with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "Imoli, I refuse to accept this. Let us compete once more, but without the use of mental powers," he insisted. Hechimus remained impassive. "Even without mental powers, you would still be unable to defeat me. You have tried, have you not?" Imoli's expression soured as he recalled the earlier humiliation of being bested by Hechimus. He forced himself to respond. "This time, the outcome may be different. No, Imoli. I believe the result would remain unchanged. No matter how many times we engage," Hechimus asserted, striding forward before suddenly turning back as if struck by a thought. Imoli, hopeful that he had reconsidered, opened his mouth to speak. "For the next month, do not seek me out for a duel. You ought to devote more time to your training," Hechimus stated. Imoli's expression darkened further. Chapter 32. The Regal Master does not require your gifts. Gu Cheng's gaze frequently drifted toward the door, his eyes laden with uncertainty. He recalled that Hechimus's office hours concluded at 5:30. Yet as he glanced at the clock, it was already past 6. Hechimus had not yet returned. Could it be that he encountered some trouble on his first day of work? Or perhaps he was caught in rush hour traffic. Gu Cheng pondered aimlessly. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had come to this foreign world alone. yet now he seemed to regard Ichimus as a familiar presence. Akin to family. Jiu Chung couldn't help but wonder how Ichimus perceived him. Soon, despondency washed over him. What favorable opinion could Ichimus possibly hold of him? To Ichimus, he was merely a forced match, an obligation rather than a choice. Once honored as a general, he now bore the disgraceful mark of a female subordinate. Ichimus had likely only ever submitted to the identity of his male counterpart, outwardly compliant while concealing his true feelings beneath a veneer of acceptance. With a sigh, Gucheng acknowledged the truth. There were two lines that would never intersect. Two beings devoid of emotional foundation, yet forcibly bound together, akin to an arranged marriage in ancient times. A voice within him urged Gucheng to sever this inappropriate bond and grant Ichimus his freedom. That moment, a knock resounded at the door. Jiu Chung hurried over. Ichimus lifted his gaze the instant the door swung open. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had expected the butler, Xiao Ai, to be the one to answer, not his male counterpart. Jiu Chung was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ichimus. The female counterpart had already departed by the time he awoke that morning, causing him to miss the sight of her in uniform. The black military cap obscured Ichimus's silver hair, revealing only a few strands at his forehead, while his strong jawline exuded a stoic demeanor. Clad in a form-fitting military uniform, Ichimus's physique appeared even more statuesque, his back straight and his lines impeccably smooth. Regaining his composure, Gucheng queried, "What brings you back so late?" Upon entering, Ichimus paused momentarily at Gucheng's question. "I encountered some delays on the way back." Jiu Chung was perplexed. Was the distance really so great that it took him this long to return? Suddenly, he glanced beyond Ichimus, his heart sinking. "You walked here?" Ichimus observed the bewildered expression on Gucheng's face and hesitated before nodding. Jiu Cheng's expression darkened. He had been questioning why Ichimus returned so late, only to discover that he had walked both to and from work. After a moment of silence, Gucheng finally admitted, "This is my fault." He had never considered how Ichimus would commute to work. Given her nature, Ichimus would never act without direction. "You should take the family's flying vehicle tomorrow." "I will purchase another one at the central square," Gucheng insisted. Ichimus, taken aback, instinctively refused. "There is no need, my lord." He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Gucheng regarding his walking to work. Nor did he expect him to offer his preferred flying vehicle. Jiu Cheng's tone turned resolute. "No refusals." Ichimus finally acquiesced. This revelation led Gucheng to another realization. Ichimus had no money. All of his assets from his tenure as general had been assigned to Andrew, leaving him unable to reclaim them. Jiu Chung felt a pang of frustration. If Ichimus had even a modest amount of star coins, he could have returned by some means other than walking. After a moment's contemplation, Gucheng resolved that since he intended to dissolve their unequal relationship, it would be appropriate to offer some form of compensation. He glanced at his finances and transferred a substantial portion to Ichimus. A notification chimed, indicating, "Gucheng has transferred 10 million star coins." Ichimus pulled out a chair and sat down, staring in astonishment at the message that appeared on his screen. Jiu Chung has transferred 10 million star coins. Ichimus's gaze shot up, confusion etched across his features. My lord, what is this? Gucheng provided no elaborate explanation, merely stating, "Feel free to accept it." Ichimus remained momentarily dumbfounded. It was customary for female counterparts to transfer funds to males. Yet the reverse was almost unheard of. A warmth spread through Ichimus's heart. Was Gucheng concerned that he would be without funds? Another knock echoed at the door. Both Gucheng and Ichimus exchanged glances. Who could it be at this hour? The butler, Xiao Ai, soon opened the door. Jiu Chung stepped closer, astonished to see the figure standing outside. "Your Highness, the second prince?" Sei Shua smiled. "Your Highness, I am pleased that you still remember me." Gucheng recalled that the second prince resided next door, though the distance between their residences was considerable. This area was lavishly decorated, primarily inhabited by nobles. With ample space between each dwelling. Jiu Chung was about to invite the insect inside, but Sei Shua shook his head. His gaze swept over the steaming dishes on the dining table, realizing that Guchu was preparing for dinner at this late hour. Sei Shua possessed impeccable royal etiquette. It would be inappropriate to overstay his welcome. It is quite late. I have come to present you with this. He extended a delicately crafted box, adorned with colorful gemstones. Jiu Chung glanced at it, but hesitated to accept it at first. "This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Sei Shua's demeanor turned serious. "No, in comparison to you, esteemed S-level royal, this gift seems quite modest." Unable to decline further, Gucheng reluctantly accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "Not at all," Sei Shua replied with a slight smile. Won't you open it to see? At his urging, Gu Qing opened the box, revealing a jet-black gemstone that glimmered with a lustrous sheen that it was evidently a top-tier gem. Say Shua inquired, "Do you like it?" "It is beautiful," Gu Cheng praised. During their last encounter at the banquet, Say Shua had promised to bring him the most exquisite gem from the stars, and he had truly delivered. Yet, why was it black? As if sensing Gu Cheng's curiosity, Say Shua continued, "I mine this energy stone on a desolate planet. It is typically used in mechas, but you may also keep it as a decorative gem." An energy stone? Gu Cheng's heart raced. Did that not amplify its value? "When I first laid eyes on this energy stone, you were the first person I thought of," Say Shua confessed. Gu Cheng regarded him with a questioning gaze. Say Shua's smile deepened. "Its color complements your own, much like the hues of the night. Upon seeing it, I felt it was meant for you." Gu Cheng glanced at the energy stone. Indeed, a black-haired, black-eyed insect was a rarity among their kind. With Gu Cheng being the sole exception, Se Shua had put considerable thought into his choice of gift, prompting a genuine smile to grace Gu Cheng's face. "Thank you, Your Highness, since the gift has been delivered. Let us meet again another day." Se Shua is aware that the present was indeed meant for him. At this moment, there are no more reasons to linger, so he chooses not to impose further. Gu Heng nods and courteously escorts Say Shua part of the way. Upon returning, Gu Heng casually places the box on the dining table. Hermes has overheard the previous conversation, and now his gaze falls upon the box adorned with a multitude of fine gemstones. Lowering his eyes, Hermes speaks in an ambiguous tone. "My lord, if you desire more energy stones, I can procure a greater selection for you." Gu Heng looks at Hermes with curiosity, puzzled as to why the female insect suddenly wishes to gift him energy stones. "No need. Energy stones are of no use to me. I do not operate a mech." Hermes purses his lips, questioning if the offerings of the second prince would suffice. Chapter 33. Hermes' concerns the following day. Gu Hong wakes up to the expected absence of Hermes. He rushes to the large courtyard behind the residence, and only when he sees that the aircraft, which had been parked there, is gone does he feel satisfied enough to turn back. Clearly, Hermes has taken his words to heart and has gone to work in the aircraft. After breakfast, Gu Hong calls for a transport and arrives at the central square, glancing at the signs. He heads directly to the top floor, dedicated to aircraft sales. As soon as he exits the elevator, a bug greets him enthusiastically. From afar, Beat spots a male bug stepping out of the elevator and suppresses his inner joy as he eagerly approaches. The other staff members, witnessing Beat's eagerness, grind their teeth in frustration. Beat's enthusiasm is not without reason. Male bugs rarely leave empty-handed when purchasing aircraft, and they tend to make swift decisions. Their tastes are peculiar, favoring extravagant designs that have long been unsold and piled up in the warehouse. Therefore, the moment Beat lays eyes on Gu Hong, his excitement surges. Another big client, Beat thinks, quickly pushing a few stagnant models towards Gu Hong, showering him with extravagant praise and eloquent sales pitches. Were it any other male bug present, they would have succumbed to temptation at the sight of the gaudy aircraft, especially with the suggestion that acquiring one would make them the most tasteful bug in the galaxy. However, Beat notices that the male bug remains unresponsive, his brow furrowing with an ominous premonition. Does he not like them? The previously silent male bug finally speaks. "Do you have any other models?" As Gu Hong examines the options being presented to him, he feels as though his eyes have been subjected to a severe assault. How could they possibly design aircraft that resemble flamboyant northern-style jackets? Gu Hong had come here believing that this establishment offered the most diverse and innovative aircraft in the entire empire. Instead, he finds himself sorely disappointed, his expectations plummeting by half. Beat's heart skips a beat. He has never encountered a male bug quite like this one and struggles to gauge his preferences. "What style are you looking for?" he cautiously inquires. "Minimalist," Gu Hong replies. "Not this garish variety that dazzles the eyes." Finally encountering a male bug whose taste aligns with the norm catches Beat off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. His exemplary professionalism compels him to swiftly discard the previously gaudy catalog and instead present a selection of their best-selling and newly released aircraft to Gu Hong. Upon seeing designs that finally resonate with his sensibilities, Gu Heng feels reassured, though he shoots a suspicious glance at the female bug. Beat, sensing the scrutiny, breaks into a cold sweat. He truly had no intention of offending. But who could have predicted that this customer would differ so drastically from the typical male bug? Had it not been for Gu Heng's unmarked neck, Beat might have mistaken him for a female bug. As Gu Heng peruses the catalog from cover to cover, he finally points decisively at a modestly elegant aircraft, stating, "I want this one." Beat is taken aback by Gu Heng's swift decision-making. He retrieves the catalog. Glancing at the model chosen, which is indeed their new release, Subtle yet luxurious. No problem, my lord. This model is newly launched, understated yet opulent, and your taste is truly the finest I've encountered, with the model confirmed. Beat guides Gu Heng for a test drive. Overall, the experience is quite satisfactory. Gu Heng finalizes his choice, declaring, "Let's go with this." "Excellent. Please sign here," Beat responds, leading Gu Heng to the front desk. Gu Heng signs the documents and promptly swipes his card. Beat takes the paperwork with a satisfied smile, preparing to wish the esteemed guest farewell when suddenly, a deafening crash reverberates through the air. Startled, he stumbles, falling flat onto the smooth floor. The sounds of terrified screams and frantic escapes intertwine, sending shivers down the spines of those present. A beast attack. The central square has been invaded by a creature. Oh, how unfortunate. To encounter danger while merely shopping, seeking refuge behind a column, he wonders if it will remain oblivious to his presence. Quickly contact the military. Evacuate the bugs. The chaos of panicked cries mixes with the rare, organized commands for evacuation. Beat begins to comprehend the situation, brushing off the dust and scrambling to his feet. But when he looks ahead, he's left stunned. Where did the male bug go? At the military headquarters, Hermes has not forgotten the male bug's earlier request. He has arrived in the silver aircraft he drives to work. As Hermes disembarks, a passing female bug greets him. Her gaze sweeps over the beautiful limited edition aircraft behind him, and she compliments, "General, your aircraft is a limited edition, isn't it? The design is truly stunning." Normally, Hermes would simply nod politely in response, but today, hearing such praise, he surprisingly concurs. "I think so too." He gazes at the sun peeking from behind the clouds, taking a deep breath, feeling that today's weather is particularly pleasant and the air exceptionally fresh. Recently, there has been little upheaval outside, and the tasks assigned to Hermes have been minimal and straightforward. He inspects the new recruits, moving among the ranks of fresh faces clad in dark green military uniforms. Hermes crosses paths with Imali, who is responsible for training the new soldiers. Their eyes meet briefly before parting, with Imali refraining from foolishly boasting of a challenge against Hermes this time. This leads Hermes to believe that the reminder from yesterday was indeed effective. Suddenly, a female bug rushes over, her eyes gleaming as she spots Imali. She halts, breathless, and urgently informs him, "Major General, a beast has appeared in the central square. The higher-ups have ordered you to gather a team of soldiers and respond immediately." Before Imali can respond, Hermes strides forward, his expression darkening. "What did you say? Where has the beast appeared?" The female bug glances back, and upon recognizing Hermes, who has recently resumed his position, she stammers, "In the central square." Imali observes Hermes's unusual discomposure with curiosity. Is it possible for the usually composed general to be so flustered? Hermes quickly makes a decision. "I will lead the troops." The female bug is taken aback, unsure why the general is so eager to take charge. Imali raises an eyebrow, blocking the hasty Hermes. "General, wouldn't that be overkill?" He smiles. "Leave this matter to me." His intuition tells him that Hermes's concerns are rooted in something deeper, piquing his curiosity. At this moment, Hermes is filled with anxiety. The male bug had mentioned he would be at the central square to purchase an aircraft. Now, hearing of a beast's appearance there, Hermes cannot fathom whether the male bug has returned home safely or if he has been harmed in the square. His heart is in turmoil. Yet, Imali stands resolutely in his way, prompting Hermes's expression to darken. "Imali, do not make me repeat myself." Imali, watching Hermes's urgent retreat, contemplates his next move. He too must go. He was determined to discover what made Hermes so concerned. Chapter 34. The rescue of the larva. Gu Chen concealed himself behind a row of shelves, using the cover to witness how the once orderly and pristine mall had devolved into utter chaos. The instigator was none other than the grotesque creature at the center of the mall. The so-called beast they spoke of, Gu Chen, had never encountered anything so repulsive and terrifying. The beast stood several hundred feet tall, its body encrusted with deep brown scales, sharp tusks protruding from its head, and claws as keen as blades. Its powerful limbs left deep imprints with each step, demonstrating formidable destructive capabilities. Gu Chen pondered how to escape this perilous situation. Aware that such a dangerous entity could very well claim the life of a larva, suddenly, a clear and urgent cry for help resonated from the first floor. The voice was youthful. Clearly, it belonged to a small larva. "Help! I'm so scared. Someone save me." Gu Cheng's gaze sharpened instantly as he traced the source of the sound. Locking onto the figure of the small larva, it was unclear who had abandoned the larva, which was helplessly slumped on the ground, sobbing and seeking assistance. Gu Cheng's heart tightened. The larva's distress drew the beast's attention, its coppery eyes swiveling towards him. The small larva covered its mouth, desperately trying to silence itself, aware that its cries had attracted the monstrous creature. However, the beast was not inclined to let it off the hook. It stomped forward, leaving a thunderous echo in its wake, heading straight for the larva's location. The larva's pupils reflected the beast's fearsome visage, growing ever closer until terror filled its eyes. Witnessing this scene, Gucheng felt as if his heart were being gripped by a vice. He glanced around and realized there were no other larvae present. They had either fled or hidden away like him. The arrival of a rescue team was uncertain. Presently, it appeared that no larvae could save the one below. In a heartbeat, the beast was merely a half-step away from the larva, causing Gucheng's heart to race as the swift, razor-like claws descended upon the small creature. The larva's face turned pale as a sheet, fear causing it to shut its eyes tightly. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not come. Cautiously, the larva opened its eyes, only to see a green barrier shielding it from the beast's talon-like claws. In this moment of crisis, Gucheng unleashed his mental power. Noticing that the larva seemed paralyzed with fear, he urged it urgently, "Run." This command jolted the larva back to reality, its body igniting with an unprecedented surge of instinctual energy, propelling it away with all its might. Gucheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, but trouble was swiftly approaching. The beast abruptly turned its gaze toward him, and as their eyes locked, Gucheng felt a shiver run down his spine. The beast was on the first floor while he was on the top floor, separated by 6 levels. Gucheng reassured himself that it could not ascend, lacking wings. Surely it could not fly up. This thought allowed him to gradually relax. However, he soon found himself wide-eyed in disbelief. The beast indeed possessed wings. Gucheng watched in astonishment as the creature unfurled a pair of expansive wings. Previously obscured by its scales, he beheld the beast soaring towards him with alarming speed. His heart sank. Gucheng bolted, navigating through narrow passages that could barely accommodate a single larva. Surely, such a massive beast could not fit. Even if it did, it would surely get stuck midway. Gradually, Gucheng's racing heart began to calm, his pace slowing as he glanced back. Yet that single glance nearly stopped his heart. The beast's colossal form eclipsed the light of the narrow passage, casting a shadow that enveloped Gucheng in darkness. It lowered its head, its enormous eyes fixated on him. In its gaze, Gucheng felt insignificantly small. It's fine. It's fine. It shouldn't be able to come in. He silently reassured himself, but in the next instant, the harsh reality shattered his fragile illusion. With a resounding crash, the beast forced its way through the narrow passage, barreling toward him with unstoppable momentum. Against the beast's massive, ironclad body, Gucheng's feeble tricks proved utterly futile. Despair enveloped him. The beast's stride covered more ground than his, and with the added advantage of wings, he was acutely aware that he could not outrun this monstrosity. As the creature closed the distance, Gucheng's heart sank, and he resolved to fight back, reminding himself that he wielded S-class mental powers, even if his combat skills were amateurish. The beast swung its claws at him, and he conjured a protective shield. As he ran, he intermittently launched several mental attacks. Before long, the beast was marked with scorch wounds, all inflicted by Gucheng's mental prowess. Each time the beast attempted to strike, Gucheng slipped away like an elusive eel, preventing it from securing a firm grip. Gradually, the creature's fury escalated. It perceived Gucheng's actions as mere mockery. It craned its neck and unleashed a thunderous roar that nearly shattered Gucheng's eardrums. He nearly believed he would lose his hearing forever. The beast swung its tail, thick as a leg and lined with barbs, raising a storm of dust that tore through the air with a speed that left the larva unable to react. This was a far cry from the playful skirmish they had just engaged in. Gucheng froze, his legs seemingly rooted to the ground, and exhaled sharply as he prepared to unleash his mental energy in response. A voice of deep concern resonated at that moment. My lord. Chapter 35. I'm always thought that it was Hermes' voice. Gucheng did not turn around, but he instantly recognized the unique tone of the female larva. He intensified his mental output, a surge of power erupting forth and momentarily repelling the beast. Gucheng's eyes sparkled. The S-class was more formidable than he had imagined. Without pausing for breath, he eagerly struck again at the beast. Just then, he felt an arm encircle his waist, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself pushed behind Hermes. The female larva stood protectively in front of him, her military attire accentuating her tall stature. Her silver hair shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, a radiant glow that captivated Gucheng's heart. Hermes furrowed her brow, a palpable aura of tension emanating from her that made Gucheng hesitate to meet her gaze. Her mental energy transformed into a golden blade, glinting dangerously in the light. With a swift motion, she effortlessly severed the beast's once mighty tail. Ji Yucheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the power of dual S-class beings? Even with its tail covered in densely packed, iron-like scales, it was effortlessly cleaved away by the female larva's hand. Hermes gestured, and a squad of soldiers rushed in to subdue the beast, turning to face Gu Cheng. Her expression revealed undeniable concern. My lord, are you unharmed? Her gaze meticulously scanned him from head to toe, searching for any signs of distress. Ji Yucheng shook his head. I'm fine. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Hermes lowered her head, her trembling eyelashes betraying her unsettled heart. But I'm sorry for arriving late. Heaven knows how frightened Hermes had been witnessing Gu Cheng's confrontation with the beast. After all, he was an untrained larva. Even with S-class mental power, he might not have been able to unleash half its potential. It's safe now. It's safe now. The army has arrived, someone exclaimed in ecstatic relief, prompting the remaining larvae and hiding within the mall to emerge cautiously. Each larva wore expressions of gratitude and lingering fear. Hermes calmly commanded, directing a few soldiers to check for any injured larvae. At her command, the soldiers dispersed to carry out their tasks. One female larva rushed towards them, cradling a small larva in her arms. Hermes instinctively positioned herself in front of Gu Cheng, her eyes sharp as she inquired, "What do you want?" The previous scene had been perilously thrilling, and Hermes was now on high alert regarding anything approaching Gu Cheng. "I am here to find my lord," the female larva replied, her gaze brightening upon seeing Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng understood immediately. He reassuringly patted the female larva's waist, peering out from behind her to recognize the small larva she held. Was this the very larva he had just rescued? Hermes's brow furrowed tightly. Did the lord know this female larva with a child? The female larva's clear eyes brimmed with gratitude as she expressed, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my larva. Were it not for you, I can scarcely fathom what might have become of Lien," the female insect uttered, her voice tinged with palpable fear. In the chaos of the beast's assault, the panicked swarm had scattered him from Lien, and upon turning back, he found Lien had vanished. In that moment, Ivan felt as though his world was crumbling. His gaze returned to the male insect. And fortunately, the kind-hearted male was willing to extend a helping hand to save his offspring. He expressed his gratitude profusely, invoking the blessings of the insect deity upon the benevolent and noble one. Gu Cheng waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was a mere trifling act, and that the survival of the offspring was indeed fortuitous. At that moment, Hermes began to comprehend that, had the male insect not intervened for the sake of the offspring, he might not have been discovered at all. A complex array of emotions flickered in Hermes's eyes. His noble master was ever so compassionate. Although the male insect had evaded danger, the harrowing scene remained indelibly etched in Hermes's mind. He even harbored a despicable thought. Had the male been a tad more selfish and refrained from rescuing that offspring, perhaps he would not have found himself ensnared in such a predicament. Hermes pressed his lips together, his expression grave. My lord, I implore you to prioritize your safety next time. To him, the male's safety was paramount. Ji Yucheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, reassuring, "You need not worry. Have you forgotten? My mental prowess is still rated S-class. Besides, you just witnessed me repel that beast, did you not?" Hermes's lips curled downward. It was still far too perilous for the male insect to ease his concerns. Gu Cheng acquiesced with a nod. "General, you made this special trip here for your noble master." A somewhat jarring voice interjected unexpectedly. Both Gu Cheng and Hermes turned to see a red-haired female insect sauntering over, the corners of her crimson lips curling into a smirk. The buttons of her military uniform were undone, giving her an air of casual nonchalance. Hermes frowned at her. "What brings you here?" Ali replied with a knowing smile. "General, have you forgotten? This task was originally assigned to me. In the back and forth, Gu Cheng began to grasp the situation. He glanced at Hermes, wondering if the female had come specifically to find him. Perhaps out of concern. Warmth surged within Gu Cheng at the thought. Ali appeared to be well acquainted with everything concerning Hermes. He turned his grin toward the male next to the female. "So, this is the esteemed S-class noble, is it?" The female insect recognized him, and their gazes met. Ali caught the male's attention and smiled. "I am aware of your name, Gu Cheng." The male's appearance was the most striking he had ever encountered. A flawless, pale visage, deep, dark eyes, and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, with skin that seemed as refined as fine porcelain. His gaze leisurely swept over Hermes, revealing no surprise, Such a remarkably handsome male insect softened Imali's heart. And it was no wonder Hermes was so anxious to rush over. Hermes's annoyance grew as he observed Imali's fixation on the male. The beast had been subdued, and there was nothing more for him to assist with. His implication was clear. There was no longer a need for Imali's presence, and he could take his leave. But Imali was undeterred. He shot a sidelong glance at Hermes, questioning whether he felt threatened by the potential of Imali stealing his noble master. Ignoring the subtle tension, Imali feigned concern for the male. "My lord, you are uninjured, I hope?" "No." Imali maintained his smile, implying that the noble male should be cherished and protected at all times. "How could we allow you to be caught in such peril?" He then scanned the area behind Gu Cheng, suddenly exclaiming, "Where are your female attendants? They should be safeguarding you every moment, considering you are the Empire's sole S-class male." Imali was well aware that Gu Cheng had only Hermes as his attendant and stated this deliberately. "I have no female attendants." Gu Cheng refuted Imali's assertion. "My S-class mental prowess is not a mere ornament. I can protect myself. Otherwise, would I not be a waste of potential?" Imali was taken aback by the male's response. Was it possible that he possessed such awareness? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So, does this mean you have only the general as your attendant?" Chapter 36. "My lord, do you no longer want me?" Gu Cheng was perplexed as to why the conversation had veered in this direction. Yet it was a fact that he could not deny. Despite having decided to sever ties with Hermes, he glanced at Hermes, whose lips were pressed tightly together, likely displeased by being referred to as an attendant. What Gu Cheng was unaware of was that Hermes was more troubled by Imali's intent. "Esteemed S-class noble, allow me to introduce myself," Imali said, donning a perfectly timed smile. "I am a colleague of the general. My name is Imali." Considering Imali was a companion of Hermes's military circle, Gu Cheng responded politely with a smile. "Hello." Imali perceived the male's tender demeanor as a sign of opportunity. He ventured to probe. "The general's personality is rather dull. Perhaps you might consider marrying a female who can bring you joy." Gu Cheng's brow furrowed. Was Imali truly a colleague of Hermes? If so, their relationship must not be particularly close. "Not necessary." Gu Cheng observed Hermes's displeased expression, clearly uncomfortable with Imali's forwardness. Gu Cheng contemplated leaving with Hermes, initially believing Imali to be a friend from the military. Hence his previous cordiality. "If you have no other matters to attend to, we shall take our leave." Imali was taken aback by the male's reaction. He hadn't anticipated the male would care about Hermes. However, he thought little of it. After all, if the male harbored feelings for Hermes, why was he still an attendant? If he were truly held in regard, he would surely be a female partner. Imali intercepted the male. "My lord, perhaps we could exchange contact information to get to know each other better." Imali was confident in his charm and believed that a proactive approach would generally elicit a positive response from the male. However, the next moment, his smile froze in place. Inconvenient. The male's voice was cold and resolute. Imali watched in disbelief as the male turned away, his indifference leaving him questioning his own allure for the first time. Did the male not feel anything for him? Upon exiting the marketplace, Gu Cheng turned to Hermes, who was following closely behind, and inquired, "Is Imali not on good terms with you?" Hermes pressed his lips together. "Perhaps a bit. He challenges me every time, but he always loses." Gu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at Hermes's earnestness. "You must be quite impressive then." Hermes replied nonsensically, "Imali just suggested that you marry a female. He must be thinking of recommending himself." Gu Cheng understood, recalling that Imali's suggestion for him to find a female seemed odd. Was he attempting to undermine Hermes? The male remained silent. Hermes continued, "Do you wish for that?" "Wish for what?" "For Imali to be your female partner." "Not at all," Gu Cheng replied, confused. "Did I not already reject him?" Hermes's lips curled slightly upward. "However, Imali is quite commendable. Not only is he an S-class female, but he has also achieved the rank of major at a young age." Gu Cheng regarded the female with suspicion. Was he truly recommending Imali to him? It seemed that Hermes indeed did not harbor feelings for him. Simultaneously, Gu Cheng smiled. "You are far more outstanding than he." A faint blush crept onto Hermes's cheeks, and warmth spread across the back of his neck. The noble male thought him superior. Gu Cheng found the female's bashful demeanor endearing. Suddenly, he grew serious and addressed Hermes. "Hermes." The female turned to look at him, and Gu Cheng took a deep breath. Blurting out, "Shall we go to the marriage bureau to dissolve our relationship?" Gu Cheng articulated each word clearly as he met Hermes's astonished gaze. "Once we dissolve our relationship, you will no longer be an attendant, and you can proudly serve as your general." Hermes's throat felt tight. He could not comprehend why, after everything had seemed fine, his noble master suddenly wished to sever their marital bond. Why? Hermes longed to ask why his master wanted to distance himself. Was there another insect he favored? Was it Imali from earlier? No, his master had just stated he did not like him. Could it be the second prince? He was noble and elegant, and the male had accepted gifts from the female. Keeping them as treasures, Hermes' expression darkened. I have wronged you by making you my attendant. Hermes opened his mouth to protest, but found he could not. Moreover, we were forcibly matched. We hardly know one another. And such a hasty union is indeed quite inappropriate. Hermes' voice was barely a whisper. So, my lord, do you no longer want me? The female's tone was low and hoarse, yet it reached Gu Cheng's ears. His heart trembled, and he denied, I do not. But you wish to dissolve our relationship. Gu Cheng found himself at a loss for words, sensing an inexplicable dissonance in the my lord. I am unperturbed. I am willing to continue as your female servant. As he absorbed Hermes' words, Gu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The unfolding of events diverged starkly from his expectations. He had relinquished control, allowing the female creature the autonomy to choose. Yet her intentions seemed to suggest otherwise. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Gu Cheng hesitated before asking, You do not harbor any disdain for me, do you? Initially, Hermes may have regarded the male creature with hostility. But with every interaction, he gradually uncovered the genuine essence of his lord. The male was kind and gentle. My lord, I could never despise you. At that moment, when he uttered my lord, Gu Cheng felt a tremor in his heart, as if the unspoken emotions buried deep within him were now laid bare. Let us go to the marriage bureau, right now. Hermes felt a brief pang in his chest. Did his lord truly wish to conclude this relationship? Was he so callous as to only desire a female servant status? To his astonishment, the very next moment, his feet were rooted to the spot. The male creature's voice rang clear. Let us amend the information. Hermes, would you consent to be my female sovereign? Chapter 37. I will have only you what? Hermes turned to face the male creature, his throat tightening. Did he mean what Hermes thought he did? Gu Cheng blinked. You do not wish to, he added quickly. If you do not, I shall not force you. However, before Gu Cheng could finish, Hermes, visibly unsettled, interrupted him. I am willing, my lord. This marked the first occasion Hermes had interrupted Gu Cheng. Revealing his lack of composure in that moment, Gu Cheng observed the slight tremor of Hermes' eyelashes, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. So, the female creature was indeed willing. The two swiftly made their way to the marriage bureau. Before their arrival, Gu Cheng had inquired if Hermes' absence from the military would pose any issues, to which Hermes replied it would not. They took a number, and shortly after, it was their turn. The clerk cast a glance at them, his gaze lingering momentarily on the strikingly handsome male, Gu Cheng. Feiji lowered his head, briefly scanning their identification documents, pausing at the clearly marked female servant label before raising his gaze in understanding. Feiji first addressed the male creature in charge. Do you wish to dismiss your female servant? Gu Cheng furrowed his brow in irritation that he had yet to speak. So how could this female creature make such an assertion? Annoyed, Gu Cheng clarified. I am here to change his status to that of female sovereign. Feiji was momentarily taken aback. What? Is that not the case? Typically, combinations like Gu Cheng's visited the marriage bureau to sever ties with undesirable female servants. Is that not permitted? The female creature's surprise was palpable. However, Hermes could comprehend Feiji's thoughts. Transforming a female servant into a female sovereign was likely unprecedented across the entire star system. Of course, it is permissible. Feiji nodded quickly, though his expression grew serious as he inquired once more. Are you truly certain about altering the information regarding your relationship with this female creature? Under normal circumstances, Feiji would not repeat such a question. But having witnessed Hermes' SS-level psychic ability and his rank as a general, despite being temporarily stripped of his powers for assaulting a male creature, Feiji had to question whether the male creature was being coerced by this dangerous female. Yet, he received an unequivocal answer. I am certain. The male creature responded without hesitation, drawing Hermes' enigmatic gaze towards him. With the male's affirmation, Feiji proceeded without delay. Swiftly completing the necessary formalities, Hermes gazed at the computer screen, where beneath his lord Gu Cheng's name, the title female sovereign glimmered brightly, emblazoned with Hermes' own name. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, astonished that he had truly become the male creature's female sovereign. His lord was not merely jesting. Gu Cheng observed Hermes, who was leaning slightly forward, engrossed in the screen, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In essence, they had just entered into a marriage, becoming lawful partners. The thought made Gu Cheng's ears flush with warmth. He had not married on Earth, yet upon arriving in the insect realm, he had acquired such a remarkable spouse. not long after boarding the aircraft. Gu Qing received a message on his neural interface. It was from the Male Protection Association. Your Highness, we have noted that you have altered the general's status to that of female sovereign. Gu Qing frowned. Was this information disseminated so rapidly? Or had they been monitoring him all along? This sensation left him uneasy, as if his privacy had been invaded. Another message followed. Gu Qing's frown deepened as he read. The Empire still has numerous suitable and outstanding female creatures. You might consider them. Alternatively, we could arrange a matchmaking service for you. Gu Qing? While he had indeed altered the information, it did not imply he was eager to wed multiple partners. His fingers flew over the interface to reject the suggestion. I will not consider it, now or ever. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before another message arrived. Surely you do not intend to have only the general as your sole female companion for life? Gu Qing glowered at the screen, pondering why that was unacceptable. Was it necessary to have multiple females? If he were compelled to seek out numerous partners, Gu Qing felt akin to a breeding boar. The deeply ingrained notion of monogamy from Earth weighed heavily on his heart, which could not accommodate many. Gu Qing typed resolutely, I will not seek out another female creature. Please refrain from contacting me further. He turned off the screen, dismissing any further messages. While Gu Qing was composing his reply, he did not conceal it from Hermes. Thus, even if Hermes did not intentionally wish to pry, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Gu Qing's words, causing his heart to flutter. What? His lord declared he would never seek another female creature and would only have him. The thought was almost unimaginable for Hermes. Could a male creature truly act in such a manner? He was utterly taken aback by the shockwaves of Gu Qing's casual message. Hermes, having cast furtive glances at Gu Qing, felt compelled to inquire, My lord, will you still consider taking on female attendants in the future? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Hermes regretted the inquiry, but upon meeting Gu Qing's earnest gaze, he found himself compelled to continue. After speaking, Hermes cautiously observed his lord's expression, aware that his question had been audacious. He would wager that no female creature would dare to pose such a question to a male creature. Should any female dare to do so, she might well be perceived as jealous and subsequently lose her favor. However, Gu Qing did not ponder such matters. Hermes' question required little contemplation on his part. No, I will have only you. Chapter 38. A chance encounter with Sei Shua. The male creature's response was utterly bewildering. Hermes was certain that aside from Gu Qing, no other male would make such a promise. Yet, gazing into Gu Qing's resolute and clear eyes, Hermes felt an inexplicable conviction that his lord would indeed follow through. He was not merely employing flowery words to placate him. Hermes' heart raced, as if it were about to leap from his chest. His fingers curled slightly, an instinctive gesture as he turned his gaze towards the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the sunlight was perfectly radiant. Hermes found himself filled with a sense of anticipation for the days to come. As Gu Qing prepared to return home, Hermes headed towards the military base. The central square was located at the heart of the empire, a place that had never before witnessed an attack by alien beasts. Moreover, such creatures typically emerged only in the inhospitable conditions of fringe planets. To breach the Empire's defenses would be a Herculean task, leaving little room for any to slip through the cracks. However, the current situation was dire and warranted thorough investigation, having not ventured far. Gu Qing spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. His Highness the Second Prince? Gu Qing called out uncertainly. The striking figure was hard to overlook. Upon hearing his voice, the figure turned around, revealing Sei Shua, who appeared equally astonished. Your Highness? What a coincidence, Sei Shua exclaimed, half in jest. I had been hoping to run into you, yet I did not expect to encounter you today, quite by chance. Gu Qing barely registered Sei Shua's words. His eyes fixated on the dark red stain on Sei Shua's left arm. You are injured? Sei Shua instinctively covered the other wound with his right hand, his smile faltering. I apologize for exposing you to such a gruesome sight. Gu Qing frowned. You need to be bandaged immediately. The female insect appeared utterly indifferent to the wounds adorning her body, even allowing them to bleed freely. Gu Qing discerned a semblance of the resilient spirit of Hermes within her. Indeed, the female insect seemed unconcerned. She remarked, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. However, it was evident that her recuperative powers were formidable. Gu Qing had witnessed Hermes' astonishing recovery after the removal of the mental suppression device. Thus he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of her statement. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to apply some medicine. Gu Qing's thoughts were firmly rooted in the belief that an injury necessitates treatment. Undoubtedly, this would expedite the healing process. Your Highness, I still recommend that you apply some medicine, he reiterated, eliciting a resigned smile from Sei Shua. But I have no medicine at home, Sei Shua admitted, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Your Highness, might you have some at your residence? Gu Cheng was taken aback to discover that the esteemed second prince had no medicinal supplies prepared in his abode. Clearly, he had not grasped the myriad inconsistencies in this situation. Gu Cheng, with his characteristic straightforwardness, gave it little thought and promptly decided to return home for medicine. Wait a moment, I shall fetch some for you. He turned back, gesturing for Sei Shua to rest on the sofa while he ventured into his room to retrieve the necessary supplies. Sei Shua hesitated to sit down, fearing that the still damp blood on his body might tarnish the immaculate sofa of the male insect's home. Such an occurrence would be exceedingly impolite. Watching the tall figure of the male insect, Sei Shua's lips curled upwards. Their earlier encounter had indeed been serendipitous, but his subsequent decision to accompany the male insect home was deliberate. The medicinal supplies were neatly organized in his home, and Gu Cheng quickly gathered what he needed. However, upon discovering that the bottle of disinfectant alcohol was nearly empty, having been largely consumed during Hermes' last treatment, Gu Cheng was uncertain about the severity of the injury on Sei Shua's arm or if there were other wounds present. To be safe, he retrieved a new bottle from the storeroom. The distance between his room and the storeroom was somewhat considerable, and the back and forth took more time than anticipated. When Gu Cheng finally returned to the living room, he was struck by the sight before him. His heart racing momentarily, Sei Shua lay unconscious on the sofa, his pale lips pressed together, eyes shut, oblivious to how long he had been in this state. Your Highness. Gu Cheng rushed forward to assess the condition of the female insect, his heart pounding with anxiety. In the brief time he had taken to retrieve the medicine, Sei Shua had succumbed to unconsciousness. And it appeared quite serious. Wasn't it said that the female insect's constitution was robust? Gu Cheng was now sweating profusely, fearing that the offspring of the insect emperor should not face any mishap on his watch. He leaned in closer for a better look, but as he was not a medical insect, he could discern no abnormalities. Surely, it could not be due to excessive blood loss. Without a second thought, he dialed for an ambulance. Upon learning that the unconscious individual was a female insect, the operator's tone became dismissive. All right, if a male insect is unwell, we will come to collect you shortly. Gu Cheng understood that female insects were often undervalued, but he had not anticipated that such a critical matter would be treated so lightly. He coldly reminded, this is the second prince of the empire. Noble female insects are afforded certain privileges beyond those of ordinary female insects, let alone a prince of such elevated status. What? The operator's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a serious tone. Please hold on. A vehicle will be dispatched immediately. Watching the unconscious Sei Shua, Gu Cheng's racing heart gradually began to ease. Fearing that Sei Shua's state was a result of excessive blood loss, he observed the deeply stained crimson fabric and decided to administer a simple bandage. Considering that Sei Shua was an unmarried female insect, Gu Cheng felt it inappropriate to remove his clothing. Instead, he merely wrapped the injured area with the fabric, tightly binding it in several circles to apply pressure and reduce the bleeding. The ambulance arrived promptly, and after Gu Cheng had tended to Sei Shua's wounds, they were ready to depart. Did you do this bandaging? A petite female insect inquired as she entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Cheng. Approaching Sei Shua, she noticed the rather comical bow tied around the injured arm and asked, "Is it yours?" "Yes," Gu Cheng replied. The female insect had not anticipated that a male insect would possess such rudimentary bandaging skills. As one would expect a male insect to have zero expertise in survival matters, despite her bewilderment, she wasted no time, swiftly instructing her companions to place the insect on a stretcher. "Sir, will you accompany us?" It was clear that the female insect regarded Gu Cheng as someone intimately connected to the second prince. She assessed Gu Cheng's striking appearance, secretly speculating that he might be the prince's future mate. Gu Cheng hesitated at the question. He felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Yet given the urgency of the situation, he found it difficult to contact any of Sei Shua's acquaintances. Ultimately, he decided to accompany them to the hospital. As he watched them wheel the insect into the examination room, Gu Cheng felt a measure of relief wash over him. During the ride, he removed Sei Shua's communicator and opened his contact list. Noticing that the insect emperor's information was also included, Gu Cheng refrained from sending him a message. After all, this was the insect emperor. Gu Cheng viewed him through a lens of authority, making him hesitant to reach out. His finger hovered over the screen, gliding past several entries labeled with titles like eldest brother, third brother, and fourth brother. Finally, Gu Cheng selected seventh brother. He sent a brief message to the fortunate recipient he had chosen. Say Shua has fainted. Can you come over? Just as he exited the ambulance, his communicator chimed with a response. Who are you? Gu Qing. There was a moment of silence on the other end, leaving Gu Qing uncertain whether the individual would come or not. Gu Qing recalled watching palace intrigue dramas, where princes often harbored animosity towards one another, typically vying for the throne. Just as they were entering the examination room, he stole a glance at his communicator. The response had arrived. It was succinct. In half an hour. Chapter 39. You are more captivating than I had imagined. Hermes had been in a state of extreme excitement throughout the day. An unnameable emotion surging within his chest like an unrelenting tide. When Lead arrived to sort through materials, he noticed the slight curve of the general's lips, barely perceptible yet unmistakable. His reaction was one of sheer astonishment. Unable to contain himself, Lead inquired, General, you seem to be in a good mood today. Has something pleasant occurred? Hermes did not deny it. Indeed, something delightful had transpired. However, he withheld the details, leaving Lead curious and itching to know more. The general left work promptly at the end of the afternoon, and as he observed Hermes moving with remarkable speed, Lead found it peculiar. Why was the general so eager today, as if he were hurrying to meet someone? His assumptions were not far off. Hermes was indeed preoccupied with thoughts of his mate, longing to return home immediately. Placing his fingers against the door, Hermes endeavored to suppress the tumultuous emotions that had been building within him all afternoon. His heart racing as he pushed the door open. Welcome home, General, greeted the butler, Xiao Ai, standing at the entrance, not his mate. Hermes felt a brief flicker of disappointment, reminding himself that his mate was likely engaged in other matters. He stepped inside, glancing around the room, yet still found no sign of the insect he yearned to see. A frown creased Hermes' brow. Mate, he called out twice, but was met with silence. Confused, he wondered if his mate had stepped out. But this was unusual for this hour. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something that made his heart sink. Bloodstains. How could there be blood in his home? Hermes' expression turned grave as he approached the sofa. Halting in his tracks, leaning down, he scrutinized the deep red stains on the brown fabric, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. He reached out, hovering his hand momentarily, then delicately touched the blood with his long fingers, bringing them to his eyes. His face paled at the grim realization. This was the blood of an insect. Not just any insect. Whose blood was it? His mate's? Or had another insect visited? A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Hermes' mind all at once. Speculation alone would yield no answers. He immediately initiated a video call to Lead. General. Lead had just arrived home when he received the unexpected call from Hermes. It was unusual for the general to reach out after hours. Surely, it must be an urgent matter. Lead's suspicions were soon confirmed as he beheld the general's expression, which was clouded with suppressed emotion. Lead, please investigate which insect Gu Qing has interacted with today. Gu Qing? Wasn't that the general's mate? At first, Lead suspected infidelity. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that male insects typically did not resort to such crude terms when describing their outings with female insects. Your Highness, is something amiss? Hermes' expression was as cold as ice, revealing the gravity of the situation. His mate was missing, and there were bloodstains in the house. The mention of blood caused Lead's demeanor to shift, the gravity of the situation becoming apparent. Initially assuming it to be a scandal involving the male insect, he now recognized it as a matter concerning the safety of the S-rank prince. This was a serious issue. Understood. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. Hermes also sent a message to Gu Qing, yet it vanished into the void without a trace. In the hospital, the doctors had just completed the tests on Sei Shua, and one of the brown-haired female insects approached Gu Qing with the test results, explaining Sei Shua's condition. It was at this moment that Gu Qing failed to notice the illuminated screen of his communicator. The injuries that the second prince had sustained were not deemed severe by the female insect. Gu Qing instinctively furrowed his brows. What could be the matter? Was there something gravely amiss with the second prince's health? The female insect continued, indicating that the second prince had been bitten by a venomous snake on his ankle. Based on the symptoms, we suspect it to be a species resembling a non-venomous snake that inflicted the bite. However, our hospital has just run out of the necessary antivenom an hour ago, that we have urgently dispatched a new supply. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Gu Qing's heart fluttered. He had initially thought that the arrival of the medicine might be delayed. But upon hearing the last part, he felt a wave of relief. It was good that there was nothing serious. All right, since the second prince is fine, I will take my leave. Gu Qing handed over the communicator he had just retrieved from Sei Shua's wrist, saying, the seventh prince will come to visit shortly. Please pass this to him. The doctor was about to take it when a languid voice, laced with a hint of mischief, interrupted, "Did someone mention me?" Both insects turned to look. The newcomer was tall, with sharp brows and a casual demeanor, his gaze firmly fixed on the only male insect present. The corners of his lips curled in a mischievous smirk. "This must be His Majesty Gu Chang, am I right?" Gu Chang guessed the identity of the insect before him. "Solemn, Your Highness, you may call me by my name," he replied. Gu Chang nodded. "This is the second prince's communicator. Given the unusual circumstances, I checked His Highness's contacts. When he awakens, please relay this to him." Se Luen appeared somewhat reluctant, his fingers pinching the edge of the communicator, clearly displaying his unwillingness. "Very well. I shall pass it along." He shot a cryptic glance at the male insect and added, "If it weren't for that old man being biased, perhaps I would have been the one to meet you at the welcoming banquet. The emperor only cares about that fellow Se Shua, even though he is not lacking in merit. Thus, Se Luen has always sought to overshadow Se Shua in every endeavor. The last S-class welcoming banquet was no exception. Se Luen had not been particularly interested, but why should Se Shua get to attend while he did not? Se Luen could not swallow this bitter pill that he too possessed S-class mental prowess. How could he be inferior to Se Shua? What? Gu Chang clearly could not comprehend the female insect's words. Se Luen looked at the S-class monarch before him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If Se Shua were to realize that he was unconscious inside while he was outside chatting with the male insect, would he not be anxious enough to wake up immediately? Se Luen shook his head, opting not to answer the male insect's question, merely stating, "You are even more captivating than I had imagined." Chapter 40. Hermes declares sovereignty. Gu Chang was caught off guard by Se Luen's comment and shot him a glance. What did the female insect mean? Could it possibly be what he was thinking? Had they not just met? Gu Chang's expression gradually turned neutral. "Your Majesty?" A familiar voice resonated from behind. Gu Chang abruptly turned around. "Hermes, what brings you here?" It was only then that Gu Chang remembered he had not informed Hermes that he would be returning late today. Was Hermes here specifically to find him? The words that followed from the female insect confirmed his suspicions. "I didn't see you at home. I thought something had happened to you. There was blood on the sofa." The female insect spoke slowly, eliciting a sense of grievance, upon learning that the male monarch was in the hospital. Hermes had rushed over, only to find the seventh prince exchanging ambiguous remarks with the male monarch. How did the male monarch know the seventh prince? Hermes was filled with questions. Gu Chang, eager to clarify, quickly explained that blood is not mine. It belongs to His Highness the second prince. Why would the second prince's blood be on their sofa? Clearly, this was not the best moment for him to inquire about the male insect's thoughts. As the other female insect interjected, "The general has also arrived." Se Luen's expression was evidently insincere. Did the second prince truly require so many insects to visit him? Hermes nodded, addressing Se Luen, "Your Highness." In contrast to Hermes's politeness, Se Luen showed a lack of decorum, remarking, "I've heard you're Gu Chang's female servant." Both insects' expressions shifted. Se Luen, however, appeared oblivious, continuing, "You were truly fortunate. Although merely a female servant, you were the first female insect of the Empire's only S-class monarch." Se Luen's words left the insects uncertain whether to interpret them as praise or sarcasm. Gu Chang's lips moved as he prepared to speak, but Hermes spoke first. "Your Highness, your information is somewhat outdated. I am now the male monarch's female consort." Se Luen's smile froze. "What?" Just yesterday, when he checked, Hermes was listed merely as a female servant. How had he suddenly become a female consort? Hermes kindly clarified. "That was decided this morning." Se Luen's expression darkened, as he had intended to compete with Se Shua, thinking he might become the female consort of the S-class monarch. But he had not anticipated that this title had already been claimed by another. Se Luen cast a deep look at Hermes. The male insect must surely be very fond of him. Otherwise, how could he elevate a mere female servant to the status of a female consort? The male monarch could easily have chosen not to grant such a position to a female insect. In the Semamoka Empire, a prince would only serve as a female consort and would never stoop to being a mere male insect's female attendant. Even if that insect were the rare S-class monarch, Hermes, observing the shift in Se Luen's emotions, felt a sense of relief. He had intentionally informed the seventh prince of his new status as Gu Chang's female consort. Hermes knew that every reigning monarch would advise their princes against serving male insects. He had accurately gauged this psychology. Hermes was confident that, after this incident, the second prince Se Shua would refrain from appearing before the male monarch so recklessly. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Gu Chang exchanged pleasantries with Hermes before preparing to leave. Se Luen nodded, watching the two insects depart. His previously gloomy face suddenly broke into a smile. What expression would Sei Shua wear upon learning that the male insect he admired now had a female consort? Sei Luan mused, feeling a wave of delight. He could hardly wait to shatter the calm facade on Sei Shua's face on their way. Guchang briefly recounted to Hermes the incident of the second prince suddenly fainting on the sofa. In conclusion, Guchang sighed. I thought the second prince, being a female insect, should have a decent recovery ability. How could he suddenly faint? It turns out he was bitten by a venomous snake. Hermes set the aircraft to autopilot. Pursing his lips, His Highness the second prince will be fine. Ji Yuchang nodded in agreement. Hermes continued, I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't respond. Ji Yuchang glanced at his communicator, realizing that Hermes had sent several messages, indicating his genuine concern at the time. I apologize for not checking my messages, causing you unnecessary worry, Guchang said sincerely. Hermes sighed in relief. As long as you're unharmed, that is what matters. Guchang felt a moment of warmth. It was truly pleasant to have someone care for him. As returning home would take some time, due to having Xiao Ai prepare dinner, Guchang suggested. Shall we dine out today? Hermes had no objections, and thus they piloted the aircraft to a well-reviewed restaurant. Hello, this way please. The service here was evidently excellent, as soon as Guchang and Hermes entered. A waiter guided them. Hermes looked at the table in the hall that the waiter was indicating and suggested, Your Majesty, a private room would provide a better environment. The waiter paused, glancing inquiringly at the male insect. Guchang knew that female insects were usually quite casual, but he was concerned Hermes might not be accustomed to that. Hence he asked for his preference. Ji Yuchang shook his head. Let's eat in the hall. I'm fine with it. He pointed to a corner table by the window, a smile gracing his lips. I would like to sit there, back on Earth. Whenever he dined, if a corner table was available, it was always his first choice. He simply enjoyed eating in a quiet spot. Hermes complied with the male monarch's wishes, recognizing Guchang's preference and not objecting. Very well, this way please. The waiter promptly guided them to the designated position indicated by the male insect and presented the menu. Guchang ordered several dishes and then handed the menu to Hermes, inviting him to select a few of his preferences. Before the dishes were served, 2 glasses of juice were brought to their table. Guchang was in the midst of biting the straw when a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. The instinct to observe such spectacles was ingrained in every insect, and many patrons craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Guchang was no exception. Javan was about to serve juice to a table of customers when he was unexpectedly collided with by a male insect. The incident transpired in an instant. Before Javan could react, the male insect was already hopping in agitation, furiously exclaiming, What is the matter with you, you submale? Are you blind to where you're walking? You've spilled juice all over me. As expected, 3 glasses of orange juice splattered onto the male insect, drenching his pristine white outfit, which now bore unsightly yellow stains. Javan's face turned ashen as he repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. He sensed something was amiss. However, his mind was a whirl, for he was facing a male insect of considerable stature. He knew provoking him would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Javan could only entertain this singular thought. Humph. The male insect scoffed, clearly unwilling to let this feeble submale off the hook. 100,000 star coins. Otherwise, this matter is far from settled, Javan gasped, incredulity washing over him as he looked up. 100,000 star coins. It dawned on him that something was terribly wrong. The male insect was attempting to extort him. Javan had heard of such incidents before. Anger surged within him as he recalled the details of the incident. You were the one who bumped into me. I was clearly watching where I was going. Chapter 41. Extortion. The male insect was evidently not one to be trifled with. Ma1, glaring at the submale before him. Seethed with indignation, I see you intentionally splashed juice on me, using this pathetic ruse to draw my attention. Javan's cheeks flushed crimson, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The audacity of the male insect was beyond his imagination, especially as this creature twisted the truth. Yet, this was the nature of their society. Even when males committed wrongs, they were often shielded from repercussions. Javan trembled with rage, but facing a male insect, he could not resort to violence. What do you want? He demanded. The reputation of an unmarried female insect could not bear the slightest blemish. Otherwise, future male suitors would take offense, and they would face the scorn of their peers. The cunning male insect had clearly seized upon this vulnerability. Ma1 was convinced that the female would capitulate, having validated this tactic with others before. This scheme had proven effective time and again. My demand is straightforward. 100,000 star coins, he smirked, his plump face narrowing his eyes into slits. Can we not negotiate for a lower amount? Javen was merely an ordinary insect working in a restaurant. That sum represented the bulk of his earnings over half a year. This was clearly non-negotiable. Mawen's expression darkened. 100,000 star coins, not a single penny less, as he observed Javen's hesitation. He impatiently barked, "Hurry up. Otherwise, I shall summon the Male Insect Protection Association to intervene." The latter statement served as a blatant threat. It was well known that the Male Insect Protection Association favored males over reason. Unsurprisingly, Javen's complexion drained of color upon hearing Mawen's words. "Fine, I'll pay." Under the oppressive weight of this dismal societal reality, Javen chose to concede. He retrieved a translucent star card from his pocket, scrutinized it for a moment, then sighed before extending it to the male insect. Mawen's face lit up with a glimmer of triumph as he reached forward to claim the star card. Just then, a pair of long, clean hands intercepted him midway, firmly grasping the card. Gu Ching returned the card to Javen's palm, advising, "Keep it safe." Javen stared blankly at the card resting in his hand. Gazing at the handsome profile of the male insect before him, he recognized him as one of the customers he had just served. "Who are you?" Mawen's face darkened, a storm brewing within. Damn it. Just as Mawen was on the verge of securing the star card, his excitement was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of another insect. "You need not concern yourself with my identity," Gu Cheng replied, unwilling to waste time on a loathsome extortionist. "However, if you wish to extort, the door is to the left." Mawen's expression soured. The left door led to the police station. Surely, this insect must be mocking him. "What business do you have here, you insufferable insect?" "This does not concern you." Gu Cheng smiled. "How could it not concern me? It is the duty of every insect to assist when witnessing injustice." Mawen's face turned an alarming shade of green with fury. His gaze shifted towards the submale behind Gu Cheng. "Quickly, hand over the star card." Javen, caught in Mawen's line of sight, instinctively shuddered, glancing toward the male insect who had just aided him. Gu Cheng met Javen's pleading gaze, his icy demeanor settling upon the incessantly troublesome Mawen. "Are you really going to rob someone in broad daylight?" Mawen, incensed, retorted, "I am a distinguished male insect. Would I stoop to such a disgraceful act? Females should obediently deliver their star coins into my hands." Gu Cheng had no desire to engage further. The establishment was equipped with surveillance, and it would soon become clear who had truly collided with whom. Hermes, accompanying Gu Cheng, chimed in, "Males with over 15 instances of extortion may not face imprisonment, but they are required to undertake a month of community service." Mawen turned towards the voice, noting the insect clad in military garb, adorned with the insignia of a high-ranking officer. The mention of community service drained the color from Mawen's face. He had no intention of enduring such indignity. However, it was evident his record of extortion exceeded 15 offenses. After a moment of hesitation, Mawen shot Gu Cheng a resentful glare. Encountering them today had been his misfortune. The male insect departed, his back radiating clear dissatisfaction. As Javen's taut limbs relaxed with the distance between them, he turned gratefully to Gu Cheng and Hermes. "Thank you so much. Had it not been for you, I would have lost 100,000 star coins today." At times, female insects were left with little choice but to succumb to the extortion of males. The stigma of being accused of harming a male insect was far worse than simply paying off the extortionist. Gu Cheng waved dismissively, signaling it was no great matter. Initially, he had merely intended to observe, but as the male insect's behavior grew increasingly intolerable, Gu Cheng could no longer stand by and did what he could to intervene. Just as this small episode concluded, the dishes began to arrive at their table. "Let us eat." Gu Cheng beckoned Hermes. They finished their meal in a tranquil manner. Upon returning home, the night was sprinkled with twinkling stars. As Gu Cheng's gaze swept across the bloodstains on the sofa, he prepared to tidy up. However, Hermes halted him, suggesting they allow the robotic servant to handle it. Gu Cheng blinked, realizing Hermes was referring to their capable robotic steward. Xiao.ai.o. Gu Cheng snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting about his all-purpose robotic butler. Hermes approached Xiao AI directly, issuing commands. Watching Hermes' actions, Gu Cheng was suddenly reminded of another matter. They had just visited the marriage bureau to update their marital status. And now Hermes was officially his female lord. Did that mean they would share a bed tonight? The room chosen by Hermes was not adjacent to Gu Cheng's. In fact, it was the farthest away. Previously, they had adhered to the unspoken rule of sleeping separately, as it avoided any awkwardness. However, this situation felt distinctly different. Even after emerging from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, Gu Cheng found himself unable to resolve his uncertainties. His hair was still slightly damp, and he irritably ran his fingers through it. Forget it. Let things unfold naturally. Chapter 42. A soap opera due to the unexpected incident at the mall yesterday. Gu Qing had not received the aircraft he had purchased. Consequently, he intended to make another trip later. Just as he finished his breakfast, a worker clad in a uniform knocked on the door. "Sir, here is the aircraft you purchased." Following the insect's gesture, Gu Qing beheld the aircraft behind him, radiating a pearly glow. The metallic exterior, clearly the product of meticulous design and craftsmanship, presented an aesthetically pleasing silhouette. Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Thoroughly impressed with the service his household received, they delivered right to his door. He had originally planned to finish his meal and then procure the vehicle himself. Considering that the male insect might not be adept at driving, the worker kindly inquired, "Would you like assistance in moving the aircraft to your garage?" Gu Qing contemplated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. "No, thank you." He had just completed the formalities with Hermes to recognize him as his female lord. Yet there had been no wedding or ceremony. Gu Qing felt a sense of obligation toward Hermes. Just then, he resolved to personally prepare lunch and then seek out Hermes. Would the female insect be pleased to see him? A smile crept onto Gu Qing's lips as he pondered this. All right. The decision of the female insect regarding the male insect was without dispute that if you are certain there are no issues, I will need your signature here. Gu Qing readily signed to confirm receipt. The female insect neatly folded the receipt, smiled, and wished him a pleasant day. Since Gu Qing intended to cook himself, he would not entrust the task to the mechanical insect butler. He turned and entered the house, opened the double doors of the refrigerator, and glanced around, noticing that some ingredients he needed were missing. Thus, Gu Qing opened a shopping app and ordered a batch of food. After completing this task, he proceeded to the backyard. When they moved in, the area was already adorned with numerous flowers and plants. However, Gu Qing had cultivated a vegetable garden on a relatively open patch of grass, where the vegetation was sparse. Ensuring a diverse variety of vegetables. As he did not intend to sell them, the quantity was modest, merely sufficient for himself and Hermes. Gu Qing picked some greens, deciding to stir-fry a couple of dishes for the female insect. The focus would be on a balanced combination of meat and vegetables for nutritional equilibrium. He filled a small basket he had brought with a substantial amount and then carried it to the kitchen. In the meantime, feeling somewhat bored, he activated the floating screen in the living room, preparing to watch a television series. He navigated through the remote control, flipping through several options, but his expression gradually morphed into one of bewilderment. Most of the titles displayed were, "The overbearing male insect falls in love with me," "Seductive," "The devilish male insect becomes addicted to kissing," "Innocent female insect runs away with a bump," and "Stubborn little female insect's 999th escape." Gu Qing tightened his grip on the remote, acknowledging that these titles were indeed reflective of the current societal context. However, why did the mere sight of these names evoke such a melodramatic sensation? Gu Qing swiftly pressed the remote buttons, vowing to find a more conventional television series. After scrolling for what felt like ages, his fingers finally stilled. This one, titled Daily Life with a Roommate for 365 Days. It was a refreshingly unpretentious name. Gu Qing clicked on it and, placing the remote aside, relaxed into the sofa with a contented sigh, ready to immerse himself in the show for leisure and relaxation. The series began quite normally. The protagonist, Chaste, was a female insect from a remote planet whose dream was to enroll in the Empire's prestigious military academy with unwavering determination. She finally realized her dream and arrived at the academy. On the first day of school, she approached the dormitory with a mix of excitement and apprehension. What would her roommate be like? Would they reject her because she hailed from a lower-tier planet? Chaste's mind was a whirlwind as she knocked on the dormitory door. Knock, knock. The door opened promptly, and Chaste was met with a bright, fair face. The insect inside smiled, their eyes crescent-shaped, more beautiful than the moon Chaste had seen back in her hometown. They appeared quite adorable, exuding a pleasant demeanor. Chaste's mind immediately flashed with this thought. "Hello, you must be from this dormitory as well." "My name is AI Aaron." Chaste lowered her gaze, noticing the soft, fair hand extended toward her. Compelled by an impulse, she reached out and shook it, feeling the smoothness akin to jelly. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly withdrew her hand. "Hello, I'm Chaste." After organizing her belongings, the other two roommates arrived in succession. Chaste felt that her roommates were quite amiable, and she plopped down on her bed to test the mattress's softness, thinking that her military academy life would likely be enjoyable. Within a week, Chaste had fully integrated into the dormitory. One day, after training with her two roommates, she realized that the training intensity at the academy far exceeded her expectations. As she swept her damp golden hair back, She made her way to the dormitory. One of her roommates, feeling quite familiar, casually draped an arm around her shoulders and remarked, "Every time we invite AI Aaron to train, he never comes. He always goes to the independent training room alone." Cetes listened silently, having indeed never seen AI Aaron train with them. Another roommate chimed in. "Plus, when we invite him to shower, he declines as well. But he's quite nice. He doesn't look down on us." The blue-haired female insect glanced around before whispering, "I wonder if he feels insecure about his physique." Cetes? She clearly hadn't caught onto their conversation and failed to grasp their meaning. The blue-haired insect shot her a disapproving look, their gaze lingering ambiguously on a certain area below Cetes. Her face darkened immediately. What? How could they discuss a female insect like this? Cetes forcefully pushed the insect's face away, her brows furrowing in displeasure. The other two roommates decided to head out for food first, but Cetes, feeling sticky, opted to return to the dormitory for a shower. The dormitory was eerily quiet, indicating that AI Aaron had not yet returned. Cetes hurried to the bathroom, shedding her combat uniform along the way, revealing a strong, muscular upper body, with only her pants lazily hanging at her waist. However, as she pushed open the bathroom door, she froze. The room was shrouded in steam, the warm vapor enveloping Cetes' face. Within, she could make out blurred figures of insects. It dawned on her that AI Aaron was showering. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were in the dormitory." Cetes recalled what her other two roommates had said earlier, realizing that AI Aaron likely preferred not to shower with others and certainly wouldn't want to be seen bathing. Thus, after apologizing, she reached for the doorknob to exit. Just as the door was about to close, a startled grunt echoed from within. "What happened?" Cetes rushed into the bathroom, fearing something had gone awry with AI Aaron. AI Aaron had intended to take a shower while Cetes and the others were absent from the dormitory. The other insects were kind, always inviting him to join them at the bathhouse. But AI Aaron, to protect his secret, had declined each time. Chapter 43, Transformation. Little did he know, Cetes had returned early today. AI Aaron hadn't locked the door. The outcome was predictable, upon Cetes' sudden intrusion. AI Aaron's mind went blank, his eyes inadvertently meeting Cetes' current appearance. The female insect's sudden exclamation left AI Aaron momentarily bewildered, and in his panic, he slipped on the wet floor and fell. "Are you all right?" Cetes rushed in. AI Aaron wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Moreover, his wrist throbbed painfully, as if he had just scraped it. Seeing AI Aaron on the floor sent a jolt of concern through Cetes. She quickly approached, crouching beside him. "Are you hurt? Let me help you up. It hurts." AI Aaron's voice was soft yet clear, and Cetes felt her heart tug at the sight of the tears welling in his eyes. "Where does it hurt?" After a moment of hesitation, AI Aaron quietly replied, "My wrist." Cetes' heart sank. "What happened? Did you break it?" Her expression shifted to one of distress. If his wrist was indeed injured, it would hinder training for several days. Cetes instinctively glanced at the area AI Aaron had indicated, only to freeze, for it seemed she had glimpsed something she ought not to have seen. Her expression turned peculiar. AI Aaron's physique was not at all what her other two roommates had suggested. Rather, it was surprisingly admirable. AI Aaron winced. Cetes quickly averted her gaze, realizing he was in pain. "Let me help you up." AI Aaron nodded, clearly too preoccupied to care about anything else. Cetes supported his arm, lifting him off the floor. Once AI Aaron stood steady, Cetes slowly withdrew her hand, her gaze suddenly fixated on the back of AI Aaron's neck. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression betraying shock. The smoothness of AI Aaron's neck bore no trace of insect markings. Cetes exclaimed in astonishment, "You're a male insect?" Upon realizing this, she finally caught the scent of male insect pheromones that had gone unnoticed until now, as her earlier urgency had clouded her perception. "Yes." With AI Aaron's affirmative response, Cetes' apprehension dissipated. She covered the back of her neck, feeling an insistent itch as if something was about to surface. Damn it, it must have been the pheromones she had inhaled earlier. Cetes had just attended a theoretical class that day, where it was explained that excessive exposure to male insect pheromones could have severe effects on female insects. Given the current situation, it was evident that Cetes was about to experience her first heat period post-maturation. Her complexion darkened as she recalled the professor's lecture on handling such situations. Did this mean she would have to endure it alongside AI Aaron? Noticing something was amiss with Cetes, AI Aaron inquired, "Cetes, what's wrong?" The forehead of Cetes glistened with a fine sheen of sweat, yet the elevated temperature caused his skin to flush a deep crimson. His remaining consciousness was gradually eroded. leaving him with little capacity for thought. All he could sense was the increasing proximity of the female insect, accompanied by an intensifying pheromone that enveloped the air like catnip for the insectoid species. Cetes found himself unable to resist the historical currents that had shaped their kind for centuries. Suddenly, warmth enveloped Elon's waist, catching him off guard. Soft strands of hair brushed against his neck and shoulders. Elon stood rigid, acutely aware for the first time of the nature of their closeness, realizing that this situation was likely a consequence of his own actions. What should he do? How should he respond? His ears flushed a deep red. Surely, he did not harbor any dislike for Cetes. Their lips barely touched, then parted once more. In that moment, the female insect's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a curious glimmer that unexpectedly dissipated the heat coursing through him. However, the male insect obstructed his next move. The female pouted in a display of discontent, silently questioning if such a thing was forbidden. Elon's temples throbbed with tension. This female insect, his gaze darkened. Yet, the female resembled a pure white cloud in the sky. Softly imploring the male insect. Elon's eyes shifted, revealing a tempest of emotions, and he followed the instinct deep within him, leading to the next moment when the female was pushed behind the door. Unlike the tentative exploration from before, Gu Cheng, witnessing this scene, picked up the remote and paused the television drama. He had not anticipated that what he assumed to be a standard show would turn out to be a bowl of melodrama cloaked in a mundane exterior. Nonetheless, Gu Cheng still watched 2 episodes, internally marveling at the fact that it truly was a melodrama that enthralled the insects. However, the subsequent content was decidedly unsuitable for younger audiences, making it inconvenient to view. The premise of this series had evidently undergone some alterations. In reality, excessive inhalation of pheromones by female insects did not necessitate such behavior. The inhibitor was undoubtedly a significant milestone in technological advancement. Gu Cheng shook his head, forcibly clearing his mind, and then made his way to the kitchen, as he had tasks to attend to. Chapter 44. Male Sovereign. Wait for me. Gu Cheng realized he hadn't cooked in quite some time. Back on Earth, he had been alone in his home, and out of necessity, he had to prepare meals daily. However, after arriving in the insect realm, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he had not cooked even once. Initially, it was Hermes who took on the cooking duties. Gu Cheng had offered to assist, but the female insect had been understandably hesitant, causing him to abandon the idea of helping. Later, with the advent of the housekeeper Xiao AI, a product of advanced insect technology, Gu Cheng found himself able to relax completely. He was thoroughly satisfied, and thus further distanced from the art of cooking. Though considerable time had passed, Gu Cheng's muscle memory kicked in, and he adeptly resumed his culinary skills, washing, chopping, frying, and finally serving. After nearly an hour and a half, he had prepared 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, all neatly packed into a thermal container. He had thoughtfully considered the nutritional needs of the female insects at the military base, knowing that Hermes might share with others, so he had made a bit extra, carrying the substantial thermal container. Gu Cheng hummed cheerfully as he exited, eager to see the female insect's reaction. Climbing the steps of the spacecraft, he piloted it himself this time. However, he did not intend to manually navigate. Instead, he tapped a few commands on the control screen, selecting the autopilot mode, an essential feature for a laid-back insect, and placed the thermal container in the storage area of the cabin. Subsequently, Gu Cheng began typing a message to Hermes. I will be at the military base shortly. Having just completed training, Hermes' light brain buzzed, prompting him to check the notification. What? He was startled to see a message from the male insect, indicating he would come to find him. What could the male insect possibly want at the military base? Hermes pondered. It couldn't be solely to see him that he glanced down at his sweat-soaked battle uniform, clinging tightly to his body, beads of perspiration trickling down his jawline and splattering onto his chest. Hermes frowned in dismay. How could he present himself to the male insect in such a state? He regretted his earlier decision to train for an hour, thinking it would be a productive use of his free time. Little did he expect that the male insect would decide to pay him a visit. At that moment, Rhett was exiting the training room across the hall. Noticing Hermes hastily departing, he questioned, Hey, General, where are you off to? It's mealtime already. Hermes heard the voice but did not slow his pace. He needed to shower and refresh himself before the male sovereign arrived. Therefore, he simply waved a hand behind him, continuing his brisk stride towards the showers. Rhett scratched his head, baffled by the general's peculiar behavior. Why would he choose to shower at this time? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off and hurried towards the cafeteria, rolling up his sleeves. Damn it. Every mealtime. These insects act as if a famine has struck. He refrained from sharing his past misfortunes of arriving late to the cafeteria, when even the most unpalatable nutrient liquid had been snatched away. Since that incident, Red had vowed never to arrive late again, often opting to arrive early, dreading the prospect of missing even a drop of broth. By the time the male insect arrived, Hermes had just finished fastening the top button of his uniform. Presenting a cold and austere demeanor, he glanced at the message from the male insect. I've reached the military gate, but they require a pass, which I do not have. Hermes quickly scanned the message before typing back. Sovereign, please wait for me that I will come right away. Hermes could have easily called security to grant the male insect access, but the military base was vast, with a convoluted layout and swarming with female insects. He was concerned that the male insect might lose his way or, worse, be harassed by some oblivious females. Given the male insect's striking appearance, Hermes believed this scenario was quite plausible. Thus, he concluded that personally escorting the male insect was the best course of action. As fate would have it, Hermes's apprehensions were not unfounded. At the military gate, Gucheng had not even entered when he was stopped by an insect. Carniel felt as though he were hallucinating. How could he mistake the insect before him for the male sovereign? After blinking several times, he focused on the male insect's flawlessly white neck and was compelled to acknowledge that he was indeed in the presence of a genuine male sovereign. No, my insect god. Who could explain why this precious and rare male insect would appear at the military base? Carniel's gaze dropped, and he noticed the male insect carrying a thermal container. Oh my heavens. This must surely be a meal he prepared for some fortunate female. Carniel felt a surge of envy. How could a male insect come to the military base to deliver food? Which female insect was fortunate enough to receive such attention? Yet, rules were rules. Without a pass, entry was impossible, even for one as esteemed as the male sovereign. Carniel approached, inquiring, Sir, do you have a pass? A pass? What is that? Gucheng naturally did not possess one and shook his head. Carniel paused for a moment before stating, I am sorry, but without a pass, I cannot allow you entry. Internally, Carniel felt a pang of anxiety, having heard tales of the male insect's volatile temperament. He hoped that Gucheng would not vent his frustrations on him. To his surprise, the handsome male insect simply nodded in understanding and turned away, seemingly sending a message to someone that Carniel's curiosity piqued. Surely, the male insect was messaging the female insect for whom he had prepared the meal. Who could it be? The military gate was bustling with insects, many returning from missions. The striking figure of the male insect stood tall and elegant, creating a stunning visual amidst the throng. No, my insect god. Why is such a striking male sovereign present at the military gate? As if in a trance, many female insects slowed their pace, some even pretending to wait for others, stealing glances at the male sovereign. Gucheng, having received Hermes's message indicating he would come to fetch him, set aside his communication device. He glanced around, surprised by the gathering of female insects. What was happening? It wasn't even the end of the workday. Why were there so many females around? However, Gucheng quickly dismissed his concerns and continued to gaze towards the entrance, eagerly awaiting Hermes's arrival. Ah, did you see that? The male insect just looked at me. Oh please, don't kid around. I was just saying the male insect was looking at me. This male insect appears so exquisite, I would bet 5-star coins that he has numerous female admirers. As Hermes emerged, he beheld a scene that was both intriguing and perplexing. Numerous female insects surrounded a tall, striking male. Although they were not in close proximity, their gazes were undoubtedly fixated on the same focal point. Hermes furrowed his brow. The male insect was undeniably captivating. In the next moment, his expression sharpened as he observed a female muster her courage to approach the male. Engaging him in conversation, Hermes's frown deepened. His thoughts tangled in a web of concern. From a distance, Gucheng spotted Hermes and was about to raise his hand in greeting when a female approached him. Your Excellency, what brings you to the entrance of the military department? Are you lost? She inquired, her expression laced with a hint of anxiety. Not at all. I'm waiting for someone, Gucheng replied, maintaining a smile despite the gravity of the situation. The female's cheeks flushed crimson at his warm demeanor. Enchanted by the male's gentleness. However, her expression soon darkened as the implications of his words sank in. He had stated he was waiting for someone at the military department, and it was evident that this someone was a female. Which female, one might wonder, could command the attention of such a distinguished male? The female who initiated the conversation, Mona, felt a pang of disappointment. Clearly, the someone the esteemed male awaited was not of any noteworthy significance. Or else he would not have to wait for so long. If it were him, he would never allow the male to wait. Mona, blushing, opened his mouth to suggest an opportunity for acquaintance, convinced that if the male shared his interest, he would cherish him like a precious gem. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice interjected, "Commander." Mona froze, caught in the act of attempting to woo the male, only to be confronted by the very individual he sought to impress. Embarrassment washed over him, and he felt as though he were being crushed under the weight of his own folly. Yet, as he turned to face the source of the voice, he was rendered utterly speechless. "Commander, why is it the commander?" His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, each more bewildering than the last. The reality that the male before him was indeed the commander struck him like a thunderbolt. Mona felt as if he had lost the essence of his first love. With a face that had already fallen in despair, he forced a smile. "Greetings, Commander." Hermes' gaze was icy as he regarded the female who saluted him, his eyes lingering for a moment on the identification badge affixed to her chest before he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "You are Mona from the 3rd Squad, correct?" Mona straightened instinctively, his voice ringing out clearly as he responded, "Yes, Commander." "Excellent," Hermes replied with a cold smirk. "Mona from the 3rd Squad has failed to return within the stipulated time." Mona felt a chill run down his spine as he realized something was amiss. He instinctively glanced towards the stern-faced commander. The voice, devoid of any warmth, pierced through the air like a blade. "Now, carry a 50-kilogram load and run 30 laps around the back mountain." Mona's pupils dilated in shock. Was he serious? The back mountain was vast, and by the time he finished, night would have fallen. Was the commander truly intending to take his life? His heart shattered into a million pieces, leaving him utterly despondent. Had he known the male was the commander's, he would have refrained from initiating conversation. Now, he had lost both the opportunity and his dignity. The most beautiful flowers often conceal the deadliest of thorns. And this particular noble was indeed poisonous, with the commander surrounding him, spewing venom. With a grim determination, Mona trudged towards the entrance of the military department, his expression ashen. The females at the entrance were taken aback, realizing that such a handsome male was already taken, and that the one who had snatched him was none other than their commander. In a way, is he hiding such a stunning male from us out of fear that we might steal him? They whispered among themselves, though they lamented the possibility that they might indeed have done so. As the atmosphere shifted, the once leisurely gathering of insects became tense upon witnessing the commander's icy glare directed at Mona. They collectively felt a tremor of fear run through them. The commander was a devil, 30 laps with a heavy load. Was he trying to kill them? Just hearing the command made their legs tremble. Suddenly, dread settled upon them as they caught sight of Hermes' hawk-like gaze slicing through the air towards them. The females sensed their impending doom. The commander bore a smile that could only be described as terrifyingly delightful. Were they foolish enough to linger? They had no desire to run those cursed 30 laps. In an instinctive display of self-preservation, they fled with astonishing speed, retreating in less than 3 seconds. Carnial, stationed at the entrance, witnessed the entire spectacle, retreating further to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Having dealt with the annoying presence, Hermes felt a sense of satisfaction as his gaze turned to the delicate features of the male before him. "My lord, what brings you to the military department?" The cold demeanor that had surrounded Hermes moments ago seemed to dissipate, revealing a familiar warmth akin to that which Gu Cheng encountered daily at home. Gu Cheng blinked, lifting the items he had brought. "I prepared some dishes and thought I would come to see you." Hermes' eyes rested on the insulated container in Gu Cheng's grasp. "What? Did you prepare this for me?" Taking the container, Hermes was momentarily lost in thought, the weight of it grounding him in reality. "Thank you, my lord." "Not at all," Gu Cheng replied as he made to leave. "Are you leaving so soon?" "My lord." Hermes' lips quivered, yet he ultimately said nothing, watching as Gu Cheng slowly walked away. Not until Gu Cheng was out of sight did Hermes finally enter the military department, holding the container tightly. Meanwhile, Rhett was wreaking havoc in the cafeteria, driving away several hungry insects who dared to cut into his queue. Satisfied, he filled his plate with an abundance of his favorite dishes. As Rhett reveled in his triumph, he recalled the commander, who had gone to bathe. How foolish of the commander, he mused. By the time he arrives, the cafeteria will be devoid of any remnants. Sighing over the commander's absent-mindedness, Rhett grabbed 2 nutrient supplements to deliver to the commander later. He felt a swell of pride at his own thoughtfulness. With a full belly and supplements in his pocket, he made his way to the commander's office. As he reached the stairwell, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. What is that enticing scent? Who dares to cook on the side? He pondered, determined to uncover the culprit. Rhett, acting like a finely tuned radar, sniffed his way through the corridor, intent on exposing the one who dared to indulge in such selfishness without regard for the collective. He would certainly have a word with them. Following the scent, he arrived at the commander's office door. Raising his head, confusion spread across his face. Why was the scent strongest here? He began to question his own senses. For it was impossible for the commander to have secured food from those gluttonous insects. This was absolutely inconceivable. Rhett touched the nutrient supplements in his pocket and knocked on the door. Prepared to present them to the commander. Enter. Upon receiving the response, Rhett turned the doorknob and took half a step inside. A glance revealed the shocking sight of the commander dining. Dining? Where had this food come from? Rhett's mind raced with questions as he approached the commander, gazing in disbelief at the sumptuous spread before him. Rhett was utterly taken aback. The nutrient supplements slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Rendered insignificant in the presence of such a lavish feast. Commander, he stammered. I recall that the cafeteria does not serve such exquisite meals. He dared not dwell on the implications. The commander had always dined alongside them, sharing their fare, and Rhett had never witnessed him indulging in personal provisions. What was happening? Hermes glanced at the fallen supplements, then at the stunned insect before him. Who said this was from the cafeteria? This was prepared by my lord, just delivered. The languid tone of his voice suggested a hint of pride in the revelation. Tears of envy welled in Rhett's eyes. Were it not for the constant reminder that the creature before him was the commander, he would have succumbed to jealousy. The 2 nutrient supplements he had brought now served no purpose, and he silently returned them to his pocket. Chapter 46. How's my lord? Having completed his task of delivering the meal, Gu Chung boarded the flying vehicle, ready to return home. Still in autopilot mode, he settled into his seat and glanced at a notification that had just chimed on his wrist device. It was a message from Yona. Your Highness, the seeds have indeed sprouted. A smile graced Gu Cheng's face. It appeared his psychic attributes had played a role in the growth of the seeds. This was indeed splendid news. As he prepared to reply, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, throwing Gu Cheng off balance in his securely fastened seat. His expression shifted to one of alarm. What was happening? Hadn't the vehicle been functioning properly on the way here? Why was it experiencing issues now? However, before he could comprehend the situation, the aircraft emitted a piercing, shrill alarm that sent a jolt through Chang's heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Ji Yuhong, fully aware of the impending disaster, had already reached for the automatic protection device. Despite Gu Heng exerting his utmost speed, it was evidently futile against the plummeting force of a 2-ton aircraft. Just as Gu Heng's hand was a mere 0.01 millimeters from the button, a violent shake struck, causing his outstretched hand to veer violently in another direction. It was painfully clear that it was too late. Moments later, he lost consciousness in the bustling commercial district. A commotion arose. Oh my goodness! Look over there! What is that? Below, Chong noticed a white rapidly descending from the sky at an alarming rate. Gradually, its outline became discernible. And one of the onlookers gasped, "It's an aircraft. It seems to be crashing." Quick! Scatter! A frantic voice rang out, and the crowd of insects, as if awakened from a dream, fled in a flurry, resembling startled birds. With a thunderous crash, the heavy object struck the ground, followed by a thick cloud of dust and smoke. It obscured the sky, rendering it nearly impossible for the insects to open their eyes. Cough, cough, it's choking me. I can hardly breathe. The dense dust sent many into fits of coughing, as if they might expel their very lungs. How could the aircraft have fallen? Damn it, there must be insects inside. Call an ambulance. The clamor of voices mingled with cries for help. As the dust began to settle, the aircraft gradually revealed its battered form. The onlookers gasped at the sight of its severely damaged exterior. Instinctively, a shared thought surged through their minds. Were the insects inside still alive? The chances seemed slim. Some insects spontaneously grabbed tools, working together to pry open the hatch. The materials used in the aircraft's construction were undoubtedly robust. Under normal circumstances, even with tools, it would be challenging to inflict any damage. However, the recent crash had already caused extensive destruction. Amidst the collective effort, someone exclaimed in surprise, "It's opened," slowly, through the small opening. The hatch was finally pried open. Is anyone in there? An insect ventured inside, bending low to find an identification card on a support beam within the severely compressed cabin. Male insect. Gu Heng mental power level. S-class female monarch. He exclaimed in shock. Turning to the others behind him, the pilot is likely a male insect. What? Yet, as they ventured further inside, they found no trace of any insects. In the military headquarters, several insects hurriedly moved about. The forefront was lit. his expression grave. He had just received the news that General Xiongju's aircraft had crashed, leaving the male insect's life in jeopardy. Li rushed to the general's office, dreading to imagine the turmoil the general would feel upon learning of this incident. Their bond seemed exceptionally strong. The male insect had just delivered a personally prepared meal to the general, only for disaster to strike on the return journey. The general would undoubtedly be filled with deep remorse upon hearing this news. As Li exited the elevator, he collided with Heng, who was pushing through the door, his countenance dark and foreboding. In that moment, Li wondered if the general had already learned about the male insect's predicament. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Li confirmed, "General, do you know about Gu Hong?" Before he could finish, Heng interjected, "I'm already aware. I am heading to the hospital immediately." Heng brushed past Li. An aura of frost surrounding him. He had just received a call from an unfamiliar insect, a communication he typically would not entertain to avoid wasting time. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had inexplicably pressed the answer button today. As the realization dawned on him, preparing to hang up, the words from the other insect froze his fingers in place. "Hello, is this General Heng? Your male monarch's aircraft has crashed. But the situation is somewhat complex that we seem not to have seen your male monarch. But you should come to the hospital to check for yourself." In just a few words, the statement nearly incapacitated Heng's ability to think. What did this mean? What had happened to the monarch? Why had the aircraft crashed? And what did it mean that they had not seen the monarch? Heng's grip on the documents he had been holding tightened to a crumpled mess, mirroring the chaotic state of his mind. "General, are you still there?" Coming to his senses, Heng's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Yes, I will be there shortly." After disconnecting the call, Heng rushed out, his mind consumed with the singular thought. Something had happened to the male monarch. On the way, he encountered Li, but said nothing, focused solely on reaching the hospital as quickly as possible to ascertain the male monarch's condition. In a state of anxious urgency, Heng compressed the usual 20-minute journey into a mere 5. He drove the aircraft as if it were a warship. As the aircraft touched down, the immense force kicked up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Who drives an aircraft this fast? Yet, no one paid him any heed. Heng swiftly exited the vehicle, stirring up another cloud of dust in his wake. The unfortunate insect, caught in the aftermath, began to cough heavily. He muttered under his breath, "This is outrageous." Heng headed straight for the emergency room, berating himself for arriving too late. Outside the emergency room, a doctor appeared to be waiting for him. Upon seeing Heng, the doctor inquired, "Are you General Heng?" "Yes," Heng nodded, his gaze fixated on the emergency room. "What is the condition of my male monarch?" Chapter 47. The male insect in slumber. Upon hearing Heng's question, the doctor paused, a rare look of hesitation crossing his face before he sighed deeply. Heng, sensing something was amiss, felt his heart leap into his throat. "Is my male monarch gravely injured?" "Oh, no." The doctor shook his head. Heng's pupils constricted as he scrutinized the doctor's reaction, pondering its implications. What did this mean? The doctor adjusted his glasses, a strange light flickering in his obscured eyes. The male insect was not injured. Heng. As relief washed over him, confusion filled his mind with questions. What did it mean that there were no injuries? This was akin to a fantastical tale. He had just learned that the aircraft his monarch was aboard had plummeted from several thousand meters without any protective measures. The exterior was made of the hardest MK density board, yet it still sustained varying degrees of damage. While Heng desperately wished for his monarch's safety, it was evident that under such circumstances, how could the male monarch possibly remain unscathed? Heng found himself ensnared in a complex web of emotions. The doctor's unfinished statement salvaged him. "However, we have only detected that the male insect's bodily signs show no abnormalities." It seems, Heng instinctively leaned in to hear the doctor's next words. Family members should prepare themselves. The male insect has now transformed into a cocoon. This is the first case of its kind we have encountered, so we cannot ascertain when the male insect might revert to his original state. Heng's expression fluctuated, his mind reeling. "You mean my monarch has turned into a cocoon?" "Yes, we preliminarily deduced that due to intense external stimuli, in a life-threatening crisis, his body activated a self-protective mechanism. Countless strands of mental filaments surged from the male insect, forming layers of cocoon-like shells to safeguard himself. This undoubtedly owes much to His Majesty's S-class mental power. After all, there have been no precedents of male insects cocooning themselves before. The case of the male insect can be directly uploaded to the Empire's medical center system for future reference." Heng's gaze was inscrutable as he contemplated. I wish to see my monarch. He needed to witness firsthand the state of his monarch. Of course, General. The male insect's vital signs are currently in a deep slumber, and we have arranged for His Majesty to be placed in a VIP room. Under the doctor's guidance, Heng quickly arrived at a pristine room, permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Indeed, he did not see his handsome male monarch. Instead, a massive cocoon lay nestled on a soft, comfortable bed. The adjacent monitor displayed a multitude of irregular data curves, continuously monitoring the male insect's bodily parameters. The curves remained steady, confirming that the doctor had not lied. The monarch's vital signs were indeed stable. Heng's clenched fingers gradually relaxed. His monarch was unharmed and had not suffered any pain, which was a small consolation. This cocoon was evidently unlike traditional cocoons. Since it was composed of the male monarch's mental filaments, it appeared a pale green. Heng reached out, cautiously touching it. It felt remarkably soft. So, this is what protected the male monarch. Is there any way to expedite the recovery of my monarch? The doctor wore a troubled expression. Regarding this singular case, they too were uncertain. Yet, under the oppressive gaze of Hermes, the doctor's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Ultimately, it was merely an automatic protective response triggered by the male insect's body. If the male insect possessed a strong will to survive, he should awaken swiftly. Perhaps, General, you might converse more with the male insect in the future. Hermes pursed his lips. Could the male ruler hear him? Was it merely his body that had succumbed to slumber? Or did he retain consciousness? Hermes nodded thoughtfully. The doctor closed the medical record, tucked his pen into his pocket, and exited the ward, leaving the space to them. Hermes approached, his complex gaze resting upon the green cocoon as if in soliloquy. My lord, if you had not come to deliver meals, would this calamity have been averted? However, the matter appeared riddled with ambiguities. The male ruler had arrived in fine condition aboard the aircraft, yet something had gone awry upon his return. Aircraft are among the most sought-after modes of transportation, with consumers spanning the entire empire. Due to the vast consumer base, the empire maintains stringent quality control over aircraft, ensuring that substandard products never enter the market. Hermes' expression hardened. He would investigate this matter himself, but if it were not due to this, his gaze turned icy, suggesting it may involve the insect. Regardless of the circumstances, should the truth be uncovered, he would not spare them. Hermes' gaze softened momentarily as it returned to the present. My lord, wait for me. He uttered this sentence to himself before striding out of the ward in his military boots. Hermes proceeded to the site of the male ruler's aircraft crash, hoping to discover some clues. Prior to arriving at the hospital, Hermes had instructed the insects to cordon off the area within 10 meters of the male ruler's aircraft. Upon his arrival, he beheld a scene of devastation. The severely deformed aircraft had created a massive crater in the ground, a sight most tragic. Hermes' pupils constricted, a chill coursing through him. He dared not imagine if the male ruler had not possessed S-class mental fortitude, would he have survived unscathed? Hermes felt a sense of relief while simultaneously harboring resentment towards the forces behind this incident. A glint of cold light flickered in Hermes' eyes. He was determined to uncover the truth. At that moment, an insect adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles approached, exuding an air of refinement as it handed over a document. General, here is the inspection report for our Visker aircraft. Please review it. Hermes accepted the document, his fingertips deftly flipping through the pages. The information was meticulously detailed, encompassing the production date, product batch, and compliance standards of the aircraft piloted by Gu Chung, all thoroughly documented and substantiated. After perusing the final page, Hermes closed the report, his expression inscrutable. Indeed, there were no discrepancies in this report. The insect continued. The Visker aircraft is a long-standing brand in the empire. We maintain stringent oversight from the components all the way to the finished product. To date, there have been no significant flight accidents. He paused briefly before adding, I suspect that this incident involving the male insect may stem from other issues. The female insect's eyes, concealed behind the lenses, obscured the depths of her gaze. For instance, it could be the insects themselves. Hermes had contemplated this direction as well. The notoriety of S-class male insects often attracts unwarranted attention. It now seemed imperative to investigate this aspect thoroughly. Chapter 48. Interrogation Room. General, shall we commence the inspection now? Raid inquired, stepping forward. He was unaware of the male ruler's condition, yet the general's demeanor remained frosty. His footsteps hesitant. The area had been cordoned off promptly, remaining untouched. Let us begin. The command. The insects finally sprang into action. The upper hatch had previously been opened by the insects, thus no further operations were necessary. A portion of the insects engaged in perimeter checks. The precious nature of S-class male insects is self-evident. The news of Gu Cheng's peril had reverberated through the higher echelons. They took it very seriously. Consequently, the insects assigned to Hermes were among the best in reconnaissance. Soon, an insect rushed over to report, standing at attention and saluting crisply. "General, a chip is missing from the core hub at the bottom of the aircraft." Hermes' brow furrowed, taut enough to crush a fly, and he followed the female insect swiftly to assess the situation. Another insect had already removed the bottom components. Holding the box in his hand, Hermes focused intently. His expression changed abruptly. Indeed, the most crucial chip was absent. This chip primarily served to maintain the aircraft's balance, ensuring stable flight amidst turbulent air currents. At that moment, more insects arrived to report. "General, only the fingerprints of you, Gu Cheng, and a female insect named Vito were found on the aircraft." "Vito? Who is Vito?" Hermes furrowed his brow. "Investigate the name of the insect that delivered the aircraft to the male insect." The female insect quickly returned, looking somewhat embarrassed. "The insect that delivered the aircraft to the male ruler is indeed named Vito." Thus, the trail ended here. A layer of frost seemed to envelop Hermes' brow. His expression grave. It was now evident that there was an insect who deliberately sought to harm the male insect, and this insect was exceedingly cautious, having yet to reveal any incriminating evidence. Hermes theorized that this insect must have been present near the military headquarters and likely executed their scheme upon the male insect's descent from the aircraft, doing so without leaving any trace. Hermes squinted. This insect could very well be one of those within the military. A cold smirk played on the corners of Hermes' lips as he issued a command. "Compile the list of insects who ventured out around 12:30. Investigate each one. Additionally, spare no scrutiny of the nearby surveillance footage." The female insect's eyes widened, quickly acknowledging the command, though internally he lamented the enormity of the task ahead. Military headquarters. Having completed 30 laps, Mona was utterly spent. He discarded the weighted pack from his shoulder onto the ground and bent low, gasping for breath. His calves trembled, and he inwardly cursed. The general is truly a harsh insect. Was it really necessary to impose such a severe punishment just for attempting to strike up a conversation with the male insect? An acquaintance of Mona's passed by, exclaiming, "Oh, Mona, you run faster than I imagined." Observing the dwindling daylight, he lamented, "However, it seems you will miss dinner. Perhaps if you hurry to the cafeteria, you might be fortunate enough to score a nutritional supplement to satiate your hunger. It's not a bad option." Indeed, the sky was growing dim, and the cafeteria had been serving for quite some time. Mona, still struggling to steady his breath, exclaimed, "No more running. I'll just head back to the dorm and nibble on a couple of loaves of bread." The insect, noticing the beads of sweat on Mona's forehead, suddenly realized that Mona had been running in circles around the mountain, perhaps still unaware of today's explosive news. The female insect regarded Mona with pity and proceeded to inform him of the afternoon's events. "What? That male ruler has encountered misfortune." Upon hearing this, Mona's face shifted through a spectrum of expressions. The male insect had seemed perfectly fine just hours ago, yet now he was told he lay in a hospital. Uncertain of his fate, the female insect, believing that Mona still harbored feelings for the handsome ruler, comfortingly patted his shoulder. Insects must look forward. Why cling to a singular male insect? However, upon learning that it was the general's male ruler, Mona had already relinquished any desire for contact with the male insect. Yet, he still hoped for the male insect's recovery. 3 days passed, and the investigation yielded no progress. In the VIP ward, Hermes lowered his eyelids, the raven feathers of his lashes casting shadows upon his visage. He murmured to the green cocoon, "My lord, when will you awaken? Can you hear me as I speak to you?" Following his words, silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds, yet there was still no response. Nevertheless, Hermes did not succumb to despair. Even as this one-sided dialogue persisted for several days, he merely wished that the doctor had not lied, hoping fervently that the male ruler would awaken swiftly upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Mona was engaged in a practical lesson that he narrowly evaded a fierce punch from his opponent, the thrill of combat igniting his blood. The joints in his body creaked as he prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Mona instinctively glanced back, and in that moment of distraction, his left shoulder took a heavy blow. He let out a muffled grunt. His opponent coolly reminded him, "Mona, during a match, one must not be distracted." Clutching his shoulder, Mona gritted his teeth. All right. It was all due to his curious nature. Just then, the gaze of the opposing female insect flickered past him. Pausing at his back. Is something the matter? Mona instinctively glanced back. Then, Perplexed, he blinked, noticing several insects being taken away. The earlier commotion had originated from that very spot. Mona pondered this. One insect came to a halt beside him. He heard an unfamiliar female insect inquire, "Are you Mona?" Mona instinctively nodded. "Good. Please accompany us for a moment, Mona." He exchanged a bewildered glance with the insect he had just battled, both equally mystified by the unfolding events. Mona turned to ask, "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Apologies, but I cannot disclose that at the moment. You will understand once you arrive." With no other choice, Mona followed behind, along the way. He noticed that the female insects being taken away seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered them not long ago. Where had he seen them? Mona struggled to recall. When the leading insect halted at a particular location, Mona followed its gaze and froze in shock. An interrogation room. The words emblazoned on the door left Mona utterly bewildered. Why had they brought them here? What crimes had they committed? Oh no, that couldn't be right. He hadn't done anything wrong. Soon enough, Mona would learn the answer. Chapter 49. The female insect confesses inside the interrogation room. A long table stretched before Mona. The insect opposite him glanced up, fingers lightly tapping the table, and asked, "Team 3, Mona." The cramped space made Mona unconsciously tense, and he nodded that on March 19,699 of the interstellar era, at 12:14 p.m. Where were you? The female insect's gaze was piercing, causing a shiver to run down Mona's spine. Wasn't that the moment he had approached the general's male counterpart? Mona replied honestly, "I was at the entrance of the military department." "With whom?" "With the general's male counterpart, Lord Gu Qingmian." The recording insect paused slightly, then turned to Mona, asking a series of trivial questions. Mona answered each one. Finally, the interrogating female insect nodded lightly, signaling the end of the inquiry. "You may leave now." However, Mona did not exit immediately. He fixed his gaze on the female insect opposite him and asked, "Is this interrogation concerning Lord Gu Qingmian?" During the questioning, Mona had already begun to suspect as much. The female insect did not deny it. Having reviewed the surveillance, she knew that Mona had not lied during the interrogation, and after their exchange, his innocence could be established. Thus, she did not mind revealing some inconsequential information, stating, "If you noticed any suspicious insects at that time, please inform us immediately." Mona's expression grew serious as he nodded. Of course, the military would not conduct interrogations lightly, indicating that there might be some foul play behind the recent male insect incident. Upon leaving, he observed the female insects waiting for interrogation outside, each one appearing as though they might be the culprits. When Mona emerged, some insects sought to inquire about the content of the interrogation. An insect responsible for maintaining order approached, shouting, "Everyone disperse." No communication during the interrogation. The surrounding insects then sheepishly retreated. Mona remained tight-lipped throughout and returned to the training ground. However, while training, he was noticeably distracted. The insect he battled furrowed its brow, asking, "What's wrong, Mona? You're not focused today." Previously, he had fought alongside Mona and knew the latter was capable of much more than what was displayed. Mona, looking weary, shook his head and left the training ground. Grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a sudden commotion erupted. "What?" An insect shrieked, seemingly incredulous at what it had just heard. How could it be him? Mona furrowed his brow, pushing through the throng of insects to ask, "What happened?" The insect, having previously battled Mona, said, "You might not know yet, but after the interrogation, one insect was taken away separately." Sensing that this was not a good sign, Mona inquired, "Who?" The female insect glanced around at the curious faces of the others before mysteriously revealing, "Abila." Mona frowned. Wasn't that the instructor responsible for their training? Why had he been taken away? "Do you think Instructor Abila has committed some offense?" An insect muttered. Mona's gaze shifted outside, finding himself increasingly bewildered by the unfolding events. In the interrogation room, the door swung open from the outside, and Abila instinctively looked over to see Minister Ebo. Abila's expression shifted. He had expected any insect, but EBO.IT was only the most severe incidents that warranted a personal inquiry from Minister Ebo. Ebo pulled out a chair, lifting his gaze to say, "I never thought I would personally interrogate you, my friend." Abila's expression bore subtle nuances. He and Ebo had joined the military around the same time, and had even been classmates. After a few seconds of silence, Abila chuckled lightly, "I believe you've captured the wrong insect. I assure you, I have committed no crime. You should know best that we do not apprehend insects without evidence." Abila's expression faltered. Ebo sighed and gestured outward. A blue-eyed insect entered. Ebo nodded at him, instructing, "Tell us everything you witnessed." The blue-eyed insect glanced at Abila before slowly explaining. That afternoon, the male insect was waiting for the general at the entrance of the military department. And I was not far off that I saw instructor Abila pass by the male insect's aircraft and stare at it for quite some time. Subsequently, the blue-eyed insect lost sight of Abila, initially believing that Abila simply admired the male insect's aircraft, which was, after all, a new model with a dazzling design that he personally liked. Thus, he did not perceive any wrongdoing at the time. Ibo turned his gaze to Abila. How do you explain this? Why were you there? Abila smiled. I merely passed by. I swear I did nothing to the male insect's aircraft. Otherwise, with so many surveillance cameras at the military department entrance, you can check the footage. Ibo suddenly laughed. You, of all insects trained in investigation for years, cleverly chose a blind spot in the surveillance, so of course, you feel unafraid of being monitored. He fixed his gaze on Abila's expression, speaking each word deliberately. But did you know that just across the street, there had been a brawl, and the police installed 2 cameras with no blind spots? Unfortunately for you, your every move was recorded in high definition. Abila's brow furrowed deeply as he exclaimed, That's impossible. When I looked, there were none. Upon saying this, he immediately regretted it, seeing Ibo's sly grin. This was bad. He had fallen into a trap. There were no extra cameras. Ibo had deliberately mentioned them to ensnare him. Ibo shrugged. It seems the situation has become quite clear. Abila's face turned pale. He had meticulously covered his tracks and had not expected to stumble here with Ibo. But you have no grudge against Lord Guqingyan, nor have you ever met him. Why would you tamper with the male insect's aircraft? Abila fell silent, offering no response. Ibo continued, Abila, is it because of your male counterpart? Lord Andrew. His words floated lightly, yet they struck a chord with Abila, who lifted his head in response. Abila then smirked slightly. This has nothing to do with my male counterpart. I simply harbor a dislike for male insects. Oh, Ibo remarked, appearing unconvinced, then abruptly stood, addressing Abila. Before you reveal the truth, I believe you need to stay here for a while. What I said is the truth. Abila spoke from behind. However, Ibo did not halt his steps upon hearing this. Had it not been for their past as classmates, he might have genuinely believed Abila's current confession. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually morphed into a sardonic grin. Such foolishness in service of the male insect was utterly beyond redemption for Abila. Chapter 50. The arrest of Andrew. The first thing Minister Ibo did upon exiting the interrogation room was to relay the latest interrogation results verbatim to Hermes. In recent days, Ibo had seldom encountered Hermes, save for moments when he inquired about any progress in the interrogations. Each time he arrived with a frigid demeanor, only to depart enshrouded in a cloud of low pressure upon learning that there had been no advancements. In just a few short days, Ibo noticed that Hermes had lost a considerable amount of weight, his brow furrowed with an unshakable gloom. Meanwhile, upon receiving Ibo's message, Hermes set off immediately. He was now almost certain of the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. It was not the superficial Abila, with whom he had no contact, let alone any animosity. Thus, the only possible suspect was Andrew, with whom he had previously had friction. Hermes should have anticipated this. The male insect was notoriously petty, and the previous incident could not have been so easily forgotten. Hermes arrived at a lavishly decorated venue, his eyes momentarily flashing with disgust. Motus. It was known as the den of indulgence for male insects. Hardly any insect had not heard of its name. The pleasure-seeking males frequented this place almost daily. Had he not traced Andrew to this location, Hermes would never have set foot here, with unimpeded passage. Hermes soon arrived outside the private room where the male insect resided. Inside the room, Andrew cradled a delicate female in his arms, leisurely enjoying grapes fed to him by a serving female. Suddenly, he glanced towards the entrance, frowning. Wasn't Abila supposed to come? Why was he still not here? Andrew detested waiting for females. The female approached with tea. Perhaps delayed on her way, he wondered if Abila had left any traces regarding their arrangement. Now that he heard that Hermes was turning the military upside down, would Abila expose him? He hoped not. After all, Abila had at least studied counter-surveillance. Andrew felt somewhat reassured. The next moment, the door to the private room burst open with a resounding crash. Andrew initially thought it was the tardy Abila and frowned, preparing to reprimand him. However, upon seeing the insect outside, his heart momentarily stopped. He stammered, "Why are you here?" Hermes sneered, "Did you think it was Abila?" "He has already been apprehended." Andrew's eyes widened in shock. "What? Abila has been exposed." He forced himself to remain calm. "If he has been captured, why are you here? You should be looking for him." Hermes elongated his tone. But Abella has confessed that it was you who instructed him to tamper with Gu Heng's aircraft. What? That damned insect. Andrew exclaimed that he could get himself caught. But how dare he implicate me? When he gets out, I will make him pay dearly. Hermes's expression darkened, filled with a sense of melancholy. Males were always so thoughtless. With a cold gaze, Hermes quietly observed the agitated male and female insects, concluding, "It appears, my lord, that you are admitting to having instructed Abella." Andrew choked, realizing he had just been led by the nose. However, his body soon relaxed, and he declared defiantly, "So what if I did? Are you planning to arrest me? I have learned that Gu Heng may never awaken. Without him, I would be the highest-ranking A-class male. Do you dare to touch me?" After hearing this, Hermes finally understood the male's confidence. My lord, you are rather arrogant. Even an A-class male must face punishment for wrongdoing. Step by step, Hermes approached the male insect. In Andrew's increasingly fearful gaze, Hermes produced handcuffs and secured them around Andrew's wrists, feeling the heavy weight on his wrists. Andrew looked at Hermes in disbelief. "Are you mad? No insect has ever captured a male." Unfazed, Hermes replied, "Now there is." Andrew, furious yet unable to voice it, was now convinced that Hermes had lost his mind over Gu Heng's situation. Otherwise, how could he commit such a shocking act? He was wary of Hermes's double-S-grade mental strength and did not resist as he had at the beginning. His family would never allow him to be taken away. He watched as Hermes's expression turned sympathetic. Even though he was a general, arresting a valuable A-class male would not end well for him. Indeed, when Andrew was brought back to the military, it stirred a tremendous uproar. The reason was simple. The gleaming shackles on the male's wrist shone conspicuously in the sunlight. Insect God above, what have I seen? The general has arrested a male insect. This is one from the Heng family. An A-class male, no less. What? How could the general dare to arrest such a high-ranking individual? The general is truly a hero among us females. But what had this esteemed male done to warrant such personal arrest by the general? When Rhett received the news, he rushed to the general's office. The shock on his face had yet to fade. "General, have you truly arrested the Heng family's male?" Hermes did not answer directly, instead countering. "Why not go see for yourself in the prison?" No. Rhett waved his hands in haste. "Why would I want to see a male?" However, his expression grew serious. "You have arrested the only male heir of the Heng family. They will not let this go easily." His gaze turned anxious. "General, you must be cautious." Rhett vaguely sensed that this matter was inextricably linked to Gu Heng. Hermes remained silent, his eyes betraying no worry. As he turned his attention to the thermos on the table, which he had kept in his office since cleaning it last time, his thoughts drifted. When would the male sovereign awaken? As Rhett had mentioned, Hermes's significant troubles were yet to come. Upon learning of the arrest, the Heng family rushed to the military at the first opportunity, demanding Andrew's release. Yet Hermes remained steadfast, refusing to relent. Minister Ebo approached. Patting Hermes on the shoulder, his gaze fixed on the clamoring insects outside the window. With a heavy sigh, he suggested, "Why not just release Andrew? Whether Gu Heng will awaken is still uncertain. How can a female contend with a male?" Furthermore, the emperor's stance seemed to favor Andrew. As he was now the highest-ranking male, the emperor would surely not easily concede. The emperor was pragmatic. He would not gamble on an unknown outcome. Hermes remained silent for a long while, his gaze drifting afar. Do you also believe I should release him? Chapter 51. Is Hermes entering prison? In the insect world, where females outnumbered males, a societal norm had emerged over millennia for survival and reproduction. Males were for procreation, while females engaged in battles to defend their homes. They regarded males as treasures of the empire, guarding them with their lives and nourishing them with blood. Yet, to this day, males had become increasingly tyrannical, extravagant, and indulgent. They took pleasure in tormenting females, arrogantly centered on themselves. Tragically, the notion of male supremacy had become ingrained, and throughout history, no insect had attempted to alter this unchanging rule. Certainly, Hermes had no power to change this. In less than half a day, Andrew was released without charges. The throng of females gathered at the prison's entrance, their eyes lighting up simultaneously upon spotting Andrew's figure. "Male sovereign, you have finally emerged. This is marvelous. The family head and all of us were so worried about you. How dare Hermes imprison you? It is utterly unforgivable. Male sovereign, you must have had a dreadful time inside. The true culprit deserves punishment." They were all Andrew's female attendants, who relied on the favor of the male to secure their positions at home. The cacophony of voices was like boiling water in a pot, ceaseless and overwhelming. Irritated, Andrew rubbed his temples. He had never felt the females to be quite so noisy. With a cold glance, he barked, "Silence. The mere utterance of a few words from the male instantly hushed all present. After a moment of silence, a bold female stepped forward. With a soft, sweet smile gracing her lips, she took hold of Andrew's arm and exclaimed in feigned surprise, "Oh my, male sovereign, your wrist is injured." Before him, the vibrant red marks on the wrist of the male insect stood out starkly against his fair and delicate skin. Even within such a brief span of time, the cold, heavy handcuffs had left profound imprints on the pampered flesh of the male insect. Andrew gently rotated his wrist, attempting to alleviate the numbing ache that coursed through it. His face bore an unmistakable dark cloud of anger. Having lived for over 20 years, it had always been he who left marks upon others. Never had another insect succeeded in inflicting any scars upon him. With an icy demeanor and teeth grinding audibly, Andrew thought to himself that Hermes was truly a piece of work. The delicate female insect, longing to cling to Andrew, was unceremoniously pushed away by him, who was unusually brusque. The female nearly lost her balance. Typically, Andrew might have engaged in some playful banter with her, but it was evident that he was in no mood for such frivolities. He turned to a nearby insect and brusquely inquired, "Where are the male and female fathers?" He understood well that their covert machinations were instrumental in his release. The female insect he questioned looked momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the male insect's dismissal of his favored companion in favor of addressing her, a rather inconspicuous presence. "They are all waiting for you outside the military headquarters," she replied. Andrew narrowed his eyes slightly at this revelation, a cryptic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I am going to find the male father right now, no matter how formidable Hermes may be. He is but a mere female insect. If he dares to capture me, I will ensure he pays dearly." The male insects who had been left behind by Andrew silently mourned for Hermes for a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the workday came to a close. Hermes, having tidied his desk, prepared to visit the male sovereign at the hospital, as was his custom. He had learned in the afternoon of Andrew's release. A fact that seemed almost trivial considering he had attempted to harm an S-class male insect, yet he had been released with a mere shrug due to insufficient evidence. The uncertainty surrounding the male sovereign's recovery loomed over them, as if they had already resigned themselves to the possibility that this hard-won S-class male might remain forever in slumber. Hermes felt a tumult of rage and helplessness within him, for this was the emperor's decree. Just as he was about to depart, a cacophony erupted outside, and the door was forcefully kicked open. Hermes furrowed his brow as a contingent of female insects in military garb stormed in, encircling him. Hermes cast a cold, sweeping gaze over them, his brows knitted tightly. "Are you staging a rebellion?" he inquired. No insect replied. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the silence. "General, we meet again." Hermes frowned as he turned his gaze toward the source. The surrounding insects parted to reveal Andrew, who sauntered in with an air of confidence. Hermes's eyes turned frigid. "What brings you here?" he asked, his tone unwelcoming. Unfazed by the female insect's hostility, Andrew smiled warmly. "General, I have come to take you to a splendid location." Hermes's expression remained impassive. He knew that such a display from the male insect boded ill. "Indeed," Andrew continued. "General, you have wrongfully accused me, a male insect, and imprisoned me. This has caused me immense psychological distress. I believe that only by experiencing my plight will you come to understand my suffering. Therefore, I kindly invite you." With a sweeping gesture toward the door, he added, "Your time in prison will depend entirely on my mood." Hermes's mood was already sour. He still had the sovereign to attend to. His eyes glinted coldly. "I must see His Majesty." To his surprise, Andrew erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. "That is precisely the command issued by His Majesty." Sensing Hermes's disbelief, Andrew produced a decree of execution from his pocket and handed it to the female insect. Hermes's heart plummeted as he beheld the authentic imperial seal. "How could this be?" "General, please," Andrew reiterated, a malicious grin plastered across his face. "Your sources of support have crumbled, leaving you at my mercy." Initially, the emperor had opposed Andrew's proposed punishment of Hermes. He deemed Andrew's demands to be sheer folly, for Hermes had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, Andrew insisted that his mental anguish warranted retribution, seeking to imprison Hermes instead. Thus, the emperor had swiftly dismissed the request, stating that since Andrew had been exonerated, the matter should rest there. With the S-class male insect now trapped in an eternal slumber, no one knew when he might awaken. The highest-ranking male within the empire was an A-class. The higher the rank, the scarcer the males. And the loss of even one represented a significant detriment to the empire. Considering this, the emperor reluctantly chose to turn a blind eye to Andrew's grievances. However, Andrew remained undeterred. Your Majesty, Hermes must face the consequences for his actions. Otherwise, I fear that all male insects throughout the empire shall live in trepidation that if he is allowed to set a precedent, it will embolden every female insect to rise above the males. Such a scenario could jeopardize the empire's century-long peace. Andrew's words carried substantial weight, elevating the matter to an imperial scale, causing the emperor to furrow his brow. Stepping forward, Andrew's father, Duke Un, interjected, Your Majesty, the time-honored customs between males and females have persisted for millennia and should not be hastily overturned. Moreover, Hermes' actions in detaining male insects are unprecedented and utterly audacious. I implore you to reconsider. Indeed, Your Majesty, echoed the Duke, whose sentiments were echoed by several other prominent families within the empire. Their united front clearly pressured the emperor to reach a swift decision. The emperor's expression remained inscrutable, leaving those around him unable to discern his true thoughts. Andrew, having anticipated this turn of events, wore a subtle smile. Males were invariably celebrated within insect society, aside from the virtually non-existent S-class. He was among the highest in mental prowess. The rank of mental prowess signified reproductive value. With mere promises of positions for a few of his female attendants, Andrew had secured the support of these influential families, who were already aware that Gu Qin would likely never awaken and might remain forever in his current state. A potentially comatose S-class male insect was worth far less than a vibrant A-class male. Their decision was made without a second thought. Chapter 52. What about my female sovereign? What should I do now? In his desperation, Rate sought out Minister Ebo. Half an hour had passed since the general's arrest, and Rate was beside himself, pacing the office in a frenzy. Ebo, feeling exasperated, frowned at Rate's anxious behavior, which was only serving to agitate him further. Stop pacing. You're making me dizzy, he finally snapped. Rate, in a fit of frustration, shouted, Why did they arrest the general? Andrew has done this to His Highness Gu Chang, and the general is merely seeking justice for the male insects by apprehending Andrew. What is wrong with that? What has the general done wrong? Ebo furrowed his brow and gestured for Rate to lower his voice. That I must remind you, if others hear you speak like this, you might find yourself in a similar predicament. Rate, flustered, retorted, Even if they do arrest me, so what? They are abusing their power, arresting insects at will without a shred of fairness. Ebo glanced at the door to ensure it was closed before finally relaxing. I already told Hermes to release Andrew as soon as possible before this escalates. But Hermes is stubborn. He refuses to let him go, all in the name of seeking justice for the one in the hospital. He sighed in resignation. What Hermes fails to realize is that the arm cannot twist the leg. Males are known for their vindictiveness, and angering them leads to dire consequences. Rate shook his head. I refuse to believe that there are no alternative solutions. Ebo regarded Rate as inexperienced, saying, Unless His Highness Gu Qing awakens, there is no room for negotiation. That a male insect known for his unwavering resolve will not easily relent. Fuming, Rate sought out other avenues. He had spent the better part of the day seeking assistance from various insects. Even the marshal, who held the general in high regard, could not offer any help. In desperation, he even approached Prince Seishua, who had previously shown favor to His Highness Gu Qing. Yet, all shook their heads, indicating that there was nothing they could do. Ultimately, Rate was on the verge of giving up. He attempted to visit the general in prison, hoping to discover some viable solution. However, to his dismay, the guards informed him that no insects were permitted to visit the general. In that instant, Rate realized it was the detestable Andrew who was behind this. Defeated, Rate found himself at the hospital, gazing at the stable but unresponsive life signs of the male sovereign. The tension of the past few days transformed into deep sorrow and rage. He clasped his head in despair, looking to the heavens and lamenting, Your Highness Gu Qing, when will you awaken? In your absence, Andrew and his lot have bullied the general. The general is now imprisoned, and no insect is allowed to visit him. But who knows whether Andrew and his companions might secretly conspire against the general. In the ward, there were no insects, only Rhett and a cocoon. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any other presence. Rhett seemed on the verge of pouring out his emotions, recounting how the general had tirelessly pursued the murderer over these past few days, sacrificing his rest, and how Andrew had taken advantage of his status as a male insect to exert pressure on the general. Even though His Highness might not hear him, Rhett continued to speak until he uttered his final words. As the sunset outside gradually cloaked the room in vibrant hues, regaining his composure, he adjusted his military cap. Taking a deep breath, despite knowing that the male insect could not hear him, Rhett softly expressed, I truly hope you awaken soon. After all, the general needs you, Your Highness." After uttering this last sentence, Rhett closed the door behind him and departed from the hospital. Thus, he remained oblivious to the sudden, pronounced fluctuations on the monitor beside him. The data monitoring of the S-class male insects ward was directly connected to the hospital's main control center. Consequently, it did not take long for an insect to notice this unusual data anomaly. He promptly pressed the call button. Instantly, the hospital was engulfed in chaos. Not for any trivial reason, but because the comatose Highness, who had been unconscious for several days, was suspected to be awakening. Almost all of the hospital's most esteemed doctors congregated in the male insects ward. Their eyes were wide open, fixated on the cocoon, which had developed a crack down its center. They understood that the male insect was indeed on the verge of awakening. The fissure widened, and numerous tiny cracks began to spread from the center. Finally, with a sudden pop, a radiant light erupted within several meters of the cocoon, blinding the onlooking insects. They instinctively squinted, shielding their eyes with their palms. Once the brilliance dissipated, and they lowered their hands. They were nearly breathless at the sight before them. There stood the remarkably handsome Highness, his stature even more elongated and superior than before, his countenance so striking that it was hard for any insect to look away. What shocked them most was the pair of nearly transparent wings that emerged from his back, shimmering with a faint green glow under the sunlight streaming through the window. It was unclear who gasped first. But the astonishment rippled through the crowd. Heavens, this is utterly astonishing. The male insect had grown wings. Such an occurrence was unheard of within the Empire. Indeed, there had never been a recorded instance of a male insect developing wings in the Empire, which explained their utter disbelief. Yet, the male insect did not exhibit any signs of wide Gu. Heng's jaw was tense, his eyes dark and unreadable, as he uttered his first words upon awakening. "Where is my female lord?" Chapter 53. Hermes is tortured upon hearing Gu Heng's words. The doctors fell into an uncomfortable silence. They all knew that General Hermes had been taken to prison during the male insect's slumber. The doctors exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions twisted in confusion, clearly at a loss for how to convey this information to the male insect. Their eyes betrayed their unease, and Gu Heng perceived this. A foreboding feeling rising within him. Suddenly, he recalled a disjointed voice he had heard while in a stupor, warning him that Hermes was in danger and had been imprisoned. The insect's emotions were so intense that Gu Heng felt the weight of truth in the warning. Overwhelmed by the urgency of that voice's owner, Gu Heng had been filled with a singular thought: to open his eyes and check on Hermes' well-being. Thus, upon awakening, the first thing he sought to know was, where is Hermes? He needed to ascertain his safety. These past days, Gu Heng felt like a caged beast, ensnared by countless unyielding threads, unable to escape completely. Whenever he heard Hermes calling out, a formless force held him down, preventing him from awakening. The air was thick with a terrifying silence. Observing the crowd's quietude, Gu Heng felt a sense of dread. Had Hermes truly met with misfortune? Patience waning, he inquired once more. Finally, one doctor spoke up. "Your Highness, the general is currently in prison." "What?" Gu Heng's brows furrowed deeply. The voice had spoken the truth. He had not misheard. But why was Hermes there? Gu Heng pressed for answers. After a lengthy explanation, he learned the full story. It was that cursed Andrew who had orchestrated the sabotage on Gu Heng's aircraft, and now, instead of facing the consequences, had managed to imprison Hermes, leveraging his status as a male insect. Gu Heng cursed under his breath. Damn it. These wretches had taken the opportunity to humiliate and oppress Hermes while he was unconscious. The doctors had initially informed him that he needed to remain in the hospital for observation following his awakening. But upon learning that Hermes was still incarcerated, Gu Heng's focus shifted entirely. Ignoring the doctor's protests, he stormed out that moment. All he desired was to see Hermes as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching the first floor of the hospital, Gu Heng hailed a flying vehicle and hurriedly made his way to the so-called prison. Standing beneath the towering edifice, he felt insignificantly small. The prison's layout was overly orderly and tight-knit, casting a dark and oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. As Gu Heng approached, his heart grew heavier. He could hardly bear to imagine Hermes enduring such a long confinement. The guards stationed at the prison immediately blocked his path upon noticing his approach. "Halt! What is your business?" Gu Heng declared. "I am here to see General Hermes." Upon hearing the name, the guard's expression soured almost instantly. He brusquely dismissed Gu Heng, stating, "The general is under restriction. Visitation is not permitted." "Please leave." Gu Heng furrowed his brows in confusion. "Not permitted? What does that mean?" His keen intuition alerted him to the many discrepancies at play, as if someone were deliberately obstructing him. Almost instantly, he thought of Andrew. Everything happening now suggested to Gu Heng that Andrew was a petty and vindictive insect. Would he not resort to even more nefarious deeds? Gu Heng was consumed by anxiety, considering Andrew's temperament. Such fears seemed increasingly plausible that he could no longer afford to hesitate. Taking a bold step forward, Gu Heng prepared to force his way inside. "Hey, what are you doing?" The guards attempted to restrain him, brandishing their batons, but Gu Heng deftly evaded their efforts. In an instant, he unleashed his mental power, binding the arms and legs of the two guards, rendering them unable to advance. Spotting a set of keys hanging from a female insect's belt, Gu Heng calmly retrieved them and swiftly entered the prison doors. The two guards exchanged a bewildered glance, realizing their foolishness, then anxiously turned to the retreating figure within. "Damn it, he's a male insect. How did he get in here?" "I don't know, but we must report this to our superiors immediately." After Gu Heng had used his mental power, the guards suddenly recognized that he was a male insect. The disparity between male and female insects' mental powers was stark, making it easy for them to differentiate. Furthermore, perhaps due to evolutionary history, male insects' mental powers were inherently designed to suppress female insects. Therefore, they were utterly powerless to stop Gu Heng, left only to watch helplessly as he strode confidently inside. Prior to his arrival, Gu Heng had made preparations, having inquired about Hermes' whereabouts from Red, who informed him of the room number where Hermes was detained. Soon, Gu Heng found the location. Observing the distinctly different prison room before him, he frowned slightly. The security measures in this particular cell appeared to be exponentially tighter than in others. Several cameras were mounted outside the door, creating an impenetrable surveillance system. Holding the keys he had just pilfered from the guard, Gu Heng inserted them into the lock and opened the prison door. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, Gu Heng was met with a sight that made his heart race with fury. An insect had its back turned to him, mercilessly administering punishment to a familiar figure. A barbed whip struck down upon the female insect's body, and the sight of bright red blood pierced Gu Heng's vision. "Hermes." Gu Heng's voice trembled, his throat feeling as though it were being ripped apart, each syllable uttered with the last vestiges of his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Heng kicked the insect wielding the whip from behind. A pained cry escaped the insect as it tumbled aside, the bloodied whip slipping from its grasp and falling to the ground. Gu Heng paid no mind to the fallen insect. He hurriedly knelt down to support the figure that had collapsed. He was at a loss as he gazed at the long-unseen Hermes, whose face was pale and devoid of color. Delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a dark shadow over his eyelids. As Gu Heng looked down, he was horrified to see Hermes' body riddled with wounds, some large, some small, some shallow, some deep. Vivid crimson blood pooled on the ground, flowing without end. This gruesome and glaring scene tore at Gu Heng's heart. He felt an overwhelming wave of self-reproach. How could this happen? "I'm sorry, I'm late." Hermes, with his eyes half closed, slowly opened them upon hearing a familiar voice. Upon recognizing the insect before him, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the male sovereign. Hermes parted his lips, his voice betraying an unmistakable joy, yet his throat felt parched, as if he had not consumed water in ages. "Sovereign, you are awake." Jiu Qing grasped the female insect's hand, affirming, "Yes, I have awakened. It is my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have been imprisoned." Hermes shook his head with great difficulty. "No, Sovereign, I am fine. It is enough to see that you are unharmed." Despite the myriad of wounds marring Hermes' body, he still managed to lift a faint smile, assuring the sovereign of his well-being. This, however, only deepened Gu Cheng's guilt and sorrow for the female insect. Swiftly, Gu Cheng's sharp gaze darted to the side, where another insect was preparing to rise with support from its hands. He inquired, his voice dripping with icy disdain, "Who granted you permission to administer private punishment?" The doctor had informed him that Hermes was merely being held temporarily in confinement, without any threat to his life. Clearly, what he witnessed now contradicted the doctor's description entirely. If there were no insects scheming in the shadows, he would find it hard to believe. The female insect, vaguely aware of the identity of the insect before her, stammered, It is. Yet, Gu Cheng had little patience left. He threatened with a fierce tone, "Do you wish to feel my foot again? Or should I simply twist the hand that wielded the whip?" The expression on the male insect's face was genuine, and the female insect knew he would surely follow through with his words. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "It is not my doing." It was all at the behest of Lord Andrew. Jiu Cheng's face darkened as his suspicions were confirmed. Chapter 54. Punishing Andrew. The extent of Hermes' injuries was nothing short of shocking. Jiu Cheng did not dare to delay. He immediately called for an ambulance. After ending the call, he carefully avoided the wounded areas as he lifted Hermes and carried him out of the prison, waiting just outside the entrance. Soon, the ambulance arrived. The doctors swiftly disembarked, their first glance directed at Gu Qing. "Your Excellency, have you been injured?" Gu Qing frowned. Could they not see the considerable insect he was cradling? Furthermore, the female insect was clearly wounded. "It is my female companion who is injured." The doctors paused momentarily before finally looking at the insect in Gu Qing's arms. Though her face was obscured, her tattered clothing was drenched in blood. Seeing their hesitation, Gu Qing urged, "He is gravely injured. Please administer treatment at once." Only then did the doctors spring into action, lifting the female insect onto a stretcher, though they were still processing the situation. So, it was this nobleman who called for the ambulance for her. Given the female insect's remarkable recovery abilities, it was rare for one to be injured severely enough to warrant an ambulance. Most insects deemed such measures unnecessary for females, and the doctors shared this sentiment, though they refrained from voicing it in front of the nobleman. Is he severely hurt? Gu Qing inquired as the female insect was wheeled into the examination room. The doctor shook his head, explaining that the female insect had only sustained superficial injuries, albeit appearing serious, but she will recover in due time. Really? Gu Qing sought confirmation, still in disbelief. The doctor nodded firmly. The female insect's healing capabilities were exceptionally strong. Such wounds would heal within 2 to 3 days. Gu Qing furrowed his brow, puzzled. Isn't any medication necessary? Will she simply heal on her own? Of course, we will administer treatment, but the wounds only require routine care, as they heal rapidly. Gu Qing disagreed with their approach, pressing, "Is there not a medication that could expedite her recovery for my female companion?" He added as an afterthought. The doctors exchanged astonished glances, struggling to comprehend his request. It was well known that male insects often inflicted harm upon females, leaving them battered and bruised. It was a given that a male insect would never take a female to the hospital, let alone spend money on her treatment. Thus, upon hearing Gu Qing's words, the doctor reiterated, "Your Excellency, are you certain you wish to prescribe medication for the female insect?" Gu Qing nodded emphatically, his resolve unwavering. The doctors softened their gazes, realizing they were dealing with an exceptionally gentle male insect. They then earnestly recommended, "Our hospital has a new type of treatment chamber. It only takes half an hour for all wounds to heal. However, it costs 5 million star coins per session." The price of the treatment chamber was exorbitant, and the doctor harbored a sense of trepidation, curious to see if Gu Qing would balk at the cost. They had initially assumed he would hesitate upon hearing the price, but to their surprise, Gu Qing nodded without a hint of reluctance. "Very well, let it be so." Seeing the female insect being taken into the treatment room, Gu Qing finally felt a sense of relief. Though the treatment would take another half hour, he glanced at the door of the treatment room before turning to leave, preparing to settle some accounts. Having learned of Andrew's whereabouts, Gu Qing made his way to the opulent venue known as the Den of Male Insects, Motus, a lavish place exuding extravagance. He ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door of a private room at the corner. Word had it that Andrew had reserved this room for the entire year, and indeed, upon entering, Gu Qing's gaze locked onto a familiar male insect. It was none other than Andrew. Gu Qing's expression darkened instantaneously. Andrew's countenance shifted dramatically, a kaleidoscope of emotions. "Gu Qing, what are you doing here?" He stammered. "No. How are you awake?" Gu Qing's smile was devoid of warmth. "Are you surprised to see me?" In truth, Andrew was terrified. Was it not said that Gu Qing would sleep for eternity? How had he awakened so suddenly? What of the deeds he had committed? Panic visibly overtook Andrew. Gu Qing's cold laughter filled the air. "Now you choose to panic? It's too late." Andrew attempted to flee, but Gu Qing would not allow him that luxury. In a swift motion, Gu Qing stepped forward, blocking Andrew's path. His voice was like a devil's whisper. "Where do you think you are running to?" Andrew's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of calm, retorting, "Where I go is none of your concern." Gu Qing replied ominously, "While it may not concern me where you go, I do a business with you." A sense of foreboding crept over Andrew. As expected, Gu Qing no longer beat around the bush. He delivered a punch squarely to Andrew's face. "You dare strike me?" Andrew's head snapped to the side from the force, pain coursing through him as he turned back to Gu Qing in disbelief. Never had any insect dared to lay a hand on him. Gu Qing's expression was icy. "That punch was for you," he declared. "You despicable insect deserve to be struck. Compared to the treatment you inflicted upon Hermes, this punch is merely a tickle." Andrew's heart sank. It was evident that Gu Qing had come seeking retribution for Hermes. Gu Qing, unsatisfied with just one blow, continued to unleash his fury until Andrew's face was a swollen, bruised mess, unrecognizable as an insect. After shaking off the pain in his hand, he finally ceased his assault. Chapter 55. Exiling to the Wasteland. Next, Gu Cheng utilized his released mental energy as a binding rope, wrapping Andrew tightly until he resembled a dumpling. With the end of the rope in hand, Gu Cheng strode forward. The sudden tug caught Andrew off guard, and he realized the gravity of the situation. "Where are you taking me?" Gu Cheng did not look back. "We are going to meet His Majesty the Insect Emperor and see whom he supports now." Upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, Andrew felt a chill run down his spine. Undoubtedly, the Insect Emperor placed great importance on hierarchy. While Gu Cheng lay in slumber, the Emperor had managed to turn a blind eye to Andrew's antics. But now that Gu Cheng was awake and alert, could the Emperor still stand by Andrew's side? Certainly not. Deep down, Andrew already knew the answer. "I am not going," he protested, attempting to pull in the opposite direction. "You have no say in the matter." Gu Cheng did not hesitate. He dragged Andrew onward without pausing. Andrew protested loudly, his incessant chatter filling the air. Gu Cheng wished he could silence the annoying insect. What awaited the Insect Emperor was this very scene. Gu Cheng, who should have been lying in a hospital, suddenly appearing in the palace, tugging along the once arrogant Andrew with strands of mental energy. Given the previous events, Gu Cheng harbored some resentment toward the Insect Emperor, his tone lacking any semblance of respect. Though he still went through the motions. "I have come to see your Majesty." The Insect Emperor's lips parted slightly, clearly taken aback, for no one had anticipated that Gu Cheng would truly awaken. Now, the situation before them was unmistakably clear. Gu Cheng had arrived with ill intent, seeking retribution. Yet, the Insect Emperor feigned ignorance, asking, "What is this?" Gu Cheng manipulated the mental threads in his hand, ruthlessly casting Andrew aside. The heavy object hit the ground with a resounding thud. Andrew grimaced in pain, momentarily disregarding his dignity as he crawled a few steps forward, using his strength to rise. He cried out, "Your Majesty, Gu Cheng dares to publicly abduct me. You must stand up for me." Gu Cheng's displeasure was palpable. He had yet to speak when Andrew retaliated. The Insect Emperor turned to Gu Cheng and inquired, "What transpired?" Andrew watched as the Insect Emperor bypassed him to question Gu Cheng, his teeth clenched tightly in frustration. The Insect Emperor's bias was unmistakable, having shown no regard for him. Gu Cheng raised his gaze and stated plainly, "Andrew sent his female attendant to tamper with my aircraft, causing me to fall into a coma for several days. Yet, during my time lying on a cold hospital bed, Andrew frolicked outside, lively and carefree. How ironic." He paused, his expression growing colder. "Let us not forget that Andrew is a ruthless exterminator. My female attendant, acting in the name of justice, captured him, yet he has turned the tables and imprisoned her. Your Majesty, this situation is manifestly unjust." Gu Cheng's face was frozen, and the Insect Emperor recognized that Gu Cheng sought a resolution from him. Otherwise, he would not relent so easily. Thus, the Insect Emperor asked, "What do you wish?" Andrew's expression shifted dramatically. The Insect Emperor was handing the decision-making power to Gu Cheng. Andrew protested loudly, "Gu Cheng and I have personal grievances. This is utterly unfair." Gu Cheng stared at Andrew, whose face was etched with unwillingness. He chuckled coldly, "Regardless of the outcome, you must bear the consequences. My female attendant and I have always been law-abiding, yet you have repeatedly provoked us." This assertion was undeniably true. Andrew's complexion drained of color as he fell silent for a few moments. Gu Cheng continued addressing the Insect Emperor. "Andrew's interference with my aircraft was clearly a threat to my life. Your Majesty, would it not be reasonable for me to demand his life in return?" Even as he uttered the words demanding Andrew's life, Gu Cheng's expression remained devoid of emotion, as if discussing a mere meal. Upon hearing this, Andrew hastily turned to the Insect Emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please don't acquiesce to his demands." The Insect Emperor's demeanor darkened, his expression inscrutable. "Andrew, Gu Cheng has a point." "What?" Is the Insect Emperor truly siding with Gu Cheng? Andrew clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it. "I am a rare and precious class A male insect. There are only a handful of Class A males in the Empire. My importance cannot be overstated. Only someone with my exceptional mental aptitude can produce more high-level offspring for the Empire." Gu Cheng scoffed disdainfully. "But I am an S-class male insect. Your Class A status is insignificant in my presence." Gu Cheng had never anticipated a day when he would compare mental capabilities with another insect. Andrew's expression changed as he realized he had no advantage, seeing that the Insect Emperor still showed no inclination to support him. Andrew unveiled his final card. "If Gu Cheng seeks my life, our family will never agree to it." Your Majesty, you must think this through. Perhaps the gravity of the situation had caused Andrew to lose his composure. As he blurted out his thoughts without consideration as expected, the insect emperor narrowed his eyes in displeasure upon hearing his words. Ji Yucheng remarked on Andrew's foolishness with a hint of provocation. You are subjects, and His Majesty is the sovereign. Can you possibly intervene in His Majesty's decisions? Or have you forgotten that your family's power does not surpass that of the royal family? Gu Cheng's words jolted Andrew into realizing his previous error. His face shifted between shades of green and white as he struggled to explain, Your Majesty, that was not my intention. The insect emperor, seasoned in dealings with foolish and unthinking male insects, merely cast a cold glance at Andrew before addressing Gu Cheng. Indeed, Andrew's actions have been excessive. However, Gu Cheng, could you spare him a life, considering you were not harmed? For thousands of years, the Empire has never punished male insects, let alone impose a death sentence. Regardless of their transgressions, Ji Yucheng's expression remained unchanged. He had long anticipated that the insect emperor would not consent to his demand for Andrew's life. Thus, it was merely a smokescreen. At this moment, Gu Cheng felt assured in his strategy. He continued, I hear that in the southern tribes, where females hold precedence, the punishment for particularly heinous male insects is to turn them into breeding tools. In Andrew's increasingly terrified gaze, Gu Cheng articulated, Then let us exile Andrew to the desolate star prison, forbidding him from ever returning to the main planet, reduced to a breeding tool for the lowly and contemptible wasteland inhabitants. Living out his days in disgrace. A breeding tool. Andrew had never encountered such terminology. Male insects typically acted according to their own desires. And now he realized that Gu Cheng not only intended to confine him for life but also sought to reduce him to an object of contempt. Andrew's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably at the thought of enduring a fate worse than death among the lowly commoners he had never encountered. I refuse to go, he shrieked, panic lacing his voice. Yet, no one heeded his outcry. To the insect emperor, Gu Cheng had already made a significant concession. Andrew had sought to end Gu Cheng's life. Thus, it was only fair for Gu Cheng to demand a life in return. Furthermore, Andrew's most significant asset was his level of mental prowess, intricately linked to his reproductive capacity. Hence, even if Andrew were exiled to a desolate star, as long as his offspring could be brought back to the main planet, the Empire would incur no loss. Ultimately, the insect emperor rendered his judgment. It is decided. Andrew shall be exiled to the desolate star prison in 3 days, with his lifespan determining the duration of his sentence. And his offspring may be reclaimed by the infamily. Chapter 56. Face-pinching Andrew realized that their hasty decision regarding his fate had been made without any regard for his opinion. With the determination to send him to the desolate star now finalized, he erupted in furious protest. If you treat me this way, my male father will never agree. Gu Cheng looked at him with pity. As one might regard a mere jester, the insect emperor's expression darkened. Andrew repeatedly invoking his male father raised suspicions. Did Dukan aspire to rebellion? The insect emperor's voice turned sharp. If Dukan has any objections, let him come to me directly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Andrew crumpled to the ground, fully aware that the insect emperor's decision left no room for negotiation. With the matter settled, it marked the conclusion of this chapter. Ji Yucheng cast a disdainful glance at the writhing Andrew on the ground and stepped over him, leaving Andrew to wail and complain alone in the grand hall. Having dealt with Andrew, Gu Cheng realized that considerable time had been consumed. He estimated that Hermes must have completed his treatment by now. In the hospital, after being imprisoned, Hermes had been administered a mental fatigue agent. The purpose of this drug was that, regardless of the strength of the female insect's mental prowess, the moment the drug took effect, he would become an ordinary insect devoid of any mental capacity. Given Hermes' dual S-class mental level, the danger was apparent. They had injected him with 2 doses, double the amount administered to a typical female insect. After entering the prison, Hermes endured physical punishment. The insect sought to force him to confess that his capture of Andrew was purely self-serving, while also wanting him to conceal everything Andrew had done to Gu Cheng. However, Hermes would never yield to their wishes. He vowed to remain steadfast. The female insects branded him as stubborn and unyielding, insisting that it was merely a matter of a single statement. In their eyes, it was a foregone conclusion that male insects would not awaken. Yet Hermes remained resolute, viewed as foolish and beyond redemption. In a fleeting moment, Hermes sensed the presence of the male sovereign. When Hermes regained consciousness, he felt warmth enveloping him, every meridian in his body blissfully relaxed, an experience he rarely encountered. General, you are awake? The treatment chamber opened, revealing a female insect in a white coat gazing at him with delight. Hermes turned towards the voice and saw a doctor, who was now expressing joy at his awakening. Sitting upright, Hermes observed the unmistakable flow of treatment fluid beneath him. His mind struggled to comprehend. Wasn't he in prison? How had he ended up in a hospital? Moreover, he seemed to have hazily glimpsed the male sovereign, who appeared to be holding him. Was this not a dream? Hermes inquired of the doctor. Who brought me here? The doctor replied, It was your male sovereign, General. Hermes clenched his fingers slightly, astonished that it was indeed the male sovereign. His gaze scanned the room, yet he did not see the insect he longed to meet. But where is the male sovereign? Hermes asked again. This is something we are also uncertain about. After the male insect settled the fees for the treatment chamber, he vanished without a trace. Hermes furrowed his brow, wondering if the male insect had indeed departed. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that all the wounds on his body had completely healed. The female insect flexed her wrist, and she had already come to realize that the treatment chamber provided by her male counterpart was far more effective than an ordinary treatment device. That IT must have been exceedingly costly. Hermes pressed his thin lips together, astonished that the male was willing to spend such a considerable sum on a mere female insect. He felt once again the distinctiveness of the male. Being permitted to use medication was already a tremendous blessing. Hermes could hardly fathom the extent of kindness his male had shown him by allowing him access to such an expensive treatment chamber. At this moment, Hermes' emotions were in a state of turmoil. His heartstrings tugged in myriad directions. The sight of Hermes in such a disheveled state led the doctor to mistakenly believe it was due to the absence of the male insect. He offered comfort, saying, Your Highness, perhaps he will arrive shortly. When Gucheng arrived, he found this very scene. Overhearing the dialogue between the female insect and the doctor, Gucheng spoke, his deep voice resonating. Are you looking for me? Both insects turned to gaze towards the door. The moment Hermes' eyes met Gucheng's, they sparkled with brilliance, his golden irises akin to the sun emerging after a rainstorm, sprinkled with countless flecks of starlight. Hermes instinctively murmured, My lord, I truly am not dreaming. Gucheng scanned the female insect from head to toe, confirming, as the doctor had suggested, that the treatment chamber had proven extraordinarily effective, for he could detect no trace of injury upon Hermes' form. Gucheng mused that this expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Soon after, Hermes' voice reached Gucheng's ears, causing him to stifle a laugh. Gucheng took a step closer, reducing the distance between them to mere inches. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he leaned in slightly, as if to allow the female insect a clearer view. Gucheng inquired, Do you still feel as though you are dreaming? The male insect was so close that Hermes could nearly sense the warmth radiating from him. Instinctively, he replied, No, certainly not. Yet, in the next moment, for reasons unknown, the female insect altered his response, adding, Well, perhaps. Gucheng raised an eyebrow. The female insect, emboldened, tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the closely positioned face. I still feel it's rather unreal. If only you could pinch my cheek. As he spoke, Hermes, suddenly bashful, lowered his head. He seemed to be trying to conceal something, thinking that if it hurt, it could not possibly be a dream. What was he even saying? Hermes almost immediately regretted his words. Did that truly escape his lips? It was so unlike him. The atmosphere felt as though it had been paused, just when Hermes thought Gucheng would not act. A gentle touch graced his face. It did not hurt at all. Hermes instinctively looked up to find the male insect leaning in close, his smile radiant, his rose-like lips captivating. It seemed as if the male would kiss him in the next moment. At the same time, Hermes heard Gucheng's low, amused voice. Is that so? The male had indeed pinched his cheek. The sensation on his face felt so real that Hermes genuinely felt as if he were in a dream. Gucheng's eyes glimmered with amusement. He observed the blush creeping up the female insect's ears, thinking how utterly adorable she was. Chapter 57. Wings. In that fleeting moment, the air was thick with emotions both pure and complex, defying simple description, as a long-lost flutter of excitement entwined their hearts. After a while, Gucheng withdrew his hand, his fingertips still warm, noticing the female insect's lingering gaze. He couldn't help but chuckle. A thought flashed rapidly through his mind, and he suddenly called out to the female insect, You must see this. The male insect's jubilant voice prompted Hermes to instinctively lift his gaze. His eyes widened slightly in astonishment. What was this? The male insect had sprouted a pair of wings. Gucheng stood quietly, his tall and handsome figure accentuated by a pair of translucent wings that shimmered like crystal, radiating a soft green luminescence in the bright room, making him look breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, Hermes was utterly stunned. incredulous that his lord had indeed grown wings. Gu Cheng found amusement in the ever-changing expressions on the female insect's face. Eventually, Hermes furrowed his brow in concern. How could you have grown wings? Do you feel any discomfort? Hermes had never witnessed a male insect sprouting wings before. Gu Cheng was the first. Thus, he worried that something might be amiss with his lord's body. Otherwise, how could wings suddenly appear? Gu Cheng shook his head lightly. The doctor checked. There's nothing wrong. However, they were both perplexed as to how this had come to be. He still remembered the doctor's astonished exclamations. This is the only instance of a male insect growing wings in my 20 years of practice. Such a case has never been recorded in imperial texts. Gu Cheng turned his head to glance at the gently fluttering wings behind him. He felt no aversion to having wings. In fact, he was somewhat curious and hopeful. He had heard that female insects relied on their wings to fly in battle. So now that he had wings, did that mean he could fly as well? As a child, Gu Cheng had fantasized about having wings like a butterfly, soaring through the skies. Now that he truly possessed a pair of wings, he could not help but feel a flutter of excitement. Just as Gu Cheng was lost in his exuberant thoughts, he suddenly felt something unusual in his body. Instantly, he snapped back to reality. His gaze turned to see Hermes' slender fingers resting upon his wings. The female insect was touching his wings. Gu Cheng's expression became complicated. The sensation emanating from the point of contact spread outwards, enveloping him in a tingling warmth that nearly rendered him weak. Gu Cheng could not suppress a soft hum. The feeling was so utterly embarrassing. It was no exaggeration to say that his entire body felt numb. Upon hearing the sound, Hermes quickly withdrew his hand. Panic evident on his face, as if he had been caught in a moment of mischief. Hermes feared that he had hurt the male. Yet, he had forgotten that he had been exceedingly gentle. Applying almost negligible force. It was merely that upon seeing the male insect's divine form, he had acted on impulse. Hermes anxiously asked, "My lord, did I hurt you?" Indeed, once Hermes withdrew his hand, the peculiar sensation vanished, leaving only a lingering tingling at the base of his spine. Gu Cheng opened his mouth, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Finally, he whispered, "It's a bit itchy." Gu Cheng's soft black hair brushed against his forehead. His high-bridged nose and thin lips, with thick, dark eyelashes gently fluttering, brushing against the air with each breath. Upon seeing the male insect's discomfort and the faint blush creeping onto his face, Hermes suddenly understood. His expression became a bit awkward, which Gu Cheng misinterpreted as mockery. Gu Cheng felt utterly embarrassed. In a fit of indignation, he declared to Hermes, "I want to see your wings too." Hermes, unaware of the male's true intentions, simply believed that Gu Cheng was curious. He thought that now that the male had grown wings, he was simply eager to see what the female insect's wings looked like. Without hesitation, upon hearing the male's request, Hermes took a step back and promptly unfurled his own wings. The female insect's wings were indeed vastly different from the male's. If the male's wings were a beautiful ornament, then the moment the female's wings appeared, it was akin to drawing a sword from its sheath. Hermes's wings were not only more than twice the size of the male's, but also had wing bones that appeared as thick as a forearm. When the female's wings unfolded, the spacious room suddenly felt constricted and confined. Gu Cheng thought to himself, no wonder Hermes had taken a step back. It was to avoid harming him. The impact of the distance, though merely a few meters apart, was far more intense than he had imagined. Gu Cheng could hardly tear his gaze away, his eyes fixed on the female insect's wings, which resembled a perfect work of art. Hermes, however, assumed that he had frightened the male. Hesitantly, he suggested, "My lord, perhaps I should retract my wings." The female insect's wings had always been regarded as ugly and rigid. The imperial males found it unbearable to look at them even for a second. Yet, this did not prevent them from treating the female's wings as trophies to be collected. Gu Cheng, however, was oblivious to Hermes's concerns. The sight of Hermes's wings was simply too cool. Therefore, Gu Cheng urgently halted his actions, exclaiming, "No, he has yet to be satiated." Hermes, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Gu Cheng. Before long, he noticed the majestic figure advancing towards him, eyes glimmering like precious gems, radiating an enigmatic brilliance that he could not decipher. Hermes, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively took a step back, urging the majestic figure not to draw too near, for it could pose a danger to him. The razor-sharp wings, capable of vanquishing monstrous beasts on the battlefield, held a perilous nature that required no elaboration. Although Hermes would never harm the majestic figure, witnessing Gu Cheng approach with such unguarded eagerness filled his heart with concern. The distance between the two insects had dwindled significantly. Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly addressed the female insect. "May I touch your wings?" Hermes was momentarily stunned. Was it possible that the majestic figure found interest in his grotesque wings? Lacking any grounds to refuse, he nodded, silently permitting the majestic figure's advance. Upon receiving the female insect's consent, Gu Cheng rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable intent. Tentatively, he brushed his hand against Hermes' wings. And upon noticing no change in the female insect's expression, he boldly swept his hand from top to bottom across the wings. The sensation was undeniably smooth, yet he could also feel the firmness akin to dark iron. Gu Cheng glanced at the female insect expectantly. Do you feel anything special? Indeed, after experiencing such an awkward encounter, he wished for the female insect to share in the sensation. Hermes, somewhat bewildered, cast a glance at the majestic figure, seemingly unable to comprehend the inquiry. What special sensation? This was the first time his wings had been touched by another insect, and the feeling was rather unfamiliar. A slight itch, perhaps, upon witnessing Hermes' reaction. Gu Cheng's hand retreated in disappointment. It made sense. The female insect's wings, designed as instruments of warfare, were as hard as steel, utterly unlike his own soft wings. How could they possibly evoke sensitivity? Gu Cheng's enthusiasm waned. Hermes, puzzled, scrutinized the majestic figure's expression before silently retracting his wings. Gu Cheng then posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. Will my wings be able to fly in the future? After observing the female insect's wings, he began to doubt the feasibility of his own delicate, gossamer-like wings. Could they truly take flight? Hermes hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. They should be able to. My lord, but it will require training. The wings of a newly born female insect are indeed small and frail. Initially, flying will be quite challenging, but with persistent effort, they will all be able to soar. Female insect. Gu Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Did his wings truly appear so feeble, to be compared to a mere insect larva? Chapter 58. Do not worry so much. Had transpired in recent days that Gu Cheng inquired whether Hermes wished to take a few days off to rest at home. However, Hermes shook his head. It is of no concern, my lord. There are still numerous matters to attend to within the military. The female insect was resolute, and Gu Cheng did not press further. He recognized that Hermes was truly dedicated to his duties. The next day, bright and early, as Gu Cheng descended the stairs, he indeed found Hermes in the living room, preparing to head out. Gu Cheng had set an early alarm for the day, driven by an inexplicable desire to accompany the female insect to the military. Thus, he called out to Hermes, who was about to leave. Wait for me. I shall accompany you to the military. Startled, Hermes turned at the sound. Why is the majestic figure awake so early today? Upon hearing the majestic figure's words, Hermes was taken aback. Was the majestic figure rising so early to join him at the military? Surely there would be time. I will be quick. Gu Cheng had calculated the time based on Hermes' military schedule and set an alarm accordingly. However, he had not anticipated that the female insect would rise significantly earlier than he had imagined. There is ample time, my lord. Hermes typically arrived at the military half an hour before the official start of work. If Gu Cheng were to join him today, a slight delay would be inconsequential, as long as they did not arrive late. Concerned about Hermes waiting in the living room, Gu Cheng hastened his morning routine, completing it in under 10 minutes. At the military, when Late spotted the general, his eyes sparkled with a mix of astonishment and joy. General, you have finally returned. Though it had only been a few days since he last saw the general, Late felt an unfamiliarity akin to not having seen him for 3 months. Gu Cheng had indeed managed to bring the general back safely from prison. Late unilaterally declared that henceforth, Gu Cheng would hold a divine status in his heart. Hermes nodded to Late, inquiring, has anything significant occurred at the military recently? Late suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping his forehead. I nearly forgot. For some reason today, several military females have experienced psychic disturbances. I was just about to consult Minister Ebo on how to address the situation. Hermes furrowed his brow. Have the suppressants lost their effectiveness? Few males were willing to provide comfort to female insects. Thus they typically prioritized the injection of suppressants. These military females had just returned from the battlefield, and their psychic disturbances were on the brink of collapse, with the suppressants proving ineffective. Moreover, no males were willing to offer solace. Late's eyes reddened, his voice trembling with barely concealed helplessness. He remembered the 9th rule for military females. If a military female's psychic disturbance reaches an uncontrollable level, please slay them before they descend into a mindless beast. This rule had been emphasized repeatedly by every teacher during military training, underscoring its significance. Yet Late's expression dimmed. Would a military female, who had dedicated her life to protecting her homeland, ultimately wield her sword against her former comrades? Late dared not dwell on such thoughts, nor did he wish to. Hermes, with a furrowed brow, remained silent for a long while. He understood the consequences of psychic disturbances better than anyone. Yet, was there a better solution at hand? Perhaps I could give it a try. The two insects froze momentarily before turning around. It was none other than the forgotten Gu Qing. Hermes recalled the presence of the majestic figure. Hesitating at his bold offer, the female insects in psychic turmoil were perilous. What if something were to happen to the majestic figure? Clearly unaware of their concerns, Gu Qing urged, "What is it? Is the situation not urgent? Then let us proceed swiftly." Before long, they arrived at the door of the military medical room. Several military females gathered at the entrance, their expressions betraying their anxiousness. Recognizing the female insect leading the way, they exclaimed, "General." Hermes nodded, inquiring, "What is the situation inside?" "Not optimistic," came the reply. "Mo2 seems to be exhibiting signs of beastification." Hermes' expression turned grave. Gu Qing peered through the window and saw the female insect within. Her visage was contorted in agony as she endured immense pain. Her limbs were tightly bound by iron chains, clearly in a state of frenzy, struggling futilely, leaving behind deep, visible wounds on her body. "Let me in to try," Gu Qing implored, unable to bear the sight of the female insect's suffering. Looking towards Hermes, Gu Qing's words caught the attention of the military females at the entrance, who had only just noticed the presence of a male insect. Is he here with the general? A male willing to provide psychic comfort? Their expressions brightened with hope. Mo2 and the others were saved. Hermes pressed his lips together. "My lord, I shall accompany you inside." Gu Qing turned to look at him, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by the vehement protests of the military females. "General, your psychic level is too high. Entering now will only provoke Mo2 and the others. Males do not pose a threat to them. They are currently restrained and will not endanger you." The military females recognized the general's apparent concern for the male insect and hastened to dissuade him. Following Hermes' taut jawline, Gu Qing noted the worry reflected in the female insect's eyes. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen at the very least. My S-class psychic abilities are not to be underestimated. I can protect myself." Gu Qing gently squeezed Hermes' hand, signaling him to relax. Chapter 59. Beastification. The door to the medical room swung open with a crisp sound that reverberated through the still air. As Gu Qing raised his foot to enter, he was suddenly halted by a voice from behind. "My lord, please be cautious." Hermes' eyes reflected the figure of the majestic being, his lips pressed tightly together. His brow furrowed in concern. Gu Qing smiled gently, nodding. Ultimately, the door to the medical room closed once more, sealing off the outside world. Inside the spacious room, apart from Mo2, who was undergoing a psychic disturbance, only Gu Qing and another medical department head, Darren, remained. The female insects working in the medical department generally possess lower psychic levels, frequently interacting with military females. Their relatively modest abilities could help reduce the vigilance of the frenzied female insects. "Your Excellency, should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, please press this button." Gu Qing followed Darren's finger to see a red circular button situated very close to him. Darren explained further that pressing this button would trigger a specially designed seat beneath the female insect, which would emit a powerful electric current capable of paralyzing her in a short time, rendering her temporarily immobile. It appeared this function existed after all. Gu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze to the side, focusing on the female insect, Mo2, whose mental state was on the verge of collapse. The veins on her neck were protruding abnormally, and the dark insect patterns on her back had spread to her face, giving her an eerie and unsettling appearance. It was evident that the female insect could no longer endure delay. Gu Qing wasted no time, gathering his mental energy and directing it towards her. The mental energy he amassed was rich and profound, causing Darren to widen his eyes in surprise. At this moment, they were unaware of Gu Qing's precise level of mental energy. However, witnessing the evident abundance of it, Darren felt a shiver run down his spine. This was at least an A-level noble. Throughout his years in the military, he had never encountered a male insect with mental energy as robust as Gu Qing's. The treatment progressed methodically, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The female insect, once contorted in pain, gradually relaxed, and the insect patterns that had spread across half her face receded to her neck. It seemed that she was out of danger. Just as the medical department had exhaled in relief, unexpectedly, the previously calm female insect appeared to be triggered by something, her eyes suddenly snapping open to reveal a crimson hue. Darren shouted in alarm, "This is bad." The female insect's mental nucleus has reacted with intense rejection. She was on the brink of losing control. The mental nucleus resided deep within the core of her brain, a place that was extremely private for female insects. It was clear that she was vehemently resisting the intrusion of male insect mental energy. The iron chains binding her limbs clanked violently as she struggled fiercely against them. "Press the button quickly," Darren urged anxiously. He noticed that the chains restraining the female insect seemed perilously close to breaking. But the moment Darren's words left his lips, it was already too late. The towering female insect broke free from the chains with startling force, scattering the once sturdy metal links everywhere, causing a sound that sent shivers through the hearts of those present. Indeed, in her frenzied state, the female insect's strength had multiplied several times over. "This is dire. She is about to beastify." Darren watched helplessly as deep brown scales began to sprout across the exposed skin of the female insect. "Sir, you must leave. This female insect is beyond saving. Any further action would be futile. Once a female insect beastifies, there has been no precedent for recovery. Essentially, MO2 has been sentenced to death." Darren's urgency escalated, his voice nearly breaking through the door. Meanwhile, the other female insects outside took notice of this alarming scene, their hearts collectively tightening. "What? MO2 has already beastified? By the insect god, there is still a male insect inside." It was a complete disaster. However, Hermes' gaze remained solely fixed on Gu Cheng, observing how close the noble was to the half-beastified female insect. "This is bad. The noble is in danger." At this moment, the only thought in Hermes' mind was this. He attempted to burst through the door, but the medical room's door was clearly difficult to force open. It had been constructed from a new material specifically designed to handle emergencies. Hermes struck the door with a fierce punch, leaving a dent. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Damn it. No one had anticipated the situation would escalate to this point." Unfortunately, the key remained in the hands of the medical department head, Darren. The female insects outside observed the general's anxious and agitated expression with a sigh. For now, all they could do was pray for the safety of the male insects. REIT patted Hermes on the shoulder, offering a hollow consolation. "Sir Gu Cheng should be fine. He possesses S-level mental energy." But the fear of the unknown lingered, and Hermes' expression remained grim. He turned to one of the female insects behind him and instructed, "Quickly send someone to fetch the spare key." Inside the room, Gu Cheng took a cautious step back as the female insect erupted into a frenzy. Darren's anxious and panicked voice echoed in his ears, grating against his sensitive insect eardrums in this urgent moment. Gu Cheng's nerves were taut. The female insect before him was clearly out of her mind. MO2's gaze was fixed on Gu Cheng, not with the eyes of a rational insect, but as if she were fixated on prey. At that moment, Gu Cheng's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He was being targeted. Indeed, the female insect's entire body flushed crimson, her veins beneath the skin appearing as though they might burst at any moment. In an instant, the surging mental energy from MO2 charged directly at Gu Cheng. When Darren witnessed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. "This is bad. The male insect is in danger." Darren's expression hardened as he summoned all his mental energy, attempting to intercept the incoming attack. Yet he had forgotten that his mental energy was only at B level. How could it possibly compare to a female insect in a rampaging state with A-level mental energy? It was akin to an egg confronting a boulder. Gu Cheng's focus sharpened on the fierce mental energy barreling towards him, his pupils constricting as he released his own mental energy. Darren was horrified. He feared the male insect would meet his demise here. If that were to happen, not only would Darren be dismissed from his position and expelled from the military, but he would likely find himself imprisoned awaiting judgment. However, to Darren's astonishment, the male insect effortlessly intercepted the fierce mental energy attack. Gu Cheng did not hesitate. His mental energy coalesced into tendrils, tightly binding the female insect's limbs. Observing Darren still in a daze beside him, Gu Cheng frowned and urged, "Stop dawdling. Lend a hand." Eventually, Darren, as if entranced, joined Gu Cheng in binding the female insect, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, before they finally ceased their efforts. Just then, the key from outside was retrieved. "General, the key," Ariete announced, yet he waved his hand dismissively. "Look at the scene inside. It's been a while. What more do we need?" The male insect has already resolved the situation. The female insect who had gone to fetch the key stood frozen for a moment before peering through the glass door. She saw that MO2 had indeed been subdued. Gu Cheng observed the increasingly severe beastification of the female insect and summoned his mental energy once more, drawing from his prior experience. He softened his mental energy, easily penetrating the depths of the female insect's mental sea. This time, no unforeseen incidents arose, and Darren let out a sigh of relief. Finally, everything appeared to be all right. After a while, The beastification characteristics on the female insect faded entirely, and the color of her pupils gradually returned to their original brown. Upon regaining consciousness, Mo2 looked around. Visibly perplexed, he glanced at the two insects before him, and then down at the spirals of mental threads binding him. Clearly, he had become akin to a pupa, and his mouth twitched in confusion. Who had reduced him to this state? But then, a realization struck him. He recalled that morning when his mental energy had suddenly gone haywire. Mo2 had only heard terrified screams around him before he lost consciousness. Lowering his head to inspect his body once more, he was bewildered to find himself perfectly fine, with no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he felt invigorated, as if he could overpower a beast. Was it all just a dream? Mo2 pondered, wondering if perhaps his mental energy had truly gone awry, but rather it was merely an illusion. Seeing that Mo2 had awakened, looking bewildered, Darren stepped forward to explain, "It was this noble who saved you." Following Darren's gaze, Mo2 turned to look at the only male insect present. "Did this male insect save me?" His expression filled with gratitude. He said, "Thank you, noble." The female insect, now fully aware, found the sight of herself ensconced in bindings to be rather comical. Yu-chung waved his hand, retracting all the mental threads. He shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. You are all subordinates of my female lord. It was merely a matter of convenience." The female insect, stretching her somewhat sore and numb arms, instinctively asked upon hearing the male insect's words, "Who is your female lord? Which female insect is fortunate enough to have such a kind male insect?" Gu Chung replied, "Hermes." Upon hearing this name, the female insects in the room exchanged surprised glances. It turned out that this remarkably handsome noble was indeed the male lord of the general, the legendary S-level noble. He had personally guided their mental energies. Mo2's expression was one of astonished gratitude as he thanked the general and Gu Ching once more. "Both you and the general are so kind-hearted. At present, the mental guidance has been successfully completed." Ji Yu-chung pushed open the door and, at first glance, saw Hermes waiting outside. As the door swung open, Hermes's eyes brightened at the sight of the unharmed sovereign. The gentle voice of the female insect, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of fear and relief, drifted into his ears. Ji Yu-cheng's lips curled into a faint smile, affirming, "I told you, there's nothing to worry about. I possess S-rank mental strength." The sovereign's words carried an implicit note of pride, prompting Hermes to purse his lips and reply, "Indeed, you are quite formidable." Darren, following closely behind, glanced at the female insect beside him, his expression wavering with hesitation. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to request, "Your Highness, might I trouble you to provide mental guidance for a few other military females?" His speech was halting, clearly anxious about the possibility of rejection from the female insect. Darren recognized the audacity of his request, as there was no obligation for the female insect to assist them. Yet, in their dire situation, they could not bear to witness their companions perish before their eyes. Certainly. Although aware that this request was rather presumptuous, two voices spoke simultaneously, before Darren could finish his sentence. He heard Gu Cheng's affirmative response. What? Darren's eyes widened in shock. Had he truly heard correctly? The female insect had agreed to his request without hesitation or reluctance. Where are they? Gu Cheng gestured for him to lead the way. Throughout the journey, Hermes remained silent, his expression inscrutable. However, as the sovereign prepared to provide guidance, Hermes cautioned, "Your Highness, please be mindful of your limits. Do not exhaust your mental strength." Hermes vividly recalled the last time the sovereign had overexerted himself, resulting in a state of weakness. Ji Yu-chung nodded, signaling for the female insect to remain at ease. The military females waiting inside the medical room were incredulous upon seeing the insect enter. They had just received word that a male insect was willing to offer mental guidance. Initially, they had doubted it. How could the proud and disdainful male insect possibly agree? But upon witnessing Gu Cheng's entrance, their disbelief turned to acceptance. They could hardly believe that this was all real. Each of them exhibited a mixture of hope and trepidation, given that their conditions were not as severe as Mo2's. Gu Cheng managed to complete the task in approximately half an hour. All done. As he retracted his mental energy and stood up, perhaps too abruptly, he swayed slightly. A hand quickly reached around his waist, steadying him. A low, gravelly voice echoed, "Be careful, Your Highness." "Thank you." Once Gu Cheng regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude. Hermes silently withdrew his hand. Darren stepped forward to express his thanks. "Your Excellency, thank you for your assistance today." Gu Cheng shook his head, dismissing the need for thanks. Darren, observing the male insect's amiable demeanor, seized the opportunity to boldly propose, "Your Highness, would you be interested in working at our military department?" Gu Qing glanced at Darren, seemingly taken aback by the female insect's unexpected offer. Noting that the sovereign did not immediately refuse, Darren continued, "Your working hours would be flexible. You would only need to spare some time occasionally to provide mental guidance for the military females. Moreover, your female companion is also at the military department, allowing for more opportunities to meet." Chapter 61. Isn't that good, General? Upon hearing Darren's final remark, Hermes instinctively turned his gaze towards the sovereign, his thoughts a tangled web of complexity. If the sovereign were willing to work at the military department, it would indeed be beneficial. This way, more military females would be spared the turmoil of mental instability. Yet, he also harbored concerns that during such upheavals, the sovereign might be put at risk. Generally, male insects preferred to remain at home, enjoying the services of their female attendants, without the need to venture out for work. However, it was unclear what had swayed Gu Qing. Initially, the sovereign's expression was neutral, showing no particular reaction, but as Darren's words hung in the air, Gu Qing nodded in agreement. "I can." "What?" The male insect actually agreed. This was utterly astonishing. He had truly consented. Darren blinked rapidly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The male insect's willingness was beyond his expectations. Gu Qing began to walk away, and Hermes trailed closely beside him, his gaze reflecting a mixture of emotions. Suddenly, Hermes spoke. "You could have easily declined." Gu Qing raised an eyebrow, countering. "Do you wish for me to refuse?" Hermes pressed his lips together, speechless. This question was indeed difficult for him to answer. Noticing the female insect's silence and conflicted expression, Gu Qing smiled lightly, teasingly remarking, "If I work at the military department, then we would get to see each other every day. Isn't that wonderful, General?" Hermes lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the sovereign, who radiated a gentle, inviting smile. Gu Qing's voice was rich and melodic, the inflection of his words imbued with a subtle allure, as if the gentle breeze of early spring caressed the willow branches, sending ripples across the tranquil waters of Hermes's heart. Since Hermes returned to the military department, Gu Qing could only see him in the afternoons after the female insects finished their duties. Mornings found Hermes departing early, leading to missed encounters. After rising, Gu Qing would find the once grand house now empty, echoing with solitude. With few holidays at the military department, only one day off each week, Gu Qing contemplated Darren's suggestion, recognizing the numerous advantages of working there. Whenever he wished to see Hermes, he could simply visit the department. With a legitimate role, he would not face obstruction from others. Moreover, assisting the military females with mental guidance occasionally seemed a trivial task that he would gladly undertake. Hermes had contemplated various responses, yet none aligned with the sovereign's recent declaration. Thus, the sovereign accepted this position to see him more frequently. In that moment, Hermes felt as if struck by a sudden realization. His gaze fixed on the sovereign, unable to process the implications of Gu Qing's words. His throat constricted, rendering his voice somewhat incoherent as he replied, "That would indeed be quite good." He too wished to see the sovereign every day. After uttering this, Hermes averted his gaze, lowering his head slightly, yet the faint blush that tinged his ears inadvertently revealed his flustered emotions. The female insect's bashfulness stirred a sense of guilt within Gu Qing. He lightly clicked his tongue, chiding himself for his mischievousness, and no longer wishing to tease the female insect. Gu Qing continued with Darren, who guided him on a tour of the military department to familiarize himself in preparation for the upcoming role. Hermes did not follow, opting to attend to work matters instead. On the way back, Gu Qing casually inquired of Darren, "When do I start working?" Darren replied, "Whenever you wish." He cautiously gauged the sovereign's expression, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps once a month at the very least." His tone lacked conviction. He hesitated, wondering if such frequency might be excessive. Would the sovereign be displeased? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing furrowed his brow, finding the proposed frequency alarmingly sparse. That hardly constitutes regular work throughout the year. Gu Qing clearly did not anticipate that there were so few male insects willing to provide mental guidance to females, that if that were the case, this role should be in high demand. Why was the suggestion now merely once a month? Gu Qing was genuinely baffled. Darren, taken aback by Gu Qing's response, momentarily faltered. Did he interpret it correctly? The male insects he had encountered previously were reluctant to offer mental guidance. Yet here stood a male insect who seemed unsatisfied with such infrequent visits. Darren cautiously responded, "The decision is yours. Regardless of how often you come, our military department will warmly welcome you." Noticing the female insect's apprehensive demeanor, Gu Qing understood and declared, "Then I shall commence this afternoon." "What?" Darren's reaction was one of sheer astonishment, his volume rising sharply. eyes wide with disbelief. Observing the sovereign's serious expression, Darren quickly added, fearing the sovereign might reconsider. Of course, that is no problem, Your Highness. I shall arrange for your access pass immediately. Gu Cheng nodded in agreement. He was well aware of the stringent entry protocols at the military department. With an access pass, his movements would be unimpeded. Darren hurried away, and Gu Cheng prepared to seek out Hermes, hoping to accompany him to the military cafeteria to assess their usual fare. However, before reaching Hermes's office, he was intercepted by an insect. The individual appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with pronounced wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Dressed in opulent robes, he exuded an aura of wealth and sophistication. Clearly recognizing Gu Cheng, he greeted, "Good day, Your Highness Gu Cheng. Who is this? How does he know me?" Gu Cheng's expression reflected confusion, as he struggled to recall any memory of this insect. The stranger, noticing the bewilderment in Gu Cheng's eyes, continued, "I must admit, I am Andrew's father." Upon hearing that name, Gu Cheng's senses immediately sharpened. Dukan wore an apologetic expression as he continued, "What my son did previously was utterly unacceptable. I have come specifically on his behalf to extend my apologies to you." Gu Cheng noticed the attendants behind him, carrying large boxes, which were ultimately placed before Gu Cheng. A sense of curiosity stirred within Gu Cheng. After all, he had exiled Duke and son to a desolate star, forbidding his return to the main planet. How could the Duke's esteemed father come personally to apologize? Indeed, the Duke was reluctant at heart. However, just days prior, the Insect Emperor had summoned him to the palace and reprimanded him for several hours, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Thus, he found himself here today, begrudgingly offering his apologies to the male insect. In truth, he was dissatisfied with the punishment, as it was exceedingly harsh for a male insect. Moreover, their family had long been a distinguished noble lineage within the empire, and the Insect Emperor had disregarded past affections to impose such a severe penalty on his sole offspring. The Duke felt a sense of grievance towards the Insect Emperor regarding this matter. During his last visit to the palace, the Insect Emperor had made it clear that the decision was final. Any resistance from the Duke would be in vain. Furthermore, the Insect Emperor had promised that if Andrew were to father male offspring on the desolate star, they could be brought back to the main planet. This was the only reason the Duke reluctantly accepted the situation. In the office of the general, Minister Ebo had heard that Hermes had returned to work today, so he decided to stop by for a glance. To his surprise, he saw Hermes standing face to face with Dukan, clearly engaged in conversation. Several large boxes were positioned behind the Duke, evidently gifts of contrition. From a distance, it was a striking scene, the usually proud and imperious Dukan bowing his head in apology to the male insect. After taking in this sight, Minister Ebo turned to Hermes, his tone imbued with ambiguity, saying, "Perhaps your choice was not in vain." Under immense pressure, Ebo had previously suggested to Hermes that he might as well release Andrew from prison. However, Hermes had refused, steadfast in his resolve. Even when he himself was imprisoned, it was evident, though, that Hermes was not blindly devoted. Gu Cheng also fiercely protected him, ensuring that Andrew received a deserved punishment. Ebo chuckled. "Your male must be the finest in the entire galaxy." Hermes remained non-committal in response to him. No male insect could compare to his own. Chapter 62. It is my honor. Gu Cheng had not anticipated such a number of insects seeking him out today. Just after bidding farewell to Dukin, he encountered the second prince, Sei Shua. "Your Highness, it has been quite some time." Gu Cheng halted, noticing the gentle smile gracing the face of the female insect. Sei Shua smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for Gu Cheng's personal assistance in taking him to the hospital last time. On that day, he had been unaware that the snake he had bitten was venomous. Nor did he expect to faint directly in the home of a male insect. It was an immense breach of decorum. Gu Cheng felt indifferent about escorting the female insect to the hospital, merely responding, "It was a trivial matter." Having not seen Gu Cheng for a while, Sei Shua observed that the male insect appeared even more handsome than before, prompting a soft sigh of regret within him. Unfortunately, Sei Shua had already heard from his seventh brother that Gu Cheng had a female lord, none other than Hermes, who had once been merely a female servant. This S-rank male seemed particularly fond of Hermes, promoting him to the status of a female lord. Such a dramatic shift in status was unheard of throughout the empire. This revelation not only deepened Sei Shua's understanding of Gu Cheng's uniqueness, but it also filled him with profound regret. He had once considered vying for the position of the male lord's partner, but now that place was taken, the empire's princes would never marry another insect as a servant. Thus, Sei Shua could only lament, What a pity. Had he encountered Gu Cheng a bit earlier, the outcome might have been different. Se Shua extended a beautifully crafted gift box to the male insect, insisting, regardless, I must express my gratitude. This is a carefully selected gift. Please do accept it. The upbringing of the insect emperor's princes was evidently of high caliber. Gu Cheng had merely lent a hand in escorting Se Shua to the hospital. Yet the female insect had taken the time to come express his thanks. Inside, Ebo observed Hermes, whose thoughts were clearly elsewhere as he glanced at the documents. He teased, "Aren't you going to step outside and take a look?" The insect emperor had intended to betroth the second prince to your male. Hermes was well aware of this. Upon hearing Ebo's words, his fingers curled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Although Hermes knew that the second prince would likely cease his pursuit of the male upon learning that he was now Gu Cheng's partner, he had intentionally informed the seventh prince of his new status during their last hospital visit. Hermes was confident that the seventh prince would relay this information to Se Shua, as the two had never gotten along, and the seventh prince would undoubtedly take the opportunity to mock Se Shua. Meanwhile, Se Shua had come today specifically to thank Gu Cheng. Now that he had delivered his gift, he prepared to bid farewell to the male insect. Suddenly, his gaze drifted past Gu Cheng's shoulder, landing on a specific point. After a moment, he returned his attention to Gu Cheng, smiling softly. It seems your general holds you in high regard. Gu Cheng appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure why Se Shua had uttered such a statement. Following Se Shua's gaze, he turned to look behind him, only to find Hermes standing at the office door, clad in crisp military attire, under the dim yellow light. The insect's shadow elongated, creating an air of solitude. Gu Cheng was uncertain how long Hermes had been standing there, or if he had misunderstood something. Blinking, Gu Cheng waved lightly at Hermes, a soft smile gracing his lips. I was just about to find you. The male's appearance here was, in fact, to seek him out. The gloom that had enveloped Hermes visibly lifted, and his slightly furrowed brow began to relax, observing the male's gesture inviting him over. Hermes glanced at Se Shua, who stood opposite Gu Cheng. Upon meeting Hermes's gaze, Se Shua offered a slight smile. General, good afternoon, he greeted, the smile on his lips perfectly poised, leaving no room for error. Hermes nodded in return. Your Highness, good afternoon. The smile in Se Shua's eyes carried an inscrutable meaning that I came specifically to thank His Highness Gu Cheng for taking me to the hospital last time. Please do not misunderstand. Hermes pressed his lips together, replying, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I had no ulterior thoughts. Se Shua maintained his smile, responding, That's good. Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. After speaking, Se Shua departed. Once Se Shua was gone, Hermes's gaze returned to Gu Cheng's face. The male had mentioned he was looking for him. Hermes regarded Gu Cheng's pale and delicate features, softly inquiring, Your Highness, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Gu Cheng spoke, his warm, deep voice wrapping around them like a gentle embrace. It is already mealtime. May I have the honor of inviting you to dine with me? Gu Cheng's steady gaze held Hermes captive, making the female insect feel as though the male's eyes possessed an enchanting power. Of course, Your Highness, it would be my honor. Chapter 63. I will accompany you. The military complex was divided into several areas, each equipped with a cafeteria. Hermes led Gu Cheng to a nearby cafeteria known for its delicious meals. The bustling establishment was filled with military females, making Gu Cheng, as a solitary male insect, feel quite out of place. Upon entering, Gu Cheng noticed numerous gazes directed at him. Hermes, too, was aware of this. His cold eye swept across the room, his brows furrowing in displeasure. The cafeteria's layout resembled that of a school cafeteria on Earth, with many service counters. The military females lined up in orderly fashion. Gu Cheng's keen eye spotted a relatively short queue, and he turned to Hermes, saying, Let's go stand in that line. His voice was slightly urgent, urging the female to act quickly, lest the line grow longer. He had gained experience from countless meal rushes back on Earth. Hermes followed Gu Cheng's pointing finger, confirming that the line was indeed the shortest. Just as Gu Cheng was about to step forward, his arm was unexpectedly seized. He halted, glancing down to see a pair of clean, slender hands gripping his arm. Puzzled, Gu Cheng looked up at Hermes. Unsure of why he had been stopped. What's wrong? He inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Hermes silently withdrew his hand, pursing his lips. Males do not need to cue. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing this was yet another privilege of being a male. This is also a male's privilege. How delightful. Gu Cheng nodded thoughtfully, just when Hermes assumed that the noble would head straight to the front to get food. His hand was suddenly pulled up, and he found himself unable to resist the tug as he followed. Then Hermes heard the noble's voice ahead, leisurely drifting to his ears. Then I shall accompany you to Q. Hermes's gaze fell down, dazedly staring at Gu Cheng's hand, which was noticeably fairer than his own. Once the noble released his grip, Hermes lifted his head, only to realize that Gu Cheng had brought him to the back of a line, where they began to wait. Hermes focused on the back of the noble's head, feeling an indescribable complexity in his heart. The noble clearly could have bypassed the QT. Yu Cheng turned his head and suddenly teased Hermes. Who would have thought that a general as high-ranking as you would also need to Q? Hermes was momentarily dazzled by the smile on the noble's face that in the cafeteria, it was strictly first come, first served, regardless of rank. Yu Cheng, the noble, stood at the back of the line. Little did he know that this action left the surrounding female soldiers utterly astonished. One of the females in front glanced back inadvertently, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was that not the noble male she had just seen at the cafeteria entrance? Why was he queuing behind her? Lacey's expression shifted to one of shock and trepidation as he stammered to the noble behind him. My lord, you can go straight to the front. How could you, a distinguished one, Q personally? Some recognized him as the general's noble, and their gazes toward Hermes were immediately filled with reproach. It was simply unacceptable for the noble to Q. Seeing the female soldier beside him step aside, even preparing to offer her place, Gu Cheng raised his hand to stop Lacey's action. I understand I could go straight to the front, he stated. Lacey's eyes were filled with confusion. If the noble knew that, why was he queuing here? Then he heard Gu Cheng continue, I am accompanying my female lord to Q. What, the noble's female lord? Lacey's gaze halted for a moment before landing on the general behind the noble. So the noble's female lord is the general? Lacey was struck with immense shock, and then his expression gradually morphed into envy and jealousy. Why could the general marry such an outstanding noble? The noble was even willing to accompany the general in queuing without showing any signs of anger. What kind of divine noble was this? It was evident that in this insect society, nobles received numerous privileges. Yu Cheng lowered his head, staring at the mountain of food he had just procured, lost in silence. The pile of food was substantial, its weight indescribably heavy. Hermes finished getting his meal behind Gu Cheng and noticed the particularly conspicuous amount of food in the noble's hands. He glanced back at the female soldier who had just served, and as expected, her gaze remained glued to Gu Cheng, though the noble remained oblivious. Hermes noted, with an unclear tone, that the noble was indeed quite popular among the insects. Having just found 2 empty seats in the hall, Gu Cheng paused slightly upon hearing the female soldier's words as he set down his tray. He observed Hermes's calm expression and the unfathomable depths of his gaze before silently lowering his head to glance at the towering mound of food before him. He moved slightly, swapping his tray with that of the general. This is too much. I won't be able to finish it, and it would be wasteful, he said. Suddenly, a loud voice exclaimed, Look, the general's noble actually gave his food to the general. The noble is too indulgent with the general. The volume of this exclamation was overwhelming. Both Gu Cheng and Hermes turned their heads to look. The speaker's friend quickly covered their mouth with their hand, offering an apologetic expression to Gu Cheng and Hermes. They then returned their gaze. For a moment, the air fell silent for several seconds. Yu Cheng's attention returned to his tray as he prepared to sample the food that Hermes usually ate. As he took a bite, a barely perceptible change flickered across his expression. This food was even more poorly prepared than his own. This is the taste of the military cafeteria? Upon hearing the noble's comment, Hermes lifted his head and immediately understood the unutterable expression on the noble's face. The food in the military cafeteria is quite mediocre, Hermes remarked. Yu Cheng concurred. Indeed, it was average. He admired Hermes for swallowing the food without changing his complexion. Hermes paused momentarily, then suggested, My lord, would you like to eat outside? Gu Cheng shook his head. Having already gotten the food, it would be too wasteful not to eat it. Moreover, it wasn't inedible. Every morsel is hard-earned. Gu Cheng cherished his food. Chapter 64 Hey. According to Darren, my working hours are flexible. Yu Cheng had no intention of going to the military department every day. Once something is labeled as work, it loses some of its charm. Yet occasionally, it was acceptable. 3 days later, Gu Cheng returned to the military department, around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. It was too early. He couldn't rise. Darren was examining a female soldier when he noticed Gu Cheng at the door, exclaiming in surprise, Your Highness, you have come. Darren had not expected to see Gu Cheng today, as it had only been 3 days since their last encounter. The noble was quite diligent. Seeing Darren tending to a female soldier's wound, Gu Cheng nodded slightly. You carry on. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down to wait. The female soldier had not anticipated that she would coincidentally encounter the noble while stopping by the medical room for a bandage after sustaining a minor injury. Yes, she had heard that an S-rank noble had recently arrived at the military department and would occasionally provide mental guidance. This news had thrilled all the female soldiers. However, upon learning that this was the general's noble, they gradually quelled their hopes. Who would dare compete with the stern and austere general for the noble? That would be courting death, a punishment starting with 30 laps of running with a heavy load. After the injured female soldier finished bandaging, as she reached the door, she glanced back secretly at the striking noble Jiyu Chung, facing away from her, did not see, but this scene was distinctly captured in Darren's eyes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that with the arrival of the noble, the medical room might become lively in the future. Noticing that Darren had no other tasks at hand, Gu Cheng inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" After a moment of thought, Darren replied, "You only need to provide guidance to a few female soldiers whose mental state is on the verge of turmoil." As Darren sorted through the female soldiers' information, he explained, "In a while, a group of nobles will come to the medical room to assist, so Your Highness, your workload won't be too heavy. With others sharing the burden, the tasks will be significantly reduced." A group of nobles? Hearing this, Gu Cheng's curiosity piqued. Darren clarified, "General Hermes has repeatedly reported to the Insect Emperor about the frequent mental turmoil among female soldiers and the lack of nobles willing to provide guidance. Just yesterday, the Insect Emperor issued an order for nobles to take turns offering mental guidance to female soldiers, along with a monthly quota to be fulfilled." Darren sighed, stating that implementing this was quite challenging. When the general first proposed this, most nobles strongly opposed it, and the general's reputation plummeted overnight. Jiyu Cheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Hermes' name, but he wasn't too surprised. This indeed seemed like something a female would do. As a general, Hermes was impeccable in every aspect. Jiyu Cheng had become quite adept at providing mental guidance to female soldiers. Glancing at the list, he noticed only one unmarked space remaining, realizing it was the last female soldier. Just then, there was a knock on the medical room door. "Come in." The door creaked open, followed by a series of footsteps. Without lifting his head, Gu Cheng said, "Just take a seat beside." "Yes, Your Highness." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, causing Gu Cheng to furrow his brow slightly. Upon glancing sideways, he confirmed it was indeed someone he had seen before. Imoli. Gu Cheng glanced down at the list Darren had given him an hour prior and noted that Imoli's name was not on it. Gu Cheng frowned and looked at the female soldier. "Are you here to see Director Darren?" Imoli shook her head. "No, I am here to see you." Jiyu Cheng frowned further, puzzled. "You are looking for me?" In response to Gu Cheng's inquisitive gaze, Imoli continued, "I've been experiencing instability in my mental state lately and would like to seek your guidance." Jiyu Cheng replied, "I did not see your name on the list." "Did you make an appointment with Director Darren?" Imoli shook her head. "No, I came on my own accord." Jiyu Cheng had not had a good impression of Imoli previously. He recalled her seeming to have a grudge against Hermes. After a brief examination of Imoli's mental state, he found her mental fluctuations to be within a safe range. That moment, there was another knock at the door. Jiyu Cheng frowned at Imoli, saying, "Your mental state is fine. Perhaps you should leave the opportunity for those who need it more." He gestured toward the door, indicating she could leave. Jiyu Cheng called another insect in, and upon verifying the name, he discovered it was indeed the last female soldier on the list. Imoli stood up and looked at the noble who was ignoring her, lamenting, "Your Highness, you were truly heartless." Jiyu Cheng remarked, "Your current state is quite satisfactory, and there is no need for supplementary mental guidance. However, if you truly wish to pursue it, Minister Darren mentioned that other male insects will arrive shortly, and you may book an appointment with them at that time. My schedule for today is already fully booked." With that, Gu Cheng turned his attention back to providing mental guidance to the military female before him, disregarding Imoli any further. Outside the military department, a starship came to a halt at the entrance, its hatch opening to unleash a cacophony of disgruntled voices. "Damn it, with this scorching sun, we still have to provide mental guidance to the military females. What on earth is the Insect Emperor thinking? I just want to go home and eat chilled fruits. How do those military females deserve my personal attention for mental guidance? It's infuriating, and they even enforce this nonsense." The order from the Insect Emperor mandating that male insects provide mental guidance to military females was practically a death sentence. Those who defied it would lose certain privileges, such as monthly living allowances. Welcoming these male insects was the female insect Gyrii, who at that moment regretted accepting this arduous task. having just endured a barrage of insults from the male insects aboard the starship. Jirai cursed his own naivety. Upon hearing that this assignment would allow him to meet many male insects, he had eagerly accepted it. He recalled how the other female insects had cast him knowing glances. But he had thought little of it, assuming they were merely envious of his good fortune. What a wretched place this is. The male insects continued to grumble incessantly. Jirai, with a heavy heart, led them into the military department. Their incessant complaints were grating, causing his eardrums to throb, and his expression had grown numb, filled with regret for his earlier decision. Suddenly, the group fell silent. Jirai turned, only to find them fixated on a female insect not far ahead. Isn't that a general? A sense of foreboding washed over Jirai. He feared these male insects might be concocting something sinister. Their whispered conversations reached Jirai's ears, clear as day. Look at that female. She's quite the sight. Her waist is slender, and her legs are long. Just look at those toned muscles. She clearly has more experience than the average military female. I want her to be my female attendant. Why should she be your attendant? I saw her first. As their crude remarks escalated, Jirai felt compelled to intervene, but one of the males directly called out to Hermes. Hermes, who had been walking calmly, was abruptly halted by a rather rude voice. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chapter 65. I already have a male master. Hermes had no intention of responding, but the insect stepped directly into his path. Frowning, he scrutinized the unfamiliar male insect. As Bond drew closer, he was even more taken aback by the military female's allure. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. What's your name? Hermes, noticing the male's intentions, furrowed his brow. Bond, growing impatient at the silence, demanded, I'm asking you a question. The military female's prolonged silence irked him. Hermes, his expression cold, replied, Sir, do you require something? The ignorant male insects likely couldn't even recognize the insignia denoting the military rank on a military female's epaulets. Bond, not comprehending the gravity of the situation, noticed the military female's disregard and was met with mocking laughter from his peers. Bond, you still want this military female as your attendant? It seems she has no interest. The jeering laughter stung Bond, his face flushing with embarrassment as he felt humiliated by the military female's lack of respect. Enraged, he retorted to Hermes, You should feel honored that I wish to know your name. You ought to be grateful. Many females would envy the opportunity to know him, yet she dismissed him so rudely. Hermes frowned, having heard the male insect's earlier comments. Sir, I believe you are misunderstanding the situation. I already have a male master. Upon hearing this, Bond's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had not anticipated the military female as prior attachment. What? Hermes assumed that the matter would end there. But Bond shocked him with his next statement. Who is your male master? I want to trade for you. Bond had initially felt some regret, how Bywin's hand halted in midair, precisely held in place by another hand gripping his wrist, preventing any further movement. Turning back, Bywin glared discontentedly at the insect who had thwarted his endeavors. Heng leaned in closer and noticed an unusual flush gracing Hermes' cheeks. The female insect was clearly in an abnormal state. Upon reaching this conclusion, Heng's gaze turned icy as he forcefully yanked the wrist of the male insect downwards. What are you doing? Heng's strength was formidable, and Bywin felt as though his bones might shatter. He rubbed his wrist, pondering whether this male insect had any sense of restraint. A flicker of anger ignited in Bywin's eyes as he opened his mouth, preparing to voice his grievances, but was cut short by the other party. Heng's expression was perilous as he fixed his gaze upon Bywin, demanding, What have you done to my queen? Bywin's eyes brightened with realization. Is she your queen? So, you are her king. This was the very question he had just posed. Yet the female insect had remained reticent. Now, Bywin found himself in the midst of this revelation. Heng furrowed his brow, listening to Bywin's barely contained excitement, uncertain of the male insect's true intentions. Yet Bywin, with a hint of delight, proposed to Heng, I wish to trade you this female insect. Following Bywin's finger, Heng's gaze fell upon Hermes, his brow knitted in confusion. Trade? Bywin nodded, lifting his chin with a sense of pride. I will exchange her for my most cherished sub-female. You will find her delightful. Heng felt a chill creep over him at the thought of actually trading away his queen. I refuse. Bywin, intent on his desires, was taken aback by the rejection. Are you certain? Heng's brow furrowed deeper. What part of my refusal is unclear? He realized that this male insect's intellect was severely lacking. Disregarding Bywin's foolishness, he turned his attention to Hermes. Are you all right? Observing Hermes' flushed face, he reached out to touch it, only to find the female's skin radiating heat. What did he do to you? Gu Heng's gaze turned probing, his eyes chilling. Yet Hermes seemed oblivious to the inquiry, responding off topic. With heavy eyelids, he gently grasped Gu Heng's clothing, speaking softly. My king, he didn't touch me. The female insect seemed to have misunderstood Gu Heng's question. Perhaps influenced by pheromones, his awareness was not as sharp as usual. I know. Gu Heng noted the cautious expression on Hermes' face and gently grasped the hand that clutched his clothes. The warmth of Hermes' skin was alarming, prompting Gu Heng to ask quietly, why is your temperature so high? It resembled the situation when Hermes had entered his heat cycle previously. Hermes, in a daze, murmured with a hint of grievance, his pheromones are quite unbearable. Following Hermes' gaze, Gu Heng's attention was drawn to Baiwen's face. As a male insect himself, Gu Heng was not particularly sensitive to male pheromones in the air. However, with Hermes' admission, he realized the truth. This repugnant bug had not only expressed a desire to trade Hermes but had also indiscriminately released pheromones. Male pheromones exert a significant control over females. Gu Heng's cold gaze locked onto Baiwen. Quickly, retract your pheromones. Do you have any idea how many military females this will affect in such a public setting? Gu Heng's words rang true. Numerous passing military females were visibly affected, their steps faltering as if their strength had waned. Baiwen, however, wore an unconcerned expression. I will release my pheromones wherever I please. What does it matter to you? Gu Heng's patience with the imbecilic insect wore thin as he issued a warning. Are you sure? This is your final warning. Baiwen scoffed, discomforted by Gu Heng's threat but resolute in his decision. I am certain. Very well. Gu Heng's gaze hardened. He swiftly twisted the hand Baiwen had attempted to use to touch Hermes, a sharp crack resonating as Baiwen's expression contorted in pain. My hand. Gu Heng had effectively dislocated his wrist. You were just trying to use that hand to touch my queen, weren't you? Furthermore, the mere thought of trading a female is utterly revolting. Do not assume that all insects share your depraved inclinations. Baiwen's hand twisted in an unnatural manner, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to articulate. Why you? Gu Heng's mental energy surged forth, intertwining like vines, binding Baiwen. Suspended in the air, Baiwen stared at the tightly coiling vines around him, then glanced down at the dizzying height. He forgot his pain in sheer terror. He had a fear of heights. What do you intend to do? Gu Heng's chilling laughter echoed. Teach you how to behave. In Baiwen's horrified gaze, Gu Heng manipulated the vines, preparing to toss the male insect out of the window. Baiwen's screams pierced the air, sharp and filled with terror, as if they could tear through the atmosphere. Are you trying to kill me? Gu Heng scoffed, disdainful. He had no intention of creating a bloody spectacle but was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson upon Baiwen. Just as Baiwen braced for a catastrophic fall, the vines caught onto the sturdy branches of a tree outside, leaving Baiwen dangling upside down. What the hell? Insect shit. Let me down. I will report you to the Insect Protection Association. Baiwen screamed from the tree, throwing a tantrum. Below, military females passed by, their attention drawn to the spectacle of Baiwen hanging precariously. What are you staring at? Watch out, or I'll gouge your insect eyes out, Baiwen shouted defiantly, embarrassment flushing his face as he writhed in pain. Gu Heng diverted his gaze, noticing the unusual state of several military females surrounding the area. He quickly messaged Darren, summarizing the situation and requesting immediate assistance. After completing this task, Gu Heng turned his attention back to Hermes, who remained silent, biting his lip. The female insect's restrained demeanor caught Gu Heng's eye as he noticed Hermes leaning against the wall for support. Gu Heng gently took Hermes' arm, offering stability. Damn that foul insect. He cursed. I'm fine, my king. Hermes shook his head, though his expression betrayed his condition was not as stable. Gu Heng recognized that the female was merely enduring, so he released soothing mental energy, swiftly alleviating Hermes' distress. The inherent properties of Gu Heng's mental energy made it effective for calming others. Gradually, the heat dissipated from Hermes' face. Gu Heng quietly observed the female's recovery, retracting his hand once he deemed him stable. How are you feeling? Gu Heng inquired. Very well, my king, Hermes replied with a slight nod. Gu Heng advised, in the future, should you encounter such repugnant insects, do not hesitate to strike back, that I will bear the consequences. The moment a male insect is involved, a female's autonomy is severely compromised. Upon hearing this, Hermes lifted his gaze to Gu Heng. The latter's expression remained unchanged as he raised an eyebrow, and you can simply say that it was I who struck him. Chapter 67. Hand in hand, Darren soon arrived with a group of insects. Looking around, he noted the numerous military females swaying unsteadily, struggling to maintain their balance. Darren's brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it. How could so many military females be affected? He instructed the insects to swiftly escort the military females away, as some of them appeared to be completely disoriented. Darren cursed under his breath at the sight. Bywin was among the first batch of male insects sent by His Majesty the Insect Emperor to the military for mental energy guidance. Before their arrival, Darren had reviewed Bywin's mental energy profile. As a B-grade male insect, he was considered relatively high-ranking within the Empire. Upon receiving the message from Gu Heng, Darren had mentally prepared himself, yet he was still taken aback by the dire situation before him. At least dozens of military females had been affected to varying degrees, representing a considerable workload ahead. Darren sighed, hoping that the male insects dispatched by His Majesty would prove effective as he contemplated. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the corner, where he spotted Gu Heng and a general. The general is here too. Darren's intuition turned ominous. Could the general have been affected as well? However, he was too far away to discern the general's condition. Darren hastened his steps toward them. Your Highness Gu Heng. Gu Heng turned to see Darren, who had just messaged him. Darren's gaze flicked to the general, quickly scanning for any signs of distress. The general is unaffected. Right? Gu Cheng shook his head, stating that he had just provided mental reassurance to the individual, and there was no longer any issue. Has the general also been affected? Darren murmured, for with an S-class sovereign by the general's side, he naturally had no concerns regarding the general's well-being. However, he recalled that the military headquarters was supposed to hold a meeting at this very hour, one that required the attendance of high-ranking officers. As if to answer his doubts, a voice not far away suddenly pierced the air, weak yet laced with indignation that it's all that male bug's fault. He set his sights on the general and audaciously suggested he wanted to exchange the general for sovereign Gu Cheng. The speaker was Gina, who had brought the male bugs to the military headquarters. His condition was scarcely better. His legs wobbled as a female soldier lent him support. Gina continued, fortunately, the general's male sovereign arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of tragedy would have ensued? Darren's brow furrowed. This was intolerable. What foolishness were the male bugs up to? Outside the window, indistinct sounds drifted in, and as Darren turned his head to investigate, he caught sight of a bug, its face obscured, dangling upside down from a sturdy tree. What is going on here? Darren moved closer to observe, realizing that the bug was muttering curses. Moreover, it appeared to be a male bug. Who had the audacity to hang a male sovereign from a tree? It certainly wasn't a female bug that would dare do such a thing. It could only be. Darren's gaze slowly shifted to Gu Cheng. A vague suspicion forming in his mind. He pondered aloud. Given the nature of male bugs, this matter was far from over. They would undoubtedly seek trouble again. Hanging a male bug from a tree was an act that would surely offend their pride. Who knew what kind of commotion would arise next? Yet Gu Cheng appeared unfazed. His voice icy. I am curious to see what tricks he has left. The lesson Gu Cheng had imparted was already quite lenient. Male bugs were inherently cowards who feared the strong. Gu Cheng would wager that this particular male bug would not dare confront him directly. Instead, he would resort to underhanded tactics, just like the scene where he had reprimanded by one, which left other male bugs muttering under their breath about Gu Cheng. Yet none had the courage to confront him, nor did any step forward to assist by one. Ultimately, the group of male bugs, fearing retribution, quietly slipped away while Gu Cheng was momentarily distracted. Reflecting on this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A bunch of cowards. The affected female soldiers were gradually escorted away, and Darren and the others departed as well. The once bustling corridor was left desolate, with only Gu Cheng and Hermes remaining. Remembering something, Gu Cheng inquired, "Are you planning to attend the military assembly?" Hermes nodded, affirming his intent. Upon receiving confirmation, Gu Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. "Will you still make it in time?" Hermes shook his head gently. "It only lasts half an hour. It's likely already over. A layer of coldness enveloped Gu Cheng's gaze. These wretched bugs had delayed Hermes from his important duties. "Is there nothing to worry about for your absence? I've heard the military has strict regulations. Could there be any penalties?" The thought that Hermes might be punished for this infuriated him. Hermes shook his head. "There are special circumstances that can be reported, so it's all right." Hearing this, Gu Cheng felt a sense of relief. Just as he finished speaking, Hermes staggered slightly. The female bug had intended to take a step forward, only to find her legs giving way beneath her. Gu Cheng's pupils dilated. Fearing for Hermes' safety, he reached out to steady her arm. His voice betrayed genuine concern. "Are your legs weak?" Hermes bit his lip slightly. "I am fine, just lost my balance." The female bug added an explanation. Gu Cheng regarded Hermes' expression with skepticism. Female bugs typically concealed their troubles, often bearing burdens alone. He sighed softly. "General, to prevent a recurrence of this situation. May I hold your hand? Hold the male sovereign's hand. Is that permissible? Hermes was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the sovereign's request. Instinctively, he glanced at Gu Qing's expression, observing the female bug's cautious glance. As if hesitating, Gu Qing found it amusing to is it a burden or a reluctance. The female bug became flustered, his voice barely a whisper. I have no unwillingness, sovereign. Hermes, who had faced enemies on the battlefield, was now caught in this internal conflict. He gazed at Gu Qing's long, clean fingers, their pale knuckles striking against his own, and slowly extended his hand, allowing it to rest lightly on the sovereign's wrist. A tentative clasp. Gu Qing watched Hermes's movements, letting out a quiet chuckle. Hermes's hand scarcely grazed the skin on Gu Qing's hand. Was he being cautious or merely shy? Regardless, Gu Qing could see the faint blush creeping up Hermes's neck. A smirk played on Gu Qing's lips as he firmly grasped Hermes's hand, holding it tightly against the warmth of his palm. The warmth between them surged through the thin barrier of skin, leaving traces of moisture behind. Gu Qing's voice was low and smooth, laced with an inexplicable emotion. General, this is how one truly holds hands. Chapter 68. Threats. Hermes could not recall how he eventually returned to the general's office. He reached up to touch his cheek, which felt painfully warm. Just then, Raid arrived with documents. Noticing the general's peculiar demeanor, he asked, General, have you caught a fever? Hermes jumped slightly, dropping his hand and turning to see Raid. He shifted his gaze to the entrance, realizing he had forgotten to close the door. In a wonder Raid had entered without him noticing. Hermes promptly denied, I'm not ill, Raid. You know female bugs generally have excellent health. However, Raid's expression was odd. The general rarely spoke at length, suggesting he was concealing something. Moreover, the general's face was noticeably flushed, something Raid had never observed before. But, well, the general would have the final say. In the infirmary, Darren rubbed his temples in frustration as the male bugs gathered in a raucous clamor that showed no sign of abating. From a physician's perspective, Darren was convinced the air was saturated with the saliva of the chattering male bugs. I refuse to assist those female soldiers with their counseling. We've only just disembarked from the starship, and you expect us to work. Is there no respect for our dignity as bugs? This place is far too shabby for esteemed male bugs. And these chairs and tables, are they truly suitable for us? The male bugs scrutinized the modest infirmary, picking it apart with discontent. Darren reiterated. Gentlemen, I must remind you that you each have a quota of counseling to fulfill each month. Today, a group of female soldiers requires calming due to pheromone exposure, and you may proceed. Yet his words fell flat, failing to elicit any reaction. The male bugs were well aware of the reason for the female soldiers' need for mental reassurance, for they had been present at the time. Nevertheless, they paid Darren's admonition no mind, continuing their chatter, completely disregarding the throbbing vein on his forehead. Oh, how exasperating. When can we clock out and return home? The accursed bug emperor is even monitoring our hours at the military headquarters. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Who would linger here? I miss my new little sub-female, so obedient and soft. Recently, I acquired a female slave at the auction house. Her wings are the most beautiful I've ever seen. I plan to preserve her wings and display them in my living room. Oh, I heard there's a new flying device encrusted with colorful gems that glows at night. I can't believe it. How cool is Burn, you traitor? Are you seeking to console that wretched creature named Cece? Burn, under the guise of wanting to provide mental solace, you merely wish to meet that female, do you not? Cece, isn't she the one who just got divorced? Burn, how could you be attracted to her? Cece truly possesses a certain charm. As these insects continued to speak increasingly outrageous remarks, Burn's face flushed with anger. And I forbade you from speaking of him in such a manner. It was uncertain who let out a sudden laugh, but Burn, do not become too agitated. If you wish to offer mental comfort to that group of military females, then by all means go ahead. We certainly will not follow. When Gu Qing entered the infirmary, he overheard this exchange. He frowned. Who wouldn't want to provide mental solace? Gu Qing spoke slowly, yet his words carried a palpable weight. All the insects turned to look, only to see the fearsome figure of Gu Qing. Instinctively, they glanced at their wrists, feeling a dull ache. No way. Why is this insect here? The air fell silent for at least 2 or 3 seconds. Burn silently took a step forward. I am willing to go. The other males momentarily fell silent, their eyes filled with condemnation as they stared at Burn. The traitor. Gu Qing's gaze swept across them. Each male kept their eyes on their own laps, avoiding direct contact with Gu Qing's piercing stare. His eyes landed on Darren, who stood before the table, silently inquiring. Darren shook his head, remaining silent, yet it felt as though he had said everything. Given the demeanor of these males, Gu Cheng had little left to decipher. Gu Cheng stated, "You do not wish to go?" Upon hearing this, the males erupted into a cacophony of excuses. "It's not that we are unwilling to go. It is just that we have only just arrived at the military base, exhausted from the journey, and are unable to fully engage in providing solace. Yes, indeed. My back hurts, my hands ache, I feel discomfort all over." Gu Cheng let out a cold laugh. These males clearly did not want to go, and were now scrambling for reasons. Gu Cheng smiled slightly. "Where does it hurt? Do you need me to massage you?" Instantly, no insect dared to speak. Gu Cheng had just twisted Bao'en's arm, leaving him dangling amidst the throngs of insects on the military road. The males were reluctant to be beaten down or to suffer embarrassment. At that moment, Gu Cheng's smile appeared to them as a devilish presence. Seeing that no one moved, Gu Cheng flexed his hand joints, producing a crackling sound. "Still not planning to go? Or shall I have to compel you?" The males silently observed Gu Cheng's actions, interpreting it as a threat. Chapter 69. For Gu Cheng's blatant threat was unmistakably apparent, yet despite this, the males dared not voice their anger. However, one bold male dared to speak up. "We are all males. He can't possibly assault each of us. I believe he is merely trying to intimidate you. Do not let him scare you." Gu Cheng curled his lips slightly, his gaze locking onto the bold male who had just spoken. His voice was as chilling as ice, piercing through the group. "Am I merely intimidating? Perhaps you should be the first to test that theory." Upon finishing his words, Gu Cheng stepped forward toward the male. The male, who had been vigilantly watching Gu Cheng's movements, was now terrified and pulled another male beside him as a shield. The shielded male, caught unawares, turned around and forcefully pushed away the hand gripping his clothing. "Gavin, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you hiding behind me? You provoked this devil. Deal with it yourself." The insect wriggled free from Gavin's grasp. Gavin's space suddenly cleared, leaving him isolated. He stared at Gu Cheng, who was now alarmingly close, his deep brown eyes reflecting the diminishing distance between them, his legs trembling. "Don't come any closer." However, Gu Cheng feigned ignorance, continuing his advance, just as he stood a mere step away from Gavin. Gu Cheng abruptly raised his hand. Gavin, now on high alert, fixated on Gu Cheng's moving palm, his mind blank. What is he planning? Before Gu Cheng could make any move, Gavin instinctively shut his eyes, his voice trembling as he stuttered. Don't hit me. Let us talk this out." Gu Cheng remained unfazed. "So, now, tell me your decision." Gavin shut his eyes tightly. "Fine, I'll go." His expression was clearly reluctant, yet under Gu Cheng's imposing presence, he acquiesced. "And you?" Gu Cheng turned to look at the other males lurking in the corner. "We must agree." The males, fearing they would be left behind, eagerly nodded their assent, desperate to avoid being the last to speak. The males were soon ushered out. The infirmary quickly emptied, leaving only Gu Cheng and Darren. The air finally settled into a quiet calm. Darren looked at Gu Cheng with gratitude. "Your Highness, had it not been for you, I truly would not have known what to do. After all, the situation with those military females could not withstand any further delay. Gu Cheng's arrival was akin to that of a savior, rescuing Darren from his plight. Meanwhile, the males, having exited Gu Cheng's line of sight, began to regain their composure. They were led to a noticeably larger lounge, where many military females were already waiting. As the males reached the entrance, a glance inside revealed their visible impatience. With so many military females, just how long would this consolation take? "This is utterly exploitative." Byrne was the first male to step inside, surveying the room as though searching for a familiar figure. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he quickly approached a female. With a hint of joy, he exclaimed, "Seat." In the corner stood a female with tousled golden hair, cascading over her forehead, her thick lashes fluttering gently, her face barely discernible in the light. Upon hearing his voice, the female named Cece slowly lifted her head, recognizing the insect before her. Cece appeared somewhat surprised. "Your Excellency, it seems you still remember me." Byrne's expression brightened. "We only met 3 days ago, Your Excellency." Saying this, Byrne's memory drifted back to that day. Initially, he had intended to seek out his friends. However, while walking along the path, he stumbled upon a commotion ahead. Driven by curiosity, Byrne had approached the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Byrne's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you doing with that insect, child?" "I had just bought ice cream, and it got knocked out of my hands," one male exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "I apologize, Your Excellency. My child did not mean to." The golden-haired female turned her back to Byrne, and thus he could only see her continuously apologizing to the belligerent male. The male retorted angrily, "What good is an apology? My ice cream is ruined. Your Excellency, I can buy you another one." The male remained obstinate, refusing to relent. "No, I want the one I just had." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at the insect child, sneering, "Ha, just a female child. She'll be worthless when she grows up." Byrne watched as the small insect child clung tightly to the female's hand, biting his lip, his eyes reddening, as if on the verge of tears. Just as the male seemed poised to utter something even more outrageous, Byrne could no longer bear it. He pushed through the crowd, frowning as he interjected, "What is there to argue about with the child?" As the male turned to look at him, Byrne spoke each word with disdain. "You are truly a disgrace to us males." "You?" The male seemed infuriated, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Byrne scoffed, "It's just ice cream. How much could it possibly be worth? I can pay you back for it." The male, evidently caught off guard by Byrne's sudden appearance, was still reeling when several star coins were thrust into his hand. The male stared blankly at the coins, confused as to why he was being compensated. He was not short on money. He opened his mouth, prepared to argue further, but was met only with Byrne's indifferent back. "Are you all right?" Byrne turned to face the large and small insects. "Your Excellency?" The golden-haired female's eyes widened in surprise. "Not expecting to see a male here. Thank you for your help. We are all fine." Byrne crouched down, looking at the insect child. "Did your ice cream fall on the ground as well? It was that mean insect's fault." The child clenched his tiny fists, expressing his disdain for the prior bully. After colliding with that male, the male had thrown the child's ice cream to the ground in a fit of rage. Cece's brow furrowed, her voice low. The child shrank back, falling silent. Byrne stood up, rummaging through his pockets, and went to buy another ice cream. Returning, he handed the ice cream to the child. "Here, for you." The little insect gazed longingly at the ice cream before him, swallowing gently as he furtively glanced at Chaste. Chaste, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon the little one. Instantly, the insect turned away, shaking his head. "No, thank you." Byrne, witnessing this, let out a resigned smile and glanced at Chaste. "Please do not frighten him. It is only because I find the little one adorable that I wish to gift him an ice cream." The insect peeked at Chaste once more, and, seeing no objection, his eyes sparkled with delight as he took the ice cream, his voice bright and clear. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Such a good boy." "No need for thanks," Byrne said, ruffling the insect's soft hair. Taking a bite of the ice cream, the sweet, soft, and cool sensation spread across his palate, causing the little one to squint his eyes in satisfaction. However, upon feeling an unusual touch on his head, the insect stiffened slightly. Did this gentleman just pat his head? His ears flushed a subtle red. In his memory, only his female father had ever touched his head. Not even his previous male father had done so. At this moment, Byrne turned his attention to the military female before him, suggesting, "Shall I assist you with mental soothing?" Chaste's eyes glimmered with a faint red hue, clearly affected by recent events. Upon hearing Byrne's words, he nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Just as Byrne was about to channel his mental energy, a shrill voice interrupted from his left. "Byrne, you truly are here solely to provide mental soothing for Chaste. I must say, that is quite unjust. Other military females also require mental soothing, do they not? You seem overly attentive to a divorced military female." Byrne frowned at the group of male insects pointing fingers at him. But before he could respond, a female insect behind him spoke up. "Your Excellency, Byrne, perhaps you should first attend to the other military females." Byrne turned to see Chaste with tightly pressed lips, clearly uncomfortable with the recent remarks from the males. Irritated, Byrne shot a glare at the chattering males, retorting, "If you had devoted as much time to soothing a military female as you do to complaining, you would have succeeded long ago, and I am not solely focused on him. Mind your own business and complete your tasks before speaking." After finishing his reprimand, Byrne redirected his attention to Chaste, who appeared conflicted. "I will finish with you first, then attend to the other females," Byrne assured. Chaste slowly relaxed his furrowed brow, evidently agreeing to Byrne's proposal. Byrne then began the soothing process, being particularly cautious as it was his first time providing mental relief to a female insect. Chapter 70. Were you doing it on purpose? In the blink of an eye, it was the one-day-a-week break in the military. Today, Heng and Heng were both at home. A few days prior, Heng had already planned how to spend this day. Exiting the courtyard, Heng set out to find Heng. He had previously heard Heng mention that with practice, his wings could enable him to fly. The thought of soaring through the skies was simply exhilarating. Half an hour prior, Heng received a communication from his partner, Yuanjia, who who informed him that the vegetables were ripe and ready for sale. After expressing his delight, Yuan Jia transferred the remaining star coins. Yuan Jia has transferred to you 80 million star coins. Upon hearing the notification of the transaction, Gu Heng felt an overwhelming joy. As if countless coins were clinking melodiously in his mind, that on his way, Gu Heng encountered the insect he was searching for. Your Majesty? Heng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the male insect who had stopped before him. Hesitating, he wondered if the male had come to seek him out. Do you remember my wings? Heng nodded. I wish to attempt flying. Could you guide me? Realizing that the male sought to learn how to soar, Heng gazed at the wings unfurled behind him. Of course, Your Majesty. Your wings are newly grown, so you may not yet be accustomed to their presence. Perhaps you could envision yourself as a butterfly, imagining your wings as an integral part of your being. Then, gradually attempt to take flight. Ji Heng cleared his mind and followed the female's advice. Slowly, he felt his wings begin to flutter, the rhythm quickening until suddenly his feet gently lifted off the ground. Ji Heng's mouth fell slightly agape. In that moment, he could scarcely breathe, casting a glance back at Heng to signal him to look. Heng's lips curved into a gentle smile. Yes, just like that, Your Majesty. Perhaps you could try flying even higher. Should anything unexpected occur, I will catch you. Ji Heng nodded in agreement, and as he began to ascend, he felt a profound connection with his wings, realizing that maneuvering them to fly was not as daunting as he had initially thought. With the female insect's support, Gu Heng grew bolder, increasing the frequency of his wing beats and soaring further into the sky. Heng followed closely behind, initially quickening his pace on foot, but as Gu Heng ascended higher, he spread his wings to glide right behind the male. Ji Heng noticed Heng's movements and saw him take to the air. Trailing closely behind, a smile blossomed on Gu Heng's face as he called out to the female behind him, "Shall we race?" Before Heng could respond, Gu Heng shook his head, sighing, "Never mind. As a beginner, I surely cannot compete with you." In his earlier excitement, Gu Heng had blurted out without much thought. Now, he decided to abandon this unwise challenge. I wish to fly even higher. If anything happens, will you catch me below? Heng, unwilling to dampen Gu Heng's enthusiasm, replied affirmatively. As Gu Heng soared forward, the view below transformed into a mere tapestry of miniature trees and grass. After a while, feeling confident, Gu Heng believed he had mastered the art of flight. The female insect continued to trail him at a safe distance, seemingly prepared to protect him should any unforeseen circumstances arise. A mischievous glint flickered in Gu Heng's eyes as he intentionally slowed his wing beats, disrupting his previously steady flight. His body tilted slightly, as if about to descend, before he could react further. Heng swiftly encircled him with his arms. "Your Majesty." Gu Heng looked up, meeting the worried gaze of Heng. Regret washed over him as he realized he had caused concern for the female insect. Heng's hand remained firmly at Gu Heng's waist until they safely landed. Heng pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed earnestly on Gu Heng. "Your Majesty, were you doing that on purpose?" Gu Heng's heart skipped a beat as he met the female's eyes. Yet, Heng continued, "Please do not jest with your safety." Chapter 71. The Southern Tribe. Gu Heng paused for a few seconds, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "General, are you worried about me?" Heng's eyes flickered, his lips forming a thin line. He was indeed concerned for the male. He wished to never witness Gu Heng suffer injury again. Although injuries were commonplace for females, whether from the battlefield or the marks left from submission, Heng inexplicably did not wish to see even a single scratch mar Gu Heng. "Your Majesty, I only wish for you to remain unharmed," Heng stated solemnly, his gaze unwavering. Ji Heng chuckled softly, "But I know, General, you are always right behind me. You won't let me get hurt, will you?" Heng was momentarily taken aback by Gu Heng's trust in him. Of course. Before Heng could finish, his golden eyes widened in surprise as Gu Heng's face filled his vision. Your Majesty." The sudden closeness was abruptly interrupted. Heng stared blankly at Gu Heng, astonished that the male had kissed him. The sensation was cool yet tender, lingering on his lips. The faint scent of the male's pheromones enveloped him like a sweet web, capturing all his senses. Gu Heng's lips curved into a subtle smile. "General, I have longed to do that." Heng's mind went blank for at least 3 seconds. He had thought Gu Heng did not have such affection for him. Otherwise, why had they not shared any intimate moments until now? Though Gu Heng had held his hand, which had already made his heart race. The kiss was unprecedented. Even if brief, Himisi struggled to control the rapid beating of his heart, which had never felt so unbalanced, even after strenuous exercise. Soon, a low chuckle floated through the air. "General, it is time to return to reality that a few days ago, Gucheng received an invitation from the royal family, summoning him to a grand banquet. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but to his surprise, the messenger insisted, His Majesty the Insect Emperor has specifically emphasized your presence is required." Thus, Gucheng reluctantly accepted the invitation. Now, he found himself standing before the palace after a long absence. He handed the invitation to the attendant at the entrance, who examined it with a respectful demeanor before ushering him inside. Once inside, Gucheng followed the attendant to his designated seat. He furrowed his brow in disbelief. Was this truly his place? His skeptical gaze fell upon the attendant, who had directed him to a position at the emperor's right hand, even preceding nobles of higher rank. Was he afforded such a prominent position solely because he was an S-rank male insect? The attendant, sensing his confusion, glanced around before nodding affirmatively, confirming, "No mistake, Your Excellency. This is indeed your seat. Isn't this a bit too forward?" Gucheng inquired. The attendant instantly grasped his concern, explaining, "His Majesty intended to elevate your status. As the only S-rank male insect in the Empire, your position here is entirely appropriate." Gucheng recalled that he had recently undergone a secondary metamorphosis, and the Emperor had indeed expressed intentions of bestowing a title upon him, which he had declined due to his lack of affiliation with the insect race at the time. The Emperor had been somewhat taken aback by his disinterest, ultimately opting to reward Gucheng with precious treasures instead. Shortly thereafter, the attendant informed Gucheng that this banquet was, in fact, related to him. "Related to me?" Gucheng's brows knitted together in confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, his attention was drawn to a familiar figure in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. Himisi, the female insect, once facing away, turned to reveal her striking golden eyes. Indeed, it was Himisi. "Your Majesty?" Himisi's eyes flickered with surprise. "What brings you here?" Gucheng nodded, his presence serving as undeniable proof. "An attendant just informed me this banquet pertains to me, which left me quite perplexed." Himisi's expression darkened as she pondered the implications of the Emperor's invitation for the group of insects expected to arrive today. Hoping it was not as ominous as it seemed. "It should be fine. Just let things unfold naturally," she reassured him. Soon enough, the answer became evident as a group of female insects entered, their attire starkly contrasting the traditional insect fashion of the Empire. While imperial females dressed conservatively, with every button fastened to the top, these newcomers wore more audacious garments that revealed hints of their contours. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted as all eyes turned toward these unusual guests. "Who are they?" Gucheng inquired. Himisi clarified, "They are from the Southern Tribe." Memories of the Southern Tribe surfaced in Gucheng's mind. It was said that in their culture, females held supremacy, and although males were scarce, they occupied a subordinate position, vastly differing from the Samamoker Empire. "But why have they come here?" Gucheng wondered, bewildered. "We have come to pay our respects to His Majesty," one of the leading females stated, placing her right hand over her heart. Though her demeanor lacked any semblance of reverence, the Emperor gestured for the attendants to escort the southern females to their seats. Gucheng observed silently as the two groups exchanged pleasantries, engaging in a superficial display of flattery. Suddenly, the envoy named Kim shifted the conversation, his gaze sweeping the room before announcing, "I have heard that your nation has produced an S-rank male insect. I wonder which of you esteemed gentlemen it might be." "S-rank male insect?" Gucheng blinked in surprise. Almost simultaneously, the gazes of the Samamoker insects converged upon him. Cam noted their attention, his eyes narrowing in on Gucheng's position. "So, it is this distinguished gentleman whose psychic strength is classified as S-rank," he deduced. The Emperor's expression darkened as he recalled a letter from the Southern Tribe requesting to meet the S-rank male insect. The implications of this request were troubling. An attendant, acting on the Emperor's nod, stepped forward to introduce Gucheng. "This is our Empire's sole S-rank male insect, Lord Gucheng." Kim nodded with apparent satisfaction. "Our leader is quite interested in this S-rank male insect." This statement rendered the hall silent, tension palpable in the air. The leader of the Southern Tribe was rumored to be an SS-rank female, notorious for her bloodthirsty and cruel nature, having allegedly slain numerous male insects. Yet, within the Empire, male insects were revered as treasures, fiercely protected by their female counterparts. Consequently, the Southern female's actions were seen as utterly heretical. Heng-Mi's brow furrowed with discontent as she recognized the offense directed toward Gu Cheng. Having encountered members of the southern tribe before, she was acutely aware of their treacherous nature. Gu Cheng felt uncomfortable under Cam's scrutinizing gaze, sensing the implication that he was merely a commodity for trade. The Emperor's smile did not reach his eyes, clearly displeased by Cam's words. Lord Gu Cheng is a gem of our empire. We shall not relinquish him lightly. Cam's expression remained indifferent, clearly dismissive. He is merely a male insect, he retorted, unable to comprehend the empire's reverence for male insects, viewing them only as valuable during psychic turmoil. Cam cryptically added, our leader desires what he cannot obtain. This discontent rippled through the assembly. The imperial females curled their fingers into fists, angered by the audacity of the southern tribe's insects to make such demands in their presence. Gu Cheng pondered how he had suddenly become the focus of their leader's interest. He doubted he possessed any allure, but perhaps it was indeed his S-rank psychic power that caught their attention. Heng-Mi's voice dropped to a low, threatening tone. Please convey to Curtis that he should not covet what will never belong to him. My male insect is not an object to be contested. Her defense garnered Gu Cheng's attention, and he cast her a sidelong glance, appreciating the feeling of being protected. Cam regarded Heng-Mi with a hint of disdain. He had crossed paths with her on the battlefield and recognized her prowess. Yet now his opinion shifted. If our leader knew of your current infatuation with a mere male insect, he would lament such a misjudgment. After all, you are the only one capable of matching him in strength. Heng-Mi scoffed. If Curtis wishes to challenge me, he is welcome to try. Last time, had he not resorted to underhanded tactics, the outcome would have been decidedly different. Cam fell momentarily silent, his expression betraying his awareness of the circumstances. The Emperor's authoritative voice resonated. Enough, Southern envoys. I hope your purpose in visiting our empire is not to demand our hard-won male insect. Your Majesty. Cam replied, our leader wishes to propose that should you allow us to take this S-rank male insect, we would be willing to cease hostilities for 20 years. The Samamoka Empire, vast and abundant in resources, has long been the envy of the southern tribes, who frequently encroach upon its borders in pursuit of these riches. They even resort to the abduction of male insects, inciting the empire's wrath and prompting numerous military campaigns. However, the geographical advantages of the southern tribes render them easy to defend yet difficult to conquer, and their leader, a rare SS-grade female insect, has thwarted the empire's repeated attempts at subjugation among the entire empire. It seems that only Hermes stands as a worthy rival to Curtis. Yet, during the time when Hermes was stripped of his military rank and reduced to a female slave, the southern tribes likely received word of his demotion. Consequently, they became increasingly audacious, even seizing some territories on the empire's periphery. The commanders dispatched by the empire returned defeated, unable to impose any sanctions on those brazen marauders, although the empire contemplated restoring Hermes's military rank. The notion of punishing a male insect in such a manner was unprecedented since its founding. Ultimately, this idea was abandoned. Now that Hermes has returned, the empire appears emboldened. In this moment, witnessing the southern envoy's audacious demeanor, it seems absurd to demand a valuable S-grade male insect merely for a truce lasting a mere 20 years. Should General Hermes engage in battle, the outcome against the southern tribes remains uncertain. As expected, the insect emperor's gaze hardened, declaring, Cam envoy, we shall never allow you to take him. Initially, it was presumed that your visit aimed to mend the bonds of friendship between our factions. However, it appears otherwise. The insect emperor's voice was solemn. Should you wish for war, we shall not cower. Observing the exchange, Gu Cheng's expression grew more subdued, as if he had become a rare panda, contested and coveted. Had any insect ever consulted him regarding his sentiments? With a gentle sigh, Gu Cheng's thoughts were misinterpreted by Hermes, who assumed the male insect feared being taken by the southern tribes. Hermes assured Gu Cheng, I will not allow them to take you. Gu Cheng looked into Hermes's eyes, sensing a sincerity that seemed genuine, warming his heart. Upon witnessing the insect emperor's cold demeanor, the Cam envoys ceased their discourse, having come merely to gauge the emperor's stance and verify the authenticity of the news. After all, they had brought few insects with them and were on foreign territory. It would be unwise to brazenly attempt to seize a male insect. This much they were keenly aware of. However, Cam's gaze returned to the male insect, who was the first to pique the leader's interest. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this male insect could provide the leader with a formidable opponent, Hermes's male counterpart. Yet, the S-grade male's mental prowess could assist the leader in coping with his increasingly frequent mental disturbances. Cam resolved to relay everything he had witnessed back to the leader upon his return. After the banquet, Gu Cheng was intercepted by a servant insect, who informed him that the insect emperor wished to see him. Hermes awaited Gu Cheng at the palace entrance, and upon spotting him, inquired, "The insect emperor does not intend to send you to the southern tribes, does he?" Although suspecting the answer would be negative, Hermes sought personal confirmation. Gu Cheng shook his head, denying any intention from the insect emperor to send him south, instead assuring him that they would never exchange him. Relieved, Hermes thought of something and suddenly added, "Curtis is no good insect. I hope you never encounter him." Chapter 73. Is there anything else to inquire about? On that day, Gu Cheng arrived once more at the military headquarters, only to be blocked at the door of the medical room. Frowning, he regarded the circle of male insects surrounding the entrance. What could they possibly be doing here? As he opened his mouth to question the situation, the male insects stepped back in unison, murmuring, "He has arrived." It was as if Gu Cheng were a force of nature, feared and revered. After all, during his previous encounter, he had brazenly twisted the wrist of a male insect before the assembly. To the onlookers, Gu Cheng had become a figure of dread, with his brow furrowed. Gu Cheng observed how each insect seemed eager to distance themselves from him, some retreating to the corners of the walls. This prompted Gu Cheng to reminiscent of his days before being promoted to university. When he served in a middle school, he could often hear students exclaiming from afar, "Teacher Gu is coming." The moment the warning spread, chaos would ensue within the classroom. Students believed their antics were discreet. Yet, Gu Cheng was well aware of their mischief. Having once been a student himself, he prided himself on being a good teacher, one who would not seek to ruin another's umbrella simply because he had endured the rain. Observing the male insect's behavior now stirred distant memories within him. What are you all afraid of? This time, we have an insect backing us. He certainly won't be able to act so brazenly. Following the voice, Gu Cheng spotted a male insect standing out amidst the retreating crowd. This particular insect was somewhat familiar. He had previously opposed Gu Cheng's efforts to assist a military female with her mental stabilization. Gu Cheng could not help but remember such a bold character. Clearly, the insect had some form of support. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront Gu Cheng again. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Cheng regarded the closest male insect, curious about who was backing them. Humph, Gavin raised his head, appearing quite smug. Of course, it's the Male Insect Protection Association. You injured by one and sent him to the hospital. He hasn't yet settled the score with you. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow lightly, realizing that the association had come to their aid. As Gavin shifted aside, several uniformly dressed female insects emerged from the medical room, their attire emblazoned with the insignia of the Male Insect Protection Association. Gu Cheng's gaze swept across their faces, momentarily lingering on one female insect. As he recognized her, upon seeing the accused male insect, the association's members paused in unison. Is this the one who injured the male insect and sent him to the hospital? The female insects exchanged doubtful glances, as the male insect before them appeared gentle and kind-hearted, hardly the type capable of inflicting such harm. Suddenly, the familiar female insect exclaimed, "Your Excellency Gu Cheng, is it truly you who injured that male insect?" Upon hearing his name, Gu Cheng confirmed he had indeed encountered this female insect before. Though he could not recall her name, he nodded noncommittally. "Look, he's already admitted it," Gavin exclaimed. "What are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend him." Gavin, unsure of Gu Cheng's identity, was convinced he had never seen this insect before. He assumed Gu Cheng was a low-ranking male insect. In the Empire, a male insect with a lower mental prowess could easily be overpowered. Thus, Gavin spoke without hesitation. Although male insects would not face severe punishment, Gavin relished the thought of imposing some community service on Gu Cheng, wholeheartedly supporting the idea. The female insects behind Wen-Er's, noticing his bewilderment, asked, "Have you met this male insect before?" Wen-Er's, having just spoken, had already addressed Gu Cheng by title, leaving the female insects in a state of confusion. How on earth did Wen-Er's come to know such an exquisite male insect? Wen-Er's slowly nodded, revealing a bombshell of news. This is the S-grade male insect. Previously, Gu Cheng modified the identity information of the military female. It was Wen-Er's who facilitated that. What? The female insects of the Male Insect Protection Association, along with the previously belligerent Gavin, gasped in unison. How could this possible turn of events have caught them off guard? Gavin blinked slowly, astounded by the uncanny coincidence. Gu Cheng smiled. "So, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Do you still intend to take me away?" "No, certainly not." The female insects of the Male Insect Protection Association replied in unison. shaking their heads. Who would dare to apprehend an S-grade male insect? Is this how it ends? Gavin glared at the rapidly shifting allegiances of the female insects. They exchanged glances, fully aware that they could not publicly apprehend Gu Qing or impose any trivial punishment upon him. Gavin, in a fit of frustration, fell silent. Gu Qing simply gazed at him calmly, stating, "If you have any further inquiries, feel free to seek me out." Upon hearing Gu Qing's words, Gavin's gaze fell to the gently rotating wrist of the latter. A shiver ran through him, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, "And no further questions. Very well, it appears the matter has been resolved. You may take your leave." Gu Qing gazed at the multitude of insects congregating at the already cramped entrance of the infirmary, and began to usher them away. Meanwhile, Gavin watched in disbelief as the recently summoned insects from the association gradually departed one after another. Gu Qing cast a glance at the remaining male insects, who, at that moment, were as silent as the grave. "You all." Gu Qing elongated his final syllable, but before he could finish his sentence, the male insects hurriedly interjected, each vying to speak. "I just remembered. A military female reserved my slot this morning. I must go assist them with mental guidance. The fallen leaves downstairs are too cluttered. It affects the aesthetics. I'll fetch a broom to tidy up. Oh, it's mealtime." He wondered why everything felt so peculiar. He simply had to go eat now. Gavin stared intently at the male insects, who had previously stood united with him, now concocting the most awkward excuses to flee the scene. Damn it. They've exhausted all their reasons. What should I say? Gavin stiffened, and then noticed Gu Qing's gaze resting upon him, prompting him to blurt out, I need to use the restroom." Under Gu Qing's somewhat peculiar scrutiny, Gavin bolted away, after rounding a corner. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Why was he running? Did he truly believe Gu Qing would devour him? Chapter 74. Awkwardness. Gu Qing rapped on the door of the general's office. "Come in." As anticipated, Hermes remained engrossed in his work. The diligent female insect did not lift her gaze. Gu Qing approached the desk and paused. The insect who had entered remained silent for quite some time, prompting Hermes to furrow his brow and glance over. Then, in the next instant, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "The male sovereign?" Gu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired. "Shall we go have a meal together?" Was the male sovereign inviting him to dine? A flicker of joy danced in Hermes' eyes, but then he hesitated, glancing at the unfinished tasks before him. He pressed his lips together. "My sovereign, perhaps you should go ahead and eat." Gu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Is the sovereign displeased? Just as Hermes' heart skipped a beat, Gu Qing's voice echoed, "Then do hurry. I will wait for you nearby." Subsequently, Hermes witnessed the male insect comfortably seating himself on a nearby sofa, clearly intending to wait for him to finish his work. Upon taking a seat, Gu Qing noticed Hermes' unwavering gaze upon him. He glanced down at the luminous clock. "General, I must remind you, it is already 12:50-9. It is not a good habit to skip meals." The sovereign's words jolted Hermes back to reality. He looked down at the documents on the table. His ears suddenly flushed with a faint hue, caught peeking, and now discovered what to do. Perhaps due to Gu Qing's presence urging him on, Hermes soon completed his tasks. The two insects proceeded into the cafeteria in an orderly fashion, queuing to obtain their meals. After setting down his tray, Gu Qing noticed a familiar insect near the entrance. As the insect turned around, realization struck him. It was the same one who had volunteered to conduct mental guidance when all the other males were reluctant. If he recalled correctly, the insect's name was Bern. Opposite Bern stood a military female, engaged in conversation. Although it appeared to be a one-sided dialogue, could this be Bern's female companion? Hermes, observing Gu Qing's lingering gaze towards the entrance, followed his line of sight to find only two insects there. Moreover, it seemed the sovereign's attention was fixated on the female. Hermes' tone was ambiguous. "Sovereign, do you know Lieutenant Zeiss?" Who was that? Upon hearing the name from Hermes' lips, Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Wasn't this the subject of the teasing remarks from the male insects regarding Bern? It was said that Zeiss was a divorced military female with offspring. So, this was the female Bern fancied? Gu Qing's reaction did not escape Hermes' notice, and his tone turned somewhat sour. "When did you come to know him?" Gu Qing blinked, pondering when he had met Zeiss. The image of the female lingered in his mind like a grand performance. Just as Hermes was about to speak again, Gu Qing sighed softly. "General, I do not know him. I merely have a vague impression of the male beside him." "Oh, is that so? I had thought you were watching him closely." Gu Qing raised his brows slightly. "I was merely curious, and perhaps looked a bit longer than necessary." Hermes pursed his lips, still harboring some discontent. Could he selfishly wish for the sovereign's gaze to rest solely upon him? Gu Cheng observed the female quietly, seemingly discerning his awkward little emotions. My eyes may wander to different insects, but my heart can only harbor the general. Gu Cheng spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a gentle coaxing tone. Hermes felt his face warm, as if the markings on his back were beginning to glow. Was the sovereign speaking sweet nothings to him? Did such sentiments truly exist within the empire, where males would utter such ambiguous phrases to females? Meanwhile, Zeiss gazed at Byrne with a hint of distress. Lord Byrne, I am deeply grateful for your assistance thus far. However, I am merely a divorced military female. The empire has many exceptional females. Ever since Byrne had provided Zeiss with mental guidance, he had suddenly declared his intention to pursue him one day. Zeiss found it incredulous. Previously, he had thought the teasing from the male insects was just a jest. Yet now, hearing it from Byrne's own lips made everything clear. This esteemed insect who had been a source of support truly harbored feelings for him. For a male to pursue a female was already astonishing enough, let alone confessing such to a divorced female. After listening to Zeiss, Byrne sighed slowly. Can you not grant me a chance? I have no female companion, nor any female attendants. Byrne's ambiguous words caught Zeiss's attention, causing him to glance up momentarily, but soon a bitter smile crossed his lips. You deserve someone better. The Empire's standards for females were stringent. Males could marry multiple partners, but the restraints on females were far more pronounced, especially for those who had been divorced. Zeiss's previous male sovereign had been displeased with the birth of a female offspring, often subjecting both Zeiss and the child to his wrath. While Zeiss could endure the daily torment from the male sovereign, he could not bear to see his innocent child suffer. Ultimately, Zeiss chose divorce, embarking on a path deemed rebellious by many. Yet every time he thought of his bright-eyed offspring, he had no regrets about his decision. Zeiss continued, Lieutenant Zeiss, you are remarkable. I do not believe your divorce renders you unworthy of anything. Byrne's words left Zeiss momentarily stunned. His eyes flickered. Is it because I saved you once? Before Zeiss could finish, Byrne interrupted, Lieutenant Zeiss, I am indeed grateful for your previous assistance. However, if my pursuit of you were merely based on that debt, would it not be disrespectful? On a previous occasion, while Byrne was out, he encountered a deranged female wielding a knife. For reasons unknown, amidst the bustling streets, she focused solely on him. The knife was raised. And having grown up sheltered, Byrne was left in a state of shock, his mind blank. In such a scenario, which male would remember to wield mental powers, just when he believed that the knife would pierce his heart? It was Zeiss's timely intervention that saved him, disarming the assailant. From that day forth, Byrne had etched the image of the golden-haired female in his memory. You know, males act according to their desires. I could not simply express a wish to pursue you due to a life debt. Zeiss understood this well. He stared vacantly at Byrne. The male insect radiated confidence, yet he felt small and unworthy. Stubbornly reiterating, you should pursue a better female. The emotions swirling within Zeiss's eyes were complex, leaving Byrne unable to decipher them, leading him to heave a deep sigh. But to me, you are the best female. Chapter 75. Peril within the infirmary. Gu Cheng had just seen off the last military female who had come for mental guidance. He reorganized the desk and, before stepping outside, collided with the hurried Byrne. Gu Cheng assumed Byrne had left something behind and stepped aside to allow him entry. To his surprise, Byrne halted before him, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Gu Cheng, Byrne appeared to have sprinted over, breathless and visibly anxious. Can you assist me with something? Gu Cheng paused, confusion evident in his eyes. He and Byrne had only met a few times. They were not well acquainted. Why would Byrne seek his help? Zeiss has been captured and taken to a female slave auction. Can you help me rescue her? Fearing Gu Cheng might decline, Byrne hurriedly added, it must be those male insects again, though I do not know who instigated it. Will you accompany me? They will surely fear you. I truly cannot think of anyone else to turn to, so I came here hoping for a stroke of luck. Has he already become notorious? Gu Cheng pressed his forehead, recalling how he had seen Chaste conversing amiably with Byrne just last time, and now, suddenly, something had gone awry. His gaze grew increasingly somber. There was not a single one among that group of male insects that could be trusted. Previously, during an outing, he had failed to inform Hermes of his departure, which had caused unnecessary worry. This time, Gu Cheng had learned his lesson well. After leaving the military headquarters, he made sure to greet Hermes. And only after receiving a reply did he feel at ease to accompany Byrne. As they walked, Gu Cheng found himself contemplating many unresolved matters. He inquired, I heard from my female lord that Chaste holds the rank of lieutenant. How could he possibly end up here? It was undoubtedly a result of some underhanded tactics. Burn seethed. Unable to conceal his fury, he knew these male insects all too well. Targeting Chaste, whose position was not particularly high or conspicuous, was a calculated move. Before the auction house stood a throng of male insects mingling together. "Your Excellency, please present your invitation." A guard insect halted their progress. Gu Chang was taken aback. They required an invitation? He turned to Burn with a questioning gaze. The female slave auction house was a recreational venue for noble male insects, and commoner males lacked even the invitation to enter. Indeed, there was a distinction between noble and common male insects, with nobles enjoying considerably greater privileges and powers. Both Gu Chang and Burn were common male insects. Any male insect with a psychic level above it could enter without an invitation. Burn, understanding this rule, explained it to Gu Chang. The primary reason Burn sought Gu Chang's assistance was to leverage his S-class psychic power. Furthermore, high-ranking male insects were allowed to bring a companion with them. Burn, being only B-class, could not enter alone. Thus, he had chosen Gu Chang as his companion. With the identity information of a male insect linked to his light brain, Gu Chang tapped a few buttons, bringing up the interface for the guard insect to see. Upon reading the screen, the guard's eyes flashed with surprise before quickly allowing them entry. A servant insect presented a small booklet detailing the items up for auction that day. Gu Chang folded it and held it without glancing at it. Their purpose for being here was not to make purchases. Suddenly, Burn let out a sharp exclamation. "Damn it." Under Gu Chang's inquiring gaze, Burn gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. "They have actually put Chaste up for auction." Leaning closer to follow Burn's pointing finger, Gu Chang indeed found the military female he had seen in the cafeteria last time. His brows furrowed in dismay as he noticed that Chaste was listed as the final highlight item. These despicable insects, how could they treat Chaste in such a manner? In the female slave auction house, military females were certainly more sought after. Male insects reveled in the sight of powerful females kneeling before them, deriving a twisted satisfaction from breaking their pride during the exhibition. The auction was already in progress. Within a massive cage, a female insect was displayed, completely unclad yet undeniably beautiful. Male insects eagerly raised their bidding cards. Gu Chang frowned in disgust. Burn appeared equally uncomfortable. The scene intensified his urgency to rescue Chaste. He couldn't bear the thought of Chaste being subjected to such treatment or enduring the leering gazes of those wretched insects. "I want to find Chaste," Burn declared as they maneuvered around to the backstage area. "But I've heard that the females are kept in dark dungeons below. They hardly encountered any insects along the way." Before long, they reached their destination. Burn scrutinized the two female guards at the cell entrance, feeling conflicted. Gu Chang signaled him not to worry. In the next moment, the two female insects were bound and silenced. Courtesy of Gu Chang's psychic power. Oh right. Burn slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that the male insect he had summoned possessed S-class psychic abilities. Gu Chang merely shaped his psychic energy into a broad strip, akin to a fabric, covering the mouths of the female insects to render them speechless. Once again, Gu Chang adeptly extracted a key from one of the female insects, now quite practiced at it. The female on the ground stared wide-eyed. Who could explain why male insects were in the dungeon? What were they planning? As Gu Chang and Burn navigated the rows of cells, searching for Chaste, Gu Chang casually asked, "Is it truly all right for us to take Chaste like this?" Burn's fists were clenched tightly. Chaste's military rank was documented, and they were already stealthily abducting him. Even if we take Chaste away, they wouldn't dare confront us. The key in Gu Chang's hand twirled idly on his fingertips, and after hearing Burn's words, he remained noncommittal. Suddenly, Burn halted, rushing to a cell and urgently whispering, "Chaste." Inside, the military female bore visible whip marks on his uniform, stained with deep crimson, a sight that was quite shocking. The female insect slowly raised his head, astonishment etched on his face. "Lord Burn," just as Burn seemed poised to say more, Gu Chang understood his current emotional turmoil but reminded him, "We should leave quickly. There are still two bound female insects outside, and we don't know if there will be a shift change. For safety's sake, the sooner they departed, the better." Only then did Burn manage to steady himself, stepping aside as Gu Chang swiftly inserted the key into the lock, turning it to push the cell door open. Chaste stared blankly at the two male insects, wondering if they were there to rescue him. The insects that had captured him had viciously proclaimed that he would soon be sold as a female slave, with no hope of redemption, all because he had irked some insects that moment. Chaste could hardly fathom why he had drawn the ire of such beings, especially since his own offspring awaited him back home. Now, he was astonished that Lord Burn had come with another male insect to find him. A tumult of emotion swirled within Chaste. Let us depart at once, Bern urged Chaste. Chaste murmured in acknowledgement, leaning against the wall as he gradually rose to his feet. Bern noticed something amiss, a powerful female insect. Even after receiving a few lashes, should not appear in such a state. What happened to you? Bern's expression darkened. My lord, I am fine. It was merely some agents designed to immobilize female insects, Chaste reassured. Though Bern's expression did not improve. Let me support you. Chaste seemed intent on refusing, but Bern firmly grasped his shoulder to prevent him from moving erratically. Jiu Chang walked silently ahead, clearing the path for them. Feeling somewhat solitary as a single insect, he found himself missing Hermes's presence. He wondered what Hermes was doing at that moment. Jiu Chang, thank you for today, Bern expressed as they took a less-traveled route. As they prepared to leave, he offered his gratitude. Jiu Chang waved his hand dismissively in farewell. Just as they were about to exit the narrow alley, Bern and the others walked ahead, while Gu Chang lingered at a distance. The air was still, save for the faint crunch of leaves underfoot. Suddenly, Gu Chang felt a jolt at the back of his neck, and the figures of Bern and the others began to blur in his vision. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 76. Starving me as dawn broke, Gu Chang frowned, rubbing his sore neck. Upon fully awakening, he comprehended the scene before him. Jiu Chang furrowed his brow. Where is this? Before him lay a desolate expanse resembling an abandoned factory, with various disordered scraps strewn across the floor. Jiu Chang's last recollection was of following Bern. He could not retrieve the memories that followed. I am awake, a voice exclaimed. Jiu Chang turned to see none other than the brazen southern envoy, Cam, whom he had encountered at the previous banquet. The ungracious words exchanged had left a lasting impression on Gu Chang. Cam raised an eyebrow at the now conscious Gu Chang, saying, "Ah, you finally awakened." Male insect. Jiu Chang surveyed the several female insects behind Cam, and given the circumstances, he understood fully. He had been abducted. Jiu Chang glanced at himself. Noting the absence of ropes or any restraints, did these insects not fear his escape? Were they so arrogant and self-assured, or did they genuinely underestimate male insects, believing they could not slip from their grasp? Did you knock me out? Gu Chang inquired, still feeling the lingering ache in his neck. The moment he lost consciousness had been marked by a sharp pain in his neck. They must have done something to it. Cam watched Gu Chang's neck-rubbing motion with an inscrutable expression. It was merely a tranquilizer. It won't cause any lasting effects on your body. Such a treacherous tactic. You dare to abduct me right in the Empire's territory. Fearing not the Emperor's wrath, Gu Chang's gaze roamed the area, peering out the window in an attempt to discern his location. Yet, he remained oblivious to where he was, uncertain of the bizarre location to which they had bound him. Gu Chang felt a simmering frustration that he had clearly informed Hermes that he would be able to return by dinner time. Yet here he was, ensnared in this predicament. He must have caused Hermes undue worry. The insect emperor lacked evidence and could not truly act against them. Cam appeared untroubled by the situation. Jiu Chang pressed his lips together in silence. A female insect approached, and upon seeing her, Cam took the bowl from her hands and placed it before Gu Chang. The porcelain bowl made a dull sound upon hitting the ground. Here, eat. Gu Chang gazed at the meager fare laid out before him. A stark contrast to Cam's tone and demeanor just moments ago. He frowned in displeasure, feeling as though this female insect was feeding a dog. His eyes wandered to a nearby table laden with a sumptuous breakfast, then back down at his own coarse meal. The disparity was painfully evident. He forced a smile, muttering to himself that even a dog would refuse such slop. Cam raised an eyebrow. Not eating? He seemed entirely unperturbed by Gu Chang's reaction. Cam pretended to take the bowl away, feigning seriousness. That we have no intention of indulging a male insect. If you choose not to eat, it will be taken away. Jiu Chang remained unresponsive, resigned to his fate. Let me starve, then. Clearly, Cam was not jesting. He promptly removed the bowl from the table. As the sun rose in the east and gradually descended in the west, Cam observed Gu Chang leaning against a pillar, lost in thought. This male insect had indeed gone an entire day without nourishment. Jiu Chang was one of the more resolute males Cam had encountered. A red-haired female insect could not help but ask, "Are we truly not allowing the male insect to eat? Could this lead to his demise?" Adam quietly murmured, "The leader desires living insects." Cam shot him a glare. "Didn't I provide him food?" Adam's lips moved as he protested. "Isn't that what we left over?" Male insects had certainly tasted better fare. Would he deign to eat this? If it were me, I wouldn't want it either. Cam, irritated by the male insect's arrogance, seemed intent on humiliating Gu Chang. He glared at the female insect. "Oh, you know why you've remained merely a deputy for so long, Adam," in response to Adam's questioning gaze. Cam slowed his speech, scoffing lightly. "It's because you talk too much." Adam shot him a resentful look. Dinner had concluded, and Kim rummaged through his belongings, clutching a nutrient supplement as he approached Gu Cheng. Placing it squarely before him, "If you truly starve to death, I will not take responsibility." Faced with something at last resembling sustenance, Gu Cheng accepted it with an expressionless demeanor. Without jest, he realized that if he did not replenish his nutrients soon, he might indeed perish. Although the supplement's taste left much to be desired, reminiscent of something spoiled, Gu Cheng swallowed it nonetheless. Cam, witnessing Gu Cheng finally eat, relaxed his brow for a moment before furrowing it once again. "I need to use the restroom." Without a moment's thought, Cam outright refused. "No, do you wish to suffocate me?" Then Gu Cheng saw Cam produce a bucket from seemingly nowhere, placing it before him. Gu Cheng was taken aback. Chapter 77. Poison. No. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's firm refusal, Cam's expression darkened considerably. The two insects locked eyes in a tense standoff. Ultimately, Cam yielded first. Having realized Gu Cheng was a stubborn creature, he understood that if he did not acquiesce to the male insect's request, Gu Cheng might very well refuse to relieve himself altogether. If they allowed the male insect to suffer dire consequences, how would they explain it to their leader? Cam warned, "Do not attempt to escape." Gu Cheng raised his hands innocently. "With so many of you here, I cannot possibly flee." Although they did not constrain his freedom, Gu Cheng noticed that the device on his wrist had vanished. They must have taken it. A metallic ring now adorned his ankle, likely not a good sign. After hearing Gu Cheng's words, Cam snorted coldly, "Just so you know, we have placed a mental restraint ring on you. You cannot use your mental abilities now. Furthermore, we are surrounded by our insects. Even if you attempted to flee, you would not get FA. Gu Cheng halted in his tracks. Was he suggesting that these insects had made no preparations whatsoever? They had been waiting for him here all along. Gu Cheng's expression grew colder. Upon reaching their destination, Gu Cheng regarded the two insects still fixated upon him, his face impassive. "Are you not leaving? Must you watch me even here?" Cam huffed through his nose. "Non-committal. What else should we do? What if you escape while our attention is diverted? Were you not just confident that I could not flee?" "What are you afraid of now?" Gu Cheng warned. "Do not provoke me. There is no room for negotiation here." Cam did not entertain Gu Cheng's words. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Gu Cheng remained unmoving. "Hurry up," Cam urged impatiently. "Is it not shameless to watch a male insect use the restroom?" Cam remained unfazed. "I have a habit of needing privacy when I relieve myself. I cannot have insects nearby." The veins on Cam's forehead throbbed as he bristled at Gu Cheng's reluctance. Frustrated, he finally relented. "Fine, we will step away. Is that satisfactory? Just do not attempt any foolishness." Cam and the others did indeed move a fair distance away. Yet Gu Cheng's brow remained furrowed. Turning his back to them, he thought, "I cannot feel you watching me." Cam's expression darkened. Why was this male insect so troublesome? The two insects turned their backs. "How slow can you be?" When Cam's gaze returned to Gu Cheng, he inquired. Gu Cheng cast a fleeting glance at him but offered no reply. Cam found himself at a loss. He was indeed a formidable presence. Gu Cheng ambled along behind them, entirely devoid of any semblance of a captive. In fact, Cam and his companion appeared to be leading him. Along the way, Gu Cheng encountered no fewer than 2 patrols, each insect armed with energy guns. This area was isolated, surrounded by dense foliage and trees, resembling a scene from a remote mountain forest where a derelict building lay hidden. Gu Cheng harbored grave suspicions that this was a stronghold of the southern tribes within the empire. For the next few days, Gu Cheng behaved himself, leaving Cam and the others to wonder if he truly was so compliant, willingly distancing himself from the bountiful empire, given Gu Cheng's recent good behavior. When he once again requested to use the restroom, Cam did not accompany him directly but merely sent 2 insects along. In truth, Gu Cheng had no intention of fleeing and returned within the agreed time frame. When mealtime arrived, he accepted the food offered by a female insect. Cam, having failed to humiliate Gu Cheng, had abandoned his schemes, and now, Gu Cheng's meal was on par with theirs. "This dish is strange," Gu Cheng suddenly exclaimed. The female insects, who had been quietly eating, turned their attention to him. "What is it?" Cam's gaze locked onto Gu Cheng, suspecting yet another of his antics, yet it was surely nothing good. "This dish seems to be poisoned." In the midst of Adam's alarmed expression, Gu Cheng's complexion turned pale, and he expelled a mouthful of white foam. His action sent a ripple of panic through the other insects. Cam was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table and rushing to Gu Cheng's side to assess the situation. The male insect's lips were white, his eyes vacant, clear signs of poisoning. He bent over, clutching his chest, as if enduring immense pain. "Didn't he eat the same food as us?" Adam's expression was one of bewilderment. He clearly did not understand how Gu Cheng had suddenly transformed into such a pitiable state. "Who served his meal?" Cam's gaze pierced through each insect present, scanning them meticulously. After a prolonged silence, a purple-haired female insect timidly raised her hand, speaking softly. It was I. Cam's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the insect. Clearly suspecting she had tainted Gu Cheng's meal. Was this food not handled by any other insect? No, the purple-haired insect stammered. I was solely responsible for it. Cam's gaze bore into her. As if attempting to unearth the truth, he opened his mouth to inquire further when Gu Cheng's weak voice interrupted. Am I about to die? Gu Cheng pointed at them, his trembling fingers betraying his frailty. All of you insects, why do you appear as if you have doubled in number? Adam's voice emerged from his throat, tinged with terror. Had the male insect begun to hallucinate? What now? My hands seemed to lack sensation. As soon as Gu Cheng finished speaking, the bowl in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering in two, scattering the remnants across the floor. Ji Cheng's fingers fell limp, devoid of strength. Cam frowned. Is it that severe? Cam turned to the purple-haired female insect. What did you do? I did nothing. I bear no ill will towards the male insect. The purple-haired insect's eyes were filled with confusion. He felt utterly wronged. After serving the meal, he had promptly delivered it to the male insect. Who could have predicted this outcome? Could you take me to a hospital? As soon as Gu Cheng's words left his mouth, Cam's expression instantly turned cautious. His gaze, filled with suspicion, scrutinized Gu Cheng from head to toe. You can't possibly be pretending, can you? Does it seem like I'm pretending to you? Gu Cheng's voice was weak, as if he were on the verge of rolling his eyes and fainting. Cam's eyes were hesitant. Without granting him time to ponder, Gu Cheng spat out a mouthful of white foam, his eyes closing as if he had already lost consciousness. The other insects glanced over, genuinely feeling that Gu Cheng was not merely acting. If you don't take me to the hospital soon, I might truly perish. Just wait and see how you will explain this to your leader. Gu Cheng's voice elongated slowly, reaching the ears of every insect present. Ultimately, Gu Cheng was sent to the hospital. The leader did not desire dead insects. Chapter 78. Scorching heat. Upon receiving a message from the male sovereign, Hermes stared blankly at the screen for a full 3 seconds. Eventually, he came to terms with the fact that the male sovereign would not be returning home with him today. On the way, Hermes, alone, felt a tinge of discomfort. Previously, whenever the male sovereign went to the military base, he would always call for Hermes to accompany him home. The house felt desolate and somewhat cold, with nothing to do. Hermes instructed the housekeeper, Chao Ai, to clean the premises thoroughly. The clock in the living room slowly moved from 7 o'clock to 9. The food on the table had long since cooled down. Why has the male sovereign not returned yet? Hermes sensed that something was amiss. He had the insect find Burn's contact number and called him. What? Gu Cheng still hasn't made it home. We parted ways nearly 2 hours ago. The voice on the other end sounded astonished. 2 hours. Hermes' breath hitched, and his expression turned grim. Could something have happened to Gu Cheng? But surely no insect would be so audacious as to dare kidnap an S-class male insect. Burn's voice dwindled, gradually tinged with uncertainty. Hermes hastily uttered a few words before hanging up the phone and rushing out the door. Ji Cheng looked at the shabby little clinic before him, falling into silence. Cam and his companions had never intended to act above board in capturing Gu Cheng. They certainly couldn't go directly to a hospital, as that would likely lead to discovery. Thus, they had sought out a small clinic nearby. Although the environment was dilapidated, it should suffice to treat Gu Cheng's ailment, or so they hoped. After a series of examinations, the medical insect set down the stethoscope, his gaze lingering on Gu Cheng a moment longer. The medical insect squinted slightly, ultimately directing his gaze towards Cam and his entourage. This gentleman must have simply ingested something harmful by mistake. The medical insect's tone was relaxed. It didn't seem to be a serious issue. Just a prescription would suffice. Hearing this, Cam's scrutinizing gaze fell heavily upon the purple-haired female insect. You claim that the food only passed through your hands. How could there be a problem? Think carefully about how you will explain this to me. The female insect was at a loss, equally perplexed by the situation. After Gu Cheng took the medication prescribed by the medical insect, his complexion gradually improved within half an hour. Throughout the process, Gu Cheng refrained from any subtle movements under Cam's watchful eye, nor did he attempt to seek help from the medical insect. Cam felt an inexplicable unease gnawing at him, but he did not dwell on it. Before leaving, Cam warned the medical insect not to divulge today's events, or else his life would be forfeit. The medical insect, having practiced for many years, had never encountered such a brutal insect. He trembled as he repeatedly assured Cam that he would keep today's secret safe. Only then did Cam feel satisfied. Retracting his energy weapon aimed at the medical insect, the group of insects slowly departed. The medical insect watched their retreating figures, turning around with fingers still trembling slightly. He slowly unfolded the piece of paper in his hand. Cam had been watching closely, and Gu Chung had seized the rare opportunity to slip the note into the medical insect's hand. Using the table for cover, there was also a star card tucked alongside the note, containing 10 million star coins. The tattered paper had been scavenged by Gu Chung from a nearby refuse pile, and the pin was improvised with charcoal he had found. The poisoning incident was no coincidence. While feigning a trip to the restroom, Gu Chung had picked a few mushrooms. The dense forest here was filled with various fungi, the names of which Gu Chung could not recall. However, common knowledge on Earth told him that brightly colored mushrooms were likely to be poisonous. Thus, Gu Chung had plucked the two most visually appealing red mushrooms and consumed them alongside the food they had provided. Gu Chi was not one to sit idly by and wait for Hermes to rescue him. He could not simply rely on Hermes to find him. What if Hermes could not locate him? Gu Chung had to take matters into his own hands. Once again, they brought Gu Chung to an abandoned building, but Cam felt an unsettling sense of dread within. Indeed, it was proven that insects sometimes possess a sixth sense. The following morning, an insect rushed in with alarming news. Not good, not good. It seems the Imperial Army has arrived. What? Cam's brow shot up in disbelief, and before he could inquire further, the iron door outside was forcefully kicked open. The sound echoed sharply, cutting through the tense atmosphere like a knife in the hearts of the insects present. Among them, only Gu Ching's eyes brightened slightly, fixated on the tall figure entering. The leading insect was none other than his female sovereign, Hermes. Hermes, Gu Chung exclaimed excitedly, waving at her. Hermes immediately locked onto Gu Chung's position, the tension in his previously taut expression easing, his eyes sparkling with joy. How had Hermes found this place? Cam's expression shifted between suspicion and uncertainty, but the urgency of the situation left him no room to ponder. Gu Chung and Hermes appeared to be reunited after a long separation, a sight that did not escape Cam's notice. Observing Gu Ching's unguarded demeanor, Cam's gaze flickered as he released his mental energy, intending to seize Gu Ching once more and rush toward him. Hermes noticed Cam's movement, her expression shifting slightly. Before Cam's mental energy could reach Gu Chung, it was dispersed by a more powerful surge of golden mental energy. Cam, caught off guard by the returning attack, was thrown to the ground with a stunned expression, his mind struggling to catch up. Accompanied by anguished cries, the other female insects were swiftly dealt with by the insects brought by Hermes. My sovereign. Hermes' eyes were filled with Gu Ching's figure, his hurried steps betraying his anxious heart. Gu Chung dashed toward Hermes, throwing his arms around her, causing the female insect to stumble back in surprise. Gu Ching's dark eyes shone with fervent brilliance, squeezing the heart of the insect before him. Without hesitation, he pressed a kiss to Hermes' cheek. Hermes, taken aback, thought, the sovereign has kissed him again. Yet, there were so many insects around. Hermes glanced sideways, and the female insects were all pretending not to see the two of them, looking anywhere but at Hermes and Gu Ching. Though they each silently grumbled, is it appropriate for the general to flaunt affection like this? I knew you would come for me. Gu Ching's tone rose with delight, expressing the joy he had anticipated. Fortunately, the sovereign had sent an insect to relay the message. Hermes had also received a communication from an insect, which facilitated his timely arrival. Otherwise, he might have taken longer to find Gu Ching. Gu Chung had written on the paper given to the medical insect that his female sovereign was a general of the empire and that there was no need to worry if Cam and the others threatened him, as she would surely ensure his safety. Furthermore, there was a sum of 10 million star coins involved. A lucrative deal, with no risk at all. After successfully delivering the note, Gu Chung felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. As expected, Hermes had come today. Chapter 79. I will not refuse you. Cam and his companions were taken away. They had kidnapped an S-class male insect, illegally stationed within the Empire's territory, and were suspected of stealing confidential information. Gu Ching watched as Cam and the others were handcuffed, their disheveled figures gradually fading from view as he boarded the starship with Hermes. Perhaps because of the affectionate display Gu Ching and Hermes had just exhibited, the female insects seemed to instinctively distance themselves, thoughtfully providing them with privacy. The lounge was spacious, leaving only Gu Chung and Hermes in solitude. For a moment, the air was serene, tinged with a subtle tension. Hermes' gaze flickered as he looked at Gu Ching, his eyes fixated on a potted plant on the table. The female insect felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Gu Chung found it amusing. General, are you trying to bore a hole into that plant with your stare? At this, Hermes instinctively raised his eyes to meet Gu Ching's. who wore a bright grin. The glimmer of laughter in his eyes caused Hermes to falter momentarily before he replied. I wasn't he, my sovereign. Then why, General, do you not look at me, but instead at a mere plant? Is it more attractive than I? Hermes was momentarily taken aback, and only then did he realize that Gu Chang seemed to be inviting his attention. Hermes cast a fleeting glance at Gu Chang, then turned his head away, his gaze somewhat erratic. Whenever he met Gu Chang's eyes, the memory of the recent kiss from the sovereign lingered in his mind. Even though it had merely been on his cheek, Hermes' face flushed with embarrassment, yet the shame was overwhelming. He responded to Gu Chang's remark, Of course, you are handsome. General, aren't you being a tad dismissive? You haven't even looked at me. Gu Chang's voice dropped, sounding almost irate. Hermes' eyelids flickered, and instinctively he glanced towards the sovereign, only to be met with a pair of enigmatic eyes. Hermes' mind momentarily blanked. However, Gu Chang beckoned him closer, patting the space beside him, suggesting, General, could you come nearer? You can't see me clearly from there. Originally, Hermes and Gu Chang sat face to face, separated by a short distance. Hermes had intended to assert that his vision was exceptionally sharp. As a double S-rank military female, his physical attributes were indeed top-notch, nearing perfection, thus rendering Gu Chang's comment about not being able to see him clearly unfounded. Yet upon witnessing Gu Chang's gesture, Hermes pursed his lips, his steps slowing. Before he settled beside Gu Chang, Gu Chang's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly pleased. General, you are quite obedient. Hermes felt a slight warmth spread across his face, his gaze reverent, as if beholding a deity. Sovereign, I shall not defy any of your commands. Hermes cherished the sovereign's praise. If the sovereign preferred his compliant nature, he would remain obedient indefinitely. Yet Gu Chang was dissatisfied with the words that escaped Hermes' lips. Correcting him, this is not a command. General. I would never impose such on you. You possess the right to refuse me. Hermes was momentarily entranced by the splendid radiance in Gu Chang's eyes, slowly lowering his head. However, I do not wish to refuse any of your requests. Hermes articulated each word clearly, his tone exceedingly gentle. Gu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, an indescribable danger lurking within his expression. His voice took on a peculiar undertone. Hermes felt the heat of Gu Chang's gaze, clearly unaware of the deeper implications behind it, affirming, indeed, Gu Chang was amused by Hermes' earnest demeanor, his lips breaking into a wider smile. General, please refrain from expressing such words lightly. Hermes furrowed his brow slightly, yet before he could ponder Gu Chang's meaning, he felt Gu Chang's cool fingertips resting gently on his lips. You must consider carefully before responding. Hermes' heartbeat quickened erratically. Sovereign, I shall not alter my response. Gu Chang raised an eyebrow, knowing that this clever female would not fail to grasp his intent. Nevertheless, Gu Chang feigned curiosity. Then, General, may I kiss you? As if stung by the mere suggestion, Hermes' eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he nodded gently. In a whisper barely audible, he murmured, You may do anything to me. The female's heart raced in anticipation, a mix of shyness and eagerness evident in his voice, which nevertheless reached Gu Chang's ears clearly. Hermes kept his gaze lowered, thus failing to see the expression on the sovereign's face, only hearing a soft chuckle in the air. Instinctively, Hermes turned to locate the source of the laughter. Suddenly, his chin was grasped by a hand with defined knuckles. Compelling him to lift his gaze, he found himself staring directly into Gu Chang's eyes, which were filled with a mix of emotions, causing a shiver down his spine. Contrary to his expectations, this kiss was not the gentle and fleeting kind he had known. Instead, it bore an intensity laden with deep emotion. As Hermes' back pressed firmly against the hard, slightly cool chair, Gu Chang's warm palm cradled the back of his neck, forcing him to tilt his head back. Surrendering his breath inch by inch, their locked gazes felt like the most intimate collision between two hearts, accompanied by a delightful tingling sensation that spread along Hermes' spine, permeating his entire being. Hermes was the first to falter, breaking the gaze, but Gu Chang would not allow it. He forcibly redirected Hermes' head, compelling him to meet his gaze once more. Hermes' eyes widened slightly, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he was helpless, unable to voice his thoughts. Gu Chang's eyes sparkled mischievously as he leaned back slightly, whispering into Hermes' ear, General, I adore the way your eyes seem to be filled with me. The warmth of his breath sent shivers down Hermes' neck. So, please, continue to gaze at me, all right? Chapter 80. Once released, Hermes was finally able to catch his breath, his chest rising and falling gently, evidently having been deprived of oxygen moments earlier, upon hearing the sovereign's words. A flutter of excitement coursed through him, settling deep in his heart. Hermes' eyes, glistening with moisture, met Gu Chang's, and in that instant, his heart softened. Hearing a commotion outside, Gu Chang gently pressed a kiss to the corner of Hermes' lips. "General, you should tidy yourself up. We have arrived at the military base. As he predicted, the insects outside, perhaps having grown impatient waiting for a response, knocked loudly on the door. Gu Chang replied, and soon the noise subsided. Footsteps gradually fading away. Hermes, as if awakening from a dream, hastily sat up, and under Gu Chang's watchful gaze, he blushed as he adjusted his somewhat disheveled military uniform. After disembarking from the starship, a blue-eyed female insect scrutinized the general walking ahead. Puzzled by the redness of his complexion, wondering if the weather had turned unseasonably warm, the blue-eyed female glanced up at the sparse white clouds in the sky, which clearly indicated a cool, overcast day, leaving her in self-doubt. Hermes' steps were noticeably quicker than usual, and upon observing this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Gu Chang's eyes. Just as they entered the military base, they encountered Leiter. "General, Your Highness Gu Chang?" Leiter's gaze lingered on Gu Chang, his expression one of surprise. Just days prior, he had heard rumors of Gu Chang's disappearance, and the general had appeared sullen and distressed, as if ready to devour an insect. Those of them who relied on the general for their livelihood had endured a rather difficult few days. Yet now, the general looked revitalized, a stark contrast to his previously low spirits. Suddenly, Leiter's attention sharpened. "How did you come to have that on your ankle?" he exclaimed, his gaze dropping to Gu Chang's ankle. Unable to contain his shock, Hermes' attention was drawn as well. However, in the next moment, his gaze seemed glued to the sight before him. The metal ring around Gu Chang's ankle made his expression darken considerably. They had placed a mental restraint ring on the sovereign. It was no wonder Leiter was taken aback. Imperial males were always meticulously cared for. So how could such a thing be found on them? This revelation left Leiter utterly astonished and furious. How dare those coarse females from the southern tribe act so brazenly? Hermes, on the other hand, was filled with guilt. "I am sorry, Sovereign. I failed to notice this earlier." Gu Chang shook his head. "The female was too shy to meet my gaze for long. How could you have noticed? Besides, it poses no real harm to me." Gu Chang felt it was not a significant issue. It could simply be removed later. However, Hermes appeared utterly unwilling to let that wretched restraint ring linger on Gu Chang for even a second longer. "Sovereign, let us find Darren. He can assist you in removing it. The restraint ring belonged to the southern tribe, and Darren had traveled there previously, so we should have a solution." As Hermes had anticipated, Darren was able to remove the restraint ring after a brief effort. "I never expected you to have been kidnapped by those southern ruffians. No one had anticipated the southern tribe would be audacious enough to abduct an imperial male so brazenly. Perhaps Cam and his companions had calculated this very outcome, believing that no one would suspect them. In the afternoon, both Burn and Zeiss arrived simultaneously. Upon seeing them, Gu Chang paused momentarily. The two insects bore expressions of guilt, especially evident when they met Gu Chang's gaze. "Gu Chang, I never anticipated you would be kidnapped. Had I not asked you for assistance, this might not have happened." Burn lamented. Zeiss spoke up, taking the blame upon himself. "Had it not been for your rescue, Your Highness Gu Chang might have been unharmed." "Zeiss, do not shoulder all the blame alone," Burn interjected, clearly displeased with Zeiss' self-reproach. Gu Chang raised an eyebrow, observing the two insects who seemed eager to take the blame upon themselves. The scene struck him as oddly amusing. Moreover, the two appeared to have grown closer than before, their exchanges more familiar. Gu Chang promptly intervened. "All right, even without the incident of rescuing Zeiss, Cam and his group had made up their minds to abduct me. It was merely a matter of time. This has nothing to do with either of you." Gu Chang appeared unconcerned about the matter, his expression nonchalant. Burn, witnessing Gu Chang's magnanimity, was taken aback. "You truly are not angry?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chang shook his head, wondering what there was to be angry about, as this misfortune was merely his own. Burn's eyes gleamed brighter as he fixed his gaze on Gu Chang. "And at last," he exclaimed, "I knew you were a splendid buck." Gu Chang, observing Burn's spirited demeanor, found himself perplexed by how he had suddenly been bestowed with the title of a splendid buck. Burn continued, "I want to be friends with you." As Gu Chang regarded Burn's flushed face, illuminated by his excitement, he slowly blinked, contemplating whether he had truly traversed into the insect realm and gained a local male insect as a companion. Burn had not encountered a bug so to his liking in quite some time. Even before they had grown familiar, Gu Chang had unhesitatingly lent a hand to Burn, unlike certain male insects who were filled with malice, intent only on causing harm to others. The last incident involving Chaste being captured and sold at the female slave auction had their fingerprints all over it. Strictly speaking, Chaste had become entangled because of Burn. Burn did not associate with such male insects. The male insects. Burn and Gu Chang were an odd pair due to their close camaraderie. They dared not provoke Gu Chang, as Burn was also a male insect. After suffering a setback at Gu Chang's hands, they turned their malicious intentions towards Chaste, who was merely a female insect. Male insects had always regarded females with disdain. Burn began to rattle off a series of names. And upon hearing one, Gu Chang furrowed his brow. Gavin, that name sounded so familiar. It turned out some insects would continuously leap into your line of sight. Gu Chang could certainly relate to that now. For the time being, we won't be seeing them, Burn said with a gleeful smirk. Under Gu Chang's inquiring gaze, he added, the male insects involved in this matter have been sentenced to community service. As Burn continued speaking, he seemed to express a sense of regret, albeit for a short duration. However, in truth, the male insects would likely not have faced even this mild punishment. With that thought, Burn cast a somewhat guilty glance at Gu Chang. Admitting, I may have invoked your name a bit to intimidate the Regulatory Council into increasing the penalties for those male insects. Gu Chang responded with a simple, all right. And in the infirmary, Gu Chang found himself with little to do. So he casually picked up a book to read. Halfway through, he turned his wrist to check the time. There was still half an hour until the end of his shift. That he marked his place with a bookmark and closed the book. Surprisingly, he did not head directly to find Hermes but instead exited the military department first. Rhett, from a distance, caught sight of Gu Chang's retreating figure and was taken aback momentarily. For Gu Chang typically left work alongside the general. At least, that was how Rhett had always seen it. What was going on today? As a result, when Rhett went to report to the general, he was somewhat distracted, wondering if Gu Chang's unusual behavior indicated a quarrel with the general. The myriad thoughts clouding Rhett's expression did not escape Hermes's keen eyes, prompting him to interrupt Rhett before he could continue his report. Deputy Rhett, please refrain from bringing personal matters into the workplace. Chapter 81. Love. Hermes cast a glance at him, and Rhett's expression was conflicted, internally debating whether he should speak up. Yet, what if the situation was not as he imagined? Under the oppressive gaze of Hermes, Rhett finally stammered, I just saw Gu Chang exit the military department. Hermes's pen slipped slightly, and he frowned, looking down to see his signature marred by the unexpected stroke. The sight was jarring. Rhett's words indeed momentarily stunned Hermes. Had the male lord gone home first? Had he not waited? Rhett's unfinished thoughts mirrored Hermes's own musings. The general's expression visibly shifted, and Rhett suddenly regretted whether he should have mentioned this to him. Internally, Rhett grumbled, General, this is something you wanted to know. Rhett's words jolted Hermes into realization. He had grown accustomed to the male lord knocking on his office door after work, beckoning him to return home together. The male lord may have other matters to attend to, he mused, as if explaining to Rhett, yet also to himself. Observing Hermes's dazed expression, which lacked his usual commanding presence, Rhett silently shook his head. Thinking how love-struck the male insect had become, unbeknownst to Gu Chang, his mere departure had been witnessed by others, sparking an entirely unfounded misunderstanding. Upon returning to the military department, he happened to spot Hermes opening the hatch of a vessel. Preparing to board. Gu Chang glanced at the time, realizing he had already missed the end of the workday by 7 minutes. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had left a bit earlier. Had he delayed any longer, he would have truly missed Hermes. Seeing Hermes lift a leg to board the vessel, Gu Chang quickened his pace, a hint of urgency in his expression as he called out, Hermes. After work, Hermes experienced an indescribable sense of melancholy. His thin lips pressed together lightly. Perhaps the male lord's affectionate gesture earlier that morning had left him yearning for the essence that belonged to the male. The male lord's elusive demeanor filled him with uncertainty. As Hermes prepared to leave, a familiar voice suddenly resonated behind him. It was the male lord. Without turning around, Hermes had already deduced the answer by the shock that spread across his face. And upon turning, he indeed saw the male lord rushing towards him. However, had not Rhett mentioned that the male lord had exited the military department? Why had he returned now? Countless questions swirled within Hermes' mind. Gu Chang had already come to a halt before him, taking small breaths. Having run a bit too hastily, he murmured with a hint of joy, Fortunately, I made it just in time. That I thought you had gone home already. Gu Chang tilted his head in confusion. If I were to work at the military department, wouldn't we typically leave together? This was indeed an unspoken agreement between the two of them. Hermes opened his mouth, intending to inquire why the male lord had exited the military department earlier, but his gaze drifted behind Gu Chang, and he noticed, with a furrowed brow, that Gu Chang's right hand was concealed behind his back. as if hiding something. Seeing the female insect's inquisitive gaze, Guchang gently smiled, turning his wrist to reveal what he had concealed, presenting it to Hermes. His tone rose slightly. "My dear female lord, this is a flower for you." A vibrant bouquet of flowers abruptly entered Hermes's view, stunningly beautiful and fragrant. His expression reflected astonishment, even causing him to momentarily catch his breath. Hermes raised his gaze to the male lord, his voice uncertain. "So, you just went to buy me flowers?" "Yes," Guchang nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Over half an hour ago, Guchang had piloted a vessel to a flower shop in the central square. He had searched online, discovering that this shop in the empire offered the widest variety of flowers. He entered, but looked up, surprised to see a male insect stepping into the store. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" But assumed the male insect had encountered some trouble, as his subconscious did not believe that a male would come to purchase flowers. It was always the female buying flowers for the male. The reverse was not something but could fathom that his astonishment. He heard the male insect say, "I would like to buy a bouquet," but stood frozen in disbelief. What? A male insect is genuinely here to buy flowers? While Butz was momentarily stunned, Guchang had already begun to browse through the flowers in the shop, which indeed boasted a plethora of choices: red, white, yellow, purple, leaving Guchang momentarily overwhelmed. Butz, regaining his senses, approached Guchang and asked, "Sir, may I inquire for whom you are purchasing these flowers? I could offer some recommendations." "These are for my female lord," Guchang replied. "What? For a female insect?" Butz, having worked in the industry for so many years, was witnessing a male insect buying flowers for a female insect for the first time. This female insect was truly fortunate, but couldn't help but glance at Guchang a few more times before he proceeded to recommend several popular flower varieties. "Do you like them?" Guchang asked after Hermes accepted the flowers. Noticing that Hermes had remained silent for quite some time, he had indeed declined the flowers recommended by the shopkeeper, choosing instead the ones that had caught his eye first. However, Hermes's prolonged silence made Guchang uneasy. Surely, he did not dislike the flowers he had chosen. Had he misstepped? "I like them, my lord." Hermes's response soothed Guchang's inner turmoil. Hermes simply had not anticipated that the male lord would present him with flowers. With his heart at ease, Guchang felt relieved that Hermes liked them. Holding the flowers, Hermes lowered his gaze to admire their beauty, but Guchang noticed that Hermes seemed to be hesitating, as if he had something to say. Guchang inquired, "What is it?" Hermes stared at the flowers for a while, gathering his thoughts. "The flowers are indeed beautiful, but this color seems rather uncommon." Guchang spoke ambiguously, stating that it was uncommon. "Yet general, do you not feel a sense of familiarity?" Hermes was momentarily taken aback by Guchang's inquiry. He lowered his gaze and studied the flowers again before shaking his head. He was not aware of it. Guchang's eyes suddenly sparkled. "How could the general not perceive this? Do you not think it resembles your own eye color?" "What? Could it truly be that the color of the flowers was akin to his own eyes?" Hermes felt a buzzing in his head. When Guchang entered the shop, he was captivated by this bouquet. It was vibrant and dazzling, even more splendid than the most radiant sun. Now, as Hermes cradled the bouquet, Guchang felt that something was slightly amiss. It simply lacked the allure of Hermes' glass-like golden eyes. Hermes harbored a secret delight, realizing that the golden flowers gifted by the sovereign held this significance. He murmured softly, "If that is the case, then the color of the flowers being red seems less important." Guchang caught the words of the female insect, raising an eyebrow, although Hermes spoke softly. He was clearly heard. Hermes had just been momentarily distracted and had unwittingly expressed his innermost thoughts. Why must the flowers be red? Hermes felt caught, his expression awkward, yet he whispered, "I have heard that among closely bonded insects, red flowers are typically exchanged." The female insect's words were veiled. Guchang raised an eyebrow. "General, you mean to say that red symbolizes love, correct?" Chapter 82. At last, I have found you, love? Hermes froze at the mention. In his memory, this word existed only in ancient Earth. Beautiful yet illusory. A desire that was within reach but ultimately unattainable. Could love truly exist between male and female insects? Hermes' inexplicable concern regarding the color red stemmed from the fact that the female insects pursuing male insects typically offered fiery red flowers. To him, red represented affection. Hermes was rather greedy. He wished for the sovereign to favor him a little more. The love that the sovereign spoke of, in Hermes' understanding, was a deeper emotion than mere fondness. At that moment, Hermes was at a loss for words, his ears flushing with heat. He realized he had been overly sentimental. The sovereign had never expressed any affection towards him, so how could he dare to yearn for something even more ethereal? Seeing the female insect's silence, Gu Cheng assumed he was merely shy. He swiftly changed the subject, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, stating, "General, I shall buy you something you desire next time." Upon hearing the sovereign's words, Hermes abruptly lifted his gaze. Did it imply what he thought it did? Although the sovereign said nothing more, Hermes felt the suffocating tension in his chest dissipate entirely. Gu Cheng observed the sudden brightness in the female insect's eyes, seemingly pleased with his previous remark. A smile played on Gu Cheng's lips, non-committal, yet the uplifted mood of Hermes further brightened his own spirits. Hermes held the flowers tightly, his mind still lingering on the sovereign's promise. Suddenly, his keen eyes caught sight of a certain insect emerging from the military compound not far away. Hermes' gaze flickered, and he called out to him. Typically, this was the time when Rhett would be nearing home. However, he had just been summoned by Minister Ebo to assist with an urgent matter, hence his delayed departure today. As Rhett stepped out of the military gate, he heard the general calling his name. After working together for so many years, Rhett was intimately familiar with the general's voice. He glanced forward and was taken aback to see the general alongside his sovereign. Hadn't he just seen Gu Cheng leave the military compound? It seemed the sovereign had not returned directly after all. Naturally, Rhett noticed other details as well. His gaze fell on the stunning bouquet in the general's arms. It was impossible not to notice such a striking arrangement. His expression shifted dramatically. So, the sovereign had gone out to buy flowers for the general? This was utterly enviable. Why? How could the general find such an admirable sovereign? Tears of envy welled in Rhett's eyes. Following that, he heard the general say to him, "Vice Officer Rhett, please refrain from making unfounded assumptions in the future." Rhett. He stared at the general, whose expression was a mix of subtle joy and a hint of pride. His own face frozen in disbelief. The general could display such a rich array of emotions. Rhett. General, do not fall too deeply in love. Overwhelmed with bitterness from being force-fed so much jealousy, Rhett fixed his gaze on the retreating figures of the general and the sovereign, as if trying to bore a hole through them with his stare. He loathed this world. Throughout the journey home, Hermes never released his grip on the flowers. Upon arriving, Gu Cheng observed Hermes placing the bouquet in a vase, setting it upon the living room table. The vibrant flowers in the vase brightened the entire room. Gu Cheng silently watched Hermes' series of actions, unable to suppress a smile. It appeared the female insect genuinely cherished these flowers. Perhaps he would buy him more in the future. Hermes gently caressed the delicate petals, treating them as if they were fragile treasures. Initially, he intended to place the flowers in his bedroom so that he could see them every morning upon waking. However, in the end, Hermes decided to display them prominently in the living room, harboring a secret hope that the sovereign would also notice these flowers each morning. After washing up, Gu Cheng collapsed onto the soft bed. In recent days, he had been sleeping in a rather makeshift manner, barely leaning against the corner. Each morning, he awoke with a sore waist and neck, restless in his slumber. Now, as Gu Cheng sank into the plush bed, he sighed contentedly. Indeed, the bed at home was the most comfortable. Perhaps he had been overly exhausted in the past few days, for he fell asleep shortly after lying down. However, in the dead of night, Gu Cheng awoke in a daze, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Slipping on his slippers, he descended the stairs to fetch a glass of water. In the quiet house, all that could be heard was the sound of water pouring. Gu Cheng, still somewhat groggy, cradled the glass and drank slowly. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence. "At last, I have found you. Gu Cheng." He froze mid-drink. This voice did not belong to Hermes. A chill crept down his spine as he slowly turned his head, meeting the gaze of a blue-haired female insect. He possessed a striking appearance, with high cheekbones and a nose that was elegantly sculpted. His eyes, though holding a faint smile, lacked warmth, exuding an air of arrogance. Gu Cheng could not recall any insect matching this description in his memory. "Who are you?" Gu Cheng furrowed his brow, retreating a step in caution. This was an area populated by nobles, with top-notch security. It was inconceivable that an insect could simply enter his home. Gu Cheng discreetly glanced behind the blue-haired insect, questioning how they had managed to gain entry. The male insect's heightened alertness only served to raise the blue-haired insect's eyebrows. He did not answer Gu Cheng's question. Instead, he cryptically remarked, "I never expected you to be sharing a room apart from Hermes. It seems their relationship is not as harmonious as rumored." The female insect casually twirled his fingertips, unbuttoning his collar to reveal a chest brimming with wildness. The slightly languid tone of his voice rose, hinting at an underlying provocation. He continued, "What, is it that he does not please you enough?" Chapter 83. Look at me more. What do you mean? The blue-haired insect continued to unbutton his shirt, reaching the third button when Gu Cheng furrowed his brow and intervened. The smirk on the blue-haired insect's lips was mischievous. He paused but then abruptly pulled his collar down a bit more. I can be more to your liking than he is. After uttering this ambiguous statement, Gu Cheng frowned fiercely. Was this blue-haired insect attempting to seduce him in the dead of night? How absurd. Curtis, do you think I do not exist? A cold, sharp voice echoed. Laced with suppressed anger, Ji Yucheng turned to see Hermes, who had been lurking around the corner for an unknown duration. Curtis raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening, as if he had long been aware of Hermes' presence. Your sovereign certainly appears quite admirable, Curtis remarked. Casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Cheng. Ji Yucheng's expression turned difficult to interpret. Hermes' face darkened as he witnessed Curtis so brazenly attempting to seduce his sovereign in front of him. Curtis, do not get carried away. In response, Curtis shrugged indifferently, smirking as he cast a knowing glance at Gu Cheng. Hermes, you should keep a close watch on your sovereign. Be cautious, or he may just follow me away. Do not dream. Hermes shot him an irritated glare. As he spoke, Hermes turned to Gu Cheng, as if addressing Curtis while also reassuring himself. My sovereign would never so easily follow you. That is not a certainty. Curtis raised his chin haughtily, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Your sovereign did not reject me just now. Hermes' expression suddenly froze, and he cast a glance at Gu Cheng. Indeed, the sovereign had not explicitly rejected Curtis just moments ago. However, Hermes pressed his lips together, recalling that the sovereign had previously stated he would only have one Ji Yucheng, oblivious to the sudden drop in Hermes' demeanor. Found himself at a loss after hearing Curtis's words. Fearing that Hermes might misunderstand, Gu Cheng quickly clarified, don't be so full of yourself. Upon hearing the sovereign bug's words, Curtis, who had been smiling casually, suddenly became stiff. The sovereign's statement was not yet finished. Ji Yucheng continued, I'm not interested in you. Although Hermes had unexpectedly appeared earlier, Gu Cheng had not declined immediately and was unsure how he had given Curtis such a false impression. Now, however, he had rejected him outright. Curtis's expression finally shattered, darkening as no bug dared to tread so boldly on his pride. He scrutinized Hermes, perplexed as to why the sovereign bug would so decisively turn him down now. Was he truly inferior to Hermes? In stark contrast to Curtis's grim demeanor, Hermes appeared relaxed, his heart soaring at the sight of the sovereign firmly rejecting Curtis. The sovereign clearly did not favor the type of bug that Curtis represented. You will regret this, Curtis warned Gu Cheng, asserting that this sovereign bug's judgment was questionable. Hermes, dissatisfied with Curtis's persistent harassment of the sovereign, warned, this is not a place for you. Please leave. Curtis shook his head. Hermes, we finally meet, and you're so quick to send me away. How heartless. Ignoring him, Hermes' expression darkened as he noticed Curtis's lack of action. Don't make me take action, he warned. Curtis clicked his tongue. Hermes, you truly are petty. It's already quite late. I have no desire to fight with you. Hermes was notoriously difficult. Their encounters rarely lasted less than 2 hours. Curtis was in a foul mood and certainly did not wish to engage in a brawl with Hermes. He cast one last glance at Gu Cheng before turning to leave. Ji Yucheng, puzzled by Curtis's gaze, watched his retreating figure, curious about how he had gained entry in the first place, perhaps because Gu Cheng lingered with his gaze a bit too long. Hermes' expression soured. Sovereign, Gu Cheng inquired, noticing the female bug's drooping eyelids, revealing a hint of discontent. What troubles you? Hermes recalled how Curtis had shamelessly attempted to seduce the sovereign, igniting a surge of anger within him as he muttered, my figure is better than his. Ji Yucheng, bewildered by Hermes' words, watched in astonishment as he began to unbutton his clothing. Ji Yucheng felt utterly flabbergasted. Why was everyone suddenly unbuttoning their clothing in front of him today? As Hermes revealed a significant portion of his chest, a hint of crimson visible beneath the fabric, Gu Cheng quickly grasped the female bug's hand, preventing any further actions. The sovereign Hermes' gaze fell upon the distinctly fairer hand resting atop his own, and his expression darkened. The sovereign had cast a glance at Curtis. Why was he unwilling to even spare a glance in his direction? Had Gu Cheng known of Hermes' internal monologue, he would have protested vehemently. Gu Cheng swore that when Curtis had begun to unbutton his clothing, he had averted his gaze. He had constantly reminded himself that he was a bug with a queen. At that moment, Hermes' voice reached Gu Cheng's ears, tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. Hermes continued, Sovereign, do not look at him too much. Instead, look at me. Summoning an audacity he did not quite understand, he took the sovereign's hand and held it firmly in his grasp before pulling away. Hermes' dexterous fingers swiftly undid the final button. Ji Yucheng's pupils dilated as he began to comprehend the female bug's peculiar behavior. Didn't he look at him? He approached me, and began unbuttoning without a word. I only saw him for that initial glance. Knowing that the female bug might have misunderstood, Gucheng hastily explained that he was not the type of bug with fickle affections. Hermes pursed his lips, refusing to relent. If that is the case, then why have you not looked at me properly since the beginning? Gucheng replied, do you dislike my body, which is why you have not been willing to touch me? Observing Hermes's head drooping lower, as though he were deeply affected, Gucheng hastily waved his hands. Of course not. Was Hermes truly so lacking in self-confidence? Did he not realize how enticing he was? Chapter 84. Stubbornness. Upon hearing the sovereign's words, Hermes lifted his head, though his expression remained skeptical, as if he needed to extract a definitive answer from Gucheng. The longing in the female bug's eyes did not escape Gucheng's notice, and he sighed softly. General, I certainly do like you, really? Hermes's eyes brightened, the sovereign's words filling him with joy. Absolutely, Gucheng affirmed. Nodding, he observed the rosy hue blooming on Hermes's cheeks due to his elation, and he did not mind bringing Hermes a little more happiness. Hermes's heart soared uncontrollably, but as a thought crossed his mind, he hesitantly asked, then why don't you sleep with me, that damned Curtis? Upon discovering that he and the sovereign slept in separate rooms, had the audacity to exploit that knowledge. Hermes would not permit such a situation to occur. Gucheng hesitated. He could not simply state that he felt their progress was too rapid. On Earth, one typically dates before gradually progressing to marriage and children. However, their current circumstances were far from conventional, considering Gucheng had already married a wife from the outset, a significant leap in the life of a bug. Hermes could not possibly comprehend Gucheng's perspective. In the bug realm, customs were more liberal. If a male and female bug found mutual attraction, it was not uncommon for them to end up in bed within moments. After considerable thought, Gucheng finally replied, I feel that such matters might still be a bit premature for us. Indeed, as a native bug, Hermes's brow furrowed at Gucheng's words. How could it be too early? They had confirmed their marital relationship for several months already. In other bug families, they would already be on their way to having offspring. Yet, his sovereign had not even dared to touch him. Such thoughts plagued Hermes's mind. Observing the worsening expression on the female bug's face, Gucheng wondered if he had misspoken. Sovereign, please show me proof. Prove that you like me. Gucheng found himself increasingly bewildered by the female bug's continuous requests. With pursed lips, the female bug appeared somewhat defiant in the glow of the indoor lights. Gucheng sighed, wrapping an arm around the female bug's waist, feeling the warmth of bare skin beneath his palm. He tightened his grip slightly, pulling the bug closer toward himself. Hermes, caught off guard, stumbled a few steps in Gucheng's direction, and upon steadying himself, found his gaze locked with Gucheng's deep eyes. They were mere inches apart, the warmth of their breaths mingling palpably between them. Then, Hermes heard the sovereign inquire, General, do you require me to do something? His hand was lightly grazing the female bug's waist. Almost as a warning. Gucheng's intention was clear. He wanted Hermes to back off. However, reality proved otherwise. Gucheng watched, stupefied, as the female bug placed his hand upon Gucheng's chest, though Hermes's ears flushed with color. His tone remained resolute. Sovereign, I have stated that I will not refuse any of your requests. You may do anything to me. A thunderous sound echoed in Gucheng's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. Both the scene before him and the fervent words just uttered by the female bug robbed him of coherent thought. How could one be so enticing? Gucheng articulated each word with great effort, his voice as though squeezed from his teeth. General, are you certain you won't regret this? I will not regret it. Sovereign. Gucheng could feel the rapid heartbeat of the female bug beneath his palm, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. The sovereign's gaze seemed to shift, and just when Hermes assumed the sovereign was about to take action, the hand beneath his palm suddenly withdrew, and he watched as the sovereign turned his back and departed. General, it's best not to dwell on such matters at this hour. Hermes stared forlornly at the figure disappearing around the corner, his head drooping in defeat. Why does the male sovereign appear reluctant? Gucheng's footsteps as he departed were tinged with a hint of urgency. Upon returning to his bedroom, he leaned against the door, patting his wildly racing heart, his mind still replaying the previous scene. Alas, he nearly succumbed to temptation. In the dead of night, perhaps it would be wise to cherish one's body a little more. Gucheng harbored a fear of sudden demise. The following day, as the morning light began to filter in, Gucheng opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, throwing off the covers and gazing into the mirror, only to be met with the sight of two prominent dark circles under his eyes. After returning to his room yesterday, he had tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. When Hermes descended the stairs and caught sight of Gu Cheng on the sofa, he paused in surprise. It was unusual for the male sovereign to rise earlier than he did. This seemed to be a first. As he approached, he noticed the male sovereign's eyes were tinged with fatigue and couldn't help but inquire, "My lord, did you not sleep well last night?" Upon seeing the culprit behind his weariness, Gu Cheng felt a surge of indignation. Blame it on that restless female who had invaded his thoughts. Yet, Gu Cheng ultimately downplayed it, responding nonchalantly, "I had insomnia." Hermes furrowed his brow at this. "I could fetch some calming aromatherapy for you." Gu Cheng shook his head, feeling too embarrassed to divulge the true nature of his sleeplessness. Hermes, disapproving of the male sovereign's refusal, thought to himself that if insomnia became a serious issue, it would surely take a toll on his health. Ever since Byrne had mentioned establishing a friendship with Gu Cheng, it seemed he often encountered Byrne in the infirmary. Curiously, Gu Cheng asked, "Haven't you completed your quota for this month?" Byrne, caught off guard by Gu Cheng's gaze, averted his eyes slightly. In truth, he had long since completed it. He feigned nonchalance, chuckling, "I was simply bored at home and came to find you." His excuse was flimsy enough to elicit a twitch of Gu Cheng's lips. He certainly didn't believe their relationship had progressed to such a level. "Honestly, are you here to seek out Chaste?" Gu Cheng had suspected as much and, observing Byrne's evident discomfort, felt increasingly convinced he had uncovered the truth. Gu Cheng's intuition proved correct, as Byrne, no longer concealing his intentions, expressed his frustration. "But Chaste has been avoiding me for some reason, even though everything seemed fine yesterday." Looking at Gu Cheng, he added, "Do you have any idea what is going on? Are the thoughts of females really that hard to decipher?" Gu Cheng blinked slowly, puzzled by Byrne's sudden inquiry. Byrne seemed to read his mind, sighing with a hint of jealousy. "Last time you were kidnapped by the southern insects, the general was so worried about you. You must have some charm to make him care for you so deeply." Byrne's unexpected request for advice left Gu Cheng bewildered. "You're not thinking of hiding something from me, are you?" Gu Cheng replied, perplexed. Under pressure, he reluctantly suggested, "Why not just ask him directly? Perhaps bring him something he likes." Byrne's expression became somewhat inscrutable as he swallowed hard, then queried, "Well, if I were to play it smart, what do you think a female would appreciate? Mechas, the latest flight devices, or—" Gu Cheng's gaze drifted off thoughtfully, "red flowers." Chapter 85. A little secret during the midday break at the military headquarters. Hermes unusually chose not to rest there, opting instead to pilot a craft to purchase a calming aromatherapy. Although the male sovereign had declined, Hermes felt it was a necessity. Passing by a shop, he paused, taking a closer look. The shop assistant's eyes brightened upon seeing the customer. Noticing Hermes in his military attire, the assistant quickly grasped the situation. "Are you seeking to win over the male sovereign?" The female insect spoke candidly and without reservation. Hermes, caught off guard by the assistant's insight, pursed his lips but remained silent. The assistant, seeing his reaction, encouraged, "Don't be shy, you can come in and browse. All the females who have visited us have returned with positive feedback." With a meaningful raise of his eyebrows, the assistant added, "I'm sure there are things here that your sovereign would adore." Initially hesitant, Hermes found himself swayed by the assistant's words, and before he realized it, he had stepped halfway into the store. A quick glance revealed a plethora of items aimed at enhancing relationships, some of which he couldn't even identify. Would the sovereign truly appreciate these? The assistant noted Hermes's confusion and remarked, "You haven't purchased such items before, have you?" Upon receiving a nod from Hermes, the assistant patted his chest reassuringly. "It's perfectly fine to be a first-timer, but I'll recommend the highest-rated products. You won't go wrong with these, and your sovereign will surely fall for you." With a wink, the assistant added a touch of flirtation. Hermes, captivated, questioned, "Really? Is it truly that effective?" The assistant enthusiastically promoted the items, leaving Hermes overwhelmed, and some were rather embarrassing. "Do male insects genuinely enjoy this kind of thing?" Hermes questioned skeptically. "Absolutely." The assistant replied with a swift nod, dismissing any doubts. "This conclusion is drawn from the experiences of many females." Hermes held a pair of handcuffs thoughtfully. Suddenly, a voice laced with disdain interrupted from behind. "Is the usually aloof and dignified general here trying to figure out how to please a male sovereign?" Upon turning, Hermes found himself facing Imoli, whose smile bore a malicious intent. Seeing Hermes' silence, Imoli assumed he had struck a nerve and continued, "Am I right to guess I've touched a sensitive subject?" Hermes, growing weary of Imoli's incessant prattling, furrowed his brow. "Imoli, this is none of your business." Imoli clutched his chest in mock injury, feigning concern. "General, I merely wish to show my care for you." Hermes, momentarily at a loss for words, was about to insist he didn't need Imoli's concern when he suddenly felt a chill. Imoli continued, "General, I've never caught a whiff of male pheromones from you. I asset that Gu Qing is unwilling to engage with you." He feigned sympathy, sighing dramatically. It's no wonder muscular military males typically don't attract male sovereigns. The sovereign had indeed mentioned an attraction to him. However, Imoli was not wrong in stating that the sovereign had yet to engage physically with him, a fact Hermes could not dispute. "Imoli, the matters between me and the sovereign do not require your input." Hermes's gaze turned icy as he warned Imoli not to overstep his bounds. Yet, Imoli seemed oblivious to the warning and surveyed the store before returning his gaze to Hermes, a mixture of mockery and pity in his expression. "I can hardly imagine you on your knees begging for the affection of a male sovereign." With each taunt, Hermes's expression darkened, and he dismissed the female insect with irritation. Imoli, undeterred, shrugged nonchalantly as he stepped outside. Casting a lingering glance back at Hermes, his eyes filled with intrigue. Hermes, possessing a resilient disposition, refused to let Imoli's provocations dampen his spirits. As he exited the store with his shopping bag, he pondered what the sovereign's reaction would be. He felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping the assistant hadn't steered him wrong. Today, Gu Cheng had summoned Hermes after work, sensing something amiss with the insects around him. He felt as though Hermes's gaze lingered on him. Sometimes barely perceptible, however, whenever Gu Cheng looked in his direction, Hermes maintained a steady gaze ahead, betraying no signs of irregularity. Gu Cheng finally inquired, "Hermes, do you have something you wish to discuss?" Suddenly called out. Hermes stiffened slightly, though it was barely noticeable. He shook his head in denial, his expression a mix of confusion, as if he didn't understand why Gu Cheng would ask. "No, my lord." Hermes's denial was swift. Yet he was oblivious to the myriad of small gestures he exhibited while lying. Gu Cheng smirked subtly, his gaze drifting to Hermes's curled fingers and the unconscious fidgeting of fabric. So, Hermes harbored a little secret too. Gu Cheng chose not to pry further. If Hermes was unwilling to share, it was likely for a reason. He boarded the craft first, and upon sitting down, he caught sight of a black bag tucked away in a corner. Gu Cheng distinctly recalled that there had been nothing there earlier in the morning. "Hermes, did you buy something?" The shopping bag bore the emblem of the Central Plaza. It was clearly not Gu Cheng's. Leaving Hermes as the only possible owner, taken aback that Gu Cheng had noticed the bag immediately upon entering, Hermes, who had deliberately placed it in a concealed spot, slowly nodded under Gu Cheng's scrutinizing gaze. Gu Cheng, still unaware of anything unusual, casually asked, "Did you leave the military headquarters during lunch? What did you purchase?" The military headquarters only offered a brief respite during lunch, making Hermes's visit to the Central Plaza likely at that time. Hermes nodded again, feeling a twinge of guilt, apprehensive that Gu Cheng might open the bag, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "It's calming aromatherapy." Gu Cheng regarded Heng with evident disbelief. Such a large bag could only imply an extravagant purchase of aromatics. Heng felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him as he closely observed the actions of the dominant male. Noticing that the latter showed no intention of peering into the bag to discover its contents, Heng's heart eased considerably. Both men were acutely aware of each other's scrutiny. Clearly, there was something amiss with the bag, and Heng's hidden secret piqued Gu Cheng's curiosity. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Heng clutched the bag tightly, only releasing his breath in relief once he was back in his room. His gaze wandered over the items within, gradually becoming unfocused. Just then, Gu Cheng entered the room. He observed Heng rush inside, closing the door behind him, which struck him as peculiar. However, it wasn't long before Heng emerged once more. During their meal, Heng found himself inexplicably tense, perhaps due to the impending matters at hand, rendering his food tasteless. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared before him. Gu Cheng offered several bites of food. Inquiring, "Are today's dishes not to your liking?" Heng had been fixated on a particular dish before him. Being picky with food was hardly a commendable habit. Chapter 86. My mistake, no. Heng retorted, caught off guard by having his distraction exposed. He glanced at the food Gu Cheng had offered him, feeling a warmth bloom within him. "Thank you, dominant male." The dinner concluded amidst the soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks. As the household's caretaker, Xiao Ai, cleaned up, Heng retrieved one of the garments he had purchased at the Central Plaza and retreated into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded down, gliding over his bare skin. As Heng diligently washed himself, after changing into his new clothes, he picked up the shopping bag from earlier, inhaled deeply, and slowly knocked on Gu Cheng's door. Gu Cheng had a habit of reading before bed, and was currently engrossed in the history of the Zerg's development. His attention wholly absorbed in the text. Just as he became lost in the narrative, a knock at the door interrupted his focus. At this hour, is it he? Gu Cheng marked his place with his thumb to avoid losing it, then slipped on his slippers and opened the door to he. Is something the matter? Gu Cheng inquired as he opened the door. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. He stood before him clad in an outfit that seemed almost deceptive in its playful allure. What was going on? Had someone tricked He into wearing this? He held something in his hand, seemingly on the verge of kneeling. Gu Cheng swiftly grasped his arm, preventing him from doing so. Did I not mention that kneeling is prohibited in our home? He, upon seeing the displeasure etched on Gu Cheng's face, felt a tremor of uncertainty. Had he erred? Biting his lip, he extended the item in his hand towards Gu Cheng, saying, "Dominant male, you may use this to bind me." Gu Cheng's gaze fell upon the metallic chain that gleamed in He grasp, and he could scarcely fathom the sight of it wrapped around the submissive. Bewildered, he remained silent as He, sensing his hesitation, turned to reveal the scattered items behind him. You may choose what you like. Gu Cheng's eyes froze, bewildered by the assortment before him. The book he held slipped from his fingers, landing with a thud on the floor, mirroring his own shock and confusion. He also noticed the shopping bag nearby, the very one he had seen on the aircraft. So this was the secret that He had sought to conceal. "Oh, you not like any of them?" He persisted, his voice insistent in Gu Cheng's ear. The tension in Gu Cheng's forehead tightened, and with a swift motion, he cast the chain away, pulling the still-dazed He into the room and shutting the door with a decisive clatter. He turned back to the closed door, contemplating the items Gu Cheng had discarded. Why? Does the dominant male not like them? I chose them after much deliberation. The store attendant had claimed that submissives could hardly resist such temptations. Had he been deceived? He resolved never to trust sales pitches again. The submissive's actions made Gu Cheng acutely aware that He cared more than he had previously imagined about their relationship, which remained largely unacknowledged. My mistake, Gu Cheng thought, realizing he had inadvertently left He feeling insecure. The latter was puzzled by Gu Cheng's sudden apology, just as he was about to inquire. His words were silenced by a kiss, the unfinished question lodged in his throat. This time, Gu Cheng's fervor surpassed any previous encounters, and He found himself swept onto the bed, sinking into its softness as if caught in a dream. Soon after, a shadow loomed over him, entwined with the scent of Gu Cheng's pheromones. He felt the kiss return, nearly choking him with intensity. As if he might perish in that moment, suddenly, He trembled as Gu Cheng's fingers traced his Zerg markings. "Admiral, your markings are exquisite," Gu Cheng praised, his voice a sultry whisper. "They are a striking and alluring gold, reminiscent of the submissive's eye color, winding from the nape of your neck to your coccyx. Quite sensual." He dared not meet Gu Cheng's gaze. In Zerg culture, markings were profoundly intimate. The compliment ignited a secret joy within him, mingled with a hint of embarrassment. Then, a flurry of kisses fell upon that very spot, causing He eyes to redden uncontrollably, his delicate lashes fluttering. He bit his lip, but Gu Cheng seemed to have grown indifferent to He protests, until He turned his head forcefully to escape, a soft sound escaping his throat. Gu Cheng's voice rang in his ear. "Admiral, there shall be no regrets now." As the words left his lips, He's wrist was captured and pushed above his head, with a flush of crimson on his cheeks. He resisted, but Gu Cheng remained unfazed. "Admiral, I am in love with you." Gu Cheng had heard He's words, demonstrating just how deeply he cherished him. The following day, Gu Cheng was roused from his slumber by the blaring of an alarm clock. When he had not set, likely belonging to he opened his eyes slightly, catching sight of the submissive gently lifting the covers in preparation to rise. He had intended to go to work but was halted as a hand encircled his waist, pulling him back into the warmth of the bed. "Weren't you just saying your legs were weak? And yet, you're off to work?" Gu Cheng's voice floated from behind him, causing He's ears to redden at the recollection of last night's events. "I can manage, dominant male," He murmured softly. "I have already taken the liberty of calling in your absence," Gu Cheng replied lazily, his eyes still heavy with sleep. After bathing He the previous evening, he had sent a message to Lei Te using He's communicator. The submissive had been blissfully unaware as he had fallen into a deep slumber. "What?" He exclaimed, clearly taken aback. His lips parted as he asked, "What reason did you give for my absence?" Though facing away, Gu Cheng could easily picture the anxious expression on He's face. A light chuckle escaped Gu Cheng's throat. "Admiral, fear not. I simply stated that I was unwell and required your care." Upon hearing Gu Cheng's explanation, Heemisi's heart did indeed lighten. Otherwise, Lei Te and the others would surely misconstrue the situation. Chapter 87. A touch of pride. Gu Cheng lingered in bed a while longer, unsure if he had truly fallen asleep again. Heemisi slowly disentangled himself from Gu Cheng's embrace and quietly slipped out of bed. Opening the bedroom door, he noticed the shopping bag from yesterday still resting at the threshold. Something stirred in his thoughts, causing a faint blush to creep over his ears. Ji Yucheng had expressed such fondness for it last night. Heemisi retracted his earlier misconceptions about the store attendant and carefully tucked away the items from the bag. When Gu Cheng descended the stairs, he spotted Heemisi and approached. Wrapping his arms around the submissive from behind. "Wife," he murmured, resting his chin on Heemisi's shoulder, his voice languorous and imbued with the remnants of sleep. Heemisi stiffened momentarily, his legs recalling the lingering sensations from the previous day. "Dominant male? I have never heard you refer to me as that before. What does it mean?" Last night, Gu Cheng had frequently used that term, but Heemisi had been too dazed to inquire further. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Cheng responded, "It means female lord. It is a term from my homeland. Do you like it? If not, I shall refrain from using it in the future." Before Gu Cheng could finish, Heemisi interjected, "I like it. Dominant male. I like it when you call me that." As he spoke, Heemisi's head gradually lowered, and Gu Cheng tilted his own to catch sight of the faint blush on his neck. He noted with amusement how easily flustered Heemisi was, regardless of the occasion. Glancing down, Gu Cheng observed Heemisi impeccably dressed in military attire, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. "Are you heading to work?" The voice behind him suddenly took on a somber tone, and Hermes felt a pang of concern that the Lord would be upset, especially since he had already been granted leave. Nevertheless, Hermes replied, "Yes, my lord." No sooner had he spoken than the hands that had been wrapped around his waist abruptly released him. Leaving Hermes with a fleeting sense of loss, he turned to look at the Lord, only to find that he had already turned away. Ji Yucheng felt a heaviness in his heart. He had already helped Hermes take a day off. So why was he still insisting on going to work? Was it not said that once a female insect is marked for the first time, she develops a bond with the male and yearns to be by his side at all times? Hermes instilled an overwhelming sense of defeat in Gu Cheng. Had he not tried hard enough last night? Upon seeing the Lord's cold, unyielding back, Hermes felt a deep disappointment and wanted to inquire if the Lord was angry, or if he had done something wrong. He opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. The female insect stood at the doorway, head bowed, looking lost and forlorn. Ji Yucheng paused in his drinking. Catching sight of her, entirely unaware of the anxiety his earlier actions had caused the recently marked female, however, he could sense Hermes's current despondency. He set his cup aside and gazed at the female insect, questioning, "What's the matter? Did you not say you would go to work?" Hermes lifted his eyes, and it was then that Gu Cheng noticed the redness around his eyes, as if he were suppressing some deeply distressing emotion. "My lord, I want to go to work. Please don't cast me aside, all right?" The tone carried an endless sense of confusion and helplessness, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Newly marked females often oscillate between hope and despair. Ji Yucheng, absent-minded, felt an urge to punch himself for making his beloved feel this way. It was his fault, his mistake. "General, I will never abandon you." Gu Cheng stepped closer to Hermes, placing a gentle kiss upon his eyelid. "I just thought you were too tired yesterday. You can rest at home today. Missing a day of work is no issue." Gu Cheng, a humble worker on Earth, felt drained at his desk each day. He loathed his job but had to endure it for survival. If he were to stand on stage and recite, "I love my job," he would surely suppress laughter, questioning, "I love my job?" Yet, the sight of Hermes, the general, who genuinely loved his work, made Gu Cheng feel ashamed. The warm touch on his eyelid made Hermes's lashes tremble involuntarily. He was easily soothed, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. "My lord, I'm fine. Female insects are robust. It's nothing." Ji Yucheng looked at Hermes with suspicion, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Then, "General, please prove it to me next time." "All right." Hermes instantly regretted his earlier fib upon seeing the seriousness in the Lord's expression, feeling the markings on his back, where he had received the Lord's tender kiss, tingle with a delightful itch. Ultimately, Hermes did leave for the military department. Ji Yucheng watched the female insect depart until she vanished from view. It was then that he realized Hermes seemed completely oblivious to the significance of the day. Lieutenant Rhett's behavior was peculiar. After the 7th time he covertly glanced at Hermes, the latter caught his gaze with pinpoint accuracy. "Lieutenant Rhett, do you have something to say?" Rhett's gaze flickered, clearly troubled yet adamantly denying any issues. Hermes furrowed his brow, sensing something odd in Rhett's look, and unconsciously touched his own neck. He had not noticed anything amiss when he looked in the mirror that day. He had told the Lord not to leave marks in conspicuous places. Although the Lord had seemed somewhat reluctant at the time, seeing Rhett's tight-lipped demeanor, Hermes buried his questions deep within. Upon exiting the office, Hermes bumped into Minister Ebo. They were meant to pass by each other. Yet Ebo called out to Hermes, "Hermes, it seems your life is quite vibrant now. I used to urge you to find a male insect, but you were reluctant." Ebo winked at him, his expression laden with meaning. "It appears your Lord truly treats you well. It's enough to make others envious." Hermes was baffled, interpreting Ebo's words as praise, and he couldn't help but let a smile grace his lips. "Of course, my Lord has always been very good to me." This was the first time Ebo had seen Hermes subtly trying to boast, and he scoffed inwardly, feeling a twinge of discontent. After all, he had no male to dote on him. The sourness of infatuation was not to be trifled with. Chapter 88. A lifetime. The formidable reputation of Hermes was well known. In the past, whenever he walked down the street, the military females would not dare meet his gaze. Today, however, was different. Numerous eyes followed him as he passed. One or two glances might be bearable, but Hermes truly felt something was amiss. He paused, preparing to ask a fellow insect about this peculiarity. Just then, he was called by a familiar voice. Turning his head, he found it was the red-haired admiral from yesterday. The female insect frowned, pinching her nose in distaste as she looked at Hermes. "General, your male's pheromone scent is rather overwhelming." It dawned on Hermes why so many insects were staring at him today. It was because the Lord's pheromones lingered on him. Yet, Hermes himself did not find it particularly strong. Typically, one would not detect pheromones on a female insect. Males tended to be stingy with their scents, often using them as mere release rather than genuine affection. But Gu Cheng was different, as Hermes recalled yesterday's events. He instinctively clenched his hand at his side. Imoli clicked his tongue, saying, "General, it seems what you bought yesterday worked wonders. This must be your male's first time with you." His words dripped with sarcasm. Hermes assumed Imoli was merely envious. "You need not envy me, Imoli. You can also find a male insect." Upon hearing this, Imoli's face stiffened. Who would envy him? He had no intention of catering to a male. After Hermes finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Imoli scowling at his retreating figure. Today was Hermes's birthday, and he had completely forgotten. Perhaps it was because insects had long lifespans, leading them to place little importance on birthdays. Nonetheless, Gu Cheng resolved to prepare a surprise for Hermes. He first went to purchase the flowers the female insect had longed for. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sun hung low, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Hermes was taken aback to see the Lord at the military department's entrance, holding a vibrant bouquet of red flowers, waving and smiling at him. "Did you come to pick me up, my Lord?" Even though you didn't come to work today, Hermes's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't notice the eagerness in his steps as he approached the Lord. Just then, the bouquet was thrust into his hands, the fiery red blooms consuming his entire field of vision. "General, do you like these flowers?" Gu Cheng's voice brimmed with anticipation. "I do. I really do," Hermes nodded, feeling a deeper affection for the fact that the Lord had remembered his casual mention. Gu Cheng suggested, "Today is a lovely day. Let us go out for a meal." Looking down at the flowers, Hermes thought indeed it was a fine day. He nodded in agreement, not pondering further. In the restaurant, the decor exuded a simple elegance, with gentle music wafting through the air. Following the Lord upstairs, Hermes soon realized that the second floor was filled with private rooms. So, the Lord had booked a private room? Hermes appeared puzzled. Did the Lord not prefer sitting in a corner of the main hall? What was different this time? Gu Cheng had specifically reserved a private room and arranged it ahead of time, believing that a birthday celebration for Hermes required a sense of ceremony. Moreover, he had a personal motive. Today was the first birthday he would celebrate with the female insect, and he wished for her to remember this day forever. Never forgetting him. Gu Cheng did not let the server accompany them. Approaching the entrance of room 3886, he suddenly gasped, clutching his right wrist, which had pricked with sudden pain. "It hurts a bit. Could you open the door?" Gu Cheng's lack of acting talent made his display rather clumsy. The shrewd general, focused entirely on the Lord, had no suspicion of its authenticity. Hermes, anxious, asked, "My Lord, are you all right? Should I take a look?" Gu Cheng stiffened. He was merely pretending, and if Hermes checked, his ruse would be revealed. He took a small step back, denying Hermes the chance to inspect his wrist. "I'm fine. Just open the door quickly." Hermes, unable to refuse, opened the door, intending to check on the Lord after. The moment the door swung open, A sea of vibrant red flooded his vision, resembling a vast expanse of flowers. That moment, the bouquet in Hermes' hand seemed rather inadequate. "Did you prepare this for me?" Hermes struggled to speak, turning to gaze at his master, only to discover that the earlier discomfort and pain had vanished from the latter's visage. It was evident that the excuse had been fabricated merely to prompt him to open the door himself. Gu Qing noncommittally murmured in affirmative, having depleted the nearby florist's supply of Fumica cards for these flowers. Even the shop attendants had repeatedly confirmed whether he truly intended to purchase such a quantity. As Hermes approached, the visual impact became even more pronounced. His eyes swept across the array, and he estimated there to be at least 1,000 blooms. Hermes murmured, "How many are there?" 1314, Gu Qing replied. This number was not an integer. Hermes keenly sensed a deeper significance behind it and inquired, "Why 1314, and not another number?" Gu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. 1314 signifies a lifetime of togetherness. "I hope the general can be with me for a lifetime." Nearly a confession, Hermes felt warmth curling in his chest. He grasped his master's garment and then leaned in. This marked the first time Hermes took the initiative to kiss his master. "I wish to be with you for a lifetime as well." Gu Qing's fingertip brushed his lips, the warmth departing swiftly, akin to the bashful nature of a female insect, although their lips touched only for a fleeting moment. Gu Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. The dishes soon arrived, and noticing that Gu Qing had no intention of picking up his chopsticks, Hermes looked on in confusion. Gu Qing explained, "There are still 2 more dishes." As Hermes stared blankly, Gu Qing clapped his hands, and the waiter entered with a platter. Hermes observed the first dish placed before them, a bowl of noodles. It seemed rather unremarkable, upon seeing the item on the subsequent plate. Hermes asked in perplexity, "What is that?" Gu Qing followed his gaze and quickly replied, "It's a cake that I had intended to make it myself, but after ruining 3 half-finished products due to my clumsiness, I gave up." After explaining the general method to the chef here, he managed to prepare it in less than an hour. A cake. This was something Hermes had not heard of before, his expression reflecting confusion. "General, do you remember what day it is today? Could it truly be a special day?" Hermes strained to recall, but failed to identify the correct answer. Today was neither the day of the empire's founding nor the day he had bonded with his master. Seeing the female insect genuinely unable to remember, Gu Qing finally revealed, "General, today is your birthday. Happy birthday." Chapter 89. The gift. Gu Qing's words struck Hermes like a thunderclap, echoing in his ears. Could it truly be his birthday today? As Hermes gradually gathered his thoughts, he realized that it indeed seemed to be his birthday. Yet, it felt as though he had not celebrated one in ages. In his homeland, birthdays were occasions for singing and enjoying cake. This was the second time Gu Qing had mentioned his homeland today. For reasons unknown, Hermes felt a surge of panic upon hearing this. Although he was presently seated face-to-face with his master, he felt an inexplicable distance between them. Hermes recognized his own ignorance about his master. From Gu Qing's words, it was apparent that he was not from the main star. So, from where did the male insect originate? A second-class star, a third-class star, or perhaps, Hermes suddenly scorned himself, feeling unworthy of his role as a female ruler. He didn't even know where his master's home was when Gu Qing mentioned his homeland. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if lost in nostalgia. Did his master long for his homeland? Hermes couldn't help but ask, "Master, where is your homeland? If you miss it, I can pilot the starship and take you home." "My homeland is in a very distant place," Gu Qing replied, his demeanor turning somewhat somber. Hermes wished to soothe his master's furrowed brow. "The starship travels at a speed of 2,000 light-years. If your homeland is far, it may just take a bit longer, but we can certainly reach it. If you wish to return, how about we go this weekend?" Gu Qing observed the female insect straining to comfort him. Reluctant to reveal that he might never return, that it was no longer a matter of traversing light years. 2 parallel worlds could not converge. "If the opportunity arises, I will take you to my homeland," Gu Qing said, seemingly seeking to alleviate Hermes' worries. The vague wording left Hermes puzzled. If he felt nostalgia, why not act upon it in the present? What was it that bound his master? Hermes had heard Gu Qing say that his homeland was called Blue Star, a beautiful planet. Gu Qing shifted the topic, his gaze returning to the cake on the table, inserting the candles and lighting them. Looking at Hermes, he said, "All right, now you can blow out the candles and make a wish." Hermes' brow furrowed slightly, as if pondering. Ultimately, his gaze settled on his master. "If I make a wish, will it surely come true?" Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "A wish may not necessarily come true. It is merely a beautiful hope that provides us with a positive psychological cue. However, I believe that your wishes will all be fulfilled." Hermes refrained from asking further questions, as Gu Qing sang him a birthday song. Amidst the gentle melody, he made his wish. Upon opening his eyes, a different emotion seemed to flicker within, and he looked at his master, who had ceased singing. Master, the wish I made is shu. Hermes was abruptly interrupted by Gu Qing, who blinked and said, once a wish is spoken, it loses its power. Hermes was unaware of such a superstition. He swallowed the remaining words, burying his wish deep within. Gu Qing stroked his chin, contemplating before suggesting, how about we eat longevity noodles first, and then have the cake? Hermes had no objections to Gu Qing's proposal. Nodding, Gu Qing pushed the bowl of noodles toward Hermes. Upon closer inspection, Hermes realized there was only a single noodle. This exceptionally long noodle was quite intriguing. Hermes had initially thought it was an ordinary one. Gu Qing explained, longevity noodles consist of just one strand, symbolizing long life. Today, Hermes had encountered many peculiar items, whether it be the cake or the longevity noodles. After the meal, Hermes took the flowers home, intending to place a few blooms in various spots throughout his abode. When Gu Qing emerged from the shower, he found Hermes still arranging the flowers, with vases scattered throughout the visible areas. Gu Qing paused his towel-drying motion, glancing at the clock in the living room, and remarked, General, it's getting late. You should hurry and take a shower. Hermes looked up, also checking the time. It was just past 8 o'clock. It didn't seem too late, but Gu Qing insisted, you should wash up. I'll help you with the remaining flowers. The master took the scissors from Hermes' hand, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Hermes observed as his master meticulously trimmed the flowers, hesitating for just a second before gathering his change of clothes and heading to the bathroom. By the way, I still have a gift for you. Hermes was about to enter the bathroom when he heard his master's voice call out from afar, causing him to pause in his tracks. An additional gift? What could it possibly be? Hermes felt a surge of excitement within. His mind was solely focused on finishing quickly so he could unwrap the present prepared by his master. Hermes twisted his wrist and pushed open the bathroom door with a click. He washed up relatively quickly, but when he emerged, the space was empty. Noticing the flowers that had been on the floor were now gone, he turned to see they had all been arranged in vases. Was his master this efficient? Hermes scanned the house but found no sign of Gu Qing. Eventually, he halted before his master's slightly ajar door, a faint light flickering within. Master, Hermes tentatively called out, slowly pushing the door open. Upon entering, he locked eyes with Gu Qing, who was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in his light brain. Seeing Hermes enter, he turned his gaze toward him. Hermes instinctively scanned the room, seemingly searching for something. Gu Qing set down his light brain and, noticing this, smiled gently. General, are you looking for your gift? Hermes nodded unconsciously at this. However, it appeared he had spotted it. Gu Qing beckoned Hermes to come closer. Hermes, having heard this, found nothing amiss and stepped forward until he reached the bedside. Gu Qing noticed the anticipation in the depths of Hermes' eyes. He gently reached out, seizing Hermes' wrist, and with a swift tug, Hermes found himself tumbling into his master's embrace. He panicked, attempting to rise, but a hand beside him firmly pressed him down. Gu Qing leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Hermes' eyes widened slowly, disbelief etched across his features, and a flush crept up his ears. Hurry up, General. Hermes pressed his lips tightly together, as if he had made a momentous decision. His slender hand reached forward, the fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 90. The Period of Fatigue. Hermes had not anticipated that the gift spoken of by the dominant male was, in fact, himself. Could it truly be so? The following day, Heng slightly opened his eyes and, feeling around beside him, was astounded to discover that Hermes was still there. Had the female insect decided not to go to work, or perhaps Heng had merely awakened a bit earlier today? Heng turned over and glanced at the insect beside him. In the next moment, he noticed that something was amiss with Hermes. The female insect's cheeks were slightly flushed, and a fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead. Hermes? The anticipated silence met Heng's inquiry. He reached out to touch Hermes' forehead, only to find it alarmingly hot. What could be the matter? Could it be something caused by Heng? However, last night, he had taken great care to clean the female insect thoroughly. Afterwards, Heng had quickly carried the female insect to bed, so logically, he should not have caught a chill. Yet, how could Hermes be feverish now? Concerned, Heng promptly took the insect to the hospital. At the hospital, Hermes had regained consciousness after receiving an injection. The medical insect opened the door, allowing Heng to enter. However, the medical insect regarded Heng with an odd expression, prompting him to touch his nose, as he had begun to suspect that this situation was likely related to him. Upon making eye contact with Heng, Hermes silently turned away, having already deduced the cause of his condition. The medical insect handed Gu Heng the examination report, stating, "The female insect is experiencing a period of fatigue." Gu Heng inquired. "A period of fatigue?" He pondered for a moment, realizing that he had no recollection of such a term. After being thoroughly mentally stimulated, female insects would enter a period of fatigue, during which they would feel lethargic, often sleepy, and their personalities would become more sensitive and suspicious. This period typically lasts from several days to a week. Gu Heng furrowed his brow, "But yesterday, my female companion appeared to be perfectly fine." Hearing Gu Heng's words, the medical insect began to understand the situation. It was likely because the general was a dual S-class female insect, possessing a physical constitution superior to that of ordinary insects, hence the muted symptoms. So what is happening today? Gu Heng felt increasingly bewildered. He questioned, "Can a period of fatigue also cause a fever?" When Hermes was brought to the hospital, his forehead was burning. "Is that normal?" "Generally, it should not cause a fever," replied the medical insect. In this case, the general represents a special situation. The medical insect glanced at Gu Heng, as if contemplating his choice of words, and after a moment, continued, "Excessive stimulation can exacerbate the adverse reactions associated with the period of fatigue, and the female insect's body requires time to absorb the treatment." Gu Heng's mind rang with embarrassment, realizing for the first time the awkwardness of the situation. Meanwhile, the medical insect continued, "Your Highness, you must exercise some restraint." This was the first time the medical insect had encountered such a case. It seemed the general was quite beloved by the male insects. Gu Heng looked over at the hospital bed, only to see that Hermes had pulled the blanket up to cover himself, revealing only the tips of his slightly flushed ears. Gu Heng had not anticipated that the issue was indeed his own doing. He felt remorseful towards Hermes. Hermes buried his face in the blanket, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and anger at the male's excessive behavior from the previous night. After the medical insect left, Gu Heng approached the bedside. Upon hearing the sound of Gu Heng's footsteps, Hermes, enveloped in darkness, was torn about how to face the dominant male. "General, are you angry with me?" Gu Heng spoke softly as he gently pulled back a corner of the blanket. The sudden influx of light made Hermes blink slowly. At this moment, Gu Heng simply wished to apologize to his wife. It was his fault, and he had caused her to follow. "I will certainly be more careful next time." Sensing something amiss, Gu Heng quickly amended, "No, there won't be a next time." Hermes slowly shook his head in response to the dominant male's anxious demeanor, saying, "I am not angry with you." Gu Heng felt a swell of affection. How wonderful it was that his wife could so easily forgive him. He raised both hands in a vow. "I will certainly make up for my lack of biological knowledge." Hermes's fingers, clutching the bedsheet, curled slightly. "You need not go to such lengths." Gu Heng disagreed. "I will ensure that such a thing never happens again." The medical insect informed them that Hermes's fever had subsided, and he could be discharged from the hospital. They just needed to monitor the female insect's emotions for the next few days. Gu Heng listened attentively. Before long, they completed the discharge procedures. Throughout the journey home, Gu Heng noticed nothing unusual about Hermes. He did not exhibit any clinginess. Once home, Gu Heng, who had a habit of organizing, placed Hermes's examination report neatly in the study cabinet. Upon stepping through the door, Hermes felt a sudden emptiness in his heart as he watched the dominant male's retreating figure. At dinner, Gu Heng occasionally served Hermes food, determined to take good care of the female insect. Generally, female insects in a period of fatigue had poor appetites, and after a few bites, Hermes noticeably slowed down his eating pace. Noticing this, Gu Heng said, "If you can't eat, then don't force yourself. It's perfectly fine." In response, Hermes gave a soft hum. Gu Heng originally intended for them to share a room moving forward. However, after this incident, he felt it best to postpone that idea. Thus, when he saw Hermes returning to his original room, Gu Heng did not intervene. As night deepened, Gu Heng remained awake, searching the star network for information about the period of fatigue in female insects. Upon encountering significant points, he diligently took notes. When Gu Heng immersed himself in a task, he exhibited an extraordinary level of focus. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar sensation on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a green, thread-like substance tentatively resting on his wrist. After a moment, it seemed to sense no danger and wrapped itself around his wrist a few times. What is this?" Gu Heng furrowed his brow, just as he was about to push the green thread away when it quickly loosened its grip as if understanding his intent. Yet, it did not completely withdraw. The next moment, it tentatively tugged at Gu Heng's pinky finger. Strangely, Gu Heng felt no aversion toward it. Rather, he sensed a faint familiarity. It seemed to be guiding him. and he followed its pull. Rising from his bed, where was it leading him? The cool, gentle touch coiled around Gu Heng's fingertips until he found himself standing before Hermes' door. Did it wish to bring him here? The moment the thread released its grip, Gu Heng watched as it slipped through the crack of the door. Chapter 91. The shirt. Hermes' door was tightly shut, and no sounds could be heard from within. However, the peculiar green thread still stirred curiosity within Gu Heng. Hermes? He gently pushed the door open. In the next instant, he froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. Hermes' face was buried in a white garment, his complexion tinted with a rosy hue, and his eyelashes fluttered softly. To Gu Heng's astonishment, he noticed two green antennae protruding from Hermes' forehead. Instinctively, Gu Heng felt that these antennae were somehow connected to the green thread that had coiled around his finger moments ago. Feeling a bit dazed, Hermes sensed a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Suddenly, he heard a sound, and as he lifted his eyelids halfway, the remnants of his sleep began to dissipate. Standing at the door was the dominant male, gazing at him. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Hermes stammered, hastily rising to his feet. Gu Heng observed him attempting to obscure the garment he had just been wearing beneath the blanket. In the process, he realized that it appeared to be a shirt. Hermes' expression was tinged with guilt. Seeing this, Gu Heng approached the bedside and answered the female insect's earlier question. "I came here following its guidance." Hermes followed Gu Heng's finger to the direction indicated, and in the next moment, he seemed to suddenly realize something, quickly covering his forehead. Indeed, there were two antennae present. During the period of fatigue, female insects are particularly sensitive and vulnerable in various aspects. Thus, Hermes had not initially noticed when his antennae emerged. Looking somewhat regretful, Hermes asked, "Did it disturb you?" After saying this, he retracted the antennae, lowering his head in self-reproach, murmuring, "They are so hideous. I cannot believe you had to see them." Hermes felt a profound regret, questioning why he had not noticed sooner. No. General, the dominant male's quick denial caused Hermes to instinctively lift his head to meet his gaze. Gu Heng's eyes sparkled with amusement. "On the contrary, I find them quite adorable." The normally stoic and aloof female insect appeared unexpectedly softer with the addition of the two antennae, evoking a peculiar charm. How should I put it? There's something strangely endearing about it. Hermes' voice tightened, seemingly unable to believe. "Really? Do you truly find them cute?" Gu Cheng responded with a non-committal murmur, for he had no need to resort to falsehoods. After Hermes received yet another affirmative reply, he blinked slowly, as the response from the dominant male cast a stone into the tranquil waters of his heart, sending ripples cascading outward. During certain periods, female insects exhibit particular traits associated with their metamorphosis. In their understanding, it was imperative to shield the male insects from sight, as the delicate males might be easily startled. The males consistently admonished them that metamorphosis was a repulsive and terrifying phenomenon. "Now, General, you may inform me that while Hermes was lost in thought, Gu Cheng leaned down and retrieved the clothing that had been concealed beneath the covers." Hermes widened his eyes gradually, a trace of panic still lingering on his face. Gu Cheng held the white shirt before him and inquired in a low, almost haunting tone, "Pray tell, why is my shirt here?" An eerie silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds. Ultimately, Hermes turned his head away from Gu Cheng, his voice barely above a whisper, lacking in conviction. "It is I, who inadvertently took the wrong one." Gu Cheng's expression betrayed his disbelief. With a hint of a smile, he replied, "General, was it truly merely an accident?" After a brief moment of silence, Hermes nodded, conceding, "Yes." Gu Cheng smiled warmly. "General, I trust you would never deceive me." With that, he set the shirt down, appearing disinclined to pursue the matter further.